This guy had just been dumped by his girlfriend this morning, and by evening, while drinking his sorrows away, he had the bad luck of a spatial rift appearing right next to him. From the rift, a ferocious ape shark monster reached out and grabbed Oh Jun-sung's head, then lifted him into the air. The feeling of his legs dangling in mid-air was definitely not pleasant. Oh Jun-sung tried to escape its grip, but it was completely useless. Just as that crazy shark thing opened its mouth wide to bite his head off, a holographic projection suddenly appeared in the air. On it were the words "Auto Hunt." An auto hunt system? What is that? Oh Jun-sung was extremely confused, but there was no time for explanations. He just knew that he didn't want to die right now, so he tried to touch that system. He had to try to find out what it was. After Oh Jun-sung touched it, the screen, which had been blue, turned red, displaying the 3 words "activated," and right after that, a freezing sensation spread through him. That's right, it was a feeling of being frozen. As Oh Jun-sung's body couldn't move an inch, it seemed to no longer be under the control of his brain. Meanwhile, that crazy shark thing was still applying more of its strength. Oh Jun-sung felt like his skull was about to be crushed, but his body still wouldn't listen to him. Yet, when the ape shark monster launched its final blow, Oh Jun-sung was able to raise his hand to block the attack. This was definitely not his own intention, because Oh Jun-sung's body was now like a puppet. Although he was moving, it wasn't of his own volition at all. He didn't know why, but the truth was that Oh Jun-sung's body was acting on its own, as if someone else was controlling him. And what was even more surprising was that he was overpowering that monster. His body was now overflowing with power, a kind of strength so great he had never felt it before. Oh Jun-sung's body was being optimized to hunt the enemy, and the truth proved that he could indeed defeat that monster. It seemed this so-called auto-hunt system was this incredible. After punching the ape shark monster in the mouth, Oh Jun-sung also heard a commotion not too far away. It seemed other hunters were arriving and he could leave the situation to them and run away. However, Oh Jun-sung's body didn't listen to him at all. When that monster got back up, he automatically entered a combat-ready stance. Even though Oh Jun-sung really wanted to run away right now, the monster let out a ferocious roar and charged forward. Oh Jun-sung's fist also swung out without any hesitation. That monster had absolutely no chance against him in this auto-hunt mode, and once again it was sent flying by Oh Jun-sung. It didn't stop there. He followed up with another kick to his opponent. This blow landed on the ape shark monster's chest, making it officially unable to fight any longer. Only then did the auto-hunt process finally stop. Oh Jun-sung was given back control of his own body. He looked at his hands with an expression of disbelief. It was truly unbelievable that he had just defeated a 2-star monster. Oh Jun-sung didn't know where that system came from, but it was clear that with it, he could live a much better life than he was now. But just as he thought that, Oh Jun-sung's muscles suddenly seized up in pain. This unbearable pain immediately made him collapse right next to the ape shark monster. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Oh Jun-sung groggily woke up to find himself in a hospital. He recalled the events that had just happened earlier. First, a spatial rift appeared without warning, and then the shark ape monster showed up. And while trying to protect his brother, Lee Sang-haok, he defeated it. At this thought, Oh Jun-sung shot up. That's right, how's Sang-haok? He was extremely worried, but as soon as he sat up, the pain all over his body became even more intense. Your pain is still quite severe, so it's best if you don't make any sudden movements. Mr. Oh Jun-sung, a strange voice spoke up. Oh Jun-sung looked over and noticed another unfamiliar face in the room. The person introduced herself as Chae Shinon, the head of the Special Defense Bureau's Welfare Administration Department No. 2. Because the unforeseen rift caused harm to Oh Jun-sung and Lee Sang-haok, she was here to discuss compensation and processing, as well as the reward for defeating the monster. Then, she handed Oh Jun-sung a business card. The Special Defense Bureau. Isn't that an organization related to the Hunters Association? He took the business card and then asked. That's right. It seems you learned about it during your time in the military. The government will take full responsibility for the damages to victims of unforeseen rifts, including hospital bills, loss of income, and the repair costs for Mr. Lee Sang-haok's shop will all be covered by the government. Chae Shinon replied, handing him a folder of documents. These were the papers related to the compensation. After Oh Jun-sung signed them to confirm everything, he would quickly receive a sum of money. But that wasn't the most important thing right now, so he asked Chae Shinon again about Lee Sang-haok's condition. Fortunately, he had only fainted from the sudden shock. The test results showed nothing abnormal. Only then did Oh Jun-sung let out a sigh of relief and start reading the documents. The beast, the shark ape he defeated, was worth a 500,000 won reward. Although Oh Jun-sung thought the price was a bit low, it was the standard compensation set by the Hunters Association. In return, Chae Shinon said that the monster would become his property and if he wanted, Oh Sung could sell it on the hunter market. Since he didn't currently have a license, the Welfare Administration Department had even created a temporary account and granted him ownership of it. After conveying everything she had to say, Chai Shinan stood up to leave. But before she left, Oh Sung had one more question. How much is the monster's corpse worth? I'm not sure, but the corpse of a typical 2-star monster isn't worth much. Just as you said earlier, it's really too cheap considering the danger to a hunter's life. Usually, that's the case. But instead of taking my word for it, shouldn't you check for yourself? Che Shinan only left those ambiguous words behind and left. Oh Sung lay on the hospital bed, thinking over and over, feeling that her words had some deeper meaning. But he wasn't a hunter, so why would he need to go on the hunter market? While lost in thought, Oh Sung seemed to have forgotten something important, which was that auto-hunting system. As soon as he thought of it, the virtual interface automatically appeared before him. It seemed it was still there and always appeared whenever he thought about it. And everything that happened earlier was completely not his imagination. It was just that the interface was currently grayed out and didn't react at all, even when he touched it. It seemed it couldn't be activated when there were no enemies around. Sung couldn't be bothered to think too much, figuring I'll figure it out later. Then he lay back down on the bed. He went online to look up the value of that monster's corpse. Earlier, Ho had said that the value of a level 2 monster was quite low, so he didn't expect much. But when the number 465 million won appeared before him, Oh Sung's jaw dropped. This is considered low? Then how much do other hunters normally make? Even if a monster was captured alive, its price could go up to 600 million. It was like a revelation to him. Oh Sung then remembered what Ho had said earlier, that he should check the monster's condition himself just to be sure. Could it be? He tremblingly clicked on the status of the monster he had hunted and was so shocked he shot up in his seat when he saw the shark ape. It was actually still alive. That also meant Oh Sung had just made a huge pile of money. So the first thing he did after being discharged from the hospital was go to the hunter market. The trader kept thanking Oh Sung because this monster was so aggressive, making it very difficult to capture alive. The transaction was completed quickly, and Oh Sung sold his prize for 420 million, and after income tax, he was left with 320 million. This was still truly unbelievable for Oh Sung, because he had worked his butt off at part-time jobs for 9 years and couldn't even save up 100 million. But now, just by catching one monster, he had over 300 million. Oh Sung should have been ecstatic, but for some reason, he felt an emptiness inside, and his purpose in life suddenly vanished. He didn't know what to do from now on, whether to continue with his plan to open a restaurant or become a monster hunter with that mysterious system. Oh Sung wasn't sure if this was even possible, even though he had just defeated a level 2 monster. The words his ex-girlfriend had once said also weighed heavily on Oh Sung, making him truly believe he was someone without ambition, destined to live an ordinary life and open an ordinary restaurant. At the moment he had to make a crucial decision for his life. Oh Sung felt a splitting headache, but anyway, he needed to make more money, so he decided to give it a try. Oh Sung couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to become a hunter, so he decided to go to the gym. Even with the auto-hunt system, his own physical stamina was still extremely important. Once there, he opened the system again, and the screen was still gray. When he encountered the monster, the shark ape, it was blue. But ever since he woke up in the hospital, it had always been gray. Oh Sung wasn't sure if this was the difference when there was hostility in his heart or if it was the system's reaction to an enemy appearing nearby. Therefore, he decided to run a test. He would consider the punching bag in front of him as his enemy. As soon as that thought appeared in his mind, the gray screen turned blue and the auto-hunt mode was activated. This proved that Oh Sung's deduction was correct. The system reacted to targets that he identified as enemies. Oh Sung touched the screen. Just like last time, the blue turned to red, and the system automatically switched to hunt mode. His body once again began to move out of his control, passively landing physical blows on the punching bag. After this process ended, Oh Sung once again felt a wave of pain radiating from every muscle in his body. This pain was even more intense than the last time. It seemed this was a side effect of the auto-hunt mode. It was always ready when it sensed danger nearby, and he could activate it by pressing the button. Then it would stop once the enemy was defeated, and he had to endure this annoying muscle pain. Sung tried to move his leg, but the pain was so intense he collapsed on the floor. It seemed the only way to improve this side effect was to train his body first. After that, he gradually began to understand the rules of the auto-hunting system. It used ideal combat skills that matched his body's capabilities. If an enemy was defeated or Sung regained control of himself, the mode would be deactivated. At the same time, the process of deactivation would also occur when his body reached its absolute limit. This was because the auto-hunt mode would never push past the body's inherent limits. In other words, it was like an auto-battle mode in an online game, but the power to operate it still belonged to the user. Therefore, Azun Sung began to train frantically to improve his physical strength. After a while, when he had become much more muscular and his stamina had significantly increased, that was when Sung felt he was ready to become a hunter. Hunters, to put it simply, were people who hunted monsters that invaded through rifts. The government had set strict standards for knowledge, physical strength, and survival skills if someone wanted to become a hunter, and they had to pass those tests and meet those strict standards to be certified. Azun Sung passed the first written exam. Next, he had to face the practical test. Although he had the auto-hunting system, he didn't dare to rely on it, so lately Azun Sung had been practically living at the gym. His insane training regimen left the others speechless in amazement. In reality, without the auto-hunt mode, Azun Sung faced quite a few problems, especially with movement, but he didn't know when that mode would disappear, because, after all, the way it appeared was a complete mystery. Therefore, he was forced to actively use his own strength, in case one day he would no longer have the system's help. The next day was the announcement of the results for the physical ability test from the previous week. Azun Sung was extremely nervous. He had trained hard for 4 months to become a hunter. This time he scored 98 points, although he was still 2 points short of the clinical threshold of 100. But compared to his first time here when he only scored 63 points, improving by 35 points in 4 months was already very good. The hunter standard for the clinical score is a level 2 monster. This also meant Sung's body was now nearly on par with the shark ape monster he encountered 4 months ago. This was a very positive sign for Azun Sung. Just as he was thinking this, Sung suddenly heard the instructor call his name loudly, then announced that he was one of those selected for the special class for the year-end hunter exam. This completely astonished him, because he hadn't even passed the clinical threshold. Even so, Sung dazedly went along with the other members of the clinical class. Here they were, met by Kim Sung-guk, the homeroom teacher for the special class. The exam is only 4 months away. Let's do our best with the goal that the entire class will pass the hunter exam this time, Kim Sung-guk said. But just then, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him. Hey, the whole class passing seems a bit difficult, since it looks like someone here didn't even pass the clinical threshold. These words were clearly directed at Sung, but before he could even react, Kim Sung-guk shot back forcefully. Scores aren't the only thing used to evaluate a hunter until the exam. Then struggling with yourself is even harder. You don't need to worry about other people's business. Do you understand? This guy named Kang Jae-kun is extremely arrogant, because in the physical ability assessment, he scored 135 points. Azun Sung vaguely guessed the other person was referring to him, but he didn't understand why he was acting that way when the two of them didn't even know each other. Just then, the auto-hunt mode suddenly lit up. Even though there were no monsters around, Azun guessed it was because of that jerk Kang Jae-kun, but he didn't need to pay him any mind, and he certainly didn't need to fight him, because right now, Azun had only one goal, which was to master using the auto-hunt mode and quickly become a hunter. The special class program was divided into 4 main categories, including physical training, which is an essential element for fighting monsters. Next was survival skills training, necessary for exploring the world beyond the spatial rift. Third was weapons training for fighting monsters. And finally, there was simulation training with dummies to ensure that in combat, a monster's corpse could be kept as intact as possible, or even captured alive to preserve the value of each of their body parts. For this final training aspect, the students practiced on an Anken-Kenny dummy, which was similar to a punching bag. But the difference was that when knocked down, it could automatically recover and quickly get back up. And of course, it wouldn't just stand still like a punching bag. Although it was just a programmed object, in a way, it was no different from a monster, and this dummy would attack anyone who attacked it. After Kim Sun introduced the Anken-Kenny dummy to the students, it was time for practical application. And as expected, that guy Kang Jae-kun was the first to volunteer, wanting to show off his 135 points in physical ability. Facing the dummy, he was extremely confident, even thinking that a single punch from him would be enough to take it down. However, his first punch didn't faze the Anken-Kenny dummy at all, because it managed to block it. Before Kang Jae-kun could even process the situation, the dummy fiercely counterattacked, at a speed even faster than his. Being challenged by a lifeless dummy made Kang Jae-kun furious. He frantically attacked, punching and kicking wildly at the Anken-Kenny dummy. His brutality gave the other students goosebumps. "Mr. Jae-kun, please leave the training floor. You have failed." Only when Kim Sun made the announcement did Kang's brutal behavior stop. "Why?" he asked, annoyed. The purpose of today's training is to ensure the monster's corpse remains intact, don't you remember? Looking at the dummy that was beaten to a pulp on the floor, Kang Ji-kun understood why he had failed. Although he was very reluctant, he still had to leave the training floor. And the next person to volunteer was Azun Sung. In this class, the person with the lowest ability assessment score was Azun Egzung. So when he volunteered, quite a few people were skeptical. Kang Ji-kun even bluntly said that letting him on the floor would just be a waste of time. If someone with a high score like him had trouble, what could a guy without enough of a qualifying score like him possibly do? At the same time, he also asked Kim Sun for another chance. But this time, the young homeroom teacher seemed to have lost all his patience. Mr. Kang Ji-kun, you are disrupting the class. I demand that you be silent. Kim Sun's voice was ice cold, and the expression on his face was very intimidating. Kang Ji-kun, the one who was acting all tough just a moment ago, was now scared stiff, not daring to make another peep. Then, Kim Sun-guk invited Oh Jun-sung to the training floor. Standing before the dummy, he wasn't the least bit nervous. Just as Kim Sun-guk had said earlier, this thing could automatically regenerate. Just a few minutes ago, Kang Ji-hoon had almost completely destroyed it, but now not even a trace of damage remained. After getting ready, Oh Jun-sung rushed into battle on the instructor's command with the dummy. Unlike Kang Ji-hoon, he didn't attack aggressively first. Instead, Oh Jun-sung waited for his prey to charge at him. The dummy shot forward like the wind, then threw a clean, picture-perfect punch, but Oh Jun-sung simply sidestepped it with ease, dodging the fists while simultaneously closing in on its weak point at the nape of its neck of his opponent. Then, he delivered a powerful palm strike with his right hand to the dummy's nape. Instantly, it collapsed in a state of being completely intact. This series of movements from Oh Jun-sung was so swift and decisive that it left the other trainees completely stunned. What just happened? It went down that easily. They started to murmur amongst themselves. Oh Jun-sung looked at the dummy lying flat on the floor, feeling an unavoidable sense of disappointment. He had intended to use it as a reference to study its movements, but it seemed this level was too easy to be a worthy reference. Excellent. That's exactly what I want to teach everyone. Kim Sun-guk said as he applauded Oh Jun-sung. Did you all see that? He calmly identified his opponent's weak point and attacked it instantly. If you're lucky, you can even capture the monster alive. As I've said, monsters are money. If you want to get rich like other hunters, then try to do what Oh Jun-sung did. Someone from the crowd said that the process happened so fast, they couldn't see it clearly and wanted Oh Jun-sung to do it again. He immediately agreed, but on one condition. He wanted to increase the difficulty. Kim Sun-guk thought for a moment. The last one was a 1-star difficulty, so it was a bit easy. But the difference between a 2-star and a 1-star is huge. He asked again if he was sure he wanted to increase the difficulty, and the reply was a firm answer. Yes, even if I fail, I still want to try. Very well. If you're that determined, then you can give it a shot. With that, Kim Sun-guk adjusted the settings. The dummy clumsily got back up, its difficulty now equivalent to a 2-star monster, the same as the shark ape monster from before. 4 months ago, when his body was just a pathetic pile of muscles, Oh Jun-sung could still defeat it with the auto-hunting mechanism. So this time it should also be no problem. So, Oh Jun-sung activated the mode with the goal of observing and memorizing how it fought against monsters, to turn it into his own active ability. This time, the dummy's attack speed was indeed on another level, comparable to the shark ape from before. It seemed all 2-star monsters were this terrifyingly strong, but with the auto-hunting mode, Oh Jun-sung could still keep up with his opponent's attacks and counterattack with ease. This time, he still easily took down the 2-star dummy, ensuring its body remained intact. The trainees below, who witnessed this scene, had their jaws drop once again. Who was that guy? He took down a 2-star monster that easily? Could it be that it's not as strong as we thought? They chattered excitedly. And the person most annoyed by this sight was probably that guy, Kang Ji-hoon. He truly couldn't accept the fact that someone who hadn't even passed the physical ability assessment could possibly defeat a level 2 monster. This loser even thought Oh Jin-sung had pulled some strings with the head instructor, and that he was covering for him. On the training floor, Kim Sun-guk was genuinely praising Oh Jin-sung, because ever since he started working as an instructor here, this was the first time he had seen someone defeat a level 2 training dummy so easily, like that. Below, the other trainees also began to applaud enthusiastically for Oh Jin-sung. A few people started to approach him to get acquainted and strike up a conversation. Jin-sung, have you ever studied martial arts? No, I haven't studied anything in particular. Most of the time, I've been self-taught. Self-taught. That's amazing. Can I call you Hyung? The crowd started to get rowdy over Oh Jin-sung, until Kim Sun-guk had to step in and restore order so the lesson could continue. Besides that, he also told Oh Jin-sung quietly that he wanted to speak with him privately after class. So, When the class ended, Oh Jin-sung went to the instructor's office for a chat. Kim Sung-guk presented a datasheet in front of him, which contained Oh Jin-sung's stats. Although his total score was a bit lacking compared to other trainees, his balance was absolutely overwhelming, regardless of whether it was stamina, strength, endurance, or agility. Oh Jin-sung wasn't lacking in any area. He had trained those aspects perfectly, and today, Kim Sung-guk had seen it for himself. That's why he wanted to make a beneficial proposal to him. It wasn't clear what Kim Sung-guk's offer was, but in the following days, Oh Jin-sung still continued to train diligently at the center. That evening, the trainees invited each other out for fried chicken and beer to get closer, and also to wish for success in the upcoming exam. Oh Jin-sung went along but didn't drink because he had decided not to touch alcohol until he passed the exam. Just then, someone suddenly spoke up and asked, "Hey, Jin-sung? Thinking back, you were so cool when you defeated that training dummy in class. Have you decided which guild you'll join after getting your hunter's license?" When asked this question, Oh Jin-sung became a little pensive. He didn't know much about guilds, only vaguely hearing that they were corporations that managed many hunter teams. He himself hadn't thought that far ahead, but the other trainees felt that an outstanding person like Oh Jin-sung must have already received many offers. As they were talking, Oh Jin-sung recalled Kim Sung-guk's earlier proposal. He only planned to be an instructor here for a little while longer, after which he would resign and establish his own hunter agency. Kim Sung-guk was looking for talented hunters to sign with him as the foundation for his company, but promising individuals usually already belong to other companies. And then, Oh Jin-sung caught Kim Sung-guk's eye. So, his proposal was that he wanted Oh Jin-sung to join him as one of the founding members of the agency. Oh Jin-sung was completely astonished, not understanding why the man had his eyes on him when he hadn't even gotten his hunter's license and his scores weren't particularly outstanding. Of course, scores aren't what caught my eye. Kim Sung-guk slowly explained, because if it were about scores, he should have been paying attention to Kang Jae-kun with his 135 points. However, what impressed Kim Sung-guk was the uniformity of Oh Jin-sung's strengths. His physical balance was absolutely perfect, with every part of his body trained to an ideal state, even comparable to a member of a world-class team without being inferior in the slightest. Furthermore, he then officially made his offer. When I saw Oh Jin-sung's movements in class during the match against the training dummy, it was a flawless style of movement, utilizing skills to bring out maximum power, perfectly suited to the limits of your body. That's why I'm making you this offer. To put it simply, it was like love at first sight. Ha ha. Kim Sung-guk laughed heartily. Although it's true that Oh Jin-sung hasn't officially become a hunter yet, and is still just a promising trainee because he hasn't passed the final exam, but Kim Sung-guk said that as long as he accepted his offer, this problem would be solved immediately, and the solution he mentioned was contained within a single file. What is this? Oh Jin-sung looked at the file, unable to contain his curiosity as he asked. This is the file on the sections of this year's final exam. Kim Sung-guk replied, and his answer left Oh Jin-sung utterly astonished. The final hunter exam always has a large sum of money invested in it by the government. Therefore, its contents are sealed until the day of the exam. It's so confidential that not even the proctors know the contents beforehand. Oh Jin-sung knew this, of course, which was why he was so shocked, and also curious about how Kim Sung-guk had managed to obtain it. But the man told him not to worry about that, and that all he needed to know was that the contents inside the document were 100% accurate and so detailed that they even explained how he should approach the exam. In short, if he read it, Oh Jin-sung could definitely pass the final exam with ease. So, Mr. Oh Jin-sung, if you accept my proposal, you can become a hunter effortlessly. A hunter who stands above thousands of others. So will you partner with me? Oh Jin-sung's train of thought was suddenly cut short. The voices of his friends pulled him back to reality. They were discussing their training methods and wanted Oh Jin-sung to share his. I just practiced the basic exercises on my own, he replied honestly. Really? That's what he said when he took down that training dummy, so it must be true. Just as everyone was talking, there was a loud slam. Kang Jae-kyun slammed his beer mug down on the table and then aggressively yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? You shouldn't lie to everyone like that. Oh Jin-sung, it looks like your family's loaded and you've been getting private lessons somewhere. But when you're here, you want to act like you're some kind of natural-born genius who's amazing without even trying." Kang Jae-kyun's attitude killed the mood. And Oh Jin-sung knew the guy didn't like him and was also drunk, so he didn't want to argue. He decided to excuse himself and leave early. But as he passed by Kang Jae-kyun's seat, the guy flew into a rage, jumped up, grabbed Oh Jin-sung by the collar, and slammed him against the wall. "Don't you dare look down on me, you bastard." Kang Jae-kyun's voice reeked of alcohol. Fueled by the booze, he became even more aggressive. Kang Jae-kyun knew Oh Jun-sung's movement skills were better than his, but he was still confident that he was stronger than him. He had found Oh Jun-sung to be an eyesore for a while, so today, Kang wanted to use this chance to take him down and humiliate him in front of their friends. But he never expected that this stupid move would actually provoke someone who had always been as mild-mannered as Oh Jun-sung. Kang Jae-kyun, I honestly don't understand and I don't care to know why you're doing this, but you're trying to pick a fight with me, right? As he spoke, Oh Jun-sung grabbed Kang Jae-kyun's wrist and continued his threat. You and I are the same age, so I can sort of understand where you're coming from. That's why, before you have to face the consequences, I can't handle it. I advise you to think again, let go of my hand. It's true that a tiger that doesn't roar is mistaken for a Hello Kitty. Oh Jun-sung's aura was now incredibly overwhelming, making Kang Jae-kyun so scared that he not only immediately let go, but also fell backward. At this moment, Oh Jun-sung retracted his terrifying demeanor, then turned back to say to all the other trainees with his usual gentle appearance, "Sorry for causing trouble for everyone. Thanks for having me." With that said, he quickly left the chicken restaurant and stood in front of the eatery. Oh Jun-sung continued to think about the memory that was cut off from earlier. Back then, after careful consideration, he had rejected Kim Sung-guk's offer. Of course, as he was preparing to leave, the man still advised him to reconsider because once he walked through that door, he would no longer have a chance to become a hunter so easily again. He didn't expect Oh Jun-sung to reply so decisively. I never thought I could become a hunter easily, but I've made up my mind. I will become a hunter with my own abilities without being controlled by others. After that, Oh Jun-sung decisively left. Kim Sung-guk watched his retreating back, then broke into a very satisfied smile. Next, he took out his phone to call someone named Jang Hoon and announced that he had found someone qualified. Who is it? The person on the other end of the line asked. Who is it? A newly hatched chick. Even though he isn't a hunter yet, I'm sure he'll become the #1 hunter in the future. Time passed very quickly, with only 1 month left until the final exam. Oh Jun-sung wanted to prepare thoroughly so he could handle it, no matter what the test would be. Therefore, he trained even more desperately to improve his weaknesses. Currently, Oh Jun-sung's biggest weakness was his overall physical condition, especially his stamina, so he needed to focus all his efforts on it. Today, while training, Oh Jun-sung saw something strange on the hunt mode interface. The spot looked exactly like an item slot from a game, a place to store items, but he didn't have any items at the moment. So why did this thing appear? The more Oh Jun-sung thought about it, the more he wondered, then an idea flashed through his mind. Oh Jun-sung brought the water bottle in his hand close to that item slot. To his surprise, the water bottle was immediately sucked inside. Whoa, this is amazing. It can go into the slot? So how do I use it? Oh Jun-sung mumbled. The system read his thoughts and immediately provided an answer to his question. Use slot 1 by winking once while looking at it. Oh Jun-sung silently marveled at how smart this system was. He then followed the instructions, looked at the slot, and winked. As a result, in just an instant, Jun-sung's throat was immediately filled with the taste of mineral water. This unexpected event made him unable to adapt in time, causing him to choke. Damn, you should give a warning first, just pouring it into someone's throat like that. Oh Jun-sung coughed violently while cursing nonstop, but he couldn't deny that this thing was pretty cool. No action was needed at all, just a wink, and the water flowed directly into his throat. The number displaying the amount of water in the item slot then also decreased. Oh Jun-sung wanted to study this thing a bit more, so he started testing it with various types of items of different kinds. Afterward, he figured out a few rules for this thing. First, each slot can only hold 1 item. Second, items in the slot can be taken out. Third, the item stored in the slot must be a consumable. Fourth, that item could be automatically consumed. And best of all, even when Oh Jun-sung was using auto hunt mode, items could still be consumed automatically. To put it simply, it was like carrying an inventory bag without feeling its weight or getting in the way. With this feature, he could save time on preparing and eating, which in turn increased his power and the time he could use auto hunt mode. Therefore, Oh Jun-sung was extremely satisfied with this new discovery. A month passed by quickly, and finally, the final test of the hunter selection exam had arrived. Kim Sung-guk led the trainees to the exam site, and Oh Jun-sung was the last one to get off the bus. Among the group, a sharp-eyed girl noticed that his physique had improved significantly lately. Yeah, I changed my training method a bit, so it's more effective. Oh Jun-sung replied, intentionally speaking loudly to make that guy Kang Ji-kun see red. In front of him now was a large grandstand, and the crowd that had come for the competition was much larger than he had imagined. They weren't all just candidates, either. There were also people here to scout. Kim Sung-guk explained that because the results of this exam would be announced. Immediately, People from small and mid-sized guilds and teams arrived early to compete for recruits against the major corporations. But on closer inspection, the crowd this time did seem larger than usual. That Kang Jae-kun guy heard words like scouting, potential, or priority and felt himself getting all fired up as if he'd been shot up with adrenaline. He let out a roar and then began to warm up, wanting to be in peak condition to show off during his exam. Ozun Sung couldn't be bothered to stick around and watch the idiot's antics, so he decided to find a quieter spot to warm up. But just as he was about to leave, his attention was caught by the arrival of a red supercar. It wasn't just Ozun Sung. The car captured the attention of nearly everyone present, including Kim Sun-guk, because the person stepping out of the car was Lee Hyuk. Lee Hyuk was known as the nation's best solo hunter, an individual whose achievements were enough to rival even mid-sized guilds. The person beside him was his younger sister. Kim Sun-guk had heard that she would be taking the exam this time, and it turned out to be true. If so, he feared his trainees were in for some tough competition. At last, they arrived. "How are you feeling, sis?" "Nervous," Lee Hyuk asked his sister, but she met his question with a look full of fierce confidence. "Nervous? Not a chance. Just you wait and see. The outcome is already set in stone. I'm going to take first place in this exam." It was unclear just how skilled this girl was, but when it came to arrogance and looking down on others, she was definitely number one. In Lee Hyuk's sister's eyes, all the other candidates here were low-level failures, and she didn't even hesitate to voice these thoughts out loud. This infuriated Kim Sun-guk's group of trainees. "What did you say? Low level? Don't take it too far." Seeing that the situation was getting tense, Lee Hyuk quickly stepped in to mediate. "My apologies. My sister can be a bit harsh with her words. I apologize to everyone on her behalf." Unlike his arrogant sister, Lee Hyuk seemed to be quite skilled at handling people. As he was apologizing to everyone, he suddenly noticed Ozun Sung stretching by himself in the distance. And at that very moment, Ozun Sung also turned his head, and their eyes met. Lee Hyuk had been standing quite a distance away, but in an instant, he vanished. And then, he appeared right behind Ozun Sung out of nowhere, startling him. "Whoa, amazing," Lee Jae-hak observed Ozun Sung intently, as if looking at a limited edition item, then exclaimed, "What is this? What's going on?" Ozun Sung unconsciously took 2 steps back, his eyes filled with caution. The opponent moved so fast his eyes couldn't keep up. Truly a formidable person. "Wow, the more I look, the more amazing it is." Lee Jae-hak continued to praise him. "Hey buddy, how did you get a body like that?" "What do you mean?" Ozun Sung said in a wary tone. He didn't know why a top-tier solo hunter like Lee Jae-hak was approaching him, but his intuition told him it was nothing good. "Ah, I know this is a bit weird, but can I touch your body for a moment?" Lee Jae-hak proposed. And his request made everyone freeze. Lee Jae-hak quickly explained that he meant no harm. He was just excited to see a body as perfect as Ozun Sung's for the first time and was curious about how he trained. Although he was still skeptical, in the end, Ozun Sung still agreed to let the other man touch him. With his permission, Lee Jae-hak couldn't hide his excitement, then proceeded to carefully feel his chest muscles, biceps, abs, and even his calves. As he did, he couldn't stop exclaiming, "Unbelievable, how could you achieve such balanced muscles?" Seeing this, the people present couldn't help but have dark expressions on their faces. After all, who would have thought that the superstar Lee Jae-hak had such a weird hobby? After he had his fill of touching Ozun Sung, Lee Jae-hak turned towards Kim Sun-guk and asked for his method to train his student to become so perfect. Faced with the question, Kim Sun-guk paused for a few seconds, not because he didn't want to share, but because he honestly didn't know how. Ozun Sung had done it. "Oh, my apologies, that must be something you can't talk about here, right?" Lee Jae-hak understood the situation, then gave Kim Sun-guk a business card. "This is my contact information. If you have a chance, instructor, please contact me." Kim Sun-guk dazedly took the business card from the superstar. Then Lee Jae-hak turned back to Ozun Sung and gave him 2 thumbs up, once again praising how perfect his muscles were. He kept rambling on like that until his sister couldn't take it anymore and the 2 of them were dragged away. "Instructor Kim, is his personality always like that?" Ozun Sung couldn't help but ask. "I'm not sure either, but he's known to be a rather eccentric person. Let's head inside first. The competition is about to start," Kim Sun-guk urged. As for Lee Jae-hak, after leaving the crowd, he quickly regained his usual calm demeanor. His sister couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked why he had suddenly behaved that way. Lee Jae-hak didn't answer directly to the point, but instead said, "Lee Uno, it looks like you're going to have a tough time. You should be careful if you want to take the #1 spot." The final competition quickly got underway. The contestants put on special outfits and entered the briefing room. The person standing on the podium explaining the rules was the main operator for this final test. According to him, the test would be conducted in the arena inside the stadium. The contestants would fight against monsters that had been chosen randomly. The arena was designed with various different environments, and the monsters were diverse as well. It's like a real-life hunt. Therefore, all candidates will have to sign a waiver taking full responsibility for any injuries they might sustain during the test. Of course, medical staff will be on standby outside to provide support, but for the most part, candidates must be thoroughly prepared themselves. Hearing this, many people began to break out in a cold sweat. Only Oh Sung and Un San remained perfectly calm. Before the official test began, the operator provided some more information. Over the past 28 exams, the success rate has been steadily increasing. However, the rifts have become more dangerous and casualties are on the rise. The organizers have compiled data showing a sharp increase in the number of intelligent monsters. There have been many requests to change the exam format. However, it's extremely difficult to simulate intelligent monsters. Therefore, the examination board has decided to add the strongest and most intelligent monsters possible to the exam. The arena chosen this time is a jungle. Candidates will have to hunt in it for 72 hours without any outside assistance. As for the monsters, they are the candidates. When the operator said this, the crowd below collectively gasped in astonishment. That's right, this time the task is for candidates to capture other candidates. What the hell? Many people couldn't help but yell out. The operator seemed to have anticipated this reaction and calmly continued his explanation. That's right, as I said, you will all enter the arena and hunt one another. The armor you are wearing is the standard hunter's gear, redesigned specifically for this test. Accordingly, this armor serves as both a minimal protective measure and a restraining device. It will absorb a certain amount of impact, but once that threshold is exceeded, the armor will automatically paralyze the wearer with an electric shock. That's the mechanism by which you will hunt each other. Wait a minute, I've never heard of a test like this before. Another person spoke up. That's right, this is a first. But facing unexpected situations is also part of a hunter's skill set, the operator replied nonchalantly. The candidates began to complain loudly, unable to believe the organizers would come up with such a difficult test this year. If that's the case, then all of their prior preparations are now useless. Oh Sung knew the competition was now nothing less than a battle for survival. The candidates had to hunt each other, and the last ones standing would be the ones to pass the test. Just then, his auto-hunt mode switched to standby. This meant Oh Sung had sensed hostility from an opponent. While he was wondering where the hostility was coming from, his eyes met the cold gaze of Un Seon. It turned out she had been targeting him ever since. Lee Hak said that to claim the #1 spot, she had to watch out for Oh Sung. But Yoon Seon didn't believe he could be stronger than her, and she vowed to take him down first upon entering the arena, to prove to her brother that he was wrong. After the rules were announced, the candidates began exiting through their pre-assigned tunnels and entering the arena. The anonymous armor was activated. The candidates could no longer see each other's faces. Each candidate was worth 1 point, but if you defeated someone, you would also receive all the points they had earned before. That's why Oh Jun-sung decided not to attack indiscriminately, but to target those with high scores, because only the 10 people with the highest scores within 72 hours would pass this test. After exiting the tunnel, Oh Jun-sung's jaw dropped in amazement at the sight before him. The clear blue sky, the golden sun, and even the blowing wind, everything was incredibly realistic. This arena was exactly like a real forest. After all the contestants entered the field, the test officially began. Oh Jun-sung took a deep breath, getting ready to enjoy this hunt. He leaped high into the air and then began to glide. Rushing headfirst into a fight was clearly a foolish waste of energy. First, he had to familiarize himself with the terrain and then find something useful to help him maintain his stamina. While scouting the area, Sung quickly encountered another contestant. It seemed his opponent was terrified by his incredible speed, so he had absolutely no will to fight back. Using the automatic hunting mode, Oh Jun-sung took down his opponent with just a single punch. Even he was quite surprised at how easy it was to defeat the opponent. It seemed the guy was panicking because this was his first real battle. Oh Jun-sung felt lucky that his previous real combat experience with the shark ape monster had helped stabilize his mentality far better than the other rookies. Plus, this armor was also more effective than fighting back. He had earned his first point. This had a really positive effect on Oh Jun-sung's mindset for this 72-hour hunt. And of course, through the surveillance cameras, every single move of the contestants could be seen from the outside. Among them, there were a few standouts who were getting more attention. For example, the girl LH Loon Son. Not long after the match began, Loon Son was surrounded by 2 other contestants. However, the idea that a 2-on-1 fight was a guaranteed win was impossible against this young monster. Lee Yoon-son remained extremely calm, moved with agility, and struck decisively, taking down both of her opponents in just a few seconds. Wow, Is that her pure state? What a talented girl. The scouts who came to observe the contestants couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I'm not sure either. According to some rumors, she collaborated with some company to awaken her abilities. But honestly, I don't believe that. There's another rumor that says the genius Lee Hyuk took 3 months off work just to train his younger sister. That's why she can defeat a grade 3 monster, even while in her pure state. That's also why everyone is ignoring the other contestants and just focusing on Loon Seon's camera feed. Who wouldn't want a super rookie like her? Of course, there were also those who were exceptions to the crowd. For example, Kim Sun-guk, because he was intently observing his number 1 seed, Oh Jun-sung. Besides him, another pair of eyes was also glued to his camera feed, and that was Lee Ji-hyuk. He's a good hunter, isn't he? He's doing exactly as he was taught. Once he has enough experience, that solid foundation will become a powerful asset for him. Lee Hyuk initiated the conversation with Kim Sung-guk. Actually, the two of them already knew each other, and Kim Sung-guk was Lee Hyuk's senior. But earlier, they pretended not to know each other in front of the trainees because Lee Hyuk didn't want to make Kim Sung-guk feel awkward. It's fine, it's been a while. Huh, I've heard about your tutoring. After watching the cameras, I can see your sister's skills are indeed very good. Kim Sung-guk also replied politely. Lee Hyuk chuckled, not denying that his sister was naturally gifted, so he just trained her a little. But this test probably won't be easy for Lee Yoon-seon because of Oh-sung. He is the biggest threat. Lee Hyuk seemed very interested in him and kept asking about Oh-sung, but the other party just replied, no comment. Oh-sung, huh. Knowing he couldn't get any more information from this senior, Lee Hyuk obediently turned back to watch his sister on the surveillance camera, but inwardly, he was eagerly anticipating Oh-sung's performance and was curious about who would take first place. Kim Sung-guk wasn't in a hurry because the test had only just begun. To find out which of the strongest contestants remained, they would have to wait until at least the final 24 hours. Oh-sung, I'll be watching. You, show me what you've got. Kim Sung-guk thought to himself. For those inside the arena, time passed excruciatingly, slowly, but for those watching from the outside, 72 hours flew by in a flash. Now, there were only about 4 hours left until the competition would end, and the people in the camera observation room were gaping, their eyes glued to one screen. A few minutes ago, Oh-sung was still diligently gathering supplies in the forest using his item slot feature. He had just picked up a rice cake made from naturally growing plants in the jungle. It had a slight effect on calorie restoration and recovery. The knowledge about the laws of natural supply learned back at the training center was now very useful. If Oh-sung hadn't applied that knowledge well, he probably wouldn't have been able to maintain his stamina until now. Although the plant-based rice cakes were clearly difficult to preserve because he had the auto-hunting system, this was much easier to handle. Not only that, he could also craft a protective jungle armor set, but there was one relatively serious problem, which was that Oh-sung was sleepy. He had already staggered and nearly fainted several times. He didn't know for how many hours he had been in a sleepless, tense state, repeatedly hunting. Because in the arena, the sky never darkened. Oh-sung had completely lost his sense of time. He didn't know how many hours were left until the test ended, only that he just wanted to go home and sleep right away. When drowsiness hit him once again, Oh-sung had to bite his own lip until it bled to stay awake. He had to force himself to stay alert, otherwise he would become prey for another hunter. Oh-sung estimated that there wasn't much time left and he just needed to focus a little longer to pass the test. Just then, the auto-hunting mode activated, and Oh-sung's mind immediately tensed up like a guitar string. He was extremely alarmed because he hadn't been able to sense the enemy's presence at all until the auto-hunting mode turned on. This also meant the opponent had prepared meticulously to be able to hunt. Good reaction, huh? You seem a bit more capable than I thought. The opponent said arrogantly, but I wonder if you can block the next attack, Oh-sung. A bunch of question marks appeared above Oh-sung's head. He didn't know who this person was or why they knew his name, only vaguely guessing it was the person who had made the auto-hunting mode switch to ready status in the guidance room. Although he didn't know the opponent's identity, he could sense their hostility, powerful aura, and also guess that his opponent was getting really annoyed with him. If that was the case, then Jun-sung didn't mind fighting to the end. He raised his hand, making a few taunting gestures at his opponent. This made Eun-seon on the other side furious. Don't be so cocky, she yelled as she slashed forward aggressively. There was no denying that both her speed and her attack style were near perfect. It seemed Ji-hyuk had trained his little sister very well. Jun-sung could only continuously dodge and parry. It seemed his opponent's skills completely outclassed him, so even before the auto-hunt skill could help him counter, his opponent was already launching another attack. It seemed this one defensive move was all he had. Fine. I'll speed up then. Let's see how long you can last. The armor hid Jun Sung's pale face. He was already this fast, and she could get even faster. This wasn't good. The fight between them was incredibly intense. That's why the supervisors outside were glued to the screen. Everyone was gasping in amazement. Only Ji-hyuk and Kim Sun-guk, as the contestants' guardians, were calmer than the rest. But in reality, they were also holding their breath, waiting for the outcome of this life-or-death battle. Jun Sung rested his hands on his thighs, panting heavily. Across from him, Unseen held her sword and smirked. You're pretty durable, to the point it's getting boring. But it looks like this is the end. Don't struggle. Just let it end peacefully. Jun Sung didn't answer, lost in thought. This was the third hour since the one-on-one showdown between the two top contenders, Jun Sung and Unseon, had begun. There was 1 hour left before the end of the hunter competition. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at the person before him, thinking to himself, her power and speed are terrifying. She's also armed to the teeth with protective gear. Her stamina is incredible, and there are no openings. It seemed Auto Hunt wanted to try something, but his body couldn't keep up, so all he could do was block. While Jun Sung was thinking, Unsan suddenly spoke up. All right, I have to admit Ji-hyuk was right. I really didn't know you were this good. You have what it takes to be number one. That is, if you hadn't run into me. As she finished speaking, she raised her sword again, her eyes filled with determination as she looked at Jun Sung. She said coldly, let's start with that unsightly protective gear. Hearing this, Jun Sung knew Unseon was about to attack. He quickly assumed a defensive stance. Sure enough, in less than 3 seconds, Unseon dashed in front of him. Her sword began to slash down, but then something unexpected happened that astonished her. The wrappings around Jun Sung's arms were severed by the sword strike, but they scattered wildly through the air. This obscured Unseon's vision. She basically couldn't see anything in front of her. However, Unseon didn't give up. She remembered what Ji-hyuk had said before, that the situation could still be turned around. With that thought, she immediately moved behind Jun Sung. Jun Sung seemed to react, hastily turning his head to look back. Unseon let out a triumphant smirk. You can react to this, but it's too late. At this point, Jun Sung couldn't help but panic. He couldn't dodge anymore, and was struck squarely by Unseon's slash. Jun Sung felt that everything might be over. He lost. Maybe he should just lie down and take it easy. This wasn't a situation he could win anyway. However, just as Jun Sung was despairing, Sang-guk's words suddenly echoed in his ears. He at once asked him, what does a hunter do when they're pushed into a corner? Sang-guk had shaken his head and replied that he didn't know. Although it was hard to give a precise answer to such a broad question, for a hunter, all sorts of dangers will eventually approach. Sometimes they get separated from their party and become isolated, or they might accidentally face a very powerful monster. The food they carry could run out or be contaminated by the battle environment, causing danger. So they must have contingency plans to handle each of these situations. But for Sang-guk, the most useful thing is to understand yourself and endure. Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but be confused. What did that mean? He just saw the smile on Sang-guk's lips grow wider, as he said seriously, no matter the situation, if you can endure it, if you can move forward even just one more step, then you will definitely find a way to survive. That's right. Why not try just a little harder? Thinking of this, Jun Sung used the strength in his legs to block Unseon's sword. This took Unseon by complete surprise. Jun Sung told himself he had to endure. No matter what, he had to endure. What's the point of this so-called auto-hunting if he loses? At that moment, Unseon's eyes were filled with astonishment. She stammered in a trembling voice, you're finally... But before she could finish, Jun Sung coldly cut her off. Let's have one last fight to see who the real winner is. Starting with his damn wooden sword, shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Sung's arms suddenly shot up. Under her horrified gaze, he directly punched and broke the wooden sword. Unseon's eyes widened in horror. What? How did he suddenly get up? This kind of test was just a formality for her to pass. Jun Sung was just a stepping stone in her way. Unseon was LHC's little sister. After all, did Jun Sung really think he could surpass her here? Thinking this, Unseon immediately shouted, do you think you can get out of here in one piece? But as soon as she said it, Unseon's legs suddenly started to tremble. She couldn't help but panic. The strength in her legs, what was happening? Was this the limit of her stamina? While Unseon was stunned, Jun Sung rushed forward. He grabbed her hand. He snorted coldly and said, let's end this. Then he threw a punch. Unseon felt like she was done for. She couldn't block this blow. At the same time, Rhea Hack, who was watching from the outside, couldn't help but sigh. The others were a bit bewildered. No one expected the situation to turn around so quickly. Sang-guk, on the other hand, wasn't surprised because he knew Jun Sung's skills well. At that moment, inside the test area, Eun was sent flying by Jun Sung. But Jun Sung was also very confused at this moment. He didn't know things would end like this. She was still enduring it. Conversely, Eun was also very surprised. Jun Sung still hadn't been electrocuted. She couldn't injure him enough to make him fail. Even though he had lost all his strength, his willpower was extraordinary. It had to end now. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. 72 hours have passed. The match is over. Jun Sung heard it and was startled. Eun breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky she hadn't lost too disgracefully. Because the match was over, all contestants stopped all actions and then moved outside according to the instructions. Jun Sung looked up at the sky and couldn't help but sigh. You missed it again. Thinking this, Jun Sung let go of Eun's hand and then bolted. Go. It was no surprise that Jun Sung and Eun scored the highest in this competition. Outside, everyone heard the announcement and started to gossip. One man exclaimed in disbelief, "Wait, so Jun Sung got the highest score?" Another person shook his head and argued, "No, that will be decided by the cumulative score that's about to be announced because it includes survival points and hunting points too." The other man nodded slightly and replied, "Then if the cumulative score is overwhelming, Eun still has a chance to be number one." Just then, an announcement rang out. We will now announce the final scores of the contestants. Immediately after, the scoreboard appeared before everyone. The person in first place was Jun Sung. Seeing this name, everyone started whispering amongst themselves. How could someone with no information suddenly appear and take first place in the exam? Even Eun was defeated. Where did this contestant Jun Sung even come from? Meanwhile, in the contestants' lounge, the quiet room was suddenly disturbed when people burst through the door, shattering the atmosphere. They relentlessly swarmed in, constantly flattering Jun Sung, but their jostling started to annoy some people. And so, the sounds of cursing began to fill the air, leaving the other contestants in the room speechless. It got even more out of hand when they started to fight, making a racket louder than a fish market. Just then, a hesitant person walked up and said awkwardly, "The person you're looking for, Jun Sung, isn't here." As soon as he said that, the room fell silent. A moment later, someone ground their teeth in anger. What? Once one person spoke up, a second was sure to follow. They started questioning one after another, who on earth had gotten to him first. What a disrespectful team. They couldn't have gotten far. Let's go after them now. They had to catch Jun Sung. They couldn't let this meal ticket get away. After everyone had left, the lounge finally became quiet again. One contestant couldn't help but sigh. He just got first place and already has so many hangers on. Huh. Everyone then started to chat, not noticing Eun's face in the back, which had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. She remembered all the disparaging things she had said about Jun Sung, and the more she thought about it, the uglier her expression became. At the same time, inside the restroom, one of the stalls had been closed the whole time, because Jun Sung had fallen asleep inside. He was sleeping like a log, completely oblivious to the commotion outside. It wasn't until nightfall that Jun Sung finally woke up. When he came out, there was no one left. He sighed in resignation. Seriously, I just popped into the restroom for a moment and completely passed out. Is it already 3 in the morning? If I want to go home, I'll have to call a taxi. But before Jun Sung could make the call, a pair of blinding headlights suddenly shone on him. When he got a better look, he saw Ja getting out of the car. He obviously recognized him, but he didn't understand why he was here at this hour. Under Jun Sung's suspicious gaze, Ja suddenly turned his head toward the passenger seat and yelled, "Eun." The car remained silent, and just when Jun Sung thought no one would answer, a pair of legs suddenly appeared. He looked suspiciously at the person who had just gotten out. The person who exited the car was Eun, but her expression was a bit awkward. In contrast, Jun Sung was very surprised. He never expected this girl to be the one who fought him at the end. While Jun Sung was bewildered, Dewey Hack spoke up. "Mr. Jun Sung, my little sister owes you a debt of gratitude." Hearing this, Jun Sung was even more surprised. She was actually his sister. Seeing the person next to him not saying anything, Dewey Hack found it difficult, taking the hint. "Eun?" After being reminded, Eun immediately shouted, "Seriously, I've really learned my lesson this time. Thank you so much." After saying that, she immediately bowed to Junwoo. Eun's action flustered Junwoo, and he quickly waved his hands, in refusal. "What? I didn't do anything for you." But his words didn't make Eun raise her head. She remained bowed, sincerely saying, "And I apologize for my arrogant words earlier." "It's all right." Junwoo waved his hands in a fluster. Eun suddenly let out a sob, and without another word, she turned and left. Seeing the actions of his sister, Dae-hyuk spoke apologetically. Even though she's impulsive by nature, she's not a bad kid. If my sister offended you in any way, please allow me to apologize on her behalf. This time, with the experience she gained from Jun-woo, that Unsign has had her eyes opened. Now, she just needs to recover to grow even more. After saying that, Dae-hyuk smiled at Jun-woo and said, "Also, congratulations on taking first place this time." Jun-woo nodded politely. "Thank you." Dae-hyuk chuckled softly and replied, "But there are no rides back at this time. Would you like a ride in my car? Unseon will sit in the back." Jun-woo thought about how awkward it would be to ride in the same car as Unseon. Just then, his phone suddenly received a message. Jun-woo quickly checked it, then shook his head and declined. "No, I actually have a ride." Hearing this, Dae-hyuk didn't insist. He smiled and said, "That makes sense. You've probably already been scouted. Well then, Jun-woo, if we get the chance, let's meet again." Jun-woo gave a polite smile, and then Dae-hyuk got in his car and left. Just then, it seemed someone was approaching from behind. Jun-woo glanced back, then chuckled and asked, "I wonder if you have a ride home." "Teacher." Sam-wook looked at him, pouted, and said, "You told me to wait, and I did, but at this hour you're still asking me for a ride?" Chuckling softly, Jun-woo casually replied, "Since I got first place, you should let it slide this one time. I'll even let you hang a banner with my name on it at the academy." Hearing this, Sam-wook couldn't help but burst out laughing. To that extent would be great for the academy, wouldn't it? The two affectionately bumped fists, then Sam-wook pointed to his car and spoke, "All right, let's go. I have something to talk to you about anyway. We can talk in the car." Very quickly, Sam-wook's car started moving. Sam-wook spoke as he drove. "So, how is it? Already flooded with job offers, right?" Jun-woo quietly nodded and replied, "Yes. It'll probably take a while to read through them all. The YZ Hunter team, the Milan Hunter team, and even the QL Corporation." Hearing these names, Sam-wook was a bit surprised. "You got offers from 3 places, including 2 from the F4T. The 2 F4T are the 2 companies and 4 teams that represent South Korea. Only the most exceptionally talented individuals can get into these organizations. Just 8 months ago, Jun-woo wasn't even thinking about becoming a hunter, and now he's being invited by top-tier organizations like this." Sam-wook was very happy for him and couldn't help but tease, "You must be having a hard time deciding which team to choose, huh?" Hearing this, Jun-woo sighed helplessly. "You shouldn't be teasing me at a time like this, should you, teacher?" Sam-wook chuckled and replied, "Oh my, getting sensitive already, are we?" Jun-woo ignored him and said seriously, "You mentioned you had something to tell me. That proposal you made last time, it was actually a test for me, wasn't it?" Hearing this, an apologetic look appeared on Sam-wook's face. He sighed and said, "I'm very sorry about that. I had to see for myself. Because you showed me such a simple ability, I wanted to know what kind of person you are." Jun-sung was stunned. "What? How is that possible?" Sunuk slowly began to speak. "To be blunt, do you even know the concepts of purity and core?" Hearing these words, Jun-sung became even more confused. The next day, at the Jin Trang Hun Special Health Center, inside the core energy transmission room, it was a place not just anyone could enter, but Jun-sung was currently undergoing an examination. The doctor outside was checking the equipment, and when he saw the displayed number, his eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Good heavens, that absorption rate is incredible." Sunuk had naturally come along and was waiting nearby. Hearing this, he was no less astonished. Flashing back to the previous night, Jun-sung answered Sunuk's earlier question as they walked. A core is something you get when you become a professional hunter, and purity refers to a body that hasn't received any enhancements at all. Hearing his clear answer, Sunuk couldn't help but remark, "So you already knew?" Jun-sung nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I picked it up while studying." Sunuk grabbed a canned drink from the vending machine and then slowly explained, "It's just as you said, when you become a professional hunter, you can enhance your strength, and there are 2 ways to do it." As he spoke, he handed the drink to Jun-sung. Then he continued his explanation. "The first method is to find the necessary materials for the enhancement and pay for them. That's the common way of transmitting energy into the body's core. The second method involves a hunter who already possesses core energy. To enhance another's strength, this person can transfer their energy to another hunter, much like how masters in martial arts novels transfer their internal energy. The selection process will likely involve these common points. It's all about the enhancement procedure. The first and most common enhancement method requires a lot of materials and is extremely expensive. For new hunters, that amount of money is very difficult to come by, costing up to 150 million. So typically, instead of accepting an offer and choosing enhancement, They usually sign a contract with a guild for several years. After hearing this, Jun-sung frowned and asked, "But that's basically unavoidable, isn't it?" Sunuk gave a slight nod and replied nonchalantly, "That's right. But isn't there another way?" Jun-sung asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" But before he could finish, Sunuk sighed and said, "It's been exactly 13 years. Back then, I was just like you, ranked number 1 in the Hunter exam. Naturally, he also experienced what it was like to be famous. He held that top spot for 9 years, and then it all came crashing down in a single moment. During one monster hunt, Sunuk was careless. Like an idiot, he got himself poisoned. Because the treatment was delayed, everything but his core and energy, his physical body, was completely ruined. Although he resumed activities a year later, he failed to make a proper comeback, having used up all the materials, but his engine was broken. Even though Sunuk gritted his teeth and held on, it was no use. In the end, he retired. And that's how it went. Fortunately, Sunuk had earned a good amount of money, so while he had no financial difficulties, he still wanted to do something, specifically, to guide those who aspired to become hunters. Jun-sung asked him what that was like, and he slowly explained, "I'm not really sure. I guess it's because it's all I have left. The fights that I can no longer join, the rank I could never reach." He had always wanted to find someone who could achieve those things in his stead, and now, Sunuk believed he had finally found someone to transfer his core to. Hearing this, Jun-sung cried out in confusion, spoke up, "Master, please wait a moment." But before he could finish, Sun-guk cut him off. "Oh Jun-sung, can you accept this core? Accept the dream that I couldn't achieve?" Sun-guk was lost in thought, the doctor's voice echoing in his ears. A moment later, he snapped back to reality. He said apologetically, "Ah, sorry. I was just thinking about something else. Is the core transfer already finished?" The doctor calmly nodded and replied, "It's pretty much done, but where on earth did you find him? Just take a look for yourself." Hearing this, Sun-guk walked over, puzzled. "What's wrong with it?" The doctor hastily explained, "The absorption rate is 64%. That's an absurd number. A core transfer usually only reaches about 60%, and that's after it has already flowed through a person and been optimized. This was the second transfer. The doctor had taken a concentrated core from the company and transferred it first." Hearing this, Sun-guk was immediately bewildered and exclaimed, "What? Why would you do that?" The doctor said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Even though you insisted that Jun-sung was the best hunter, I had my doubts and thought I couldn't just easily transfer the core energy to anyone. Because he knew how hard Sun-guk had worked to accumulate it, he decided to run a test. If a raw core that hasn't passed through a human body is transferred, the absorption rate is only 20%, and the lower the initial absorption rate, the more useless it is. So the doctor thought a low rate would convince Sun-guk, but an absorption rate of 64% was something he found highly suspicious. Sun-guk was stunned after hearing this, so now Jun-sung is in a state of having received 2 core transfers. Judging by Jun-sung's expression, his energy seems to be stable. Just then, the doctor suddenly shouted, "The second absorption rate is in, my God, is that 100%? Sun-guk's face lit up when he saw it, and he quickly spoke, "Jun-sung, how does your body feel? Do you feel any pain or anything strange?" Jun-sung shook his head and replied, "Although it's not that strange, I do feel a bit disoriented." The doctor heard this and explained, "After that feeling completely disappears, you'll move on to the next step. Your absorption rate is incredibly high, so there's no need to rush, just calmly transition to the next phase." Sun-guk nodded in agreement. "Jun-sung, don't feel burdened by this." Jun-sung gently shook his head and replied, "Not at all, Master. You've helped me increase my stamina and even transferred your energy to me. This is too great a kindness. Receiving it for free like this is a debt of gratitude I can't repay." Hearing these words from him, Sun-guk could only give a wry smile. Then he instructed, "I know, and even though it's not enough, I will still try to make you a great hunter." Although it was unexpected, he could only rely on Jun-sung now. Jun-sung nodded with a smile and replied, "Yes, Master, I'll be in your care from now on." But just then, the ground suddenly shook, startling all 3 of them. In an instant, a red alert blared throughout the city. It was a rift disaster warning. A short while later, on a bus heading to handle the rift, Jun-sung was also participating in this mission. Seeing him, someone couldn't help but speak up. "Isn't that young man Jun-sung, the rookie who ranked number 1 a few days ago?" But one thing that surprised them was that he didn't have any team's insignia. Could it be that he's an apprentice and couldn't join a team, only serving as a reserve? Someone else guessed that Jun-sung couldn't possibly be just an apprentice. Hearing this, a middle-aged man couldn't help but scoff. Even if he proudly ranked number 1, this is all he amounts to. If that's really the case, then later, as a senior, I'll have to give him a few words of advice. Run Sung overheard their entire conversation, but he didn't really care. He was listening to the announcement about the rift incident. This time, the monsters were a swarm of gray ants, acting under the orders of a queen ant. After hearing this, Run Sung fell silent in the information control center. A report about the monsters that escaped from the rift area had been sent. A few hours earlier at the hospital, after Run Sung left the examination room, Sang-guk had come over to ask how he was doing. He shook his head and replied that he wasn't sure. He still felt a sense of discomfort. Sang-guk slowly explained that since the energy had just been transferred, it hadn't fully adapted to his body yet. If he wanted to get rid of that uncomfortable feeling, he needed to try using his power more. He should keep that in mind. Snapping out of his memory, Run Sung couldn't help but smile. If Sang-guk said he needed to use more of his power, then this was a perfect chance to get rid of the discomfort and test his strength. A short while later, in a corner of the city where the rift appeared, a swarm of gray ants was emerging. The hunters who had just arrived saw the massive number of them and immediately panicked. But at that moment, the team leader seemed to notice something and was instantly shocked. He saw that while everyone else was getting into a combat stance, Run Sung was just standing there doing nothing. The leader immediately shouted in frustration, "Hey Run Sung, get your gear on. You just passed a few days ago, are you still that clueless?" He questioned him, asking if he'd had his core transfer yet. If he had, did he even know how to activate it? This left Run Sung standing there dumbfounded, and after a long pause, he replied, "I've never tried using it before." This made the man even more annoyed. He loudly criticized him, "I knew it. If you can't do it, don't act so smug. Don't you even know how to use your weapon?" Hearing this, Run Sung looked puzzled. It took him a moment to respond, "Is that so? Perhaps I was mistaken." The other man scoffed. An intern who doesn't even have a team shouldn't be so careless. Stepping up would be a big deal, so today, just stand back and watch us. But before he could finish, Run Sung cut him off. "Perhaps I don't need a weapon." These words stunned the leader. He asked back in disbelief, "What? What are you doing?" Run Sung didn't pay him any mind, slowly lowering his center of gravity, placing both hands on the ground in a runner's starting stance. The auto-hunt system had already told him that he didn't need a weapon to face these ants. With that thought, he instantly dashed forward. Run Sung's speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. He charged into the swarm of gray ants in front of him, and seeing this, the hunters behind him panicked, thinking he had gone insane. But Run Sung paid them no mind. He was now beginning his attack on the gray ants. Seeing him, they also raised their pincers and lunged at him. Run Sung deftly dodged to the side, avoiding the gray ant's attack, then lunged forward, kicking its body. Just as he took one down, two more charged at him. Seeing the sharp pincers rushing toward him, Run Sung was startled. He quickly leaned back to dodge. But it wasn't over yet. The next scene shocked him. The gray ant's large pincer was once again stabbing toward Run Sung, but he didn't give up, quickly dodging before breaking off that pincer and attacking it with his fist. This move left the gray ant unable to react. It stared blankly at Run Sung, who was now using its own pincer, and lunged forward. Instantly, the gray ant was taken down by Jun Sung. Jun Sung looked at the corpse of the gray ant in front of him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. However, the number of gray ants was quite large, and he was now surrounded. But Jun Sung suddenly glanced in one direction, then shot off like a flash of lightning. Behind him, the group of hunters saw Jun Sung's every move. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my god, is that even possible? Can he really get past them one by one?" But just then, another person suddenly shouted in panic, wait a minute, that's the Ant Queen." Just as he said, Jun Sung had somehow appeared right in front of the Ant Queen. It merely glanced at the gray ants, and in the blink of an eye, they all turned and fled. The hunters immediately panicked and yelled, "They're running away, stop them. It'll be a pain if they escape." Jun Sung glanced at them and muttered, "Trying to avoid a fight just by using your head." Regardless, it seems that monster gave some kind of order. He glanced at the Ant Queen and asked, "So you're the Ant Queen, right?" The Ant Queen didn't answer, only glaring at him. Jun Sung didn't say anything more and charged forward, ignoring the warnings to be careful with the Ant Queen. Jun Sung's steps were incredibly firm. He did a flip in mid-air and successfully landed on the Ant Queen's head. Jun Sung grabbed its head with his hands, but its strength was so immense that he had to strain and grit his teeth. The Ant Queen also resisted stubbornly. Unfortunately, it couldn't hold out for long, and its head was ripped from its neck by Jun Egg Sung. This brutal scene left the hunters behind him speechless with shock, especially their leader. He had previously thought Jun Sung was just some nobody, but it was clear he was more of a monster. How could someone rip a monster's head off with their bare hands like that? What are his hands made of? Jun Sung didn't care what they thought, carrying the Ant Queen's head in one hand as he approached. The closer he got, the more terrified everyone became, and they started whispering among themselves. The lead hunter heard their noisy chatter and, furious, roared, "Stop the nonsense and focus. The Ant Queen is dead." Immediately after, he commanded, "Without a commander, those ants are just a disorganized mob. Find all of them and wipe them out." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire team began their assault on the gray ants. Jun Sung stood to the side and watched, not joining in. The other hunters could handle the regular ants, so he could take a breather. Everything seemed easier than he thought, but it made sense, as a mission like this was significant for other low-level hunters. The chaotic feeling in Jun Sung's core had now subsided quite a bit, with about half his strength remaining, so he would have to slowly join forces with the other hunters to finish the rest. But just then, another ant suddenly appeared and bit into a hunter's neck. Seeing this, everyone immediately panicked. "What is that thing? Damn it, that's not a normal ant. We don't have any intel on that thing." Jun Sung's eyes also widened in disbelief, exclaiming in shock, What in the world is going on?" At that moment, the lead hunter also screamed in terror, "That damn thing. Why is that thing here?" "The ant before us is the Empress ant. Its level is 4 stars, it's extremely hard to deal with." The lead hunter immediately gave an order, "Everyone, regroup. Call for backup immediately and evacuate the area. This area and immediately set up a restricted zone. We have to abandon the Ant Queen and anyone who made contact. All teams, get ready, open fire." The moment he gave the order, everyone began shooting at the Ant Queen. Once the barrage was enough, they turned and fled. They never expected to run into the Ant Queen here, and any delay would have meant their deaths. But the Ant Queen was faster than they imagined, darting like the wind toward a hunter who had fallen behind. Without a shred of hesitation, it plunged its pincer into the man. Witnessing this, the other hunters panicked. How is this possible? How did it get here so fast? On the other side, the Ant Queen gripped the hunter's body tightly, then slowly advanced. The hunters in front immediately fell back, ceasing their fire, because it had turned the man into a shield, and no one dared to fire. But at that moment, the Ant Queen suddenly acted, flinging the body toward the group in front of it. The body slammed into them, and seizing that opportunity, the Ant Queen charged forward. The hunters behind it panicked, firing relentlessly at it, but they couldn't stop its advance. The sharp claws of the Ant Queen shot straight toward the commander, making him tremble in terror. The color drained from his face. The commander felt his life was over. But just then, a figure suddenly rushed in. It was Run Sung. He had seen the dire situation and rushed in to help. Upon seeing him, the leader's face filled with shock. Run Sung paid no attention to the man's expression, focusing solely on attacking the Ant Queen. He threw a powerful punch at it, which sent it flying. After dealing with the monster, Run Sung glanced at the commander and asked, "Are you all right?" The dazed commander nodded blankly, then remembered something important and yelled, "Wait, why are you still here? I specifically said that everyone had to evacuate this area." Run Sung replied nonchalantly, "Because I never considered you my commander, and that's precisely why I was able to save you." While the two were talking, the Ant Queen got back up from the pile of debris. Run Sung frowned slightly. Sure enough, his auto-hunt had activated and he could see it, but he couldn't land a proper attack. It was like hitting a block of solid iron. The Ant Queen was now glaring at Run Sung, obviously seeing him as its new enemy. Run Sung wasn't scared. He just smiled calmly. "Well then, I'll just have to figure out its true nature." While he was thinking, the commander began to pester him again. "Hey you, are you actually planning to fight the Ant Queen?" Run Sung casually nodded and replied, "That's the plan." Hearing this, the commander flew into a rage, scolding him in frustration. "Are you crazy? Do you have any idea what that is?" Run Sung replied indifferently, "It's the Ant Queen, a level 4 monster." The commander saw how calm he was and asked in shock, "You know that, and you still want to fight it? It's nothing like a level 3 ant lord. We can't possibly stand against it." He added that no matter how powerful Run Sung's family was, this was still his first hunt. Even if he wanted to play hero, he had to consider the circumstances. After listening, Run Sung said with a troubled expression, "Actually, I'd like to do that too, but the Ant Queen isn't going to let them get away that easily. If everyone tries to escape, someone has to stay behind to hold it off, don't they? Especially with so many people injured." So, Run Sung wanted the commander and the others to stick to the original plan and evacuate. As for himself, he would stay and fight it. At this, Jun Sung wasn't scared at all. Instead, he calmly smiled, since it wasn't often he got such prey. A level 4 to test his skills. Isn't that great? The commander's face went pale. He thought the kid was crazy. Does he really want to fight a level 4 monster? Even though it was clear they needed to buy time. Isn't choosing a level 4 as prey just insane? Thinking this, the commander couldn't help but bite his lip, since there was no other option anyway. Let him do as he pleases. Let a devil fight a devil. With that thought, he immediately looked at Jun Sung and said, "Well then, you hold off the monster, and we'll call for reinforcements." Jun Sung heard this but didn't reply, just calmly nodded. Immediately after, the commander turned to the others and ordered, "Everyone, evacuate the area. The uninjured will take care of the wounded. Let's move quickly while Jun Sung holds off the monster." In the end, only Jun Sung was left to face the queen ant. At that moment, it suddenly tilted, its head to the sky, and let out a loud roar. Jun Sung wasn't afraid, calmly taking a fighting stance. His eyes were incredibly determined. Today, he would fight a life-or-death battle with the queen ant. Just then, the queen ant charged forward. Seeing this, Jun Sung clenched his fist. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch at the queen ant's body. The queen ant reeled from the pain but didn't back down, furiously swinging its claws at Jun Sung. However, he managed to dodge it, and then threw another punch, but the queen ant's claws were unbelievably fast. As soon as he dodged one, another one came stabbing at him. Jun Sung frantically took 2 steps back, and the claw slammed into the ground. He bit his lip fiercely. Indeed, this was a formidable monster. His attacks were having no effect at all. While Jun Sung was thinking, the queen ant attacked again. He hurriedly retreated, then began to focus, moving his body with the flow of the attacks and taking almost no damage. It's a good thing Auto Hunt was already on. Before his core energy runs out, he had to make a decision. Just then, the queen ant leaped from the air and landed in front of him. Its movement was a large one, creating a perfect opportunity. Jun Sung decided to go all out and try to end it. No sooner said than done. He began to swing his fists at the queen ant's body. His fists flew in a furious barrage. The queen ant's body was pummeled by the blows. Being continuously punched by Jun Sung, the queen ant became enraged. It used its claw to grab Jun Sung's fist, and in just an instant, it had pinned both of his hands. Jun Sung immediately panicked and attacked it with his feet. The queen ant basically didn't expect this move and was struck by Jun Sung's straight kick. Its claw released his hand, and taking this chance, he landed another punch on the queen ant's body. Jun Sung had used more than half of his core energy. Things were getting difficult. Isn't this supposed to be a level 4 monster? Although its destructive attacks weren't as threatening as he imagined, the problem was its defensive capability. And on top of that, the queen ant could also grow more legs from under its belly, making it even more troublesome. If things kept going like this, he wouldn't be able to land a decisive blow. Jun Sung's remaining energy was only about 3%. He couldn't fight for much longer. While he was thinking, the queen ant got up from the rubble and prepared to attack him again. At the same time, at a campsite not far from where the rift appeared, the hunters who participated earlier had returned to treat their wounds. Those who were unharmed were gathered in another tent. The commander in charge spoke up, saying that even though they had reorganized their forces, the unnecessary losses were too great. For now, since they had already requested reinforcements, they should just wait here and re-enter with the support team. Hearing this, someone asked doubtfully, "But is this really okay? What about that new guy?" Hearing everyone's chatter about Jun Sung, the commander could only sigh helplessly. "I acknowledge that, but we can't do it. On the contrary, it might just increase the number of dead and injured. Without support forces, it'll be just like before, when so many people almost died. Besides, he was the one who decided to act alone from the very beginning, so they don't need to waste their forces. Furthermore, the level of an ant lord and an ant queen are completely different." The commander asked them if they knew why the ant queen is a level 4. Obviously, compared to ordinary ants, the ant queen is superior in every aspect. But the main troublesome point is something humans can't do, which is flying. Back on Jun's battlefield, Sung was looking up at the ant queen hovering in mid-air, starting to strategize. Is this it? Is it going for the finishing blow? While he was dazed, the ant queen lunged at him, and Jun Sung quickly dodged to the side. Seeing its ferocious attack, he couldn't help but be alarmed. But it wasn't over yet. The ant queen didn't give Jun Sung any time to breathe, raising its claws towards him once again. Jun Sung didn't dare to be careless. Hastily grabbing its claws with both hands, he grimly pursed his lips, trying to hold on tight to prevent the ant queen from moving. He couldn't stop thinking, why are flying types this annoying? It would be better to just take its neck like this. Wouldn't that finish it? But life isn't that easy. The ant queen escaped from Jun's grasp and immediately flew away again. Jun Sung gritted his teeth in anger. This is so annoying. Even though he could endure through auto-hunting, his energy was at rock bottom. Looking at its mobility, he had no way to escape. He had to think of a way, and fast. Just then, a notification from the auto-hunting system suddenly appeared in front of Jun Sung, startling him. A line of text appeared on it, "Change posture to match the gaze." Jun Sung couldn't help but frown. Is this a new skill? It's appeared twice now. What kind of skill is it? Meanwhile, the Ant Queen had turned back around, seemingly wanting to attack him. Jun Sung shut his eyes tightly. If this was it, then there was no chance of winning anyway, but he had never once believed he would fail because of it. A moment later, Jun Sung opened his eyes and began to activate his posture. Immediately, the auto-hunting system responded to his words. Jun's body also transformed rapidly. The energy circle within his body spun continuously, and the remaining strength in his body was gathered into a single point. Jun focused the energy into his fist. As soon as the Ant Queen charged forward, he immediately struck. The Ant Queen was a bit startled by his action, but Jun Sung didn't care at all. He just kept striking downwards. His one punch directly sliced into the Ant Queen's neck. And just like that, its head was severed from its neck, its head and lower body now in two separate places. Jun Sung retracted his energy and let out a sigh of relief. He had finally captured the Queen Ant. A moment later, at the area where the rift appeared, where Jun Sung had been all alone, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the commander from before arrived with reinforcements. But when they saw Jun Sung still standing there tall, they were all stunned speechless, because in front of him was the headless Queen Ant, lying on the ground. Someone cried out in disbelief, "I can't believe it, the Queen Ant is dead. Did the rookie actually kill a level 4 monster?" Even the commander was just as dumbfounded. He actually managed to do it. However, there were still some who refused to accept the truth. How is that possible? Did he really capture it? Something feels off here. Hearing this, another person nodded in agreement. Soon after, someone tactlessly started questioning. Jun Sung, "Hey you, what happened here? Explain yourself." Hearing this, the commander's face went pale. What's this? Why did the atmosphere suddenly turn so tense? Is it because they didn't witness the rookie's power firsthand? Is that it? With that thought, he quickly ran over to reassure Jun Sung. "Hey kid. First, just be honest." But, before he could finish his sentence, another voice cut in from behind. He's not wrong. The one who hunted the Queen Ant was indeed Jun Sung. If you find it that hard to believe, you can request to see the camera footage. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their heads to look. What? Who are you guys? But as soon as the words left their mouth, they saw the insignia on the other group's uniforms. They immediately gasped in shock. Could you be from the QL group? Hearing that name, Jun Sung also reflexively turned his head. A few days later, at the Sion Hunter Academy, Jun Sung had returned and was now training. He was trying to lift weights to increase his stamina. After a while, he finally put the weights down. Sanguk saw this and walked over, saying, "Your core flow is still unstable. Yet you're pushing yourself like this. You just stabilize and you're already back to training." He advised Jun Sung, "You should rest for a bit." Jun Sung sighed and said, "So much for living a quiet life, the ability I use when fighting. The Queen Ant is called Asura form. It's an impulse used for momentary amplification. A level far beyond my current self, a technique that can only be used by completely draining my core flow, so I have to train it. I have to hone it repeatedly and expand the scope of my auto-hunting ability. The potential of auto-hunting is limitless, so, to develop it, I can only rely on my own efforts." While Jun Sung was lost in thought, Sanguk spoke up seriously. "Good, you're managing your poker face very well. Now, I need to talk about the results you achieved on your first hunt." With that, he started taking out documents for him to see. Jun Sung stood there looking at him, feeling a sense of gratitude. Sanguk not only gave him the core energy but also acts as his manager. To someone like him, should he talk about the auto-hunting ability? After a moment of hesitation, Jun Sung finally spoke up. "Mr. Sanguk, there's something I want to tell you. Actually, But before you could finish, Sanguk cut him off. "How you're able to fight like that, is it?" Jun Sung was startled. Seeing his expression, Sanguk couldn't help but smile. "It's unclear, but do you really need to say it out loud right now?" Jun Sung looked at him blankly, confused. "I don't understand what you mean," he replied casually. "There could be many reasons. A hidden past, or a secret technique. Maybe you're a once-in-a-generation genius, but that's not the reason." Sanguk chose Jun Sung. "Ability and talent are heavily influenced by so-called luck. I used to be a person like that, which is why I know what's important here," Sanguk said while pointing at Jun Sung's chest. He gave a sincere smile and continued, "If there's nothing in here, then no matter how much luck you have, you'll still end up hitting rock bottom." Hearing this, Jun Sung was a bit stunned. Then he smiled and said, "I might not be the person you think I am, Sanguk." Shrugging indifferently, Sanguk pouted and said, "Is that so? Well then, I can't do anything about it. I made my choice, so I have to take responsibility. When you and I have built enough trust in each other, I'll ask you personally, Of course, you also have the right to refuse to answer. Jun Sung smiled upon hearing this and nodded slightly, replying, yes, I understand. Right after that, Sang-guk took out some documents. He read aloud clearly. All right, let's calculate this times haul. Total monsters subjugated is 67, with none captured alive. There are 65 level 2, 1 level 3, and 1 level 4. The total prize money is 53,550,000. Specifically, 1 level 2 monster is 550,000, the level 3 monster is 4,100,000, and the level 4 monster is 13,700,000. We've collected powder from 66 ant soldiers and the queen ant, along with 1,400 kilograms of exoskeletons. Everything has been listed for auction on the hunter market. Speaking of which, Sang-guk then handed Jun Sung a piece of paper, saying, and you have to see this. Jun Sung took it, looking puzzled, not knowing what it was. Sang-guk slowly explained, this hasn't been ordered yet. If you want, I can just sell it off. If you like it, I'll have it made exactly as written. What do you think? Jun Sung looked at the paper in his hand, lost in thought, for a long moment before finally speaking up. Please have it made for me. Sang-guk seemed to have expected this. He casually smiled and replied, I knew you'd say that. Oh, isn't it almost time for your appointment? Your meeting today? Nodding calmly, Jun Sung replied in a low voice. Yes, it's the time mentioned by the people I met on the day I captured the queen ant. At that exact moment, the phone in Sang-guk's pocket suddenly rang. He quickly answered it. Chang Hun. What's going on? The person on the other end replied quickly, causing Sang-guk's expression to turn grim. He hurriedly said to Jun Sung, this seems pretty urgent. Chang Hun said that person came directly to the hospital. It's a representative from the QR group. Yoon Chang Cheon. 12 years ago, in the southernmost part of the territory, an incredibly formidable level 6 monster named Kadin appeared. It was a threat to the entire nation, but a single hunter who had been kicked from a hunter group formed his own team and made a miraculous recovery. He's the man ranked 2nd in Asia and 5th in the world, the one who received the highest level certification seal, the Platinum Seal, for that achievement. He's now at Korea's top company, the executive director of the QR group. Kim is the head of the combat enforcement department. That person is Yoon Chang Cheon, and he is now at the hospital where Jun Sung just finished his procedure. Chang Hun looked at the person sitting across from him, so scared. He broke out in a cold sweat. Kang Cheon sat in the center, silently observing Jun Sung. After a moment, he smiled. He slowly opened his mouth. You're even more impressive than I expected. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yoon Chang Cheon. When Jun Sung heard him speak, he also greeted him politely. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Oh Jun Sung. Kang Cheon nodded slightly and said, good, then, shall we have a little chat? But Jun Sung refused without hesitation. No. It would be better to change locations first. Hearing this, Kang Cheon slightly opened his eyes and stared intently at Jun Sung. He slowly explained, if we talk here, it might interfere with the director's work. After hearing this, Trang Han waved his hand. It's just that I hadn't even had a chance to speak before Kang Cheon spoke first. Is that so? My thinking was short-sighted. I sincerely apologize. With that, he stood up from his chair and spoke sincerely. You are the one who helped this young man, Jun Sung. I was almost disrespectful. Jun Sung also stood up. He's just my attending physician. The two of them ignored Trang Hun and made a beeline for the door, talking as they walked, leaving Trang Hun standing there dumbfounded. After a long moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finally survived. Meanwhile, inside the hospital elevator, Kang Cheon slowly began to speak. If you don't mind, can we get down to business? Because I don't like to waste time. Jun Sung calmly nodded and replied, that's fine, go ahead. Upon getting his approval, the muscles on Kang Cheon's face relaxed. Right after, he glanced at Jun Sung and proposed. In that case, you should join the QR group. Jun Sung was shocked to hear this, and he was bewildered. As he asked, an apprentice like me at QR? Nodding coolly, Kang Cheon casually replied, the people who saw you hunting have eyes that I trust very much. And now that I've met you, Jun Sung, I'm certain you can become a hunter of his caliber within the next 10 years. Whether it's fame or ability, Chang Cheon will guarantee and pull Jun Sung along. Therefore, I'm suggesting you join QR. Jun Sung stared at the well-intentioned hand extended towards him, stunned, for a long moment before opening his mouth. Thank you for speaking so highly of me, but I have no intention of joining the QR group. As soon as these words came out, Kang Cheon's expression turned ugly. Although Jun Sung didn't intend to operate pitifully on his own, he had just realized something, that an autonomous hunter who can judge and act for himself is not a good fit for a restrictive organization at all. With that thought, Jun Sung calmly spoke again. Fortunately, I have someone helping me while I operate on my own. If I work with that person, I think I'll be able to manage. Kang Cheon observed Jun Sung intently, and he calmly looked back at him, showing no signs of impatience. A moment later, Kang Cheon sighed helplessly. He regretfully said, "Is that so? What a pity." Seeing his expression, Jun Sung felt a bit guilty and began to say, "In that case, I'm sore." But before he could finish, Kang Cheon suddenly cut him off. "Could it be, Jun Sung? You don't want to become someone like Lee Jae-hyuk, do you?" Hearing this, Jun Sung stared at him, stunned, and quickly put his hand out to hold the elevator door. He asked doubtfully, "Mr. Lee Jae-hyuk?" Nodding coolly, Kang Cheon slowly explained, "That's right. My goal is to create the next Lee Jae-hyuk. You also know that the best hunter organizations in the country, the two F4Ts, don't just have positive aspects. The 10 regions of the Chinese Federation, glorious S of Britain, even with such elite teams and companies in the world, what PO often talk about isn't the organization, but individual heroism, or, in other words, a star," Kang Cheon said. "We can take South Korea as an immediate example. More famous than both F4Ts is someone everyone knows. Who is that person? Do you know?" Jun Sung. Jun Sung was stunned for a moment, then after a while, he replied, "Is it Lee Jae-hyuk?" Nodding coolly, Kang Cheon casually said, "It is indeed Lee. Jack, you could say he's an exceptional genius, a talent born from a miracle, right? He's a star who carries the title of being the first to solo raid a hurricane-class rift, an unprecedented achievement. Kang Cheon wants to train a genius like that and wants to create the best stars in teams." Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but be stunned. The best stars in teams? While he was bewildered, Kang Cheon handed him a piece of paper. He slowly explained, "This is my contact number. As I mentioned, I have a plan to train the best geniuses, so I will be gathering promising individuals and will assign the experiences you all need to have. Although the plan is already set, there's always a spot for those who are qualified." Kang Cheon said that in 2 months, if a rift of a larger scale than expected appears, he will invest in a specialized rift-clearing unit composed of the promising members I just mentioned. Although last time there was a variable like the Queen Ant, he's talking about rifts with a colony-level scale, like the Army Ant colony from before. Jun Sung was stunned after hearing this. The closer the rifts are, the harder the hunting becomes. The central area, in particular, is assigned to elite hunters, a place where rookies can't enter. Kang Cheon continued, "If you want, I can put you on the proposal, and you don't necessarily have to sign a contract with us. Profit sharing will be transparent, and after the hunt is over, we go our separate ways." Jun Sung didn't answer. He was still thinking. Although there were dangerous elements, it was clear he could gain a lot in return. From the experience of hunting in large-scale rifts to Q's hunting secrets, it was a great offer. Seeing the hesitation in his eyes, Kang Cheon smiled and then spoke, "Well, I'll be going now. If you change your mind, contact me at the number I gave you within this month. That's my direct line, so I'll take my leave." With that, he stepped into the elevator and left. Jun Sung remained standing there, dazed. A moment later, he let out a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. A hunter for the specialized rift-clearing team, this wasn't a bad idea. Jun Sung could think about that. Meanwhile, Kang Cheon was in the elevator going down. He was lost in thought. Many people in this world wouldn't even get the chance to ride an elevator with him. And yet, he came to interview Jun Sung, only to end up being interviewed himself. It was like a scene of an interviewer standing there holding the elevator door, debating whether to close it or not. Thinking about this, Kang Cheon couldn't help but smile. He really got played. A young man with some serious nerve. In any case, if it wasn't the hospital director earlier, then who was the one backing Jun Sung? Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Kang Cheon quickly stepped out and ran into Sang-guk, who was approaching. Sang-guk saw him and bowed his head in greeting. Kang Cheon just gave a cool nod in return, but it wasn't until Sang-guk stepped into the elevator that he realized who it was. He hurriedly turned and called out, wait a moment, could you be?" But before he could finish, the elevator doors had closed. Kang Cheon could only see the mysterious smile of Sang-guk. He now remembered that he hadn't seen him since his retirement, which is why he couldn't recognize him right away. But Sang-guk was clearly the genius with abilities like Jack from 4 years ago, which means the person backing Jun Sung must be him. Thinking about this, Kang Cheon gave a bitter smile. He'd been played again. Just after leaving the government, and now this. trying to poach another prospect. Meanwhile, upstairs, Sang-guk had heard the whole story from Jun-sung after coming up. He didn't hesitate to suggest, "I actually think you should go and check it out." Jun-sung looked at him, bewildered, and said hesitantly, "But I don't intend to sign with Q." Sang-guk replied with a casual smile, "You just said there was a freelance option, didn't you? Doesn't that mean you want to go? Aren't you curious about what that hunt is like and what kind of experience you'll gain?" "Yes, you're right." Jun-sung only realized it after hearing that. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Sang-guk watched him intently. It was clear he wanted to go and learn. He was so lost in thought that he crushed the pastry in his hand, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. Sang-guk could only toss it aside and get to the main point. "The next 2 months will be tight, but if you're really going, I have something to show you." As he said this, he suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. A short while later, in the academy's training room, Sang-guk had changed into his training clothes. He began to speak seriously. "In class, I've already explained how humans can use aura, right?" Jun-sung nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, there are 3 ways. The first is Ki, a combat method using aura, a martial art that uses aura to enhance one's power by enveloping the body or a weapon. The second is Psionics, a special awakened ability for those with innate talent. It's a diverse power like creating ice or fire, with a genetic factor so strong that it's almost unheard of in the hunter world for most hunters to possess. The third is art, a technique passed down by humans that isn't innate. It's said that many cultures and secret organizations have used aura in this form for generations. It can be learned, but it's very rare." At this point, Sang-guk spoke up again. "You have a good memory. Now, what I'm about to show you is a key technique that I created myself." He said he would only show it once, so pay close attention. With that, Sang-guk suddenly placed his foot on the wall, leaving Jun-sung stunned. But the scene that followed was even more astonishing. Sang-guk was actually walking on the wall. He could even hang upside down from the ceiling as if he were falling. Sang-guk explained as he did it, "At first, I called it the 3-dimensional maneuver, and this is the key you must master within the next 2 months." Jun-sung stared at him in a daze, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Sang-guk jumped down from the ceiling and asked, "So, did you see it clearly?" Jun-sung nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that was incredibly cool." With a soft chuckle, Sang-guk continued, "If you're going out into the world, the name has to change too, but it's just." He suddenly stopped, coughed twice, and then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Jun-sung was instantly horrified. He was shocked to realize that Sang-guk's key pathways had been overstrained. While he was panicking, Sang-guk spoke up, "I overdid it a little. I have my medicine with me." With that, he took out a vial of medicine and poured it all into his mouth. Jun-sung was even more shocked. How could you push yourself this hard? For someone to damage their own key pathways and then use their bodies so recklessly. Before he could finish, Sang-guk cut him off. "If I don't show you a secret technique like this, how can I teach you? The place Jun-sung is heading to is a transcendent hunting organization, and you'll have to compete with many other promising prospects from the QL group. If Jun-sung wants to be able to operate there, he needs to master that technique." Hearing this, Jun-sung couldn't help but feel bewildered. But Sang-guk calmly said, "Before I can no longer demonstrate it for you, you must. Let's just train." "How's my gait?" Jun-sung looked at his determined expression and sighed with a bit of resignation. "It's amazing. It's like you've overcome gravity just by standing there. It doesn't look like a normal human's gait at all." Sang-guk chuckled and said, "It's not about standing still. Like I said, it's not a skill, nor is it a technique, and it's definitely not a trick to defy gravity. People instinctively know how to choose a gait that suits their own bodies. I've observed this obvious fact for a very long time. Even though I've strengthened my body, I figured it would be meaningless to walk in the usual way. With that thought in mind, my body was reinforced. A body like this can overcome both gravity and inertia, enhancing control and applicability so that it can be utilized in any situation, anywhere. Of course, it wouldn't be possible without the deployment method I created." After saying that, he immediately transferred it to Jun's phone. Then he continued, "I'm sending you an explanatory diagram. Take a look at it, because starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to move your body." Sang-guk told him not to worry too much, that he was fine. Then, he just finished the training session and left. Jun-sung watched his back as he walked away, his eyes filled with determination. He wasn't some kind of god anymore. It was too much, yet he still wanted to show me himself. He'd already transferred all his core energy to me. So, how much energy could he possibly have left? With auto-hunting, shouldn't I be able to learn that technique quickly? But even so, what Jun-sung had been training for all this time was to avoid becoming a puppet of the auto-hunting system. Relying solely on auto-hunting was not an option. Besides, to repay Sang-guk, He needed to master it himself. For the next 2 months, Jun Sung had to make it his own. 2 months later, a massive rift appeared in the city as expected. Kang Chun called Jun Sung over. Staring at the rift before him, he asked, "What do you think?" Seeing it in person. "So this is the storm rift." Jun Sung replied calmly. "It's clearly different from the gray ants last time." Kang Chun looked at him and asked, "So, would you like to see the QR camp where we handle these kinds of rifts?" Jun Sung nodded slightly. "I would." Afterward, Kang Chun led Jun Sung to his hunter team. Jun Sung looked around and couldn't help but be impressed. The scale was incredible. Kang Chun nodded slightly, agreeing with the sentiment. The raid team alone had over a few hundred members. Specialists and support teams were constantly communicating and making preparations. That alone was enough to minimize the danger. Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but to be impressed. It wasn't just empty words. The scale was truly immense. This was 2F4T. Just then, Kang Chun walked over to a tent. He said slowly, "And now, let me introduce the team I told you about. It's QR's passion project, our most promising prospects, Team Alpha." Jun Sung glanced inside and saw that there were indeed quite a few people who were now all looking at him. Kang Chun immediately made the introduction. "As I previously announced, this is our new member." Jun Sung gave a polite nod. "Hello, my name is Jun Sung." The members of Team Alpha glanced at him and muttered, "Hello." Jun Sung watched them closely. He had expected it, but these were definitely the resentful glares reserved for a newcomer like him. Sensing they needed to talk, Kang Chun excused himself and left. He naturally realized the Alpha team wasn't pleased at all, since an unsuitable person had been specially admitted to their ranks, but nothing could be done about it. To win Jun Sung over, they had to appeal to his future prospects. Once he saw their smooth teamwork, their know-how, and their systems, he would change his mind. After his time on the Alpha team, Jun Sung would become the leader of the soon-to-be-established Beta team. That's why he had to be introduced now. If the Alpha and Beta teams developed a sense of rivalry, their combined synergy would be greater than imagined. But right now, the scene inside the tent was awkward, as Jun Sung was being completely ignored by them. He had completely expected this. At that moment, a young man with golden hair approached with a smile and said, "Hello, I'm the leader of the Alpha team, Kang Joon Choin." As he said this, his eyes scanned him from top to bottom, then he spoke doubtfully. "But, is that all the equipment you have? It looks like just basic protective gear." Hearing this, Jun Sung asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong with this outfit?" Chuckling softly, Jun Choin casually replied, "It's not that there's anything wrong. But still, aren't you joining the central department to handle the rifts? Usually, weapons and equipment are self-provided, but even so, basic gear is a bit." Jun Choin trailed off. After a moment, he continued with a smile. "Everyone here has at least grade 3 protective gear. You should probably borrow some from your seniors." As soon as he said this, a wave of contemptuous laughter filled the tent, followed by Jion's mocking tone. Chuan's voice rang out again. "Otherwise, you could go ask the supply room." But Jun Sung shook his head and refused. "I'm fine, because my equipment is on its way." The moment he said that, Choin's face darkened. Just then, a loud voice called from outside, "Sir, Jun Sung, your delivery is here." Jun Sung looked outside and saw a delivery man approaching with a large box, who said apologetically, "Sorry for being late. My father-in-law said it's been a long time since he's worked on a queen ant's carapace, so crafting it took a little longer." Jun Sung didn't mind and said calmly, "It's fine as long as I got it before the battle starts." The delivery man gave a warm smile and replied, "The procedures at the checkpoint were also really complicated, so I was almost late." At the same time, the members of the Alpha team saw the name printed on the delivery man's shirt and were stunned. Isn't that the top enterprise for hunter equipment? Is that the carapace of a grade 4 monster, a queen ant? The man then said with a smile, "Please take a look for yourself. A long crafting time means very high quality." Jun Sung nodded slightly and replied, "It was a bit late, but if the quality is as perfect as a custom order, then it's fine. I could have bought something off the shelf, but you always want to wear gear made from your first hunt." The queen ant armor before him was truly, absolutely satisfying. Of course, the members of the Alpha team were also dumbfounded when they saw the armor. In an instant, the sound of discussion erupted, but it wasn't long before the murmuring immediately fell silent because Jun Sung had put on the queen ant armor and stepped out. From head to toe, Jun Sung was now fully equipped, looking incredibly imposing. Someone couldn't help but say, "He looks the part, doesn't he?" For a first set of gear, it fits him perfectly. Everyone was now gathered around Jun Sung. Jun Choin was annoyed. His initial attempt to deal with him had turned out to be completely useless. He fiercely bit his lip. Fine, we'll see. This time, Jun Sung's role will just be to observe. Meanwhile, Jun Sung had no idea that someone was targeting him. He was very happy with his first set of gear. It was quite comfortable, as if he had used it many times before. Didn't they say they put the name of the custom product on it? Thinking this, Jun Sung couldn't help but look down his wrist, and sure enough, he saw a line of Latin text there. Its meaning was the Queen's Embrace. Jun Sung couldn't help but smile. The one with a knack for naming must have been Sang-guk. Even so, he felt very satisfied. Today, he would try to give it his all. A moment later, the Alpha Team's vehicle departed. Jiun Chon stood in the center and announced clearly, "We will now begin the strategy briefing. Everyone, please confirm the information you've received." Hearing this, Jun also took out his phone to check. The monster they needed to hunt was a Bakoner. The operation was in a level 4 zone. Jian Chuan gave them time to finish reading before speaking again. "We will hunt them one by one. 2 people will move as a team, and we will use harpoon guns for large monsters during the hunt." At this point, Jun Chuan, whether intentionally or not, glanced at Jun. Besides him, the Alpha Team had 10 members, with 2 people per team, forming 5 teams. Therefore, there was no place for an odd one out like him. According to the plan, the members acting as bait would lure the monster out first. If they successfully lured the monster to the ambush point, they would restrain it with the prepared harpoons, and then prepare for a final blow. Jian Chuan warned them not to be careless because this was a level 4 monster. They had to capture it quickly and cleanly. Immediately after, they got out of the vehicle to prepare for the operation, and Jun did the same. But as soon as he stepped out, Jun Chon called him over. "Jun Sung, the operation has started, so let me tell you something in advance. During this operation, you are an outsider to our team, so you just need to observe. Do you understand?" After saying that, he gave Jun a look full of malice. Jun knew exactly what he wanted, simply smirking as he replied, "Crystal clear." A moment later, at the location where the rift appeared, a monster had turned the place into a pile of rubble. The level 4 beast was relentlessly attacking everything around it. Just then, its eyes noticed something below. It was a member of the Alpha Team. Without waiting for the person to react, it began its attack. Its long vines shot forward like lightning. The team member hurriedly ran. The vines slammed into the ground where he had just been. However, the monster didn't give up and continued its pursuit. Meanwhile, Jian Chuan observed from a distance. Seeing this, he broke into a smug smile. That was the team's top speed for you. Running at an incredible pace while luring the monster into the trap, the Alpha Team truly is the best. Representative Run was worrying for nothing. With that thought, he immediately gave the order. The lure was successful. It will reach the ambush point soon. Everyone get ready. A moment later, the monster ran right into the ambush point. The Alpha Team members positioned above quickly took cover, and at the same time, they prepared their harpoon guns. Waiting for the perfect moment, Jun Chuan shouted, "Now, fire the harpoons." The moment he finished speaking, the Alpha Team fired. 2 long harpoons shot out like the wind, embedding themselves directly into both sides of the monster's face. The pain enraged the beast, and it thrashed about relentlessly trying to escape. At that moment, Jian Chuan spoke again, shouting, "Now, attack its legs, I'll finish it." The members of Alpha Team immediately complied. Right after that, he slashed his sword at the beast's leg. Its body trembled uncontrollably from the pain, and then it collapsed to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Jian Chuan shot forward like an arrow. He plunged his sword into the beast's head, and a smile spread across his face triumphantly. "Nice. I must have hit its weak spot, so it only took 1 shot to finish it. This is how a team leader should be." But just then, a shout suddenly came through the radio. "Hey, Jian Chuan, get out of the way." Unfortunately, Jian Chuan couldn't react in time and was struck by the beast's vine. He was sent flying, painfully spitting out a large mouthful of blood as another monster appeared in front of him. Jian Chuan was stunned by this sight. How could this be? The briefing clearly stated there was only 1 monster in the operation area. The members of Alpha Team were also just as panicked. "Damn it, what do we do? Hurry up and save him." But before they could even act, another movement nearby caught their attention. When they looked over, yet another monster had appeared. Seeing it, they exclaimed in shock. The briefing clearly said there was only 1 here. Why are they all converging here? There's nothing we can do. We have to abandon Jian Chuan. At the same time, Run Sung, who was watching from behind, couldn't help but sigh. "And they told me to just sit and observe." With that thought, he immediately activated the engine on his head, then covered his face with his helmet. He was preparing to move out. Meanwhile, on the ground, the monster had used its vines to wrap tightly around Jian Chuan's leg. It lifted him into the air, and suddenly hung upside down. Jian Chuan couldn't help but feel terrified. "No, I can't die like this. What are my team members doing? Hurry and call for help. No matter how much Joan Choen trembled, the monster was already preparing to put him in its mouth. Looking at the sharp teeth in front of him, Joon Choen was paralyzed with fear. It can't end like this. He hated the idea of being killed by a monster eating him. Just in the nick of time, Run Sung rushed in and severed the beast's vine. Because of the pain, it let go of Joon Choen. However, from that height, the fall alone would kill him. But Joon Choen closed his eyes and waited but felt no pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw a hand gripping his leg tightly. Run Sung was holding onto the iron frame of a sign with one hand, while his other hand held the upside-down Joon Choen. Even though from below looking up, Joon Choen recognized the armor as Run Sung's. He just never expected him to come to his rescue. But against two monsters, how could they possibly escape? While Joon Choen was worrying, Run Sung suddenly spoke up, Joon Choen. This might get a little dizzy. These words left him bewildered. Before he could even understand what was happening, his head was already spinning. And then Joon Choen was sent flying backward like an arrow, but his path was blocked by the monster in front of him. Meanwhile, Run Sung was clinging to the sign in midair. Before the monster's vine could strike down, he quickly dodged it. Immediately after, he lunged toward Joon Choen, reaching out to grab him and pull him closer. He kicked off the monster's vine, using the momentum to propel himself away. But in any case, he couldn't carry Joon Choen and fight them at the same time. So, Run Sung decided to leap to the opposite building. He immediately put the thought into action. He carried him and leaped towards the other building. But just then, a shocking sight appeared. A beast with incredible speed was lunging towards him. Panicked, Jun Sung accelerated his jump into the building. The glass shattered on impact. Debris flew everywhere, hitting Jun Sung and Jeon Cheon. But the danger was still right behind them. Jun Sung immediately got up and ran. He glanced at Jeon Cheon and asked, "We need to go deeper inside. Can you move?" Jeon Cheon gave a slight nod, and then they both rushed in. At the same time, the monster had caught up, now standing right outside the building. The two quickly hid around a corner. Only then did Joon Cheon dare to let out a sigh of relief. "We're alive. I really thought we were done for." Joon Sung glanced at him and asked, "Are you okay?" He slightly nodded and replied, "Yeah, thanks to you." "How about you?" Joon Sung answered nonchalantly, "Just a few minor scratches. I just need to catch my breath and I'll be fine. You didn't handle things cleanly at the end. That's why it got so dangerous." Joon Cheon knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue back. He asked doubtfully, "Seriously, how were you able to move like that between its tentacles?" Jun Sung replied nonchalantly, "I learned it somewhere." Hearing this, Joon Cheon was stunned. "Easy for you to say, huh? Just that you learned it somewhere?" While he was lost in thought, the radio suddenly crackled to life. "This is Team A, Alpha Squad. Captain, are you okay?" Joon Cheon immediately replied, "I'm alive. What's your status?" The voice on the other end sounded panicked. "The team members have regrouped. We're sorry we couldn't come for you, Captain. Because another monster showed up, the risk has increased." Hearing this, Jeon Cheon couldn't help but bite his lip. "Damn it, this is no time for a fight." After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Right, I understand. The capture plan is a failure. All teams, retreat." Jun Sung, who was listening to their conversation nearby, couldn't help but speak up. "So, you're just going to end the hunt like this?" Jin Chiun sighed in response, "Yeah. There are two more Geipers outside. How are we supposed to handle that?" At this point, he was so frustrated he started scratching his head. "Damn it. How did it end in failure like this? What am I going to tell the director?" But just as he said that, Jun Chiu noticed Jun Sung had gotten to his feet. He asked, confused, "Where are you going now?" Jun Sung replied nonchalantly, "I'm going outside." The moment those words left his mouth, Jeon Cheon cried out in alarm, "What are you talking about?" "I already gave the order to retreat." Jun Sung smiled casually and said, "Didn't you say it yourself when we got out of the car? I'm an outsider." Jun Cheon's face turned ugly when he heard that. Jun Sung paid him no mind, his smile only widening. "So, whether your team retreats or not is none of my business. You've got injured members over there, so hide well until you can retreat." "Got it." With that, Jun Sung turned and walked away. A moment ago, he hadn't used auto-hunting, moving only with his own abilities, which were still full of flaws, and he almost ended up in serious danger. That was the limit of his own skills. The training test ends here. From now on, this won't be a simple test of victory or defeat. In that case, there's no need to hold back. This is a hunting ground, a battlefield. You either hunt or you get hunted. And if there's a strategy for that, then you should use everything you've got. With that thought, Jun Sung activated the auto-hunting system. The time for the hunt has begun. In another location, at the main command center of the QL group, Kang Cheon had just received a report about Alpha Squad's battle at the Rift. After hearing this, he fell silent. It was a move he hadn't seen during the Grey Ant capture. That was clearly the technique Sanuk had used in the past. Although it wasn't at his level yet, with practice, it would only take 2 months to reach that level. Amazing, I really have to bring Jun Sung to the QL Group's team. While Kang Cheon was thinking, a voice came through his earpiece. Director, this is Kang Jeongcho. I'm sorry, the first mission. Kang Cheon cut him off in a stern voice. It's a relief, you're all okay, but what's with the attitude? But before he could finish,
Jeongcho spoke up first. Even if we regroup, I've determined that it's impossible.
I requested a retreat due to mission failure. These words angered Kang Cheon. He aggressively questioned, retreat? Even though it felt like a burden, if the Alpha team regrouped, they could hunt the Jipper. How could they be scared of their first prey and decide to retreat? Although he said that, Kang Cheon knew that if he forced them, the team would just become his puppets. For now, he had to respect the Alpha team and talk to them later. With that thought, he said in a low voice, I understand, is Jun Sung there with you? Hearing the question, Jun Cho replied awkwardly, Mr. Jun Sung isn't here. Kang Cheon immediately panicked, asking in confusion, what did you say? What do you mean? Jun Cho hesitated for a long time before answering. Jun Sung just said he was going out to fight. I tried to stop him, but what could I do? After hearing this, Director Kang Cheon's expression immediately turned ugly. After a long silence, he seemed to growl. The rooftop. Jun Cho on the other end heard him and asked in confusion, what was that, sir? I couldn't hear you clearly. This made Kang Cheon grind his teeth in anger. He couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. I said, get to the rooftop, you idiots. Get up there and record Jun Sung's movements for me. Immediately after, Kang Cheon threw down his comms, cursing in frustration. Damn it, what's with this terrible attitude? Just then, a staff member ran up and reported, Director, we've connected to Team Leader Kang's camera. Kang Cheon didn't say a word, but his face was clearly written with displeasure. Even though he had pulled Jun Sung into the group of promising Alpha candidates, in the end, he only managed to show him complete disappointment. But before Kang Cheon could even feel sad, his eyes widened in horror. Because on the screen, 2 monsters appeared, but they were tangled tightly together. Kang Cheon cried out in disbelief. This can't be happening. How did it end up like this? Going back a few minutes, at the area where the rift appeared, Jun Sung had just jumped down from the building, ready to hunt. As soon as they saw him, the 2 monsters began to roar fiercely, but Jun Sung paid them no mind. He charged straight at them. He clenched his hand into a fist, then slammed it into the monster's body. But something unexpected happened. Just as the intel suggested, when Jun Sung cut horizontally, the tentacles were severed cleanly. Conversely, if he cut vertically, the number of tentacles would increase. He was now surrounded by a mass of giant tentacles. However, Sung didn't panic. He calmly stepped onto the monster's tentacles. Jun Sung's speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye. Immediately after, he unleashed a flurry of punches at the 2 monsters. After doing this, Jun Sung launched himself into the air, and down below, the 2 monsters started fighting each other. Just as expected, they didn't recognize each other as allies, it seems, couldn't be linked. Except for the slow-moving tentacles, if all of these were used correctly, then it wouldn't be a problem. While Jun Sung was thinking, the tentacles of the 2 monsters rushed toward him. There was no other way out, so Jun Sung had to start running, dodging those tentacles. His speed was very fast, and the 2 monsters couldn't possibly keep up. Jun Sung ran along the monster's tentacles. He recalled his conversation with Sanuk that day when he asked him if the technique's name was 3-dimensional maneuvering. Sanuk had replied that it wasn't anymore. Anyway, it felt like an old collaboration, so he changed it to sound cooler. Sanuk had thought a lot about it, but this time he decided the technique's name from now on would be Spinning Slot, also known as the Spider's Step. And right now, Jun Sung was moving exactly as the technique's name suggested. He made a circular loop on the monster's tentacle, causing the 2 monsters to repeatedly crash into each other. Seeing his movements from the control center, everyone began to exclaim, "Oh my god, that move has a newcomer. It seems the rumors were true. Why is he just dodging?" At the same time, Kang Cheon was also taking in all of Jun Sung's movements. Although not flashy, he was subtly using what he had learned from Sanuk, but he just didn't understand why he was stalling for time. Jun Sung clearly had many opportunities, yet he only dodged the tentacles or cut them lengthwise just to increase their number. Although it seemed intentional, his true intentions were completely unknown. But then, at that moment, Kang Cheon suddenly had a bold thought. Could it be that Jun Sung wanted to capture the monsters alive? While he was thinking, the roars of the 2 monsters echoed again. They were now entangled with each other, unable to move anymore. It was then that Kang Cheon finally realized what Jun Sung wanted to do with those monsters. He cut off their mobility, increased the number of tentacles, dragged them along, and combined them. In addition, he used the water from the surrounding terrain to slam them or get them tangled in the ruins, thereby blocking their movement. The members of the Alpha team, standing not far from the battlefield, also witnessed the entire scene. They stared in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. Just then, the radio suddenly crackled with Jun Sung's voice. Kang Cheon, this is Jun Sung. I've captured the tentacle monsters, so please report it to command headquarters for me. Kang Cheon heard this and was a bit stunned, taking a long moment to react before nodding and replying, "Yes, you've worked hard." Jun Sung also spoke casually. The Alpha team worked hard too. With that, he turned off his radio, his mind still a bit unsettled. Was this really a hunt in the center of the fissure? It wasn't as big as he had imagined. At that moment, Kang Cheon's voice came through his radio. "Jun Sung, this is Kang Cheon. You really have worked hard." He praised him for doing a great job. From saving Jun Cheon to capturing the tentacle monsters, he had seen it all. And then he asked if Jun Sung was injured anywhere. Jun Sung just calmly replied, "I'm fine." Kang Cheon detected the unhappy tone in his voice and began to ponder. Could he be disappointed by the Alpha team's arrival? No matter the excuse, he had to keep him. With that thought, Kang Cheon spoke seriously again. "First of all, I want to thank you for saving Jun Cheon. Furthermore, you brought a great source of light to our Kuaijia because saved our future. So personally, he wants to repay Jun Sung somehow. He wants to do his best, within his capabilities. Right now, no matter what, Kang Cheon has to keep Jun Sung. He should use a large sum of money or information and support related to hunting in the Giant Zone. It doesn't matter what he wants. If it's possible to keep this person, Kang Cheon will listen to anything." At this moment, Jun Sung slowly opened his mouth. "If that's the case, then I have a favor to ask." Hearing this, Kang Cheon joyfully said, "Yes, please say anything." Jun Sung on this side quickly stated his wish. However, after hearing it, Kang Cheon froze. He asked back doubtfully, "Right now, what are you talking about?" At the same time, in the second combat zone of the QR Industrial Complex, a monster also appeared. It was a Zo. The QR combat team had just taken it down, and everyone was cheering happily. The situation was over. "Captain, the strategy was a success." However, the female captain of the combat team seemed to be hesitating about something and said in a low voice, "Is that so? It ended faster than I thought, huh? Now we'll wait for the results of Alpha Team's hunt." A hunter heard this and said cheerfully, "Captain, it seems we don't need to wait anymore." The female captain was surprised and asked, "What is it? Are they done over there too?" The man nodded, and the other person continued, "Yes, but they said it was a major failure. But thankfully, none of the kids on the Alpha team died." Right after that, they started whispering and gossiping about the Alpha team, because the Alpha team was funded with a huge budget, and now they failed their first mission. This is very hard to accept. Some people even knew about the rookie, Jun Sung, wearing the Queen Ant armor. Some admired him, while others were unhappy. The female captain heard everything. A moment later, she interrupted, "That's enough. The director must have some kind of plan. Stay alert and wait for orders from the control room." Everyone heard this and nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, a call from Kang Cheon came in. "Captain Shin Yu Hai, this is Kang Cheon." Yu Hai immediately replied, "Yes, director. What is it? A new person?" "Yes, I understand. His name is Jun Sung." Kang Cheon called to tell Yu Hai that Jun Sung would be joining her combat team. After ending the call with Kang Cheon, Yu Hai went to the place where the rift had appeared. She just stood there, lost in thought. Hunting is a dangerous job, and directly hunting monsters comes with its own perils. The danger lies in the fact that you could die at any moment. That's why the business has changed. Monsters are no longer simply seen as a disaster. In a hunt, it's hard to distinguish between what's gained and what's lost, between risk avoidance and safety, while following a predetermined strategy. Hunting has become a trend, just like in the past. Everyone must have a sense of responsibility for staying safe. Like Yu Hai, whose motivation came from losing her family to monsters, now everything has become a relic of the past. While she was thinking, someone approached from behind and spoke, "Captain, Shin Yu Hai, right?" Yu Hai didn't turn around. She replied calmly, "You're here? I received a call from the director earlier." With that, she extended her hand for an introduction. Captain of QR's OB1 team, Shin Yu Hai. Jun Sung also nodded in return. "I'm Jun Sung. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yu Hai stared at him intently, and after a long moment, she spoke, "I heard you want to try hunting in the center of the rift." Jun Sung didn't hide it. He replied casually, "That's right. Before leaving, Jun Chan had also warned him that he might get in the way, so he should observe from a distance and treat it as a learning experience. Jun Sung, just like that, sank into his thoughts. Yuhi saw him spacing out and asked, "What's wrong?" It startled him, and Yuhi narrowed her eyes at him, coldly repeating the question. "I asked why you wanted to come here." She heard that he had hunted 2 monsters this time and even saved the entire Alpha team. If he stopped now, wouldn't his achievements from this hunt be enough? Kang Xiam would give him a huge reward. Hearing her words, Jun Sung didn't know how to respond. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "It's true that I've been hunting." He suddenly paused, which confused Yuhi a bit. Actually, Jun's initial goal was to test his own combat abilities, and with each hunt, his mana and stamina were consumed. Thinking this, he said seriously, "But that's still not enough. It's not about the hunting stage that Sung prepared. I really want to experience the center of the rift." Hearing this, Yuhi couldn't help but laugh scornfully. "Really want to experience it?" Jun Sung saw her reaction and didn't know what to do, just standing there bewildered. Just when he thought Yuhi wouldn't say anything more, she suddenly spoke. "I get it." Her abrupt words surprised Jun Sung a little. Yuhi stared at him intently, then continued after a long pause. "I know what it is that you, Jun Sung, desire. Do you know how to read the core's position during a hunt? A proper position within our team's core. Although I don't think the monster waves will chase us anymore. If they do come, whether you run or fight solo, just do as you please." After hearing this, Jun Sung asked doubtfully, "Besides that, is there nothing I need to protect?" Yuhi shook her head and replied, "There's one thing I must say." She paused for a moment, then glanced at her teammates and said, "I know you're a capable person, Jun Sung, but everyone present here right now is also very skilled." Yuhi said that it might make Jun Sung uncomfortable, but she had to say what needed to be said. She walked past Jun Sung, patting his shoulder twice as a reminder, "Don't let the people at our core get hurt." Hearing this, Jun Sung suddenly found it familiar. "Wasn't that similar to what Cheon told you before?" He readily replied, "I understand." Satisfied with his answer, Yuhi also smiled. Just then, one of her subordinates suddenly shouted, "Captain, there's a sound coming from the rift." Yuhi rushed over, and indeed, another crack had appeared before them. She frowned and asked, "What's the situation?" The rift was closing much slower than expected. A subordinate immediately reported, "It's not good. Team Maru-chan and the 2 teams that went in before them have exceeded their return time." Hearing this, Yuhi frowned and muttered, "Not just any team, but Team Maru-chan couldn't make it back in time. If the rift opens, monsters will pour out. There are hunters stationed outside, and the assault team goes inside the rift with the mission to close it. But those monsters aren't supposed to be a difficult opponent. Maru-chan and QR are like 2 elite teams. They have very few members, but their abilities are top tier. In this hunt, Q was the ambush team while Maru-chan was assigned to charge inside. Yuffie was getting a bad feeling. What on earth was happening inside the rift? At that moment, something suddenly appeared from within the rift. Something. They flew out from inside. As they got closer, Yuhi's team realized it was Captain Maruchan's equipment. They immediately let out a sigh of relief. So it seemed the mission just ended a bit late, huh? But their happiness didn't last long. The strange object suddenly crashed to the ground. This sight made the members of Team OB-1 recoil in shock. When they got a closer look at what was lying on the ground, their expressions grew even more grim. Even Yuhi's face turned pale. Because the thing that had fallen wasn't equipment, but a human body. The person was missing an arm, and blood stained their entire body red. Yuhi's team naturally recognized him as their team captain, Maruchan. Realizing the gravity of the situation was dire, Yuhi immediately shouted an order. "All units, prepare for a special assault." Hearing her command, everyone on the team, OB-1 immediately complied, raising their weapons to prepare for combat. Yuhi glanced behind her and called out, "Oh, run, Sung. Regardless, I don't think we can sit this operation out." But before she could finish, she realized that, behind her, there was no one there. She didn't dwell on it, even feeling it was for the best since it was so dangerous here. Just then, from inside the rift, something else emerged. It was a swarm of 4-star monsters pouring out. Upon seeing them, the faces of the OB-1 members immediately turned grim. Aren't those Santiga monsters? The kind you only see in textbooks, even in the mountains of North America? They're extremely rare. Why would they be here? While they were still in shock, Yuhi shouted, "All units, hold formation and advance on the rift at maximum speed." Hearing this command, they were bewildered. They couldn't understand why she would give such an order. Did she intend to fight monsters they were encountering for the first time? But there was no time for them to hesitate, as Yuhi was already leading the charge. They had no choice but to run. After her, their minds still filled with questions. But after taking just a couple of steps, someone noticed something in the sky and screamed in terror. Look up at the sky. Oh, my God. When the entire team looked up, they saw the sky completely filled with hundreds of monsters. Realizing how dire the situation was, Yuhi quickly called Kang Cheon. Director, this is Shin Yuhi. Kang Cheon responded immediately. I'm watching. Go ahead. Yuhi urgently reported. Team OB-1 will take on the first phase of the operation. On the other end, Kang Cheon listened silently to her. Report. When she was done, he simply replied. Understood. Good luck. Back in the combat zone, the swarm of monsters was blanketing the entire sky. This was a threat level above 4-star. Their scale was immense, and they moved as a concentrated swarm, capable of overrunning a vast area in an instant. On the ground below, Yuhi yelled orders to her teammates while running. Forget about capturing them alive. Eliminate as many as possible. Don't let a single one slip by. If these monsters were to escape this area, countless civilians would be in danger. Yuhi had to stop them right here and now. At the same time, another person was also running toward the swarm's encirclement. It was Runsung. He carried a harpoon gun as he charged forward. His eyes held an unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Kang Cheon was monitoring the situation through the live feed, and he began issuing commands. However, he had a growing sense of unease. He had to come up with a countermeasure immediately. If Yuri's team failed their mission, the military would be forced to firebomb the entire area. It's hard to say how serious it will get, but they absolutely cannot let the monsters escape and harm the public. While he was thinking, someone came up from behind and said that a few of the suburban protection teams had made contact. He thought they were going to report on the situation, but what he heard was that the other side was requesting to withdraw. His subordinate reported in a panic. They said it's because the other support teams have had to continuously increase their personnel, so they're making the request. Sir, given how dangerous the situation is, they've terminated their contracts. Hearing these words, Kang Cheon's face went from pale to ashen. Immediately after, he flew into a rage on the spot. These damn fools. His shout made the subordinate jump in fright. Kang Cheon continued to rant. Do these idiots think they're office workers? Do they even know what they get paid for in this line of work? This isn't some ordinary money-making job. It's a job that specializes in containing the threat of monsters. The very reason hunters exist is because this work is so dangerous, isn't it? Who's going to be responsible for people's lives if they do something so stupid? The important thing right now is to do what a hunter is supposed to do. You can't just not do it because it's dangerous. It's the only thing that must be done. Kang Cheon was livid, but there was nothing he could do. He suppressed his anger, pursed his lips, and said, I understand. If they want to withdraw, let them withdraw. Then he gave another order. Get your gear ready. We're going to provide support ourselves. As soon as he said this, the people around him immediately tried to stop him in a panic. Director, this is a bit hasty. If you go out there yourself, the command post will be empty. But before they could finish, Kang Cheon angrily retorted, What do you mean hasty? Do I sound like I'm being reckless? When it comes to this issue, I'm the one who's responsible. From now on, they will do what must be done. The support team is deploying. Meanwhile, on the monster battlefield, Yuhai was using her gun to attack the monsters, but their numbers were too great. As soon as she took one down, another would charge at her. Their challenging roars seemed to shake the very sky. Yuhai narrowed her eyes at them, having no intention of backing down. And of course, neither did the horde of monsters. They charged madly towards her. Yuhai let out a cold snort and then fired her gun. In the blink of an eye, 2 large holes appeared in the bodies of 2 monsters. Immediately after, they crumbled into pieces and fell to the ground. Having just taken down 2 monsters, Yuhai looked into the distance. A horde of monsters, as vast as an army, was rushing this way. Yuhai frowned slightly. How long could she keep this up? If she wanted to resolve the situation, simply fighting them off wouldn't be enough. She had to close the rift quickly. But with such a massive number of them, approaching the rift was impossible. If there was no other way to move, she would have to force her way to the rift quickly. If only she was proficient enough with her energy and strength to move this nimbly. But before she could finish the thought, a scream cut her off. Captain, the Alpha. The shout startled Yuhai. She looked up at the sky and saw a monster flying towards her. But as she raised her gun to attack, it flew away. At that very moment, another one charged from behind. Yuhai had no choice but to deal with the one rushing at her first, shot the monster dead. But by the time it was killed, the leader had already flown far away. However, at that moment, an arrow flew from out of nowhere and pierced straight through the leader monster. Seeing this, Yuhai's eyes widened in shock. When she looked closer, she saw that the arrow came from Runsung, who was hovering in the air. The leader monster fell powerlessly from the sky. Another monster saw this and rushed forward to attack Run Sung, but he wasn't flustered. He calmly grabbed onto the arrow's line, then used the momentum to swing forward and kick the monster in the head. Just like that, the monster was pinned to the ground by Run Sung. Yu Hai ran over from a distance and asked doubtfully, "You didn't run away?" Shaking his head indifferently, Run Sung calmly replied, "No, I haven't found what I need yet, so I came back." Hearing this, Yu Hai grew even more confused and mumbled, "If it's something you need, then it must be." Before she could finish, Run Sung confirmed what she was about to say. "That's right, I've obtained this gun. I hope it'll be useful in this situation." It was unclear where he even got this gun, but that wasn't what Yu Hai was concerned about. She asked doubtfully, "What? You're planning to join this mission? For a beginner like you, it's extremely dangerous." Run Sung casually opened his mouth. "I came here because I have something to do now." Yu Hai frowned and asked doubtfully, "Something to do?" Smiling faintly, Run Sung said nonchalantly, "This situation requires more than one person. Since I'm already here, helping you is what I have to do." Yu Hai was stunned when she heard his words, and after a long moment, she chuckled and replied, "So that's how it is. I guess we can't talk any longer." At this point, Run Sung made a suggestion. "To close that rift, we need to get to it quickly. I need to see if I have enough energy to use it." After hearing this, Yu Hai shook her head and said, "No, I'll go with you. Two people are better than one, anyway. If you go alone and run into a monster while trying to seal the rift, it'll be impossible for you to win. With two people, we can divide the tasks. One person can hold off the monsters, while the other seals the rift." Run Sung felt that made sense, and he asked doubtfully, "I wonder if the team leader has any movement-related abilities?" Hearing this, Yu Hai sighed and said, "Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with my team, but you won't be able to solve anything by going alone." Run Sung didn't seem to mind much. He casually opened his mouth. "Then there's no other way." With that, Run Sung suddenly knelt on one knee. He wanted Yu Hai to get on his back. Seeing this, Yu Hai was a bit stunned, but then she burst out laughing. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this picture is really unexpected." Yu Hai also never thought it would be like this, but it was fine. She would trust him. With that, Yu Hai turned her head and called out behind her, "Vice Captain Lee Jin-guk." Someone immediately ran over. She ordered in a low voice, "From now on, you will be in charge of supervising the scene." Hearing this, Jin-guk asked doubtfully, "What? What are you saying, Captain?" Yu Hai didn't hesitate and jumped onto Run Sung's back, saying nonchalantly, "I'm going with Mr. Run Sung now to close the rift." Jin-guk became even more bewildered after hearing this and hastily tried to persuade her. "What? The two of you are going there? Wait a minute, Captain. You're going with a beginner?" But before he could finish, Run Sung had already taken off into the sky with Yu Hai. Just as he looked, upon seeing the monsters, Jun Sung immediately fired his bow. Yu Hai's gun also began to attack, the two of them working in perfect sync to destroy the monsters blocking their path. Just then, Yu Hai suddenly shouted, "Jun Sung, the entrance to the rift is right ahead, let's go in now." Jun Sung immediately nodded and ran into the rift, carrying Yu Hai. A moment later, Jun Sung had set foot on the land inside the rift. He put Yu Hai down and looked around, seeing nothing but rocky terrain. It was arid, hot, and quite humid, much like a tropical climate. The air seemed thin, making it a little hard for Jun Sung to breathe. Meanwhile, Yu Hai was also surveying the area. Suddenly, she spotted something in the distance. Lying among the rocks were the bodies of Maruchan's team, as well as the bodies of monsters. Yu Hai's expression immediately darkened. It was clear Maruchan's team had done everything they could to close the rift. They had failed to stop the monsters from pouring through. In that case, there had to be a power switch nearby. At that thought, Yu Hai scanned the area. Sure enough, she saw a machine in the distance. It was the power switch for the rift. If enough energy was channeled into it and surged, the switch would cause the rift to close. Maruchan's team had already charged it almost to full. The remaining power needed could be supplied by just one person. A little more would be enough to activate it. Yu Hai realized this and prepared to go forward to supply energy to the switch. But before she could do anything, from behind them a monster appeared. "Is that a 6-star Santiga monster?" Yu Hai stared at it in dismay. This was the leader of the Santiga, the one that had wiped out the infiltration team. She had to defeat it. But if she faced it, would Yu Hai have any energy left to charge the switch? Still, there was no other choice. As she was contemplating this, an arm suddenly appeared in front of her. Jun Sung spoke calmly, "I'll handle that one. Team leader, please go charge the switch." Hearing his words, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Yu Hai's eyes. She understood his intention, but in reality, she had already used almost all of her energy just to get here. It seemed she no longer had enough power to charge the switch. It would be better for her to fight the monster instead. However, Jun Sung insisted, I'll handle it, that's my job now. With no other choice, Yu Hai had to agree. She ran to the power switch and called out, it will take 5 minutes to charge. Just try to hold on, I'll get this done with my life on the line. Jun Sung nodded in acceptance, standing guard in front of her as she supplied energy to the power switch. At the same time, the monster approached him, baring its sharp teeth at Jun Sung, but he showed no fear, standing his ground calmly. It was almost laughable. After all, there was no place left to run, was there? Jun Sung's power reserves were running low. He had to do his best to avoid its attacks using auto hunt. At that moment, the beast launched its attack. Seeing this, Jun Sung was immediately startled. The beast's body shot forward as fast as the wind. Jun Sung quickly activated his auto hunt system, but it was useless. Its enormous body crashed directly into him. Jun Sung trembled as he pushed himself up from the ground. His eyes were now filled with disbelief. Even auto hunt couldn't evade the attack. If it hadn't been for the queen's bracelet, Jun Sung's entire body would have been crushed, like being hit by a dump truck. The moment the monster started to glow was when its power was amplified by increasing the hardness of its skin. This monster was going to be a tough fight, but Jun Sung couldn't afford to lose like this. All right. Behind him, Yu Hai was still charging the rift's power source, biting his lip fiercely. Jun Sung was filled with determination as he looked at the monster. He had to change his approach. Fighting it with Hidden wasn't working. The monster saw Jun Sung's actions and was startled. It didn't understand what he was planning. Jun Sung didn't care. He activated the auto-hunting system again. He had to break through its assault and do whatever he could. And finally, he decided to use his form, gathering all his remaining energy to blow everything away. This way, Jun Sung would strike the monster's weak point. He might die, using up all his energy and ending it all. Even if he couldn't stop it, it would be over, because Yu Hai also couldn't defeat it. The moment he fell, everything would fail. He had to hold on and buy time for Yu Hai. More than just a duty, Jun Sung was determined to see it through. At that moment, the monster let out a roar, and then it charged toward Jun Sung again. Of course, he didn't panic, standing there calmly. The monster's body once again emitted a brilliant light, while a surge of energy appeared in Jun Sung's hand. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. In just an instant, the man and the monster shot past each other. The energy in Jun Sung's hand began to weaken, and right after he collapsed to the ground. At what seemed to be the same moment, the monster also sensed something was wrong. Its body had been slashed open, and fresh blood began to pour out like rain. The monster's pain roar immediately echoed throughout the clearing. Jun Sung smirked triumphantly. Nice, I got it. But his joy was short-lived. As his eyes widened in shock, Jun Sung's body was now trembling uncontrollably. He had reached his limit. His body couldn't take any more. But the Santiga hadn't fallen yet. It was still roaring. And just then, it suddenly flapped its wings, lifting its body into the air. Jun Sung looked up at it, knowing it was trying to escape. Biting his lip fiercely, he couldn't let it get away. With that thought, Jun Sung took out his harpoon gun and fired without hesitation. The bolt instantly embedded itself deep in the Santiga's body. Jun Sung didn't dare to let go, trying to use what little strength he had left to hold on. Because of its bleeding wound, the monster screamed endlessly in pain. On the other side, Jun Sung was still pulling it tight, but the rope grew increasingly taut. He couldn't hold on any longer and was dragged forward. Jun Sung's eyes widened. At this rate, he would lose it. Just then, Yu Hai's shout suddenly rang out, startling him. Jun Sung. It's done. Yu Hai had finished charging the rift's power source, and at that moment, it reactivated. The instant energy surged from the device. The rift began to slowly close. Seeing this, Yu Hai immediately shouted, the rift is closing. We have to get out of here now. Jun Sung, however, was still struggling to hold the line tight. He couldn't let this thing escape. Jun Sung's eyes darted around. He seemed to think of something. The monster was desperately trying to escape, so he could use that to his advantage. At this thought, Jun Sung's hand holding the line suddenly trembled. Then, he let go. The monster, free again, frantically shot forward. Jun Sung went with it, leaping into the air. He was pulled along by its momentum. Seeing this, Yu Hai was shocked and horrified. At that moment, Jun Sung suddenly reached out his hand and said, Captain, take my hand. She was very obedient and reached her hand out to him. Jun Sung successfully grabbed her hand, then pulled her up into the air with him. Just like that, before the rift could close, the Santiga carried Jun Sung and Yu Hai out with it. Looking at the skyscrapers below, Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief. We made it out. This is the real world. But Jun Sung said grimly, it's not over yet. We have to finish this quickly before that guy gets here. He had already wounded the Santiga, so he suggested aiming for the spear wound. An energy bullet from Yu Hai should be enough to finish it off. Hearing this, Yu Hai drew her gun. She said calmly, I have no idea how we're going to land from this high up, but now isn't the time to think about that. The moment she finished speaking, she aimed her gun at the monster's wound. Without any hesitation, Yu Hai pulled the trigger, and a beam of energy shot straight towards it. The monster's massive body went limp and crashed into the window of a nearby building. The sound of shattering glass echoed instantly as Jung Sung and Yu Hai fell with it. They rolled a couple of times on the floor, landing safely. Yu Hai struggled to sit up and looked ahead. The giant monster was now dead, falling like a kite with its string cut. Seeing this, Yu Hai immediately cheered, We did it, Jung Sung. We actually did it. But when she looked over, the person beside her was lying completely still, and a bad feeling washed over her. Yu Hai quickly removed Jun Sung's helmet to check on him. Feeling his steady breathing, she finally let out a sigh of relief, which startled her. He's just unconscious for a moment, thank goodness. Only then did Yu Hai have a moment to observe Jun Sung more closely. She couldn't tell if he was incredibly skilled or just incredibly reckless. Thinking about it, she sighed helplessly, but either way, there were still things to do. Yu Hai looked at Jun Ek Sung, and with a sincere smile, she murmured, You worked hard, Jun Sung. That was a truly amazing hunt. Meanwhile, down in the city, Kang Cheon had also arrived. A subordinate standing next to him was giving a report. We've confirmed the rift is completely sealed. The remaining Santigas are being cleaned up. I've already called for the paramedics. They'll be here shortly. Kang Cheon gave a slight nod, then glanced down at the monster's corpse on the street below. He couldn't help but smile. They had actually done it. A few days later, at Trang Hun's hospital, Jun Sung had been brought there for treatment. By now, he had woken up. Jun Sung stared at the ceiling for a long moment before realizing he was in a hospital. He then pushed himself up, his body still aching terribly, likely from the hit he took from that monster. Just then, a voice suddenly spoke up next to him. Did you really think you could just shrug off an attack from a level 6 monster? Jun Sung glanced over and saw Sang-guk standing there, holding a box of pastries in his hand. He smiled and asked, How are you feeling? Trang Hun was furious after examining you. Hearing this, Jun Sung just chuckled sheepishly. Haha, thanks to him, I'm okay now. Sang-guk nodded slightly. That's a relief. You're going to be a lot busier from now on, so it would have been a real problem if you'd been seriously hurt. With that, he handed Jun Sung a box. He asked, confused, What is this? Sang-guk replied casually, Open it, and you'll see. Filled with curiosity, Jun Sung opened the box. The moment he saw its contents, he was completely stunned, speechless. Inside was a hunter's badge. Hunter ranks are divided into 5 achievement tiers, with white being the lowest, followed by bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. This ranking system has been very clearly defined recently, with the format being updated annually. Based on achievements on the ranking board, a hunter's abilities can be evaluated for promotion, maintenance, or demotion. The badge Jun Sung received was a silver badge. He muttered in astonishment, This is a silver badge? Sang-guk chuckled and said, That's right, it was awarded to you. I was going to give it to you as soon as the hunt was over. At this point, he suddenly paused, then glanced at a trash can in the distance. And so, without any hesitation, Sang-guk tossed the silver badge into the trash can under Jun Sung's horrified gaze, casually laughing as he said, That thing is garbage now, don't worry about it. How much is that kind of gold plating worth anyway? Jun Sung looked at him, confused, and asked, What? Sang-guk slowly explained, After your last hunt, didn't an emblem appear? It's useless now. Then he took out another box, raising an eyebrow, and said, You know about this, right? The emblems for hunters at silver rank and below are all gold-plated, but for gold and platinum ranks, they're made of real gold. The core of the platinum rank doesn't seem to be made of platinum either, but that's just a bonus. The association handled this pretty quickly, in less than a day. Jun Sung doubtfully opened the box to take a look. Inside was a badge and a hunter card. Among the platinum ranks, this one was the highest. This ranking only goes up to the top 20. Jun Sung went from one surprise to another, now completely unable to speak. Seeing his expression, Sang-guk winked and said with a smile, How does this feel? Congratulations. From today on, you're officially on the ranking board. That evening, Jun Sung was on the subway, heading somewhere. Standing next to him was a person engrossed in their iPad. The video they were watching was an interview with Kang Cheon and a reporter. He had seen this interview before. At that time, he had been very curious and asked, You keep mentioning Park Kang-han. So, who is Park Kang-han? Take a guess. Sang-guk said with a mysterious smile, making Jun Sung choke on the piece of cake in his mouth. But he didn't care, speaking with great satisfaction. This tone might not be quite right, huh? I've given you a stage name so that ordinary people can know about you. If you look at the Hunter rankings, the name Oh Jun won't appear, but Park Kang-han will instead. That will be made public if Jun Sung wants it to be. Moving on from the name issue, the reporter asked Kang Cheon if Park Kang-han and Shin Yu-hai were the ones who resolved this matter. Kang Cheon admitted it without any hesitation. The reporter continued, but everywhere, there's a question. Kang Cheon frowned at him and asked, "What question are you referring to?" The reporter said slowly, "Everyone is wondering about Park Kang-han's promotion in the rankings. There's no precedent for a newcomer to be promoted in the rankings. What are your thoughts on this?" The reporter's question was a bit tricky, but Kang Cheon still answered professionally, "Is there a problem with that? All of Park Kang-han's activities are publicly available in the videos from Q. You can go and confirm it right now." In reality, he didn't want to say these words. Originally, Park Kang-han he wasn't the one assigned to the center of the rift, but he voluntarily rushed forward to stop it anyway. In fact, in such a critical situation, it's hard to imagine what would have happened without people like Park Kang-han. At that critical scene, quite a few people demanded a retreat. People like that don't have the potential to shine. They cast off their responsibilities and duties, and some even change their identities. Park Kang-han is truly a worthy person. At this point, Kang Cheon aggressively demanded, "So why isn't he on the rankings? A person with enough ability and sense of responsibility deserves to be on the leaderboard, doesn't he?" Through the screen, Sang-guk could also sense Kang Cheon's frustration. He sighed and said, "That guy really is the same as ever." Jun Sung asked doubtfully, "Are the results of this situation on the QR code?" Dan Mac nodded, and Sang-guk said casually, "In fact, Mr. Park Kang-han, oh no, June, your exploits have become famous everywhere, so this will raise your status in the community, which is commendable. Everyone is talking about Park Kang-han now. It's been a long time since a star like him has emerged in our field. He says now that you're famous, you have to ride the wave." But Jun Sung shook his head and disagreed. "No, because I've received the highest rank and many qualifications for Rift support, so I want to focus on that now. If I don't have the achievements to maintain my rank, I'll fall quickly. Since I've already committed, I'm going to give it my all." Hearing this, Sang-guk broke into a satisfied smile. "I knew you'd say that. But doesn't that make this stage name I gave you pointless then? You're supposed to be happy about this news." As he said this, he suddenly pulled out an invitation card and nonchalantly spoke, "The Hunter Association sent an invitation for you to attend this welcome party for Park Kang-han. Lately, the association has been trying to figure out a way to deal with the damages." Back in the present, Jun Sung stepped out of the subway, walking and thinking to himself. The price of fame is being recognized by many, and of course, he wanted to be known to the world. But if he were to be blinded by the glitz and glamour of being famous, his recovery would surely be delayed, and his training schedule would also become complicated. For now, he needed to focus more on improving his abilities. A moment later, he stood in front of a crowded building. Before he could even enter, a security guard stopped him. "Excuse me, sir. You need an invitation and identification to enter." Jun Sung took the required items from his pocket and gave them to the man. The security guard took them to inspect, and after a moment, he spoke, "Are you a hunter? If so, you need to wear your badge to enter the hall." Jun Sung gave a slight nod, then took out his badge and put it on. The moment the security guard saw it, he gasped in astonishment. "Don't tell me you're the one who shot up in the rankings?" Park Kang-han let out a small chuckle, and Jun Sung calmly replied, "Yes, that's me." Hearing this confirmation, the security guard couldn't help but yell, "Oh my god, it's really Kang-han." The sound immediately drew everyone's attention. A look of panic flashed across Jun Sung's face. This was going to be troublesome. Sure enough, someone immediately came over to greet him. "Excuse me, you're Park Kang-han, aren't you? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is B. Jun." Jun Sung hesitated, unsure which name he should use to introduce himself. But B. Jun just continued to chat cheerfully. "I can't believe I'm meeting you at this party. If you came by yourself, would you like to join me? What do you think?" While Jun was in a tough spot, a shout came from behind. So Jun came after all. Jun Sung turned his head toward the sound and saw Dewey Hack approaching. He smiled happily and said, "Hey, it's been a while, about half a year, right?" Before Jun Sung could reply, he continued cheerfully, "What a relief. I suddenly had to come here and didn't know anyone. Looks like you came alone too, right, Jun Sung?" Then Dewey Hack put his arm around Jun Sung's shoulder, familiarly pulling him away. "This is great. Come sit with me. It must be awkward, coming alone, right?" Like an actor playing both parts, he then looked up at Jae-han and said, "Sorry, I need to borrow this guy for a bit. Is that a problem?" Jae-han didn't dare to keep him, waving his hand and replying, "No problem at all." And just like that, Dewey Hack successfully pulled Jun Sung away from the surrounding crowd. A moment later, in a secluded spot, Dewey Hack finally let Jun Sung go. he said gratefully. Thanks for helping me out of that awkward situation. Do-Hack smirked and replied, what's there to thank me for? I was a bit forward myself, so just let it slide. I run into awkward situations sometimes too. Being surrounded by so many people feels completely uncomfortable. It's really no big deal. For example, let's say an animal is surrounded by a pack of wild dogs, and suddenly a lion appears. Wouldn't those wild dogs run for their lives? That was the question. Until the lion appears silently, what will that pack of wild dogs do? Do-Hack glanced at Jun Sung and said with a smile, the lion has arrived, and they're not going to hightail it out of there. The lion and the animal are just an analogy, okay? Smiling involuntarily, Jun Sung shook his head and said, that's a bit too much praise. How can you compare me to a lion? If I were really a lion, I wouldn't have needed someone else's help like that. Hearing this, Do-Hack suddenly said mysteriously, well then, it's a young lion. Maybe it'll grow up fast. Jun Sung was stunned by his words. What did that mean? A short while later, at the conference building, a man stood on a high podium, giving a speech. This man was the chairman of the Special Defense Agency, Jang Trang-guk. He loudly announced that the conference would begin immediately. As you all know, the places where monsters appear are perfectly suited to their respective habitats. Recently, it has been discovered that monsters around the world are appearing in places completely different from their habitats. It's like a monster that only appears in North America suddenly showing up in South Korea. Therefore, the Defense Agency believes a response at the association level is necessary, which is why we have invited everyone here. Currently, the Defense Agency is working and cooperating internationally to confirm the situation and clarify the cause. At the same time, Jun Sung was listening intently from below. But at that moment, he unconsciously looked at the person sitting next to him. Before, Do-Hack had left him with a rather confusing remark. Before Jung Sung could even understand what he meant, he suddenly sighed and then said with a laugh, haha, let's talk about this later. Actually, I wanted to thank you. My younger sister, Unseon, is in China right now. When she left, her eyes were shining thanks to you, Jun Sung. I'm truly grateful. Hearing this, Jun Sung felt quite embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, it's nothing. I don't deserve your thanks. Do-Hack paid no mind and continued. Regarding China, I know that Chinese businessmen are also participating in this event. For the sake of global development, those people are also very interested in it. JH felt it would be great if Jun Sung could experience it just once. He said the stage in China is truly massive, with both people and monsters on an enormous scale. If he went there, Jun Sung would surely be thrilled. Back in the present, Jun Sung was still pondering DHC's words. Is he Chinese or just a lion cub? Why would he suddenly say something like that? He still couldn't figure out what the man meant. Could it be that all geniuses are like this? Trying to read his mind seemed pointless. Just then, Jun Sung suddenly noticed the expression on the person next to him seemed off. Before he could even process what was happening, he heard Jang Guk announce clearly, therefore, we, the Special Defense Agency, have decided to legalize limited rift diving, effective today. The moment he said that, everyone in the audience was stunned, and some even cheered excitedly. It's about time. In contrast, Jun Sung was completely bewildered. In the hunter industry, this meant diving. After a rift closes, hunters with the will to do so could remain inside the rift to continue exploring and operating. As the number and strength of hunters increased, the war against monsters began to tilt overwhelmingly in humanity's favor. Humans grew curious about what lay beyond the rifts. They believed they could pioneer and explore a new world. Everyone eagerly anticipated it, and so the exploration of the other side of the rifts, or diving, began. But the price for such arrogance was brutal annihilation. Not only were the hunters wiped out, but even the military with its special equipment was destroyed. The sole survivor, who barely made it out alive, left behind a single cryptic message before descending into madness and becoming a complete wreck. Since then, diving has been forbidden in the industry. Now, Jang Guk continued. Of course, unrestricted diving will not be permitted. Therefore, we will cautiously proceed by selecting hunters who are confirmed to have the necessary qualifications and abilities as determined by the Defense Agency. The crowd below fell into contemplation once more. Of course, it was all about ability. What hunter would refuse such an opportunity? Diving is a hunter's ultimate dream. A successful dive could bring honor and wealth beyond anyone's imagination. Kang Chul looked around at the crowd and couldn't help but smirk to himself. The atmosphere had completely changed. At the same time, another man also flashed a mysterious smile. He seemed to have something in mind. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Jang Guk continued his announcement. Furthermore, diving will not involve any specific compulsory actions. As long as the hunter records the information they gather until their return, they are free to take any other actions they wish inside. All byproducts obtained will be considered the hunter's property. And now, I will announce the list. The first list is comprised of all the top rankers. The first person was, of course, the number 1 ranked Lee J.H. Hearing his name, Jun Sung immediately congratulated him. But surprisingly, the final name was Jun Sung. This left him utterly bewildered. And immediately after the announcement, the crowd erupted with words of criticism. Seeing the chaotic scene, Jang Guk had to calm everyone down. Everyone, please be quiet, as the announcement is still in progress. There will be time for questions and answers shortly. However, the people below continued to talk amongst themselves, and someone even stood up to object. It was the director of the Gonchao Guild. He argued passionately, "I'd like to point out that Jun Sung is a rookie who has had his license for less than 6 months. To assign him to a mission as important as diving while bypassing other hunters, another veteran, so is it right to give it to a newcomer?" Hearing this, Jang Guk was in a bit of a tough spot but still tried to give the most reasonable answer possible. Unfortunately, that guy JJ just wouldn't let it go. "We can't see the cameras for individual actions. I heard that according to public opinion. Besides some of the released edited footage, there are also private videos that haven't been made public." JH, in the back, was watching him intently. This guy, Ju, is the director of the Gold Guild. He has a lot of influence and is a renowned hunter, pretending to represent others who aren't on the list. The position of the National Defense Agency will also be complicated. Does he think that by pestering like this and dragging things out, he won't be outdone by the newcomer, Jun? Since he's a rookie, there must be a lot he wants to say. Of course, JJ had no idea someone was sizing him up. He continued to question aggressively. "I'm raising doubts about the National Defense Agency's choice. There must be verification from another reputable agency other than the National Defense Agency." As soon as he finished, someone stood up and spoke. "Let me do that." Hearing this, Ju was startled and turned his head to look. The one who spoke was none other than Yu He of the QR Corporation. She had stood up from her seat and said clearly, "I'll be blunt. There's nothing to question about Jun Sung's abilities. I trust him and I will vouch for that." Kang Cheon, who was beside her, also smiled and said, "Cha Jil, my friend, you must have been in quite a hurry." Jay wasn't surprised by this. After all, Kang Cheon had already given a powerful speech about Jun Sung on air. Now, even the number 2 ranked hunter, Yu He, had also stepped up. In effect, this was an endorsement from QR. JJ's expression instantly turned ugly. Yu He had the skill, experience, and fame, so her endorsement was enough to bypass any other requirements. What excuse did Ju have to keep this up? Yet, like a hungry leech, he bit down and refused to let go. He pursed his lips and said, "I'm not doing this to deny O's abilities. But what is the most important ability for a dive hunter? It's not about dealing with attacks and defending situationally." Hearing this, Yu He frowned, but for the moment, she didn't have a rebuttal. Seizing the opportunity, Ju continued, "However, if you look at the released videos, Jun's attack methods are only close range. A hunter can't be good at everything, so doesn't that mean he has shortcomings?" As soon as he said this, Jae-Hak was speechless. How malicious, is he just shamelessly complaining now? The atmosphere has turned so sour, and he doesn't even realize it. Just as he thought, everyone was probably cursing out Ju's entire family tree by now. Jae-Hak felt that he couldn't listen to this anymore and had to say something at this point. But before he could do anything, Jun Sung stood up to his surprise. He spoke clearly. "I am, Jun Sung, and I completely understand the opposition from the seniors and I apologize for this. I also thank those who have stood up to vouch for me. I would like to clearly state my position." Seeing him speak up, Yu He was immediately pleased. On the other hand, that bastard JJ was not so happy. Regardless of everyone's reactions, Jun Sung boldly declared, "I have no intention of refusing this opportunity. Instead, as a hunter, I will do my utmost to meet the expectations of the association and the National Defense Agency. Of course, I understand Jill's concerns. Therefore, if possible, I would like to prove my long-range skills right here." Jun Sung then asked Director Jang Guk if that was okay. Jang Guk nodded in agreement without a second thought. "That's a good idea. If you do that, we can wrap this up neatly. This matter here. I agree. Show us that skill you were talking about." His words also caused a stir among the crowd below. Everyone wanted Jun Sung to demonstrate his skill and put Jae-Do in his place. Meanwhile, a man standing in a corner overheard the crowd's chatter and couldn't help but smile. "How dull. But it's been a while since I've seen something this interesting, don't you think?" With that, he glanced at the person standing beside him, as if asking for their opinion. A moment later, Jun Sung arrived at the gallery. He glanced at the 2 guns resting on the table. These were guns used for attacking large monsters, preloaded with energy that could increase bleeding damage. This was one of the most basic weapons for a hunter, unless they had special abilities like salt or alcohol. With that thought, Jun Sung picked up one of the guns and began to take aim. Yu Hai, watching from behind, couldn't help but feel skeptical. Jun Sung definitely isn't someone with alcohol or salt abilities, so he can use it. But why hasn't he fired yet? Meanwhile, Jae-do sneered to himself. Just show everyone your technique already. Is this just a gallery? Are you trying to show off your good looks with this thing? Of course, Jun Sung was unaware of their thoughts, still concentrating on his aim. He recalled a time before when he had attended a shooting range with Sung Guk. He had taught Jun Sung a great deal. He said that anyone can talk a big game, so if you don't practice diligently, you'll quickly be left behind. Furthermore, their country didn't have the same long, established history as China or Japan. Sung Guk had thought to himself, so I'll just make one myself. He systematically organized the entire country's hunters. Spin and it was one of the results of that effort. He created it and used it for hunting. Back then, Jun Sung was bewildered after hearing this, but Sung Guk didn't pay it much mind. He put on his protective gear and then said, "Put on your safety gear. The second lesson starts now." Immediately after, he began to fire at the target in front of him, and Jun Sung was now mimicking his movements. He fired a single bullet, and in the blink of an eye, the target in front of him was blown away. It landed squarely on a table and began to deflate. Seeing this, everyone was immediately confused, and Yu Hai was no exception. Jae-do, on the other hand, was smug, silently sneering to himself. Just as I thought, nothing special. Without using special alcohol or poison, you can never control the energy release from your own body. However, the new range technique developed by Sung Guk and passed down to Jun Sung. The energy that Jun Sung had shot into the target was now spinning relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire target and then immediately exploded. Everyone who saw this stared wide-eyed in shock. Jae-do's face turned as black as soot. He never would have dreamed this was possible, and the mysterious man, on the other hand, gave a mysterious smile. He was clearly just enjoying the show. Jun Sung ignored the crowd's chatter and stood there calmly. Meanwhile, Yu Hai was observing the aftermath of the explosion. She was wondering how Jun Sung managed to make it explode. Did he create and maintain some kind of viscous energy in a special form? It looked less like a gunshot and more like it was torn apart from the inside by multiple blades. It definitely wasn't a salt ability. There was no alcohol involved, so it wasn't an alcohol ability either, which means he must be controlling pure energy. Jun Sung, at that moment, was still, stood there tall. He glanced at everyone and said, "Well, that's that. This proves I have long-range reaction capabilities, doesn't it?" The moment he said that, Ju's expression turned ugly. He was utterly speechless. Trang, who was beside him, spoke up to remind him, "Mr. Ju, Oh Sung is asking you something." The one who demanded proof should respond, right? Ju was so furious, he turned purple with rage, but there was nothing else he could do. He could only purse his lips and admit, "I acknowledge Oh Jun Sung's qualifications and the selection process of the National Defense Bureau. I admit that the objection I raised was wrong." Hearing this, Oh Jun Sung smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you." The matter was settled. Trang then announced, "Well then, I'd like to conclude the meeting here. The meal is ready, so please make your way to the prepared banquet hall." Shortly after, everyone moved to the dining hall. After what had just happened, even more people started to gather around Oh Jun Sung. Of course, Ju was not pleased with this. He stood in a corner, watching everyone. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, how humiliating. The time flow actually stopped for a moment back there. While Ju was lost in thought, someone called out to him, startling him. Ju looked at the two newcomers and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Director Chu Jane? I had no idea you would be here." Selin chuckled and replied, "Ha ha. I also received an invitation this time. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chu Jane, the director of the Korean branch of TENS, a massive corporation that has surpassed China and expanded to Z-Razor. China, the largest stage in Asia, is a place where active hunting operations can be carried out. Any hunter would covet the opportunity to operate in China, but it's nearly impossible. This is because without a contract with a highly influential company like TENS, they won't even issue a visa. This is a policy they can enforce because they have such a dense pool of talent that they have no need for foreign hunters. Korea's top hunter teams have continuously tried to break into China, but so far there hasn't been a single successful case. The only exception is Lek's younger sister, Lunan, who was the only one able to get in China as a special case. An influential figure in China, Jinggon, took Unseon on as a direct disciple. This connection was forged when her natural essence was compatible with Jinggon's aura. Since there was a first case, it's possible for a second and third Unseon to appear. That's why, when it came to Selin, Ju thought he absolutely needed to make a good impression. Just then, Selin laughed loudly and said, "I witnessed a great spectacle today. I think it was great that I came." Hearing this, Ju's expression turned sour. He figured the man must have seen his embarrassing moment and was saying that on purpose. Still, he forced a smile and said, "Are you referring to Oh Jun-sung? He does have a rather outstanding presence." However, Selin just waved his hand and laughed. "No, no. The man himself is more interesting than his technique." Then he asked inquisitively about this. "Oh Jun-sung, has it really been less than half a year since he got his license?" Ju gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes, that's right." Upon hearing the confirmation, Selin seemed even more delighted and laughed loudly. "Excellent. It sounds like a ridiculous story, but he clearly has a knack for it. To have learned that technique so cleanly in such a short period." Ju frowned, remaining silent. Even for someone from China, with all their advanced techniques and hunting data, it seemed like an overly arrogant assessment. That technique is useless, he thought. Selin, unaware of what Ju was thinking, continued to laugh and say, "Haha, it's been a long time since I've met a fellow with such great potential." "You think so too? Is that so?" But as soon as Chun Jop finished speaking, the person next to him was gone. Sign looked around in confusion, searching for him. A moment later, a look of surprised delight appeared on his face. Chun Jop, could that kid have gone to find Oh Jun-sung? Meanwhile, outside on the cool campus grounds, Jun-sung sat on a bench and let out a sigh of relief. Was that a bit too much? Since the technique still isn't perfect, how can I perform it without making any mistakes? As he said that, he couldn't help but look at his own hand. It was still trembling, so Jun-sung used his other hand to steady it. He sighed and mumbled, "It seems I still haven't managed to relieve the tension. Anyway, I succeeded in the technique demonstration, so I guess it will be officially named soon, right?" While he was lost in thought, someone approached where he was sitting. Jun-sung was startled and turned his head, asking doubtfully, "Is someone there?" But surprisingly, the person appeared beside him in a flash. Jun-sung's eyes widened in astonishment. When did this person get here? Ignoring his confusion, Chun Jop spoke first. "You're Oh Jun-sung. How about a match with me?" After saying this, his eyes were filled with eager anticipation as he looked at him. In contrast, Jun-sung was utterly bewildered. Is this guy high or something? He didn't understand a single thing, because Chun Jop was speaking in Chinese. Jun-sung, of course, didn't understand and just stared at him blankly. Just then, Sign came running over. He aggressively questioned him. "Hey, you brat, so you really are here. I told you not to cause any trouble." After saying that, he bowed his head to apologize to Jun-sung. "I'm sorry for the disturbance." Jun-sung also hurriedly stood up and politely said, "It's no problem, but how do you know who I am, sir?" Sign chuckled lightly and said, "I recognized you from your demonstration earlier." With that, he took out a business card and handed it to Jun-sung. Then he introduced himself, Director of T Korea, Chu-sang. "I've come looking for you because there's something I want to discuss." Hearing this, Jun-sung was immediately startled. "That's the largest hunter corporation in China." Sign then introduced the other. "This brat is my nephew. He was a bodyguard who became a hunter thanks to his decent skills. As you've seen, his personality is a bit impulsive, so he's caused you some trouble." Even though Jun-sung didn't understand what he had said, he refrained from commenting, shook his head and replied, "It's no problem at all. But why were you looking for me, sir?" Sane chuckled lightly and said sincerely, "Although I am the director of TENS Korea, I'm not here to see you, Oh Jun-sung, on business today. I want to establish a personal relationship." This statement left Jun-sung a bit bewildered. What does he mean by that? Seeing that he was silent, Sign spoke up. "As a hunter, you've probably heard of the TENS Korea company, right? But perhaps you don't know this, as it's not widely publicized. In fact, the owners of TENS are all hunters. Every heir takes pride in this long-standing historical tradition. Furthermore, Sign and Chun Jop are both disciples of that person." Earlier, while watching Jun-sung's demonstration, Sign had a thought. He was fully qualified to inherit their tradition. Jun-sung just stood by and listened, because this information was quite difficult to process. Ignoring his reaction, Sign continued, "So, it might be a bit rude, but I took a video of your demonstration and sent it to my master. Ga Yong-do, I have answered your question." Jun-sung couldn't help but be stunned, and he asked back doubtfully, "Answered? That thing?" "Dan Mo," he nodded. Se-jin said calmly, "That's right, the number one under heaven wants to see your inner potential." Jun-sung was stunned when he heard this. He asked in shock, "If it's the number one under heaven, you must be talking about Fat Mean, right?" Se-jin didn't answer, only replying mysteriously, "That person is one of them. This is a secret, so I can't reveal it. Of course, that person is the strongest among them. A once-in-a-thousand-years genius. If Jun-sung is to become the disciple of that person, there is one condition." Jun-sung frowned slightly, silently asking what the condition was. Se-jin replied nonchalantly, "For you, Jun-sung, To become that person's disciple, you must completely become that person. This tutelage will not take away your freedom, Jun, but during the process of learning the skills, using any other techniques is not allowed. The technical methods that Jun Sung used in the demonstration just now, you use all the things that person does not permit. Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but interrupt. I know what you're going to say next. His words surprised Se-jin. He asked in confusion, what? Jun Sung ignored him and said calmly, from now on, my master and I have severed our ties, right? Se-jin frowned in surprise, muttering suspiciously, that's right, I've never told anyone that. Could it be? But before he could finish, Jun Sung cut him off coldly. Thank you for your offer, but I refuse. Se-jin was shocked and exclaimed, have you thought this through? Why on earth would you do that? You know this is an opportunity of a lifetime. You won't get another chance. At this moment, Chun-jop, who was standing nearby, didn't understand what the two were talking about, and muttered in confusion, Uncle, what's with this atmosphere? Se-jin frowned slightly. If that's the case, then so be it. With that thought, he switched to Chinese and said, he has rejected the offer. These words made Chun-jop's expression turn ugly. He gritted his teeth and cursed. What? That idiot. Se-jin didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Continuing, he said the techniques he's learned so far are more than enough. He doesn't need any more foreign techniques. This made Chun-jop even angrier. Immediately after, he shouted loudly, causing Jun Sung to turn his head in surprise. Chun-jop yelled and cursed loudly, but to Jun Sung's ears, it just sounded like a dog barking wildly. Se-jin, standing beside him, kindly asked, do you need a translator? Jun Sung nodded slightly. Se-jin began to translate Chun-jop's curses. You're a little too full of yourself, showing off with just a few petty skills. And you're throwing away this golden opportunity, too. Hearing these harsh insults, Jun Sung sighed with a bit of resignation. He glanced at Se-jin and said, I don't think I need to hear this. I'm leaving. But how could Se-jin let Jun Sung leave so easily? He continued to translate Chun-jop's words for him. And so, he successfully provoked Jun Sung. He asked coldly, what are you saying right now? Chun-jop, of course, didn't understand the Korean Jun Sung had just spoken and stood there confused. Jun Sung faced him, his expression darkening. He gritted his teeth and cursed. You dare say those things to my face right now? Se-jin translated his words for Chun-jop. He snorted coldly and said with contempt, if you're so confident in your techniques, do you dare to fight me? Se-jin was a bit confused, not knowing why Jun Sung had gotten angry. He advised in a low voice, I'm sorry, but if you experience it once, maybe you'll change your mind. But before he could finish speaking, Jun Sung cut in coldly, fine, let's fight. With that, he walked over to face Chun Jose. His voice was filled with contempt as he said, let's see just how skilled you are, you bastard. Right after that, the three of them headed to the training room. Both Jun and Chun Jose were fully geared up. At this moment, Chun Jose was extremely confident. He asked in a low voice, Sign, what should I do, sir? Should I end it quickly, or should I play with him for a bit to show the difference in our levels? What do you think? Jun had no idea what he was saying. He was just getting his own gear ready. Hearing Chun's words, Sign was a little displeased and reminded him, don't insult others. Chun was a bit confused and snorted coldly, but that guy looked down on us first. That much was true. Sign was in a tough spot, as they'd need a translator for this to be a fair fight, but technically, most of the legendary living hunters have kept a low profile. This tradition has existed in China for a long time, for thousands of years even. And yet, despite being given this opportunity, Jun Sung refused. Even after so much persuasion, what kind of person was this young man, really? With that thought, Sign said in a low voice, in any case, he's still a talented kid. Chun Jose asked resentfully, are you still thinking about trying to get through to him? He said with a pout. You don't like it? Shrugging indifferently, Chun Jose said casually. No, but I'm not going to bow down to that guy. I can tell just by looking at him. Sign let out a soft chuckle and reminded him gently, it'll be fine. Once he's been humbled, things will be different. It's not easy to shine all on your own. Clearly, Jun Sung is a genius, so if you want to break down this wall, you have to challenge him to a fight. After some preparation, Jun and Chun Jose stepped into the ring. Chun Jose announced confidently, I'll even give you 3 free shots. Seeing Jun Sung's blank expression, Chun Jose remembered that the kid didn't know Chinese. So, he repeated himself in English. Jun Sung understood him this time, but he remained silent. Just then, the bell to start the match rang out. Jun Sung immediately got into an offensive stance. Chun Jose, still supremely confident, stood there with a casual smile. A moment later, Jun Sung launched his attack, but Chun Jose dodged every move. As he evaded, he thought to himself, he's not bad, faster than I expected. In the middle of a fight, he has time to be impressed. What an idiot. Jun Sung landed a punch on Chun Jose, causing him to double over in pain. Chun Jose's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. He had actually lost track of Jun Sung's movement. While Chun Jose was lost in thought, Jun Hazung threw another punch. This time, he didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. And by now, the 3 moves were up. So, Chun began his counterattack, unleashing a palm strike toward Jun. However, something shocking happened. Jun Sung actually managed to block his palm strike, though he was still pushed back a few steps. Of course, Jun Sung wouldn't accept defeat like that. He took another step back, then used the momentum to charge forward, his hand clenched into a fist as he rushed in at high speed. Seeing this, Chun Jose grew annoyed and angrily shouted, "Bring it on! Don't make me show you the difference in our levels. I'm not in the same league as you." As soon as he finished speaking, he also lowered his center of gravity and took an attack stance. The two of them clashed once again, with Sign watching from the sidelines, stared at the ring, dumbfounded. He even took out his phone to record the entire fight between the two. In the ring, Jun Ik-sung was unleashing a storm of attacks on Chun Jop. The more Si-jin watched, the more shocked and delighted he became. This was unbelievable. Jung Sung's strength far surpassed his expectations, but regardless of what he expected, the fight between the two men in the ring was still raging on. At this moment, Chun Jop was attacking Jun Ik-sung, but he simply leaned back to dodge, and conveniently kicked Chun Jop's right calf. Chun Jop scoffed, cursing his petty tricks. Then he leaned back to avoid an incoming kick. Without pausing for a second, Chun Jop raised his knee, aiming to take Jun Sung down. Jun Sung was startled when he saw this. He quickly leaned back, successfully evading the move. This made Chun Jop furious. He was like a slippery mouse. Immediately after, filled with frustration, he madly rushed forward again. But Jun Sung countered every move, and Chun Jop couldn't even touch him. Chun Jop was livid with rage. How was this possible? Nothing made sense. His technique and form were all wrong. It was like a circus act. How could this be happening? While he was lost in thought, he took a kick from Jun Sung. A shoe print was now stamped on Chun Jop's right cheek. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it. I can win this. I refuse to lose to that lunatic." On the other side, in stark contrast to Chun Jop's childish fury, Jun Sung was incredibly composed. This only made Chun Jop even angrier. He just needed to use his martial arts properly and he would win in a landslide. But at that moment, Chun Jop noticed a few drops of water on the floor beneath him. It was his own sweat. Chun Jop frowned slightly. When had he started sweating? Not only that, Chun Jop's body was also trembling. Was he exhausted or was he just stressed out by Jun Sung? At the same time, Se-jin's expression was also grim. It looked like Jun Sung was moving randomly, but those movements were a destructive skill. It was a direct counter technique. He could read his opponent's movements perfectly, a skill Se-jin had never witnessed before. Chun Jop now felt as if he were facing a natural predator about to kill him. He refused to give up and frantically attacked Jun Sung, but every single one of his movements was anticipated. He blocked his attacks with incredible ease. Seeing this, a look of disbelief appeared in Chun Jop's eyes. How could this be? He roared in frustration. Why isn't it working? Damn it. Jun Sung ignored his tantrum and just focused on blocking. At this point, Chun Jop was at the peak of his rage. He shifted his weight to his legs, formed a palm strike, and roared fiercely. "Come on. No matter where you are, try this on for size." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Jop unleashed a palm strike at Jun Sung. In the instant he attacked, Jun Sung pressed his hands against his own temples for protection. Immediately after, quick as a flash, he reached out and grabbed Chun Jop's head. Without a shred of hesitation, he drove his knee into his face. The sudden turn of events left Si-jin, who was watching from the sidelines, completely stunned. Chun Jop had already collapsed to the ground, kneeling before Jun Sung, blood pouring from his nose like a waterfall. Chun Jop covered his face, confused. Even though he took a knee to the face, he was still conscious. At this realization, Chun Jop's body suddenly trembled. He looked up and demanded, "You fought me without using any energy?" Si-jin helplessly put a hand to his forehead. He had suspected the same thing because of Jun Sung's attacks didn't cause any major damage. In response to this question, Jun Sung just calmly replied, "Probably because I didn't use it intentionally." But Chun Jo wasn't satisfied. He stood up and shouted, "Damn it, again, use your energy, I can still fight." Jun Sung ignored him, glanced at Seo Jin and said, "You tell me, I didn't use any energy and I still took him down. Isn't that enough to decide the match? Besides, According to you, Chun-jo's claims that he can still fight are just a bluff. As soon as he finished speaking, a weakened Chun-jo collapsed to the ground. Jun-sung paid him no mind and turned to leave the arena. Seo-jin watched his retreating back and began to lament internally. He had predicted that Jun-sung would be devastated if he lost to Chun-jo, but that was impossible. How could he lose so one-sidedly? Thinking this, Seo-jin couldn't help but say out loud, "That was amazing." Hearing this, Jun-sung's steps immediately halted. He said in a low voice, "Not at all. I'm a hunter and that guy is also a hunter. Our job is to hunt monsters and protect the people. A fight between hunters like this is meaningless." Hearing this, Chun-jo couldn't help but let out two dry coughs. Jun-sung ignored it and continued, "That was just a personal dispute, and I'm still not used to losing my temper. So, you should advise them not to focus too much on the outcome of the match, whether it's you or Chun-jo, or even you, Seo-jin." At this point, Jun-sung suddenly paused and glanced at the phone, his voice turning cold as he said, "The person on the other end of that phone is watching too." These words startled Seo-jin, and at what seemed to be the same moment, from the phone came a loud, jarring noise. Jun-sung snorted lightly and said coldly, "Relay a message to the person called him on the other side. If you want something from me, contact me through the company or come see me in person, or at the very least, try to avoid these squabbles that just hurt people's feelings." After saying that, he bid them farewell and left. Seo-jin hurriedly tried to call after him, but at that moment, a deep voice came from the phone. "From what I just heard, it seems I've been told off more than I could have ever imagined." Seo-jin couldn't help but shudder. Quickly turning back, he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. It's all because I misjudged the situation. What should I say?" But before he could finish, the person on the other end cut him off. "All right, there's no need to say more. It's not that I'm angry. I found it entertaining, so that's enough." When Seo-jin heard this, he was startled. His master found it entertaining. He's been taught by him for 30 years, but this is the first time he's ever heard him say that. Just then, Seo-jin's master chuckled and said, "Then I'll talk about the next matter." Then the old man began to ramble on about his plan. Hearing this, Chun-jo, who was on the ground, shot right up. Meanwhile, Seo-jin was utterly horrified, asking back in disbelief, "What?" A few days later, Jun-sung was constantly appearing in the media, with headlines like, "Hunter Park Kang-han successfully hunts an 11-star monster," or "Park Kang-han appears during a hunt, a surprise broadcast, or a surprise interview, boldly declaring he will seize the #1 spot." Kang Cheon naturally saw the news about Jun-sung, and he couldn't help but remark with feeling, "Seriously, he's still got some nerve," basically saying, "So don't bother me or mess with me anymore." Cheon looked up again at the person sitting across from him, winking as he said with a smile, "What an interesting fellow, huh? You need a friend like that to bring some life into the industry. You said you wish there were a few friends with performance skills like this in the industry, right?" Director Jo Ki-suk. The person sitting across from him was Jo Ki-suk, ranked 3rd on the charts. Hearing Kang Chan's words, Ki-suk scoffed coldly. "If you're done watching, put your phone away. In any case, there's another matter we need to focus on right now." Shrugging nonchalantly, Kang Chown pouted and said, "Oh, my apologies. I thought the director would be interested too." With that, he put his phone away, let out a sigh, and said, "Ah, I already said that I've already rearranged all the positions." Kang Cheon suddenly paused for a moment, then stared intently at Ki-suk and questioned, "Representative Do, am I crazy enough to sell QR to China?" Hearing this, Ki-suk corrected him with displeasure. "It's not China, it's tea. And besides, how many times have I explained that we're not selling?" Letting out a soft snort, Kang Cheon said coldly, "Did you really say that? If you're talking about building a large-scale system between Korea and China, then I don't see how that's any different from selling the company." Ki-suk narrowed his eyes at him but didn't reply. Kang Cheon held up 2 fingers and declared, "So, you only need to know 2 things. First, Kang Cheon is not a guardian deity. Second, Tenzin Nabin. I have no intention of selling the company I've dedicated my entire life to and becoming some small-time boss." Ki-suk couldn't help but sigh, saying reluctantly, "Do you realize what kind of opportunity you're throwing away?" Kang Cheon scoffed coldly. "So you're finally not denying what I said. You're calling this an opportunity." Ki-suk ignored his criticism and said in a low voice, "We've already fallen far behind. If we could even catch up, that would just be wishful thinking. But what's the situation now?" Kang Cheon just listened in silence without saying a word. Ki-suk continued, "The next generation of hunters in our country will naturally lead the way in the S-engine field. Now they've integrated their inherent strengths into it and are developing at a very rapid pace. Our predictions were wrong." Hearing this, Kang Cheon raised an eyebrow and said, "Anyone can tell that's not right. So is that the choice you come up with?" Ki-suk clenched his fist, his eyes full of determination as he said, "That's right. The version of a true martial artist's eyes is that. Besides the 10 Chronicles, there is no successor in China to inherit it, so it only remains in the form of documents or diagrams. 10 decades later, Tens is proposing that businesses provide the results to the partners who." After hearing this, Kang Cheon scratched his head and said, "It's not that Tens is being used, but an unverified copy, meaning we'd voluntarily become guinea pigs." Ki-suk still tried to persuade him. There's a chance to acquire an unlockable technique in exchange for transferring a few rights. But Kang Cheon didn't care. His stance remained unchanged. Hearing this, Ki-suk had nothing more to say. He slowly stood up. "So that's how it is. Ah, all right. In reality, I only came to persuade you at Tense's request, but for me, it's better if there's no QR." With that, he slowly walked out, but left one last remark. "I have a piece of advice. There's a wall that absolutely cannot be overcome. The rookies are betting their lives on that side, but their performance isn't great, is it? Perhaps. It won't be good later either. That's for sure." These words startled Kang Cheon, but he immediately clicked his tongue and replied, "Seriously, this is an insurmountable wall. I never even considered it." His aura was restored. The proposal itself was clearly something to look forward to, but did Ki-suk really not know the downside? The company would surely face interference from Tens, yet he accepted it despite knowing the danger. The reason was obvious. Thinking this, Kang Cheon nodded and said, "An insurmountable wall, for example, is like Lee DH, whom Representative Jun has never once surpassed." These words made Ki-suk freeze up completely. Seeing his reaction, Kang Cheon smirked triumphantly. Everyone knew about his financial acumen, but the one who really ignited those pent-up emotions was Jun. Kang Cheon had grown tired of the unbridgeable gap with ZHC, but Jun, who appeared as a newcomer, had sparked his anxiety. Thinking back on it, Kang Cheon could understand why JJ had been so bitterly resentful. It was probably proof that the internal affairs of Con Gold were hastily affected by the evidence. After a moment of silence, Kang Cheon continued, "Director Joe Ki-suk, I have something to say too." He said he didn't know if the man had 18 dragons or was a hybrid of Energia or what, but Ki-suk couldn't surpass DHC. Ki-suk's expression was still frozen with anger. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "That remains to be seen." With a cold laugh, Kang Cheon pouted and thought to himself, what will happen to the industry now? The entry of Tens will succeed, and even if I object, it can't be stopped if there are heavy hitters. After that, the power dynamics in the industry will clearly change. If so, our side needs a rival too. In the end, is it just Jun Sung alone? In this chaotic era, what kind of moves will he make in the future? I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Jun Sung was unaware of the hidden struggles among the capitalists. He was currently resting on a chair. The day of his departure was finally tomorrow. He had prepared like crazy, and now all that was left was to execute the plan. Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "I was just casually enjoying the night view. None of my friends have been answering me lately." Startled, Jun Sung turned his head and saw an old man standing imposingly next to him. He was wearing sunglasses and had a smile on his lips. "You're Jun Sung. I was very impressed with your interview. It was an excellent interview, and it suited your status perfectly." Hearing this, Jun Sung gave a polite nod. "Thank you, sir. By the way, are you not Korean?" The old man gave a slight nod. The old man chuckled and replied, "That's right. I often come to Korea because I have a business partner." As he said this, he suddenly paused, stared intently at him, and then spoke coldly. "And this time, I wanted to see your face for myself." These words put Jun Sung on guard, and sure enough, the old man's aura suddenly changed. Jun Sung was instantly shocked. The man spoke coldly. "Now, tell me, who do you think is standing in front of you?" Jun Sung frowned slightly. "This old man is really strange. I should probably open the auto-hunting system first." With that thought, he immediately raised his hand to open the system. But just then, something came flying rapidly towards him. Jun Sung was horrified. He dodged to the side. His eyes widened in horror. Was that an air bullet? If it weren't for auto-hunt, I would have been a goner. I would have been done for. On the other side, the old man still held his hand in the same position. He thought that all he had to do was flick his finger and an air bullet would fly out. With that thought, he chuckled and said, "You managed to dodge that?" Jung Sung didn't answer. He frowned silently, planning to dodge and then counterattack with auto-hunt. First, he had to retreat. Putting the thought into action, Jun Sung quickly backed away to create distance from the old man, and next, he would attack with spin list. But before he could do anything, the old man instantly appeared behind him. He spoke coldly. "That unpredictability of yours is quite interesting." Jun Sung's eyes widened in shock. When did he get behind me? Since it had come to this, he quickly attacked. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly erupted, sending up smoke and dust and debris flying everywhere. Not only that, but it also formed a thick mist that began to assault the old man. The old man saw this and snorted coldly. How cute. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, the mist dissipated. When his vision cleared, he could see Jun Sung's figure. Seeing this one move from the old man, he was inwardly stunned that his attack was so easily nullified. But what was even more surprising was that the old man only took a few seconds to catch up to him. He threw a punch at Jun Sung's back. Jun Sung had no way to dodge in time, and so he was hit. With no other choice, Jun Sung had to drop to the ground. The pain made it impossible for him to keep running any longer. Just then, the old man walked over and gripped Jun Sung's shoulder tightly. He spoke coldly. Your endurance is quite impressive. You can still move after taking that hit. That's amazing, a skill level worth bragging about. Jun Sung bit his lip hard, thinking, my body won't listen to me anymore. It's as if my pressure points were hit. While Jun Sung was panicking, the old man spoke again. How long are you going to keep this up? I'm not trying to mock you, but I'm compared to a heavenly horse that can chase its prey for 10 miles. After saying that, he glanced at the boy and added with a grim smile, try not to regret this too much, because the outcome won't be what you're hoping for. Unnoticed during the chase, the two had reached a main avenue. People watched them running and leaping, and began to whisper among themselves, what is that? Are they filming a movie? Isn't that Park Gang-han? And who's that distinguished-looking old man with him? Hearing the commotion, the old man chuckled and said, well now, with so many people watching, I have no choice. I suppose we'll have to talk later. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Jun Sung was trembling. He couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't I already release his pressure points? Just then, Jun Sung suddenly raised his head to look at the old man. He said in a cold voice, if my assumptions about that person are correct, then you owe me a proper apology. Your actions are illegal, aren't they? Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but crack a smile. Young man, don't tell me that just because I released your pressure points, your mind isn't working right. Jun Sung ignored his taunt and continued, isn't that the question I should be asking you? Do people like you always handle matters so arbitrarily like this? The old man let Jun Sung's words go in one ear and out the other, pouting as he said, why get so worked up, kid? You're the one who came looking for me. What? Jun Sung exclaimed in shock. What nonsense is he talking about? Chuckling softly, the old man gently pushed up his glasses, then said in a low voice, if I were to act recklessly, whether here or anywhere else, no matter how many people were watching, you wouldn't be able to open your mouth. After hearing this, Jun Sung snorted coldly, but I'm opening my mouth and talking to you right now. His words stunned the old man, who then threw his head back and laughed loudly. What a special young man. Now, let me formally introduce myself. I am Jin Kwobake, and I am the master of the two who were following and pestering you. As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Sung's eyes widened. He is one of the 10 leaders of T-Jang Quick, but why would the big boss come looking for him directly? While Jun Sung was confused, Jin Kwobake spoke again. I didn't mean any harm when I hit your pressure points just now. I only did it to have enough time to observe your body closely, and it can truly be described with one word, masterpiece. Hearing this, Jun Sung shuddered, remembering he'd been groped by a creep before. Taking a deep breath, Jun Sung regained his composure and said, if you want to talk to me, you have to apologize first. For the insult an elder has shown to a junior like me, I deserve an apology. That's the condition. If you apologize, I'll gladly accommodate you, otherwise it's just. Before Jun Sung could finish, Jin Kwobake asked in a menacing tone, otherwise, what? What can you do to me, boy? Snorting lightly, Jun Sung pouted and said, if you don't apologize, I'll call the police right now. These words made Jin Kwobake freeze up, and the atmosphere fell silent. Immediately after, Jin Kwobake suddenly burst out laughing. He enthusiastically exclaimed, you really are an interesting young man. The police? You call the police on me? Jun Sung thought, is he afraid of this? How naive, daring to bargain with me? Truly amazing. Just then, Jun Sung opened his mouth again. If you say another unnecessary word, I'm leaving. But how could Jin Kwobake give him that chance? He hurriedly stopped him. Wait, this can still be salvaged. I have a proposal. You and I will have a match. A match? As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Kwobake took out a red box and handed it to Jun Sung. Jun Sung looked at the box in Jin Kwubake's hand and asked with a frown, a match? The old man nodded slightly and replied, yes, give it a try. Jun Sung squinted at him, then after a long pause, asked doubtfully, why should I have a match with you? Shrugging indifferently, Jin Kwobake casually replied, it's simple. I have no intention of wearing your request. He said the rabbit's body movements look great to the rabbit, but isn't that the same for the lion's gaze? After hearing this, Jun Sung frowned and asked, so you mean if we're not on the same level, you don't need to say sorry even after being so disrespectful? Jin Kwebek shook his head and said with a smile, not exactly. It's just that I've only ever apologized to one person of a certain caliber. Jun Sung snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, is that so? I don't think I have any reason to meet your standards. Hearing this, Jin Kwebek wasn't surprised and sighed. There's no other way. Wagging your tail like that is the survival method of the weak, I understand. These words made the expression on Jun Sung's face stiffen. Seeing his reaction, Jin Kwebek laughed again and said, haha, your expression changed immediately. So, what should we do? Make a bet with me. If you win, I'll give this to you and I will apologize. The old man said that if Jun Sung knew what was in the box, he'd be so surprised he'd pass out. Jun Sung didn't agree right away, instead asking suspiciously, what if I lose? Guibi answered without a hint of hesitation, you become my student. Hearing this, Jun Sung finally realized what was going on. He asked with a sigh, this was your real goal all along, wasn't it? Shrugging indifferently, Guibi said casually, why else would I go to all this trouble? Anyway, I know how to do this. With that, he began to explain the bet. They would reverse what they had just done. Guibi would run and Jun Sung would attack. If Jun Sung's attack touched him even slightly, he would win. Otherwise, he could also snatch the box from Guibi, using any trick or method he wanted. Jun Sung listened silently to the old man's words. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his head. Thinking it over, he broke into a smile. All right, I accept. As soon as he said that, Guibi exclaimed joyfully, excellent, a man of action. So, shall we change locations? Jun Sung shook his head slightly and replied, no. It has to be right here, right? Guibi said, a bit surprised. Here? Aren't you a little overconfident? I've never lost a single bet like this before. Hearing this, Jun Sung scoffed, then this will be your first loss. What? Guibi was stunned by his words. Jun Sung ignored his reaction, his eyes fixed on the red box. After a moment, he muttered, no matter how I look at it, taking the box seems easier. I'll just take the box first. Hearing this, Guibi sneered contemptuously. You think you can? There was no sound. Yet, just as the words left his mouth, the box was suddenly enveloped in a yellow light, and then it vanished from the old man's hands. Guibi stared blankly at his empty palms. He didn't even realize what Jun Sung had done before the boy was already lunging at him. Caught completely off guard, Guibi couldn't react as Jun Sung's two fingers tapped his forehead. Guibi was frozen solid by this action. Jun Sung flashed a triumphant smile. Both conditions have been met. I win. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, Guibi was enveloped by a murderous aura that sent a chill through the air. The passers-by felt it and began to whisper among themselves. Jun Sung couldn't help but tremble. The pressure was immense. Just then, Guibi spoke in a low voice. How in the world did you do that? With a slight chuckle, Jun Sung casually replied, just as you said, using any trick or method. I just used another card I had. Hearing this, Guibi slapped his hand away and snorted coldly. Explain yourself if you don't want to lose those audacious fingers. You need an explanation. Indifferently shrugging, Jun Sung pouted and said, if you don't agree with the result, we can just go back to the start. Biting his lip aggressively, Guibi growled, what start? You don't think that was just a joke and nothing more? A small smile played on his lips as Jun Sung casually replied, so I wasted my time on a scammer who won't even keep his promise? These words made Guibi's intense aura vanish. A moment later, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. It's not like you completely cheated me. There was no danger, and nothing was stolen, so I can't really argue. I wanted peace and quiet for 20 years, but I never expected to be bested like this. With that, he handed the box to him. All right, I admit it, I lost to this insolent brat. He said he had handed over the box as promised, so I should hurry up and take it. Jun Sung took the box, frowning thoughtfully. Just then, Guibi spoke up. Was it that little trick of yours that got my box out? What kind of trick was it? Shrugging indifferently, Jun Sung pouted and said, do I have any reason to tell you? What a cheapskate. Hearing this, Guibi snorted in dissatisfaction, but still sincerely warned him. Ah, it's best if you don't open the lid. It's better to keep it sealed from the outside air until you use the medicine. Jun Sung frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, it's a type of medicine? Guibi suddenly felt the urge to get even. He snorted coldly and replied, do I need to tell you? Jun Sung was left speechless. Seeing his reaction, Guibi grew even more smug, as there was nothing in the bet that required him to tell him. If you want to take it, go ahead and try it. We'll see if it's medicine or poison. Having said that, he turned to leave. Well then, we're done here. I'm off. It's been a while since I had this much fun. Farewell, young man. However, after he had taken only 2 steps, Jun Sung spoke in a low voice. Done? Are you sure? Have you properly apologized to me and my teacher yet? This statement made Gui Bai tremble. He took a deep breath, turned his head, and said with a laugh in Chinese, I don't know Korean. But Jun Sung wouldn't let him off the hook. He insisted. You switched to Chinese because it's inconvenient for you. Come on, just a short apology and we can be done with this. Gui Bai looked at his determination, cold sweat forming on his forehead. The number one under the heavens, Gui Bai, was going to apologize. His pride would take a massive blow. At that thought, Gui Bai suddenly lunged forward to attack. Jun Sung never expected him to do that and was hit repeatedly on his pressure points. In the blink of an eye, he fell powerlessly into Gui Bai's arms. Without any hesitation, Gui Bai carried Jun Sung away from the bustling street. All that remained were the hushed whispers of the crowd. After a chaotic night, the sun began to rise, and Jun Sung finally woke up, not in his own house, but on a stone bench in a park. He pushed himself into his sitting position, grumbling in annoyance. That old geezer, what did he do to me? Did he just up and disappear? At that moment, he saw the red box sitting on the bench with a piece of paper tucked underneath. When he picked it up to look, he saw that it was a note left by Gui Bai. Jun Sung read through it and couldn't help but marvel. This old man's Korean is so good, and his handwriting isn't half bad either. That evening, in a high-rise building in the city center, Ki was getting very impatient, pacing back and forth nonstop, muttering to himself, this can't be right. When is he finally going to get here? He kept checking his watch and then started questioning Co Jane. Hasn't it been several hours past his scheduled arrival time? Isn't this getting ridiculous? Co Jane said, a bit awkwardly, he'll be here soon. This only made Ki more annoyed. He snorted coldly. You've said that several times already. I have other plans, you know. But just as the words left his mouth, the door behind them suddenly swung open. A figure walked in from outside, dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. This person was none other than QB. The moment he saw him, Ki Suk's face went pale with panic. Standing before him was the leader of the Tens. How could he possibly stay calm? Just then, Gui Bai spoke up. You're staring quite brazenly, aren't you? Hearing this, he quickly bowed his head and apologized. My apologies for my rudeness. It is a great honor to meet you, sir. I am Jo Ki Suk, the director of the Dragon. His words seemed calm, but Ki Suk was actually trembling, his forehead covered in cold sweat. To learn that, he first had to get on Gui Bai's good side. At the same time, Gui Bai was also secretly observing him. After a long while, the old man finally spoke. All right, I've heard you. Hearing this, Ki Suk immediately looked up and said cheerfully, Yes, it's a true honor to meet you, actually. But before he could finish, Gui Bai cut him off coldly. This meeting is over now. With that, he ordered Si Jin to leave, putting Si Jin in an awkward position as he tried to stop him. Of course, Gui Bai gave him no chance. Complaining in dissatisfaction, I thought I was going for a light stroll. Why did I have to run into some rude brat? So tiring. I think I'll go back and take a nap. As soon as these words were spoken, Ki Suk's face turned grim. He hurriedly ran to stop him. Please wait a moment, I've been waiting here for you for several hours. If you just leave like this. As Ki Suk spoke, he reached out and grabbed Gui Bai's shoulder. This successfully made Gui Bai's expression sink, and the atmosphere instantly turned cold because of him. A thick killing intent radiated from Gui Bai, making everyone around feel as if they were in the depths of hell, proving just how angry he was. Ki Exu's steps immediately halted. He was terrified by this killing intent, and Gubi was now glaring at him, his eyes filled with a warning. Ki Suk trembled reflexively, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. The pressure felt like he could be killed in an instant. The atmosphere became heavy in a flash, and no one dared to approach Gui Bai. After a long moment, Gui Bai satisfyingly withdrew his killing intent. He turned his head to look at Ki Suk and said, I have nothing to say. I told you I'm tired. These words left Ki Suk bewildered. Unfortunately, Gui Bai didn't care. He pointed and scolded, You should heighten your will to learn. Otherwise, I only have one thing to say. You are a dog. These last 3 words made Ki Suk's face turn foul, but his anger was like punching the air. Gui Bai paid him no mind, warning in a deep voice, A dog can only obediently eat what its master gives it. It can't just touch its master's leg whenever it wants. Provoked by these words, Ki Suk's body trembled as he held back his rage. At this moment, Gui Bai reached out and squeezed his face, speaking coldly, Remember this well? I'm not pleased with the dog I'm raising being so impudent. With that, the old man turned and left, his figure looking extremely carefree, as if he wasn't the one who had just spoken those vulgar and contemptuous words, leaving Ki Ig-suk to watch his retreating back, purple with rage. A moment later, at the foot of the building, Gui-bai walked ahead, muttering to himself. As expected, that brat has no willpower. Si-jin, walking behind, heard this and asked in confusion, "What was that, sir?" Gui-bai realized he had misspoken and quickly shook his head. "It's nothing. All right, you have something to say, don't you?" Si-jin hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "That Ki-ig-suk guy is a talent you can count on one hand, if you push him too hard." But before he could finish his sentence, Gui-bai cut him off coldly. "That guy is hopeless." Si-jin muttered in confusion. Then after a long moment, remembered something and spoke up. "Also, when you said you were taking a stroll earlier, did you meet someone?" Gui-bai nodded. Gui-bai said nonchalantly, "That Oh Yoon-seong kid, I've met him." Si-jin was a bit surprised and asked doubtfully, "Is that so? You seem very pleased." The old man sneered. He was just average. However, what Si-jin heard was, "He seems very impressive." With that thought, he spoke up again. "Before you came, did you handle the matter sent by Han Nam-seon?" Gui-bai nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, although he wasn't easy to deal with. But I got involved anyway. So in the end," hearing this, Seo-jin exclaimed joyfully, but before he could finish, he was cut off by Gui-bai. "It's out of my hands now, but I've already given it to that guy." Seo-jin slightly furrowed his brow and asked hesitantly, "If it's that guy, could it be the Oh Jun-sung you mentioned?" Thinking about this possibility, his face showed a hint of shock. Could he have been that satisfied with him, to the point of giving him the ultimate treasure? Gui-bai looked a bit awkward, not knowing how to explain, and stammered an admission. Well, that's what happened." A few days later, Jun-sung, on the other side, had officially entered the system. Still wearing the Queen Ant's armor, he slowly stepped into the rift. From now on, Jun-sung would venture into the world alone, with only one way to return. 19 hours later, at the drop point, 52 kilometers away, a rift would open. The only way back was to survive and reach it before it closed. Until then, the primary goal for Jun-sung was to return safely. Right now, he was running frantically across a barren land. He was carrying exploration gear and a camera. Jun-sung checked his equipment as he ran. After a while, he muttered, "All right, let's proceed with the exploration." Jun-sung ran straight ahead, crossing a series of tall, jagged rocks. After a while, he saw something. In front of him was a pack of monsters lurking about. They were fairly high-level monsters. Jun-sung didn't pay them much mind and directly activated auto hunt mode. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the pack of monsters. He smirked and said, "All right, let the hunt begin." Jun-sung charged alone into the encirclement of monsters. The monsters saw him as prey and rushed forward frantically. Their sharp teeth snapped at him without hesitation. Seeing this, Jun-sung quickly lifted his leg, then leaned his body back, dodging the monster's attack. But at that moment, he suddenly realized there were monsters behind him too. Now, he was completely surrounded. Jun-sung cried out in alarm, "What's going on?" But there was another problem. The auto hunt was running away on its own. With his MKI VIP level, he should be more than capable of hunting them. At this moment, the auto system made Jun-sung stop running, then reach for the gear on his back. Very quickly, he took out the wooden box that Gui-bai had given him. Jun-sung didn't understand why he was taking this out now. The situation wasn't good at all. Confused, he opened the box to look inside. Seeing its contents, he couldn't help but be stunned. Inside was a round object that looked a lot like a golden core. Jun-sung's eyes widened in shock. He never thought it would be this. But before he could even process it, the auto hunt system made him take the golden core out. Even more surprisingly, it popped it right into Jun-sung's mouth. He had no choice but to let the auto system control his body, and then he swallowed the golden core. Jun-sung's expression was as if he'd swallowed a fly, utterly disgusted. But the moment the golden core went down, he felt a change in his body. In the blink of an eye, Jun-sung's speed increased. He dashed forward like a blur, then did a flip in a perfectly cinematic pose. Jun-sung was extremely confused. This was way too dizzying. But the auto hunt system didn't care and continued to control his body. He ran at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A moment later, in a clearing, the area was filled with dust. Because of Jun-sung's speed, his figure only appeared after the dust settled, but he wasn't in good shape. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily, with a terrible expression on his face. Time passed, and a short while later, at the clearing where Jun-sung was resting, the monsters had finally caught up. They were now surrounding him. Seeing Jun Sung sprawled on the ground, the monsters were a bit confused, but it wasn't long before they were terrified and backed away. Suddenly, Jun Sung let out a loud scream, and his entire body was enveloped in a faint glow. On another note, outside, reporters were covering Jun Sung's entry into the rift. At the same time, Guibeek and Si Jin were also watching the news. After hearing it, Si Jin had a conflicted look on his face, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Guibeek noticed this and asked in a low voice, "Is there something you want to say?" Si Jin glanced at him, hesitatingly saying, "In this situation, if Jun Sung can't make it back, you must have a contingency plan, right, Master?" "A contingency plan for what?" Guibeek asked back, confused. Si Jin spoke more urgently. "The treasure. Isn't it the golden elixir? We were looking for that, right? The initial estimate has already jumped by over 20,000. Guibeek sneered slightly, nonchalantly saying, "What you're saying isn't interesting at all. Actually, you're not the only one who's mistaken." He explained that when the golden elixir goes into the stomach, it dissolves, and that's when primary energy is generated, but at most, it's just fuel. Hearing this, Seijin asked in confusion, "Just fuel?" Guibeek didn't answer but suddenly snapped his fingers, startling Seijin. Then, the old man raised an eyebrow and said, "That's right, it's just a material, and if successful, that energy will disappear." Seijin was stunned and continued to ask, "If so, how does it transform you?" Shrugging indifferently, Guibeek casually replied, "Let's see, I don't know the specifics either. The first time I ate a golden elixir, I was able to control the heavenly slaughter art. The second time that old man ate it, his bones and constitution began to change, completely transforming him into a different person. If you use the golden elixir regularly, your body parts become perfected." The more Si Jin listened, the more his face contorted. This was too hard to believe. But Guibeek didn't care and continued, "If you eat it, you'll probably experience pain so intense you'll wish you were dead, and you'll be unconscious so you wouldn't even know." These words left Si Jin speechless on the spot, and yet that old man gave it to Jun Sung to eat. Guibeek didn't dwell on it and continued, "Let's just watch and see. I made a promise to him. I wonder how much of a transformation we can expect." Meanwhile, back inside the rift, Jun Sung was still struggling with excruciating pain. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, his face drenched in sweat. Jun Sung frowned in surprise and muttered, "What on earth happened to me? I was clearly being chased." But now he was just lying on the ground, without a single scratch on him. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Jun Sung pushed himself up and rubbed his aching head. He tried to recall what happened before. "That's right, I ate that golden elixir." Just then, a horrific scene appeared before Jun Sung's eyes. All the monsters were lying flat on the ground, with fresh blood flowing like a river. They were clearly all dead. Jun Sung's eyes widened in shock, having automatically dealt with the Mongyeon. "Did I fight that intensely? How much time has passed now?" He tried to recall his previous state. He really did fight, with those monsters. Remembering something, Jun Sung exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, how much time has passed now?" He quickly looked at his watch. There were only about 4 hours left. He had to hurry back and finish it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get out. With that thought, Jun Sung quickly flew into the air, preparing to leave this place. But his body suddenly hovered there. He felt something was wrong. Jun Sung landed on the ground with suspicion, unable to believe it. He cried out, "What's suddenly happening to my body?" He stood there stunned, not knowing what to do. A moment later, Jun Sung looked at his hands, checking the energy in his body. As expected, he realized something was wrong. Until now, if he operated it even slightly over the limit, he would pass out. But now, the power could easily enter his body. Could this be the effect of the golden core? Realizing the difference in his body, Jun Sung took off the queen ant armor, then ran forward quickly. His speed was now so fast that the naked eye couldn't see him. Jun Sung crossed many small mountains as he ran. Feeling his speed, he exclaimed excitedly, "My body is suddenly so fast. I was a bit worried at first, but I wore 3 layers of armor as a backup, so it should be fine. Because of the transformation of my body, the armor is a bit tight and stuffy. Since my body size suddenly grew, the armor feels quite restrictive. But this physical condition is also relatively good. This is the effect of the golden core." The more Jun Sung thought about it, the happier he became. "This unusual body is amazing. If this is the case, I can get out." A moment later, Jun Sung ran to a small mountain. He looked around. There were still 4 kilometers to go, enough time to finish. "Luckily, I can get out smoothly, but the initial transformation process was so painful I lost consciousness." Jun Sung was also quite pathetic, preparing so much, only for it all to turn to dust in the end. Recalling the previous situation, Jun Sung couldn't help but feel it was strange. Why did the auto-hunting system urge him to eat the golden core then? With the level of an MKI VIP, his original strength should have been enough to take it down. While he was thinking, Jun Sung suddenly saw a flare in the distance. He frowned slightly in suspicion. This seems a bit strange. Jun Sung sped up and ran forward. Before long, he stopped because there were people in front of him. Jun Sung recognized them as Team Quartz, one of the two F-4Ts. Their national team is so solid it could be compared to a military unit. On this trip, they played the role of defending a key point. Jun Sung looked at them a bit bewildered to think one of the two F-4Ts, Team Quartz, came to meet him. It's just that the atmosphere of this team is a bit serious. They look quite strange. Just then, the person in the lead took off his helmet. He was So Yang, the captain of Team Quartz. He looked at Jun Sung and asked, "Oh, you're Jun Sung, right?" Jun Sung nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's me. And you all, are you Team Quartz?" So Yang was slightly startled and asked doubtfully, "You know us? You're wearing armor and your aura is indeed different from usual. Are you injured anywhere?" Jun Sung shook his head slightly and replied, "There was a small incident with my body, but I'm fine now." Hearing this, the other person said with some urgency, "Is that so? Then let me help you. We need to get to the hospital quickly." Jun Sung waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. It's not so bad that I need someone to help me walk." But just as he finished speaking, a sharp pain shot through his body. Jun Sung was suddenly attacked by the person in front of him, and he couldn't react in time, taking the full brunt of the blow. His body was sent flying backward. Jun Sung slammed hard into an ancient tree, screaming out in pain. Sakyang saw this and snorted in contempt. The atmosphere inside the fissure was now a bit eerie. Jun Sung was still reeling from the pain. He doubled over, kneeling on the ground. He looked up at the person before him, gritting his teeth and asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Sakyang didn't answer, instead saying coldly, "It's useless. For now you won't be able to move. From now on, you won't be able to use your energy anymore. It's been completely severed." These words made Jun Sung frown in shock. Unfortunately, Sakyang didn't care. He spoke in a low voice, getting straight to the point. "Where did you get that ancient armor? Don't try to change the subject. The evidence clearly shows that you are a descendant of the heavenly horse." Hearing this, Jun Sung's hand trembled reflexively. He was suspecting that these people were related to Guibai. Not getting an answer, Sakyang urged him again. "Answer me, or else don't blame me for not leaving your corpse intact." Jun Sung wasn't rushed. He stood up from the ground and said defiantly, "Why should I answer you?" This enraged Sakyang, who gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard, you won't give up until you're at death's door, will you?" Jun Sung basically didn't care. He was wondering what this had to do with the bastards in front of him. Was it because he consumed the auto-hunting golden core? Could these guys know about the existence of the golden core? Thinking of this, Jun Sung couldn't help but let out a mocking smile. "Because of that old man, you've bothered me several times, and because I have to stand here arguing pointlessly with you guys, my first transformation has been completely messed up, you know?" Sakyang glared at him angrily and questioned in a cold voice, "What did you say?" But Jun Sung didn't care. He continued, "Have you ever heard of wuxia novels? You think I'll just do whatever you say." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the auto-hunting system and then shouted loudly, "Where is the ancient armor?" "Ah, well, take a good look and see where it is." This action of his infuriated Sakyang. He ground his teeth and cursed, "Fine, you've crossed my line. From now on, subdue this guy for me. Open the formation." The moment he spoke, the members of the Quartz squad began to charge forward. Their movements were extremely practiced, and Jun Sung was stunned watching the scene. The Quartz squad's speed was unbelievable, and they were carrying weapons in their hands. These were called the suppression rods they often used. Jun Sung cautiously observed their movements. In the blink of an eye, the Quartz squad had surrounded him. This was called the Heavenly Steel Demon-Slaying Formation. At this moment, Sakyang was extremely smug. He smiled, as if victory was already in his grasp. Immediately, the formation was activated. The members of the Quartz squad began to attack Jun Sung. He hurriedly dodged. If he took even a single hit, it would be game over. His speed was so fast that it startled the members of the Quartz squad. Unfortunately, Jun Sung didn't care. He used this opportunity to run behind one of them. He didn't know when, but a gun had appeared in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired, and an energy bullet shot out like lightning, the other guy's head. The bullet lodged itself right in the middle of his forehead. But just then, a sudden blast of energy shot towards him. Jun Sung quickly dodged, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise. At that moment, a smug laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha ha, Jun Sung, You're much stronger in person than in the videos, but this formation isn't easy to deal with. Let's finish this guy off. Jun-sung narrowed his eyes at Seo-kyung, not answering for a long moment. He was now surrounded by Team Quartz, and the atmosphere was heavy. The look on Jun-sung's face was grim. Seeing his reaction, Seo-kyung couldn't help but scoff. Speaking with contempt, is this your first time in a group fight or something? Did you learn your moves from a dictionary? Immediately after, he shouted another order. From now on, we're hunting. Restrain him. As soon as the words were spoken, the members of Team Quartz began to move. The suppression batons in their hands were activated. Seeing this, Jun-sung's eyes instinctively narrowed. Because those iron rods had now become flexible whips, they snaked through the air like pythons, striking fiercely towards Jun-sung. He didn't dare to be careless, quickly dodging out of the way. Then, seizing the opportunity as two members of Team Quartz charged forward, he fired his energy gun at them. However, the two of them were completely unharmed. They continued to charge forward frantically. This scene left Jun-sung somewhat speechless. Immediately after, a whip baton lashed out at him from a distance. Jun-sung couldn't dodge in time and was struck on the arm, but he didn't yield, reaching out to grab the whip. Quick as a flash, he spun around, and without hesitation, Jun-sung pulled the trigger. Energy bullets instantly shot towards the members of Team Quartz, forcing them to retreat. Jun-sung took this chance to catch his breath, his face already drenched in sweat. At that moment, Seo-kyung spoke up again. How is it? Can't get used to the strange feeling, can you? Your spin and street footwork is clearly a good technique, but it's useless if you don't have space to jump, isn't it? The members of Team Quartz have been continuously attacking, not giving you any room to create space, while simultaneously attacking with their batons to control the distance. This will disorient Jun-sung's senses. If he's constantly focused on dodging, there's no way he can land a shot. The more Seo-kyung spoke, the more smug he became. He flashed a contemptuous smile, and then he issued another command. Now, if you see his weakness, restrain him immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, the members of Team Quartz immediately followed the order. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed forward to attack again. A whip baton struck Jun-sung's body, causing him to let out a soft groan. With no other choice, Jun-sung had to fall back. But before he could even catch his breath, the scene in front of him horrified him. Because two men had appeared in front of him in an instant, he quickly raised his gun to fire back. Unfortunately, Jun-sung couldn't land a hit, and the two men closed in on him. The whip batons in their hands were raised and brought down once more. This time, Jun-sung didn't dodge but reached out and caught it directly. Immediately after, his eyes suddenly lit up. At what seemed to be the same moment, the ground began to stir. It turned out that, at some point, numerous energy bullets had appeared there. And right at that moment, they exploded. Energy shot out everywhere in an instant. They were like small snakes, relentlessly striking forward. The members of Team Quartz had not expected this situation at all, were immediately struck by the energy. One by one, the energy pierced through their bodies. Not only that, they were also left suspended in midair. This scene caught Seo-kyung's eye, making him panic. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What is this?" Bullets from underground. Over here, the members of the Quartz team were all controlled by Jun-sung. They were now like fish on a chopping block, waiting for Jun-sung to deal with them. He stood in the center of the formation, basically doing nothing at all, but his eyes seemed to see everything, easily handling the Quartz team members. By this point, Seo-kyung no longer had his triumphant look. He panicked and shouted, "What on earth is this guy doing?" At the same time, all the members of the Quartz team had fallen. Jun-sung slowly walked towards him, speaking in a cold voice. This technique is called parasitic bee. It seemed unusable just now, didn't it? This is also my first time controlling so many parasitic bees at once, but it's working better than I thought. His words made Seo-kyung panic. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Did you predict their formation movements? The bullets weren't missing. They were intentionally fired into the ground. Moreover, that technique called parasitic bee, during the demonstration, he had seen Jun-sung use it, but it definitely didn't have this much power. Why on earth? Seo-kyung simply couldn't understand. Meanwhile, Jun-sung was contemplating his next move. The core energy consumption of parasitic bee wasn't as great as he had imagined. During the demonstration, he had been exhausted after using just a fraction of it. Jun-sung suspected that perhaps his core energy had increased, but he quickly dismissed that idea. The vitality of his core energy before and after taking the elixir was completely different. It was being condensed more efficiently. He could feel it. But this wasn't the time to overthink it. Jun-sung looked up at Seo-kyung and said, "All right, let's talk now." Seeing his aura, Seo-kyung immediately panicked and backed away. He asked tremblingly, "With your abilities, why would you work for that wicked Jin Guai-back?" Jun-sung scoffed coldly. "That person and I have no relationship whatsoever. This statement startled Seok Young, but Jun Sung didn't care. He continued coldly, I don't know what relationship you all have with that old geezer, but for my profession, which has nothing to do with me, giving me a scar is unforgivable. As he finished speaking, he pointed his gun at the center of his forehead. Seok Young trembled reflexively, pursing his lips and saying, You might as well just kill me. However, Jun Sung bluntly shook his head. No, after all, that guy's actions were all recorded by your action camera. If we press charges with that evidence, it'll be enough. These words made Seok Young's expression turn even uglier. But Jun Sung didn't care, he said in a stern voice, I don't intend to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he decked him. Seok Young didn't expect Jun Sung to strike like that, so he took the full force of Jun Sung's punch, collapsing awkwardly to the ground. The pain made him grimace. Jun Sung looked down from above, scoffing and muttering, I told you, didn't I? I don't think this is some martial arts game. It ends here, you idiots. And just like that, the commotion was over. Seok Young and the court's team were arrested. He had to undergo interrogation as part of the investigation. During the investigation, he was discovered to be a Chinese hunter who had infiltrated the country. As for why he intended to kill Jun Sung, there were no answers. However, the investigation revealed that behind Team X Yang was teacher Mantong, Mr. Gorong, who ranks fourth among China's major corporations. As seen in the video, Jun Sung was only consulted and investigated as a victim, and he didn't provide any special testimony. The investigation couldn't uncover the motive and continuously hit a dead end, so the situation remained unresolved. Meanwhile, Jun Sung was sitting in a park waiting for someone. Before long, Guai Bik approached from a distance. He glanced at the man and said in a low voice, You're here? Guai Bik chuckled and said, This is quite unexpected. If you had opened your mouth, then no matter what I said, I wouldn't have been able to stay in this country. Jun Sung pressed his lips together and replied, I don't need to open my mouth. You can't stay in this country for long anyway. Hearing this, Guai Bik wasn't too surprised. He just pouted and said with a smirk, I suppose so. That's how it is. What about your situation? Jun Sung didn't answer. Seeing him silent, Guai Bik hesitated for a long time before speaking. I've thought it over carefully. Jun Sung glanced at him and said, Go on. Guai Bik said with extreme conviction. As expected, I can't apologize to your master. That's something I can't accept. These words made Jun Sung fall silent for a moment. Guai Bik didn't say anything else either, and the atmosphere in an instant became heavy. After a long while, Guai Bik finally broke the silence. Since it's come to this, what are you going to do with me? Jun Sung hesitated for a moment before speaking. So that's how it is. Guai Bik looked at him, confused, only to see him suddenly stand up from the bench. Then Jun Sung said in a low voice, This doesn't seem like the place to talk. Follow me. Guai Bik grew even more bewildered. Where are you planning to take me? A short while later, at Sanok's house, he was currently cooking in the kitchen. His cooking movements were extremely skilled. He could definitely be a chef. And on the dining table were many eye-catching dishes, all clearly cooked by Sanok. But looking at the plate of kimchi tofu on the table, he felt a bit awkward and muttered, Two men eating kimchi tofu, something seems off about that. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Sanok snapped out of his thoughts and happily muttered, Jun Sung must be here. Sure enough, when he went to open the door, he saw Jun Sung standing outside. But Jun Sung hesitated slightly as he asked, Is it okay if one more person joins us for dinner? Sanok was a little startled, but didn't think much of it and nodded in reply. Of course, why not? But just as he finished speaking, he saw Guai Bik step out from behind Jun Sung. Sanok couldn't help but frown. Something's not right with this old guy, is there? It's no wonder he thought that. Guai Bik's face was a bit stern, and he also exuded an aura that made others wary. Plus, his fashion sense was really something else. That tacky shirt and those sunglasses were just what? Sanok really couldn't stand this fashion style. However, since he was someone Jun Sung brought over, he couldn't be rude. He quickly said, Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Please come in. I haven't prepared much, but please have a seat. After that, the three of them sat down at the dining table. But the atmosphere was a bit silent, with no one speaking. Sanok felt quite awkward and was wondering if he should say something. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke up. Hey, Jun Sung, what's your relationship with this person? Is he that uncle? That's not it. Jun Sung shook his head slightly, denying it. He said awkwardly, Before I make the introductions, I need to use the restroom for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, he went into the bathroom, leaving them. Sang-guk sat alone with Guai Bik. It was their first time meeting, which made sitting together even more awkward. Sang-guk couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know what to say. Just then, Guai Bik suddenly spoke up. Do you have anything to drink? Some tea leaves would be fine. Sang-guk was slightly startled and took a moment to respond, "Oh, yes, I'll go get it." He then stood up and went into the kitchen. But the moment he left the table, Gui-bik's eyes followed him. Sang-guk couldn't help but shudder. Why is he staring at me like that? He's not some kind of creep, is he? But just then, Gui-bik spoke again. Your musculature is quite impressive. This comment made Sang-guk even more uncomfortable. What is he talking about now? While he was still bewildered, Gui-bik stood up and said, "Better than I expected. Is this why that Jun-sung fellow brought me all the way here?" With that, he walked straight into the kitchen, stood in front of Sang-guk and said, "Hold out your hand." Sang-guk flinched and stepped back, replying awkwardly, "No, what is this about?" Gui-bik, on the other hand, was very calm and explained casually, "Thanks to Oh-run-sung, I was able to avoid getting involved in some troublesome matters, so I thought I'd offer this as repayment. It's not a bad thing, so just try holding out your hand." Sang-guk frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Who is this old man, really? But in the end, he still held out his hand for Gui-bik to take. The moment their arms touched, a surge of energy suddenly erupted. Sang-guk suddenly felt the energy inside his body, his eyes widening in disbelief. This can't be. I should at least have to endure some pain for this to be normal. Sang-guk's 3 blood vessels had been blocked, but to reconnect them while controlling energy at such a high level was truly unbelievable. With that thought, Sang-guk began to observe Gui-bik. Just who is this old man? Just then, a foot stepped out from the bathroom. Run-sung was standing there, not disturbing the two of them. Time passed, and after a while, Gui-bik finally let go of Sang-guk's hand. After the ordeal, Sang-guk's face was now drenched in sweat. He couldn't help but let out a couple of groans, then observe his own body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Sang-guk looked at Gui-bik and stammered, "Sir, I have energy in my body now." Gui-bik nodded nonchalantly. "That's right. What you're thinking is correct. Until all the shields he added to your lymphatic vessels wear away, you can wield energy, even if it's just a little. Even so, it only took a few minutes." This statement caused Sang-guk's eyes to widen in shock. Soon after, he couldn't help but break into a smile. Sang-guk tried to channel the energy in his body, and in the blink of an eye, his body vanished, then reappeared beside the dining table. Around him appeared remnants of energy. At the same time, Run-sung, who was watching from the side, saw this and couldn't help but remark, "I didn't see any magic casting motion. This is a true spin slut." Sang-guk was still immersed in his shock, his body moving according to his will. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, feeling extremely satisfied. After a long moment, he turned to look at the 2 people behind him and said gratefully, "Run-sung, and you too, sir. Even though I don't know what this is, thank you both so much." Smiling faintly, Gui-bik casually suggested, "Why don't you go for a little walk while you're feeling that way?" Sang-guk nodded in agreement without hesitation, and in an instant, he disappeared from sight. Seeing his eagerness, Run-sung couldn't help but smile. Just then, Gui-bik suddenly spoke up. His mood must be like finding a severed limb again. A person of such quality had to live like an ordinary person for 3 years. With that, he walked over to Jun-sung. Gui-bai raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Anyway, it seems you have something to say." Jun-sung nodded and spoke bluntly, "Do you want to make a deal with me?" Hearing this, Gui-bai found it a bit refreshing. He raised an eyebrow and said, "A deal? I'm guessing I know what you want. The recovery of that young man, right?" Jun-sung admitted frankly, "Yes, the thing that I ate. Can you give it to him?" Gui-bai stared at him intently and said gravely, "Haven't I told you? That grand elixir is a very expensive item. Furthermore, he's catching a flight and leaving the country tonight, so there's no more time. So tell me again what it is you want." Jun-sung remained very firm and said, "Just as you said, treat him, and I will pay for that treatment. That is the condition of the deal." Hearing this, Gui-bai couldn't help but scoff. "What kind of condition is that? Do you think this Jane Gui makes deals so simply? Are we that close to each other? Do you trust me?" "No." Jun-sung shook his head slightly and said confidently, "I believe in my own value." This attitude of his left Gui-bai a bit stunned. Jun-sung paid no mind and continued, "By the way, I also don't accept any unreasonable demands like your disciples do." These words left Gui-bai speechless. Is this the attitude of someone asking for a favor? He snorted coldly and said, "First, let's put the deal aside. There are still many things to resolve." But before he could finish his sentence, Jun-sung cut in, "I am a hunter, not a scammer. As a hunter, I won't do things that are impossible. If you have a request, then state it. Otherwise, please leave now." The atmosphere instantly fell silent. The two of them stared at each other, neither saying a word. Just when Jun-sung thought he wouldn't get an answer, he heard Gui-bai snort coldly. Then he spoke calmly, "Fine, I accept this deal with you." A moment later, The door to Sang-guk's house opened again. Sang-guk came in from outside, and although his face was drenched in sweat, he was still smiling happily. How long has it been? I was able to run for a whole hour. But then Sang-guk only saw Jun-sung alone and asked doubtfully, Jun-sung, where's the other guy? Jun-sung replied nonchalantly, he went home. Sang-guk was surprised and frowned. What? I didn't even get to thank him. That was truly a surprising experience. Thread vein treatment, it's truly an unimaginable method. I thought I would never be able to run again. With that, Sang-guk took a bottle of water from the fridge and chugged it down. He let out a long, refreshing sigh of relief, leaving Jun-sung speechless. At that moment, Sang-guk walked to the dining table and slowly began to speak. He had just run for about an hour, which was his best record and also his happiest moment. With this body, he thought he would become greedy. But as he said this, Sang-guk suddenly noticed a table full of untouched food. He exclaimed in surprise, "You haven't eaten yet? Wait a minute, I just need to heat it up." But Jun-sung called out to stop him. Sang-guk frowned suspiciously and asked, "What's wrong?" Jun-sung hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I just talked to that person. There's a way to treat your body." As soon as these words were spoken, the house fell silent. Sang-guk narrowed his eyes at him, naturally surprised by this. On the other hand, Run-shung was waiting for his answer from him. After a long moment, Sang-guk asked grimly, "But that's not free, is it?" Run-shung didn't answer, so he continued, "Do I look like I know nothing? For the past 3 years, I've tried every method to heal my body. The conclusion was always the same, there's no cure. But just now, I met that man, the one who has the ability to control supernatural powers, which was obviously beyond my expectations. Anyone can guess who successfully brought it here. It was Tens." Hearing that he'd figured it out, Run-shung panicked and tried to explain. But before he could even speak, Sang-guk cut him off. "There's no way a major VIP case like this gets treated for free. Obviously, this is just bait to catch you, right? That's why I'm telling you, you don't have to pay that price for me." Hearing this, Run-shung sighed helplessly. It's not a high price. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Sang-guk slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily, "There's no such thing as a small price. The cost of fixing a body like this is never cheap. I'm fine." Run-shung knew he was worried and shook his head to reassure him, but unfortunately, Sang-guk wouldn't listen. He practically screamed, "I said I don't need it." Sang-guk took a deep breath, then sighed and said, "I'm fine. I told you I'm fine." Seeing how stubborn Sang-guk was, Run-shung held up a hand to stop him. He slowly said, "The condition is the 5th operation. A freelance contract with Tens, and then participation in their 5th operation in China. With that, the contract will be terminated. The distribution of byproducts and profits will be the same as the previous QR agreement." Sang-guk was stunned and asked, "Participate in the 5th operation in China?" Run-shung nodded and casually replied, "It's the greatest strategy in history. These are good terms. I can gain experience overseas. What hunter wouldn't want an opportunity like this?" Sang-guk agreed, but he was still worried. He sighed and said, "Then we need to review the contract carefully to see if there's a catch." Run-shung knew what he was thinking and shook his head. "There's no need for that. I've already discussed it with Jin QBC, and I'm not going to keep you as my manager anymore." These words stunned Sang-guk. He flicked his hand, and a blast of energy shot out, knocking over the chair next to him. Sang-guk lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and yelling, "Stop messing with me, you little punk." Run-shung, however, was perfectly calm. "I'm not joking." Sang-guk glared at him and demanded, "Before, you were always begging me to be your manager and help you out. But now that you're getting some attention, you think you can just do whatever you want? Is that it?" Run-shung just shook his head and said helplessly, "But the situation has changed, hasn't it? Your body can recover now." These words only made Sang-guk angrier. He gritted his teeth and said, "I told you I'm fine, already. Who do you think you are, making a decision like that on your own? Why?" The expression on Sang-guk's face was terrible. He didn't want Run-shung to get into trouble because of him. Run-shung met his gaze, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke up. "When you first became my manager, you said this, right? Don't put me in the tiger's mouth." Sang-guk was startled, not understanding his words. Run-shung slowly began to speak. "Right now, in my eyes, you're just being stubborn. You don't even know what you want yourself, looking so foolish." Just now, when Sang-guk came back, instead of grabbing a beer from the fridge, he opened a bottle of water to drink. "If you weren't managing your body, you would have drank that beer." The more Jun-sung spoke, the more stunned Sang-guk became. Taking this opportunity, he pushed his hand away, then grabbed Sang-guk's body, forcing him to look into his eyes. Jun-sung spoke firmly. "Look at me, you know what you want, don't you? You want it, you want to run like you used to." Hearing this, Sang-guk lowered his head, not daring to face Jun, but he didn't let up, continuing. "From now on, don't stay behind me anymore. From tomorrow, let's go back to how things were." And as soon as he returned to the country, he hoped he would come back to him. Only then did Sang-guk look up at him, murmuring doubtfully, "Who knows what will happen in China?" Jun-sung didn't answer right away but took his hands off him. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "You don't have to worry about that. Don't think of this as a debt. The contract with T is a very good opportunity for my career. Your treatment is just like a side benefit or a bonus." Hearing this, Sang-guk remained silent. Jun-sung knew he had his own thoughts but continued to speak. "No matter where I go hunting now, no one's abilities can make me falter. Whether it's China or anywhere else, I'll still be fine." So Jun-sung told him to just trust him and wait a little longer. Sang-guk couldn't help but be startled by his words, but before he could say anything, Jun-sung had already slammed the door and left. Sang-guk sat down powerlessly on the chair, silent for a long time, before sighing and muttering, "Trust and wait. Huh, just like a child." With that, Sang-guk couldn't help but hold his forehead. 1 week later, at the international airport, after hearing that June would be departing for China, reporters were already waiting at the airport, trying to interview him. However, Jun-sung walked straight onto the plane without saying a word, leaving the crowd of reporters outside. They sighed in frustration. "We lost him. He's like a ghost. Does he really have to announce it at the same time he's leaving the country?" A female reporter hesitated and spoke up. "But is this okay? A Chinese hunter was captured by Jun-sung on his last trip, and there are many people in the industry talking about it." Another person nodded slightly and replied, "There was a huge controversy in China. Their country's talent was attacked by a new hunter from Korea." The female reporter then asked doubtfully, "Then what's the reason for Oh Jun-sung to go to China before this has been forgotten?" At the same time, on the plane, Jun-sung was comfortably seated in his seat. He took out his phone to look at it, then sighed in frustration. "It's been 1 week without Sang-guk. I'm a mess as expected." Speak of the devil, Sang-guk was calling Jun-sung right at that moment. He quickly answered the call. Sang-guk's smiling face appeared on the other end. "I'm not too late, am I? Are you on the plane?" Jun-sung was a bit at a loss for words. Knowing what he was thinking, Sang-guk laughed and said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you shy?" At this, Jun-sung regained his composure. He shook his head and replied, "No, the guy who disappeared seems to be doing fine." Hearing this, Sang-guk couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, what's that? See this? As you can see, I've started working out again, and the progress is so good that I could go back to how I was right away." Then he started rambling on about his training process. After a while, Sang-guk finally stopped, satisfied. He thought for a moment before continuing. "All right, based on what you said, China is a bit different. What you learn appeared in someone's head." With that, Sang-guk slammed his fist on the screen and said in a dead serious tone, "So, just take care of everyone there." His words took Jun-sung by surprise, but he quickly broke into a smile. A few minutes later, Jun-sung's flight to China officially departed. A few hours later, in China's most luxurious city, Shanghai, Jun-sung had just gotten off the plane and headed to his hotel to rest. He then went straight to the VIP suite on the top floor of the hotel. Jun-sung looked around and couldn't help but be impressed. It was unbelievably large and magnificent. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a female employee in a standard business suit walked in, speaking in a neutral tone. "Hello, Mr. Jun-sung, is the accommodation comfortable?" Jun-sung nodded politely. "Yes, it's very nice." Upon receiving his answer, the female employee continued, "I am COQ from TENS, and I will be responsible for guiding you and managing your schedule. Please let me know if you need anything at all." Jun-sung was surprised to hear this. The woman looked younger than he had expected, but he suddenly felt he shouldn't be prejudiced. He nodded and replied, "Thank you. I have a few questions." COQ calmly spoke up, "You don't need to be so formal with me. As you can see, I'm just a subordinate. I'm here at your service, Mr. Jun-sung." Jun-sung was a bit uncomfortable with her attitude, but he still stated his request. "I want to see Jin quick. I haven't met him since arriving in China." But before he could finish, COQ suddenly cut him off in a cold voice. "What did you say? Did you just call him Jin quick?" Jun-sung was a bit confused and asked back, bewildered, "Is there a problem?" His attitude infuriated COQ. She raised her voice and questioned him. "Is the principal your friend? To so casually use his esteemed name, you have no manners." Jun-sung was a bit surprised to hear this. That old geezer is the principal. Unbelievable. But setting that aside, he needed to correct COQ. Jin Quick and I have a business relationship, so I'll call him whatever I want. This made COQ even more furious. She aggressively cursed, "You insolent bastard." Seeing her completely hostile attitude, Jun Sung was a bit stunned. What's this? Is that old man some kind of sacred, untouchable being? Besides, is this how a subordinate is supposed to act? Thinking this, Jun Sung couldn't help but crack a smile. It seems that's really the case. Immediately after, he snorted coldly and said, "Okay, fine. If you want to fight, then bring it on." His sudden change in demeanor left COQ a bit bewildered. Jun Sung didn't care and continued speaking coldly. However, remember one thing. No matter what your opponent does, you alone will be responsible for the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his energy. Seeing his aura, COQ's face turned pale. She hastily took 2 steps back. Jun Sung warned again in a cold voice. "Normally, we should have fought the moment you used your energy. The reason I'm being this civil is because you were sent by tens, and I have to save face for my business partner. If I touch you here, my position will become difficult. Of course, your position will be even more difficult, since you're the one who caused trouble with the principal's esteemed guest." As he spoke, Jun Sung moved closer to Seo Q, stopping only when he was right in her face. His deep voice, his low voice rang out once more. "Listen carefully. If you pull anything like that again, I'll treat you like a thug, not his person. Got it?" Seo Guk was frightened by Jun Sung's words and quickly nodded her head like a woodpecker. "All right." Hearing this, Jun Sung snorted in dissatisfaction. "Was that a plain yes? It seems you're not listening to what I'm saying. Are you trying to go on strike?" He warned that if she kept up that attitude, he'd have no choice but to call Quebec and tell him the secretary he sent is useless. The more Seoguk listened, the more terrified she became, her voice trembling. "You can't do that." Jun Sung didn't care and said sternly, "Strike 2. Seoguk's expression turned uglier. After hesitating for a moment, she finally bowed her head respectfully and said, "I understand. Please forgive my rudeness. I'm truly sorry." Seeing this, Jun Sung nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I've determined you're quite a hot-headed kid. If this were in Korea, I wouldn't do this. But this is China, where the culture and tendencies are different." Jun Sung also felt it when he fought Chun Jop. The spirit of the Chinese people was very rough, like a wild horse. Perhaps because they knew martial arts even before the monsters appeared, their temperaments are so strong. This also relates to the dynamics in skirmishes and conflicts between hunters. It's a kind of culture in itself. If you take it lightly, you'll be finished. If you think it's the same as in Korea, everything will get swept away. With that thought, Jun Sung slowly opened his mouth. "If you have something to say, just say it." Seoguk nodded slightly and quickly took out her phone to report. "I will go over the schedule. You need to participate in a field trip to adapt to the environment, but when would be a good time to go?" "Right now," Jun Sung said, without a moment's hesitation. Seoguk stood there, stunned and bewildered. Jun Sung glanced at her and said, "Guide me to a rift that will open as soon as possible." A short while later, in an open area where a rift had appeared, Jun Sung was led to the location by Seoguk, only to find a crowd of people outside arguing noisily like a marketplace. They even raised their weapons, ready to attack. This tense atmosphere of drawn swords was all too clear. Jun Sung was a bit bewildered and muttered, "Is this really an operation zone? It looks more like a battlefield." Seoguk nodded nonchalantly, then pointed into the distance and said, "That's why the reception desk is over there." Jun Sung followed her finger and saw 2 soldiers standing guard outside, and inside there was a board, clearly for writing down the names of those entering. Behind it were 2 staff members in charge of this, looking extremely professional, but not far from them was another group of people with their swords drawn at each other. Looking closely, you could see they were divided into 2 groups. One group wore gray armor, while the other's attire was red, looking every bit like 2 opposing factions. Jun Sung observed from a distance, unable to help but sigh in resignation. Even after changing into combat gear and returning, this terrifying atmosphere remained. Besides, isn't registration supposed to be done on site beforehand? Seoguk immediately explained, if registration was done in advance, the competition would only be concentrated on high-level rifts, so they gather the hunters who meet the same criteria, have a discussion, and then decide who gets to enter first. Hearing this, Jun Sung nodded in understanding. "I see." Meanwhile, the 2 factions over there were still bickering, their weapons already raised, with neither side willing to back down. Jun Sung sighed at the sight. How chaotic. Seoguk, standing beside him, tried to explain, "It's because prey on the weak and follow a pecking order, because Chinese hunters are strong." Even so, at this moment she was actually a little worried, not knowing if the people in front of them were the Red Dragon Society or the Dragon Slayers. If it was them, they were in for a tough time. Because facing two of the biggest powers in Shanghai's hunter community, even just registering would be difficult. But at that moment, Jun Sung suddenly spoke up excitedly. I knew it. The registration order is first come, first served, right? Seo Ju nodded blankly. Well, that's true. But before she could finish her sentence, Jun Sung had already started walking. Seeing his action, Seo Gyu froze in place. Jun Sung paid no mind and walked through the path between the two arguing groups. Only then did Seo Gyu react, rushing to stop him. Wait. Unfortunately, Jun Sung didn't listen at all. He just strode confidently inside, but he didn't get far before a huge guy blocked his path. The man spouted a stream of Chinese, but Jun Sung couldn't understand a single word. At this point, Seo Gyu hurriedly ran up to explain to the man. Jun Sung leaned close to her ear and whispered, looking at this atmosphere, a little scuffle during the registration process wouldn't be a big deal, right? Seo Gyu, slightly startled, nodded. That's right. Upon receiving his answer, Jun Sung offered a quick apology, then wrapped his arm around Seo Gyu's waist. His sudden action left her completely stunned. The big guy in front also moved to attack him, but at that moment, Jun Sung made his move. In the blink of an eye, he stepped on the big guy's shoulder, then leaped into the air while holding Seo Gyu. By the time the big guy realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only stare blankly as the two of them flew away. Even Seo Gyu was just as astonished. How could she have known that Jun Sung could fly? But Jun Sung ignored them, continuing to charge forward. The crowd on the ground could only crane their necks to watch him. A moment later, Jun Sung landed in a perfectly cinematic pose. The two guards were stunned as he appeared before them in an instant. Jun Sung glanced at Seo Gyu in his arms and demanded, translate what I say. I, Jun Sung, of the Rift Incursion team, am here to register. Seo Gyu still hadn't recovered, and the fact that he was still holding her made her a bit flustered. Seeing she didn't respond, Jun Sung immediately urged her, hurry up and translate. Seo Gyu cleared her throat twice as a reminder. Wait, we need to think about the consequences. Hearing this, Jun Sung warned her in a cold voice. By the time the consequences arrive, you'll only have one chance left. This successfully made Seo Gyu swallow the words she was about to say. She then began to translate for the Chinese staff member. And just like that, the name of Jun Sung was successfully added to the registration list. Seeing this, Jun Sung nodded in satisfaction. Good. But the crowd behind them was not so pleased. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. One guy was so angry he gripped his weapon tightly and even stepped forward to attack Jun Sung. Hearing the commotion, Jun Sung glanced at Seo Gyu beside him, who was terrified. Now we've got a problem. At that moment, the Chinese crowd started whispering and gossiping about Jun Sung. But Jun Sung didn't understand a word, so he glanced at Seo Gyu and ordered, this time, translate for them. She looked at Jun Sung blankly, not knowing what he was about to say. Jun Sung then declared a bold statement, not just the ones here, all of you, come at me, one by one. These words made Seo Gyu's face turn pale with fear. She asked with a tremble, hey, you're not actually that leader they call. That's secret. Jun Sung replied nonchalantly, I know, I'll keep it a secret. But Shu grew even more frantic and shouted, hey mister, this is Shanghai, those people. Before she could finish, Jun Sung cut her off coldly, not tease territory, right? I've done my homework. These guys are the Red Dragon Society and the Dragon Slayers gang, aren't they? The more Zhu heard, the more she trembled. No backup, all alone, yet he still wants to pick a fight with two major powers in Shanghai. He's a complete madman. She felt it would be better to just get out of there. At the same time, Jun Sung was thinking about something. Had Yu Bai been watching him ever since he told him to come to Shanghai? A place that wasn't under the influence of Tat Din's influence, but he didn't think he'd be manipulated there. Even though the freelance contract stipulated he couldn't be sent out arbitrarily, any obstacles would just vanish. That was the only thing. While Jun Sung was lost in thought, the murmuring died down. He frowned slightly. It seemed the big boss had arrived. Sure enough, someone was approaching from a distance. Sue seemed to recognize the person, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Could it be that person? After seeing the person's face, Jun Sung was also a bit stunned. The newcomer was a girl, wearing a suit of red armor, her long hair cascading past her hips, and she held a weapon in her hand. The girl's face was stunningly beautiful, only missing a crown to be a beauty queen. At this moment, Shu looked at Jun Sung and mumbled, that's the current combat team leader of the Red Dragon Society. She is the daughter of CEO Jiang Ban. Ban ignored everyone's stares and walked straight towards Jun Sung. She didn't say anything, just stood there for a long time, until Jun Sung thought she wasn't going to speak at all. She suddenly opened her mouth. Of course, he didn't understand a word. Shu, who was beside him, quickly translated what Ban said. Basically, She introduced herself as the spokesperson for the Red Dragon Society. Shu told Jun Zeng to just leave the translating to her. Her cooperative attitude pleased Jun Zeng greatly. He nodded and replied, "That's more like it." At this moment, Bond spoke again. "Withdraw the name you just registered. If you don't want to die." Jun Zeng was shocked to hear this. So arrogant? But Bond paid him no mind and continued, her tone sharp and swift. "I know you're a hunter with excellent skills." However, she believed that with Jun Sung's strength, the standards for rifts on this continent are different from the peninsula you came from. So, back off. As soon as she said this, the surrounding crowd also chimed in, shouting, "That's right, get out of here." Jun Sung just listened silently without saying a word, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. After a moment, he looked at Shu and requested, "Translate for me." Then, Jun Sung began to state his thoughts. "Thank you for putting it so politely. To be honest, I was prepared for some level of trouble already." Bond breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his words. It seemed he understood her. But her joy didn't last long, as Jun Sung continued. "However, I have no intention of removing my name from the list." This statement made the man next to Bond furious. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "What? This punk?" But Bond raised her hand to stop him, narrowing her eyes as she looked at him and asked a question in return. So Jun Sung spoke clearly. "I'm confident in my abilities, so I don't plan on backing down. Besides that friendly advice, if you have another way to get rid of me, then go ahead and do it. Of course, it has to be within the legal limit of this place." Jun's words made Bond's expression darken, and the atmosphere once again fell silent. The members of the Red Dragon Guild behind them were starting to look ready for a fight. Unfortunately for them, June didn't even spare them a glance, standing there calmly. As they were making a commotion, Bond suddenly roared for silence. The moment she spoke, the cursing and shouting died down. June couldn't help but be impressed. As the raid captain, she certainly had some authority, but he didn't say a word, silently waiting for Bond to continue. After a moment, Bond looked at him and asked, "Fine, so you're not withdrawing your name, right?" Jun nodded firmly, "That's right." Hearing this, she frowned slightly and muttered, "Then there's only one way." He asked quizzically, "And what's that?" After a moment's hesitation, Bond slowly opened her mouth. "You do it." And so, after that, Jun reached an agreement with the Red Dragon Guild to let him go first. They had now entered the Rift's territory, and the surrounding atmosphere was a bit tense as everyone focused on preparing their weapons. Those with spears used spears, those with blades used blades. They were professionals, after all, each one diligently doing their part. Meanwhile, Bond glanced over at June, who was warming up on the other side. Just then, someone suddenly approached and called out to the vice captain. She glanced at the man and asked, "What is it?" He hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Are you really planning to add that Korean guy to our raid team? What if he just muddies the waters?" Bond calmly replied, "So what? Are you telling me I should just start a fight with him right here?" Hearing this, the man quickly waved his hands in refusal. No, that's not it." But as soon as he finished speaking, the tip of a blade was suddenly pointed at his face, causing the man to break out in a cold sweat. This red dragon blade was a great sword passed down through Bond's family for generations, crafted and considered the weapon of hunting leaders since her father's time, a renowned weapon in the Chinese hunter community. At this moment, Bond spoke in a low voice, "Where is it that you and I both dedicate ourselves?" The man answered without hesitation, "The Red Dragon Guild." Nodding coolly, Bond said nonchalantly, "That's right, there's no reason for me to raise my blade over some foreigner." Hearing this, the man apologized guiltily. Bond remained non-committal and continued slowly. "Besides, wasn't it said that a newcomer left and a problem arose during the operation? That won't happen. No problems are allowed to arise. Do you understand?" The man nodded hastily. Bond then instructed, "So just wait until the battle begins." As soon as she finished, the man returned to his spot, unable to help but feel impressed. As expected of the vice captain, she always has a plan, truly brilliant. Bond, at the front, didn't dare to look back, because she was a little scared right now, her face covered in a cold sweat. The atmosphere was so uncomfortable. It was only her third year as captain, and she still wasn't used to this kind of pressure. Thinking this, Bond sighed helplessly. Maybe she didn't have leadership skills and was just putting on an act. It wasn't that Bond hated hunting. She enjoyed the hunt or training quietly by herself, but those scrutinizing, judgmental eyes were always following her, which Bond found incredibly annoying. However, June was a bit different. If he fell into danger, she wouldn't be able to help him. Even knowing that, what was with his nonchalant attitude? The cautious expression he had right after joining the raid team made his arrogant attitude from before seem like a lie. Over here, June was. He started warming up, seemingly sensing Bond's gaze on him, so he glanced back at her and even gave her a friendly smile. Bond was a bit stunned. What did that smile mean? There was something strange about this guy. After all, he was a bit different from what she had imagined. Just then, a shout snapped Bon out of her thoughts. Vice Captain, the rift is opening, the monsters are about to appear. Sure enough, a pair of glowing blue eyes opened from within the rift. Bon seemed to recognize it, and her expression turned grim. She grimaced and muttered, "That's a Zhu Huai. Its shape is similar to a buffalo, but its body is covered in sharp spikes. It's a 4-star monster." At that moment, it was baring its fangs and claws at everyone. But it wasn't just one. From inside the rift, more creatures flew out. Bon couldn't help but exclaim in horror, "There isn't just one, there are so many." A horde of Zhu Huai stood before the rift, looking extremely ferocious. At that moment, Bon raised her red dragon blade high. She shouted clearly, "From now on, the raid team will begin the operation. All units, on alert." As soon as she finished speaking, the members of the Red Dragon Guild began to charge forward. Bon then looked over at Junzong, who was also preparing to rush in. She wanted to see what he was capable of. Just then, the sharp spikes on the Zhu Huai's body suddenly shot out. Seeing this, Junzong immediately became alert. But before he could do anything, someone suddenly dashed past him. His figure was incredibly powerful, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade, a huge slash. At the same time, another person with a long spear charged forward as the Zhu Huai continued to frantically shoot its spikes towards them, but the members of the Red Dragon Guild managed to dodge. Immediately after, he took a step back, his entire body launching into the air as he charged forward, gripping the long spear tightly. The man's eyes were extremely determined, without a hint of hesitation. The man plunged his long spear into the Zhu Huai's body. With just that one move, he took down the monster. The massive body of the Zhu Huai collapsed to the ground just like that. Watching from behind, Junzong couldn't help but be shocked. He took down a 4-star Zhu Huai in a single blow. Seeing the look on his face, the Red Dragon Guild member felt extremely smug and thought to himself, "See that? You Koreans can't do this, can you? This is the martial art of the mainland, and the technique you just saw is on a whole other level." It wasn't just on this side. The other members of the Red Dragon Guild were also slaughtering the Zhu Huai. Their movements were extremely skilled, and their coordination was precise, continuously wounding the monsters. Before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of the monsters. Junzong, who hadn't lifted a finger this whole time, was somewhat astonished by the scene. They were clearly moving individually without any apparent coordination, yet they still hunted this quickly. Furthermore, the person who caught his attention the most was on the other side. Bon was facing a Zhu Huai all by herself. The monster watched the woman approaching it, a vicious glint in its eyes. But Bon paid it no mind. She closed her eyes, focusing on regulating her energy. She took steady steps toward the monster. After a moment, Bon opened her eyes. The great blade in her hand began to rise, and without any hesitation, she delivered a massive slash. And so, the monster was split in two before it could even react. Fresh blood gushed everywhere, splattering onto Bon. Seeing this scene, the members of the Red Dragon Guild began to cheer in admiration. As expected of the vice captain, no, the captain. Amazing. Junzong watched from behind. After secretly observing Bon, her abilities are truly amazing. Could this be the power of a martial artist that the Chinese hunter community is so proud of? At the same time, Bon was a little unhappy because she wanted to take Junzong's ability, but she couldn't. With that thought, she gave him a meaningful glance. Junzong was a bit surprised by her look, but at that moment Bon spoke up. "The second wave will be here any second. Get on the prepared cable car and enter the rift now." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone got inside the cable car. She hoped that once they entered the rift, Junzong would reveal his true strength. Junzong had no idea what she was thinking. He was currently staring in astonishment at the cable car in front of him, wondering if he really had to ride this thing. Seeing his dazed look, a guy inside smirked contemptuously, getting on with ease. See that? Right after, he maliciously pressed the close button. Junzong was still standing there, watching helplessly as the doors shut, and the cable began to move, carrying it upwards. Junzong looked up at the cable car, which was moving as slow as a turtle, feeling a bit speechless. Someone up above saw he was still down there and quickly shouted, "That Korean guy didn't get on the cable car." The malicious guy from before heard this and sneered. "He's probably too scared to come up, isn't he?" Then he looked down and yelled, "Hey Korean guy, we're heading out. You just stay down there and watch safely, okay?" Bon didn't stop her subordinate's actions. She was also very confused about why Junzong didn't get on the lift. Thinking at this point, there's no way he's scared, right? Just then, Junzong spoke. "Wow, you guys are more fired up than I thought. In that case, I guess I'll just go in by myself." As soon as he finished speaking, He took a step back to get a running start. Bon saw Jun Sung's action and was startled. She saw him kick off a cable and then leap high into the air. The members of the Red Dragon Guild inside the cable car also stared in disbelief. Jun Sung, of course, paid them no mind and ran straight towards the rift. In just a flash, he arrived in front of the rift. Before entering, Jun Sung didn't forget to wave goodbye to the group below, raising an eyebrow tauntingly as he said, "See you there." With that, he stepped into the rift. This scene left the members of the Red Dragon Guild completely stunned. Bon was just as shocked, realizing he was definitely no ordinary ability user. After a moment of shock, someone finally spoke up. "There's no way he could jump all the way up there using a cable. That's just absurd." Bon glanced at the person who had spoken. The team's morale was shaken. Thinking this, she immediately spoke in a stern voice, "Have you all forgotten? Who are we?" As she said this, everyone nodded in agreement, but someone still hesitated, saying, "But that strength and footwork." Before he could finish, another person shouted aggressively, "We are the Red Dragon Guild. Let's go. Let's show the arrogant guy what we're made of." At these words, everyone else cheered in agreement. Bon then nodded in satisfaction, relieved that their spirits were restored. At the same time, the cable car was approaching the rift. They regained their focus and prepared to get out. Bon didn't forget to give orders. "Everyone get ready to charge in. Now is the time to rush into the rift." Immediately after, she led the members of the Red Dragon Guild inside. A moment later, in the wasteland inside the rift, the place was as barren and desolate as other rifts. However, as soon as Bon entered, she saw a horrifying sight. A thick cloud of dust suddenly appeared before them. Behind that cloud of smoke was a horde of hogs. The Chu Hoi were charging fiercely. She cried out in terror, "The Chu Hoi are here." Bon felt she had to retreat, but it was already too late. With that thought, she looked at her people and ordered, "All units, move out." Immediately after, she led the charge forward. The Crimson Phoenix blade in Bon's hand began to slash down. A powerful wave of energy was instantly unleashed. By the time the energy dissipated, a large trench had appeared in the ground. Bon glanced back and shouted, "Now is the time, everyone charge." The members of the Red Dragon Guild immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. The morale of the Red Dragon Guild was incredibly high. They clearly intended to overwhelm the monsters with that momentum. Bon wanted to maintain this momentum and immediately shouted, "All units begin the hunt." With her command, the members of the Red Dragon Guild took up their weapons and began to slaughter the monsters. With such fierce momentum, the hunt went quite smoothly. However, there was still something that worried Bon, which was the dust cloud created by the Chu Hoi swarm was too thick, making it difficult to see. After thinking for a moment, she gave a command in a low voice. "All units, report your status every 30 seconds. Just as she finished speaking, she began to wield her blade. The Chu Hoi swarm was struck by her blade, and fresh blood continuously poured down like rain. Bon narrowed her eyes at them. The monsters' movements seemed to match their actions. First, they had to eliminate as many of the Chu Hoi swarm as possible and then set up a defensive line. While she was thinking, the members of the Red Dragon Guild began to report their situations to her. So far, there was nothing unusual. Bon nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the veteran hunters of the Red Dragon Guild, they could protect themselves well until these Chu Hoi were dead. Thinking this, she once again charged forward with her weapon, immediately setting up a barrier along the Chu Hoi's path to collect the corpses of the ones that were killed. The Chu Hoi were valuable beasts, so a hunt of this scale was definitely a huge profit. But at that moment, Bon's eyes caught sight of something. Instantly, she hurriedly raised her Crimson Phoenix blade to defend. Bon frowned slightly and thought, "This is a gala bullet." She narrowed her eyes and looked ahead, shouting, "Who's there?" Behind that hazy smoke, a figure was appearing. The person was actually Jun Sung. Seeing him, Bon exclaimed in surprise, "You're that Korean hunter. You were the one who just shot." Jun Sung looked at her silently, not answering a single word. But then he suddenly fired his gun at Bon. Although it was a surprise attack, Bon still managed to dodge it. She glared at Jun Hae-sung and questioned him. "What is this?" Attacking other hunters during a joint operation, she suspected he was deliberately causing chaos. She knew Jun Sung was a foreigner on a freelance contract, so it wouldn't be strange if he were an assassin. With that thought, Bon snorted coldly and said, "Fine, you've targeted me and the Red Dragon Guild, so you'll pay the price for it." However, Jun Sung on the other side made no move at all. He just stood there silently. Bon narrowed her eyes at him, waiting for his next move. At the same time, Jun Sung was also staring intently at her. A moment later, he suddenly snorted. Immediately after, he continuously fired energy bullets at Bon. Bon dodged the bullets from the side, but before long, she discovered something surprising. Although the bullets Jun Sung fired didn't hit her, They embedded themselves in the ground. Bon frowned slightly in thought, her arm reflexively tightening its grip on her weapon. Immediately after, Bon began to block Jun Sung's energy bullets. In her eyes, it was just a petty trick. However, Jung Sung suddenly made a move, instantly appearing in front of Bon. Before she could even react, her body suddenly became immobile, and Bon's expression instantly turned grim. Could this be a technique that seals movement through the bloodline? How could this Korean guy possibly know it? Regardless of her suspicions, Jun Sung had already scooped her up. Jun Sung paid no mind to Bon's reaction, because the pack of Zhu Huai was already charging toward them. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at them, but instead of confronting them, he leaped into the air. Jun Sung dashed away at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Before long, he landed on a small, nearby mountain. Jun Sung quickly put Bon down, leaving her stunned. He brought her here but didn't kill her, so what exactly was his goal? Could it be that he was planning to do something despicable? While her mind was racing with these thoughts, Jun Sung was staring intently at her. Bon became even more certain of her suspicions. What a shameless bastard. But just then, Jun Sung suddenly stood up. Bon sensed he was about to do something. Unable to resist, she could only close her eyes and wait for the worst. But after a moment, she didn't feel anything, only hearing Jun Hegzung's low voice. Sorry, wait a moment. Hearing this, Bon's eyes shot open in astonishment. Before she could even process it, she saw Jun Sung dash off like the wind. By the time he returned, he was carrying another person on his shoulder. Just like Bon, that person had also been immobilized. Bon grew even more confused. What on earth was he planning to do? Jun Sung, unaware of her racing thoughts, prepared to leave again. Just like that, he jumped down below to find people, and then returned. Each time he left, he brought back a member of the Red Dragon Guild and placed them on the ground. Before long, he had gathered all the surviving members of the Red Dragon Guild. Bon lay to one side, watching everything unfold. She had no idea what he was trying to do. But the other members of the Red Dragon Guild were not as patient. They shouted and cursed nonstop, but Jun Sung simply ignored them. He was counting the number of people. After a long moment, he spoke to them in English. Can you hear it? Bon heard him and frowned in confusion. Was he talking to himself? Knowing they didn't understand, Jun Sung gestured for them to be quiet. I said, listen. However, the members of the Red Dragon Guild continued to struggle. Just then, a mechanical-sounding voice echoed from the distance, endlessly repeating, nothing unusual. Hearing this, the members of the Red Dragon Guild cried out in shock. What did I just hear? That's the voice of our comrades who are still fighting down below. But at that moment, a female voice suddenly rang out, causing Bon to freeze. The Red Dragon Guild members were equally astonished. The voice was clearly Bon's, but she was right here. At that moment, Bon realized what was happening. Jun Sung, seeing their realization, spoke in a low voice. Now do you understand? The status reports they had been hearing before were all made by the monsters. They were using the fog to hide and mimicking human voices to trick them. So how did Jun Sung realize this? Earlier, he had been hiding on a nearby cliff. From the very first moment he saw the scene, he had a gut feeling. Clearly, the pack of Zhu Huai was charging mindlessly. Moreover, Jun Sung saw a flicker of fear in their eyes. They were likely fleeing. According to the data he received, Zhu Huai are 4-star carnivorous creatures that move in packs. For a pack of Zhu Huai that's strong to be running away, what could possibly have scared them off? That's why Jun Exung had been secretly observing the situation, seen when Bon's team charged in. Sure enough, right after that, Jun Zung discovered a problem within that fog. The voice that kept echoing was strange, no matter how you thought about it. He tried to listen closely. Immediately, Jun Sung noticed this voice was slightly different from the people of the Red Dragon Society. Could it be a fake? Just as he thought, from within the fog, a strange tentacle appeared. Without any warning, it shot forward. The tentacle pierced right through the neck of a member of the Red Dragon Society, and just like that, one person was sent to the afterlife. Jun Sung watched with a frown, a monster that mimics the voice of its prey. That thing is now blending in with the Zhu Huai pack and hunting the people who enter the Moon Crevice. If that's the case, the people of the Red Dragon Society are in danger. Jun Sung thought for a moment, then sighed after a long while. There's no other way. We can't even understand each other. As soon as he finished his thought, he activated the auto-hunt system and then started hunting people. Back in the present, Jun Sung looked at the group in front of him and said reluctantly, besides using this somewhat disadvantageous method, there's no other way. Hearing this, Bon finally understood. So that's it. He intended to save them from danger, which is why he acted like this. Does that mean the teammates who aren't here have probably all lost their lives? As Bon was thinking, a footstep approached. She thought they would have to fight together now. But he suddenly apologized, which made Bon's eyes widen in astonishment. While she was still confused, Jun Sung reached out and picked up her weapon. Bon was even more shocked. What is this? Why did he just take her chain size? Shouldn't he be releasing their pressure points for them? What is Jun Sung doing now? Jun Sung, of course, paid them no mind, carrying the two twin blades as he walked towards the cliff. He could only apologize to them. His auto-hunt mode couldn't release pressure points, and he had to borrow these twin blades for the fight. This also meant that thing was a monster they couldn't handle. With that thought, Jun Exung felt this was the best option. Immediately after, he leaped down from the cliff. He landed on the ground, twin blades in hand. At the same time, two large tentacles were wiggling incessantly in the thick fog. Jun Sheng squinted at them. What kind of monster is this? It wasn't until he got closer that he saw many tentacles, and he also saw a giant body lurking in the distance. A moment later, a monster with sharp teeth and tentacles appeared. It had killed the entire Zhu Huai pack. Jun Sung frowned silently. Is that the beast? But he quickly realized something was wrong. He immediately looked up. At the same time, Bon also saw something flying towards them. Her eyes widened in terror. No, it can't be. That thing. Just then, a loud crash suddenly echoed. A piece of the ground in front of Jun Sung was shattered. When the dust settled, a giant beast appeared. Up on the cliff, Bon couldn't hold back anymore and desperately started to crawl. She struggled to crawl towards the edge of the cliff. Soon after, a look of shock appeared on Bon's face. Sure enough, she wasn't mistaken. That beast was one of the four evils, Xiangqi. At the same time, Jun Sung was also observing the beast. Bon never expected to run into Qiongqi here, the greatest failure among countless recorded instances to date, the four evils of the continent. What's more, one of them is the Qiongqi. Thinking of this, Bon felt a surge of resentment. She clenched her fists and blamed herself. It was her negligence. She should have ordered a retreat the moment she saw the horde of Zhu Huai. It was a mistake, and now they were all going to be wiped out. Just then, Jun Sung suddenly spoke up. So this must be the ringleader of the pack. This one's pretty big. It probably even preys on the smaller ones. Saying that, he pointed his two dual blades toward it and snorted coldly. All right then, shall we go for a hunt? To this day, there has never been a single record of a precise account. When the beast appeared, people fled frantically. But the outcome was always a tragedy. When the attempt to exterminate it failed, there was only one outcome, bodies piling up in the city. It was known as one of the four evils, also known as the most terrifying of the evil beasts, the Qiongqi. And right at this moment, Jun Sung was facing it all alone. Bon, watching from above, saw his unflinching advance, and a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. That monster is so powerful. Why isn't he running away? Jun Sheng continued to advance with his dual blades, his steps incredibly steady, absorbing the power of the golden core was truly terrifying. The effects of the golden core didn't just alter his bloodline, and because of that transformation, he couldn't equip the goddess's embrace, which was a bit of a shame. But with the Qiongqi right in front of him, he didn't have time to overthink it. The priority was to deal with this bastard first. With that thought, Jun Sung began to channel energy into his muscles. The blood vessels in his body bulged, and in the blink of an eye, Jun Sung's physique became more powerful. Completing his physical transformation, he gripped his dual blades tightly and charged without hesitation toward the monster. Jun Sung's speed was unbelievably fast, and in a flash, he had landed several slashes on the monster. Bon, watching from the cliff, was stunned by this scene. Jun Sung's combat technique was simply unbelievable. He moved alone among the pack of beasts, almost as if he were dancing. And by now, Jun Sung had also activated the auto-hunting system. Just like that, he began his slaughter, and the corpses of the Qiongqi lay scattered on the ground. Watching its brethren die one by one, a Qiongqi roared in fury and charged at him. However, Jun Sung didn't even seem to care. His dual blades swinging relentlessly in his hands, he struck with extreme decisiveness, each slash peeling away layers of the Qiongqi's hide. Overwhelmed by Jun Sung's fierce assault, the Qiongqi grew enraged and attacked him with its tentacles. Instantly, they wrapped tightly around Jun Sung's dual blades. Seeing this, Bon cried out in alarm, "That's dangerous." Jun Sung frowned slightly, trying to pull free from the tentacles, but the Qiongqi's tentacles suddenly grew longer, making it extremely difficult for Jun Sung to resist. He frowned, his mind racing to come up with a countermeasure. Right after that, Jun Sung suddenly broke into a run. With a loud crash, the cliff face in front of them was shattered. The Qiongqi's body now resembled a disgusting, slimy substance. At the same time, the tentacles wrapped around Jun Sung's blades let go. He regained his freedom and continued to press forward. At this point, only two Qiongqi remained before Jun Sung. They were still baring their sharp fangs at him. Meanwhile, Bon had witnessed the entire thing from the cliff. She was amazed and exclaimed, "So strong, can a person really be that powerful?" That might, that strength was anything but simple. The transformation, something reversed, Jun Sung's physical constitution, his muscles and bones reached their maximum potential in the blink of an eye. Not only were his physical form and weight limits shattered, but the power within him was also surging to its absolute maximum. This was truly unbelievable for Bon. Down on the battlefield, the Kyuan-Ki was now frantically using its tentacles to attack Jun Sung. It wasn't the main body of the Kyuan-Ki. Bon felt that Jun Sung could actually take down this monstrous beast, this terrifying creature. Just then, the Kyuan-Chi moved two of its giant tentacles. Without a moment's hesitation, it whipped them forward, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. But the Kyuan-Chi felt that wasn't enough, and it began to frantically whip the ground. Watching from above, Bon frowned. Its destructive power was truly extraordinary. It had completely shattered the ground, hadn't it? In contrast, Jun Sung stood there, perfectly calm. He let out a smirk, thinking he'd have to chop off all those tentacles anyway. With that thought, Jun Sung charged forward with his twin blades. He immediately slashed at the Kyuan-Ki's tentacle, but it had no effect at all. Jun Sung couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't even cut it. The Kyuan-Chi, attacked by him relentlessly, became enraged. It aggressively attacked with its tentacles. Not daring to be careless, Jun Sung raised his blades to block in front of him. However, he was still pushed back. Seeing this, Bon frowned in alarm. She was quite worried, wondering if he was all right and what had just happened. A moment later, Jun Sung emerged from the cloud of dust. He frowned at the Kyuan-Chi and said, "It seems I really took a hit from it." Seeing him walk out, Bon breathed a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, he seemed to be fine. But at that moment, she also realized something. The Kyuani's level was indeed completely different now. Jun Sung couldn't cut off its tentacles. At the same time, Jun Sung was also thinking. This thing in front of him had just been observing the others fight. Had it been observing his power as well? While Jun Sung was lost in thought, the Kyuan-Chi bared its fangs at him, as if threatening him. But Jun Sung just smirked. How interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward. His speed was incredible, closing the distance to the Kyuan-Ki in an instant. The twin blades in Jun Sung's hands began to dance with its tentacles. He snorted coldly and shouted, "You piece of trash, get lost." Immediately after, his blade slashed into the Kyuan-Chi's tentacle. The pain hit it instantly, causing it to roar furiously. At the same time, Jun Sung also began to focus his energy. Without any hesitation, he started stabbing repeatedly into the Kyuan-Chi's body. Jun Sung's speed was unbelievably fast. It couldn't dodge, and in a flash, its massive body collapsed. Seeing this scene, Bon was pleasantly surprised. Down below, Jun Sung stood before the Kyuan-Chi, muttering to himself, "If I can't cut it, I can just stab it repeatedly. Besides, did you really think this was the first time I've gone all out?" After saying that, he flashed a triumphant smile. Bon stared blankly at Jun Sung, who was standing opposite the Kyuan-Chi. She cried out in disbelief, "Oh my god, did he just blow it away with sheer power?" But just as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, causing Bon's supporting arm to tremble from the impact. Even Jun Sung, who was standing below, couldn't escape it. At what seemed to be the same moment, the Kyuan-Chi suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Bon felt this scene was a bit familiar and cried out in alarm. That posture, could it be? Jun Sung, on the other hand, seemed oblivious. "What?" He let out a cold laugh and said, "Screaming like that means you're really furious. Good, keep roaring, give it your all." With that, he casually approached with his twin blades. The more Bon watched, the more terrified she became, and she used all her strength to scream and stop him. "No, don't get any closer. The Kyuan-Chi is now." But before she could finish, the Kyuan-Chi's mouth grew wider and wider. Seeing this, Jun Sung's eyes widened in shock, but it was too late. A piercing sound erupted from the mouth of the Kyuan-Chi. The ground began to shake violently from the force of the scream. Jun Sung's body couldn't help but stagger. Bon knew what was happening and screamed again. "No, you can't listen to that sound." However, Bon's efforts were in vain. The sound entered the ears of everyone lying motionless on the ground, and they began to bleed from their 7 orifices. Even Bon was no exception, as fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Of the countless Chinese hunters who have faced the Kyuan-Chi throughout history, every single confrontation ended in failure. The main reason was this high-frequency attack. It prevents opponents from getting close with a wall of tentacles. Generating this high frequency to hunt its prey is a terrifying skill that damages internal organs and causes mental disruption. Jun Sung was standing very close right now. He probably wouldn't be able to withstand. He hurriedly leaped back, increasing the distance from the Kyuan-Chi. However, the The Qi's long scream hadn't stopped yet. The very air seemed to be tearing apart. Bon grew more and more worried. Even they, from so far away, couldn't hold on. How could Jun Sung, who was so close, manage? But very quickly, she saw that Jun Sung was still standing firmly in place. Moreover, there wasn't a single drop of blood on him. Bon's eyes widened in horror. He's completely unharmed. How is that possible? At the same time, Jun Sung, having just escaped the Qi's high-frequency attack, was now trying to catch his breath. Unfortunately, the Qi wasn't about to give him that chance. It once again opened its bottomless pit-like mouth, and without any warning, it continued to scream. The ground shook once more, and boulders that couldn't withstand the force began to crack. And yet, not long after, the two Qis suddenly collapsed. But Jun Sung was still standing tall. On his body, there were still no injuries. The more Bon looked, the more she couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? But if she had looked closely, she would have seen Jun Sung's body trembling slightly. He was just gritting his teeth and enduring it. How could it not hurt? Jun Sung felt enough pain to die. If it weren't for the auto-hunting system, he would have already collapsed and died. Luckily, the auto-hunting mode wasn't exposed, and the sonic attack didn't completely overwhelm his body. So only Jun Sung had to be the one to withstand it here. He tightened his grip on his twin blades, not letting out a single groan. But the Qi wasn't about to let him go. It had now sat up and then began to scream again. Jun Sung, standing from a distance, narrowed his eyes as he watched it, telling himself that he had to endure. It was just that the Qi's screams were getting louder and louder. Jun Sung strained his eyes to endure, to the point that they became bloodshot. He couldn't fall. If Jun Sung were to go down now, everyone here would be done for. At the same time, Bon, on the cliff, could no longer bear the piercing sound. She covered her ears with her hands, but it still seeped through, making her expression grow increasingly pained. They remained silent, enduring for a long time, and finally, their perseverance paid off. The sound had stopped completely. Bon immediately opened her eyes wide to look. Look. The Qi was now exhausted and had closed its mouth, but Run Sung was still standing there. His figure was incredibly defiant, with no sign that he was about to fall. Bon felt as if she had just discovered a wonder of the world. Run Sung was fine, but the Qi was exhausted, which was just too unbelievable. However, at that moment, the Qi suddenly propped itself up with its tentacles, and its entire body launched into the air. Bon frowned in alarm. It's flying up. Is it just going to crush him like that? But at the same time, Run Exung suddenly knelt on the ground, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, which he quickly wiped away. Although the movement was subtle, Bon saw it from a distance. She then realized he wasn't unscathed after all, he was just enduring it. She quickly shouted, "It's dangerous, run." But Run Sung paid no mind, still standing there calmly, as the Qi drew closer and closer to him. Just then, Run Sung suddenly muttered, "Attack mode engaged." As soon as he finished speaking, the dual blades in his hands were enveloped in energy. Seeing this, Bon couldn't help but be stunned. No way, is he really going to face it head-on? Just as she thought, Run Sung shot forward like the wind. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Qi had no idea it was about to meet its end. It continued to roar madly at Run Sung. Boom! A powerful stream of energy suddenly struck. The Qi's body was racked with intense pain, causing it to roar uncontrollably. Yet the energy stream continued to bear down, until the Qi's body lay battered on the ground before it stopped. Bon, who had witnessed the entire process, could no longer hide the shock on her face. Not only had Run Sung taken it down, but the dual blades in his hands were now embedded in its massive body. He then raised an eyebrow and sneered. "How about that? I was waiting for the moment you'd get so angry you couldn't stand it and charge at me like this." As soon as he finished, Run Sung pulled out his dual blades and slashed down again. But the tentacles kept squirming, irritating him. Seeing this, Run Sung nodded in satisfaction. It seems the dual blades can't sever them. Huh. Its body is truly tough, but I wonder if the inside is just as durable. My parasitic wasp will spread throughout its body. Let's see how long you can endure it. Immediately, the energy bullets he had planted in the ground suddenly exploded. A barrage of energy beams continuously bombarded the Qi, causing it to open its mouth and scream in agony. Bon, on the cliff, watched this unbelievable scene with wide eyes. Run Sung was also intently observing the results of his work. Just how long could this Qi possibly endure? Meanwhile, outside, the group confronting the Red Dragon Guild was still there, waiting. After a long time with no activity, someone spoke up impatiently. "The Red Dragon Guild is late." Another person nodded in agreement. Perhaps, did a problem arise? A swarm of Zhu Huai was rushing towards the inside of the rift. Around them, there were indeed many corpses of the Zhu Huai. Another person said in a low voice, if it's at this level, it's not looking good. They're probably screwed. Even the leader thinks so. He nodded and said, probably. You guys from the Red Dragon Guild are probably fighting like madmen inside right now. They continued to chatter outside the rift, their tones somewhat like they were gloating over someone else's misfortune. But just then, the rift suddenly opened, startling them. Before they could even process what was happening, a monster charged out from within. Upon seeing it, the faces of the group even more unsightly. They naturally recognized it as one of the four evils, a Kionki. At that moment, the Kionki opened its massive mouth and began to roar. Just like the members of the Red Dragon Society inside the rift, this group was also affected by the scream and coughed up fresh blood. They knew this was the Kionchi's high-frequency attack. The leader immediately shouted a warning. Everyone, run. If this keeps up, we'll suffer heavy losses too. But someone grabbed his shoulder and said, hey, wait, look at the Kionkai's back. Hearing this, the leader was a bit confused and asked, what am I supposed to be seeing? Despite his words, he still looked and saw someone on the Kionki's back. Who else could it be but Jun Egzone? He's trying to choke it with its own horns. The Kionkai, in pain, roared continuously. The group below stared blankly at the scene, forgetting to even run. Before long, the Kionchi fell from the sky to the ground. No longer under the high-frequency attack, the people below boldly walked forward. Someone cautiously spoke up. It doesn't seem to have any fatal wounds. Let's get a closer look. Right after that, they moved closer to the Kionchi. After observing for a long while, the leader confirmed it was dead. He was about to reach out and touch its body, but just then, a shout stopped him. Don't touch it. The man was startled and pulled his hand back, and the group behind him was also a bit confused. Soon after, they saw Jun Sung peek out from behind the creature. Upon seeing him, someone exclaimed in surprise, is he the one who hunted it? Jun Sung didn't care what they thought. He spoke in a cold voice. I'll say it one more time. Don't touch the monster I caught. As he spoke, he lifted his leg to step out. Jun Sung's eyes were now filled with killing intent as he warned in a low voice, if you get any closer, I can't be held responsible. This murderous aura terrified the leader of the other group. He didn't dare make a move, but the person next to him impatiently demanded, what are you doing? That's a Kionki, let's grab it. The leader quickly tried to calm him. No, wait, that guy hunted it. But the other man's eyes were filled with contempt as he said, what chance does a lowlife like him have to get something like this? As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him also revealed greedy smiles. Truly a disorderly mob, wanting something for nothing. At that moment, Sale's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. The moment she spoke, she hurriedly ran over. Seeing her, the group was stunned. Seal stood in front of Jun Sung and declared aggressively, that is a monster hunted by a hunter from Tens. According to the rules, the Kionchi belongs to Tens and Jun Sung. She warned them, if you dare to touch even a single hair on this Kionki, Tens will officially declare war on the dragon-slaying gang. This statement made the group hesitate immediately, but there was still one guy who wasn't afraid of death. He felt that even Tens was nothing special in Shanghai. What authority did they have? Only he was smart enough to step up. With that thought, he looked at the leader and said, still hesitating. But the leader was more farsighted. He cautiously warned, no. Don't step forward, you'll die. He was afraid of Jun Sung's ferocious killing intent, as if the moment they stepped forward, next year would be the anniversary of their deaths. Looking into his bloodshot eyes, they were so crazed that anyone who met his gaze would feel terrified. The leader didn't dare to advance, whispering a warning to his men. If you take even one more step and he'll attack. Are you trying to pick a fight with the hunter who took down one of the four calamities? Hearing this, the other guy immediately backed down. The leader also waved his hand, ordering everyone to fall back. The people behind him also felt this was a good opportunity, but some were afraid Jun Sung would attack, so they didn't dare to move forward. At the same time, the leader of the Dragon Slayers Guild's combat team was observing Jun Sung, thinking to himself how amazing it was that even covered in wounds, he was still protecting his companion and his prey to the very end. Seiku, on the other side, was relieved to see them back off. She let out a sigh of relief and mumbled, we're alive. One wrong move and we would have been stabbed. With that, she glanced at Jun Sung and asked, are you okay? Jun Sung didn't answer, just stood there silently. But just 3 seconds later, his body collapsed onto Seiku, causing her to panic. Seiku quickly shook Jun Sung's body. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. Just then, from inside the rift, more people emerged. It was the Red Dragon Guild. Bomb was the leader, but she didn't seem very pleased, her hands clenched into fists. Jun Sung's first hunt had quelled the rising storm. The fact that he had hunted Kionchi, one of the four calamities, on his very first hunt, left a deep impression on many people and also created a huge stir across the continent. Seoku, holding the man who had caused such a massive uproar, only knew that he was currently unconscious. Of course, the current Jun Sung was also unaware of this fact. Right after the hunt, due to his severe injuries, Jun Sung was taken to the hospital. He was in a deep sleep, showing no signs of waking up anytime soon. Jun Sung was in the recovery room. Just then, a person came out from inside. This person was Hua Yun, a first-generation professor of the medical department and also the head of the T Medical Support Research Lab. Seoku was already waiting by the door, and as soon as she saw him come out, she called out, "Uncle." Hua Yun turned to look at her, then teased, "Well, if it isn't my dear niece. It's been a while." Seoku paid him no mind and asked in a low voice, "How is he?" Hua Yun casually replied, "Not as bad as I thought, or rather, I don't understand how it's even possible." Hearing this, Seoku frowned in confusion and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Hua Yun slowly explained, "He's covered in injuries, which makes me curious how he could even hunt a monster with a body like that, especially since the nerves in his ears were severely damaged. I don't know how strong his spirit must be to endure all that with such a body." Seoku was horrified after hearing this. She glanced into the room, and for a long moment, she finally mumbled, "He's a monster." But Hua Yun shook his head and countered, "A hero, you mean?" Hearing those two words, Seoku couldn't help but scoff. "What kind of hero?" Hua Yun chuckled lightly and said casually, "Well, he did catch one of the four calamities all by himself, didn't he?" Seoku didn't see it that way. She shook her head in denial. "It's not impossible. If the principal had gone, he could have hunted one of the 10 plagues." But as she said that, she suddenly stopped. She seemed to realize something. Hua Yun knew what she was thinking and spoke up with a smile. "That's right, one of the 10 plagues would be enough. Compared to the 10 plagues, if the hunters in China knew the truth, they would all be incredibly surprised." When Jun Sung infiltrated Shanghai, the Mystic Demon clan told everyone this. Someone questioned why the Mystic Demons would let a foreigner infiltrate their territory. He laughed and said, "Because I dropped a bomb." To Shanghai. Seoku was shocked to hear this, her eyes filled with confusion. Hua Yun slowly explained, "That Jun Sung guy is called the same thing in Korea. A symbol of a generational shift, many young hunters have been inspired by him." Seoku frowned in thought upon hearing this. The strong will use their abilities and then single-handedly verify those abilities. The mainland has a commendable way of thinking. Seeing her resentful expression, Hua Yun sighed helplessly and advised, "At this point, you should think carefully, shouldn't you? Don't you know why the principal chose you to be Jun Sung's secretary?" Seoku stopped in her tracks, falling silent again. Seeing her silence, Hua Yun continued, "Even though you lost the succession battle, perhaps your arrhythmia." But before he could finish, Seoku cut him off coldly. "Uncle, don't say any more." She said that if he brought that up, she would have nothing more to say. Seeing Seoku's expression, Hua Yun apologized guiltily. "I'm sorry, but I just..." Seoku didn't want to hear it, turning sharply to leave. "All right, we're done with work matters, so I'll be going now." With no other choice, Hua Yun could only bid her farewell. "All right, see you next time." Watching Seoku's retreating back, he could only sigh in resignation. Venus Disorder, a special gifted ability, the advancement of her level to the point of making her partner lose all reason, that was the ability she possessed. Seoku could have used that constitution of hers to become the heir, but she refused and trained herself harshly, participating like the other candidates and failed, and then the directive came down for Seoku to be an assistant to a foreigner. At this point, Seoku thought there was no reason for the QBC to issue such an order, but even if there was, she wouldn't follow it. The more she thought about it, the uglier Seoku's expression became. She angrily punched the wall. Seoku considered herself a soldier, not the type of girl who enjoys glory at the expense of her body. She suddenly thought of Jun Sung. His power and talent truly made her green with envy. 2 weeks later, at the hospital where Jun Sung was recovering, Jun Sung was sitting in the recovery room, looking indifferent with a somewhat indescribable expression. Seoku was also in the room, watching him intently as she spoke. "You've worked hard to recover. How are you feeling?" Jun Sung nodded slightly and replied, "Much better. I can hear more clearly." Although he said that, he felt her attitude seemed to have changed. Unaware of his thoughts, she continued, "While you were lying here, there was a huge buzz." Jun Sung was surprised and asked, "What buzz?" Seoku slowly explained. "The T-side reported on the monster hunt. A lone hunter captured one of the 4 perils. Shanghai and the entire mainland are praising you." Jun Sung heard this but didn't seem very happy, asking in a low voice, "Did they reveal my identity?" She frowned slightly, questioning him in return. "Why would you think they'd hide your identity and nationality? When there are results and achievements, people will value you. That's the way of our mainland. Jun Sung nodded in understanding. I see, so it's meritocracy in the end. Seeing him silent, Seoku spoke again. Someone will be here to visit you soon. Jun Sung frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, who is it? Seoku replied casually. The vice chairman of the Red Dragon Society, Jiang. Bon, I heard you use her weapon. She said they'd definitely be annoyed because June used their weapon without permission, so things would just get more complicated. Not meeting isn't an option, but refusing a sick visit would be bad manners. Seoku told him that if Bon mentioned it, he should just deny it. Hearing this, Jun Sung nodded and replied, got it, I'll be careful. Seoku stared at him for a moment before saying flatly, then I'll step out for a bit. With that, she pushed the door open and left. Jun Sung watched her leave, feeling a bit confused. He had a feeling that Ku's attitude was too polite, more courteous than before. But Jun Sung thought that politeness was just her way of keeping her distance from him, and thinking of it that way made him feel more at ease. While Jun Sung was lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. He snapped out of his thoughts, looked up, and said, come in. At his words, the person outside immediately pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the visitor, Jun Sung was a bit surprised. It was indeed Bon, but her state was a little different from 2 weeks ago. Without her armor, Bon was just a shy young woman. Seeing her like this, Jun Sung felt a bit awkward. He stammered an invitation for her to come in, then fumbled to open a translation app, since the language barrier made conversation difficult. But just then, Bon suddenly took out her phone and typed something. Surprisingly, it was in Korean. She said she heard his ears were hurting. Jun Sung was a little surprised, then replied, your Korean is very good. Bon slowly typed into her phone her answer, I learned to read and write in 10 days. Jun Sung was even more astonished when he learned the reason. Why is that? Is using a translation app in China considered rude? After that thought, he spoke up. First, I want to apologize for borrowing your blade without your permission. Bon was stunned. She didn't expect him to say that. Jun also wanted to see how she would respond. Bon didn't hesitate to type on her phone and show it to him. It's not that. I should be the one to thank you for saving me. Also, more than that, there's something else Bon wants to talk about. Seeing these words, Jun Sung furrowed his brow. What else could he and she possibly have to talk about? While Jun Sung was wondering, Bon got to the point. Seeing those words, he froze completely. Bon actually wanted him to date her with the intention of marriage. Jun Sung stared blankly at Bon, completely speechless. He couldn't understand why she would make such a sudden proposal. What was her motive? At the same time, Bon was eagerly awaiting Jun Sung's answer. Her cheeks were now flush red, a clear sign of her nervousness. She took a deep breath to calm herself, then wanted to continue the conversation. But just then, the phone suddenly slipped from Bon's hand, making her eyes widen in panic. She quickly reached out to grab it, but another hand was a step faster than hers. The one who caught the phone was Jun. Because of this, the two of them were now looking into each other's eyes. Moreover, Bon's hand was now holding Jun's. This situation made Bon's cheeks turn as red as a tomato. Jun Sung, on the other side, was also very awkward. He stammered, hey, here's the phone. But before he could finish, a flame suddenly erupted between their hands. Jun Sung frowned in alarm. Hey, that's really hot. Bon, realizing she had caused it, quickly apologized. Jun Sung pulled his hand back and saw a burn mark on it. Bon, of course, saw it too, and grew even more frantic. What do I do? She didn't even say thank you, and instead caused a burn. After hesitating for a long while, she finally stood up from her chair, wanting to find some water to put out the fire. But the fire in her hand grew bigger and bigger, making Bon even more panicked. Her mind was exploding. The feeling of heat began to spread throughout her entire body. Jun Sung watched this scene, stunned. He seemed to understand what was happening to her. Perhaps it was due to her psyche, an energy that manifested based on the user's emotions, called psyche. Although Jun Sung had seen a hunter use the psyche of fire before, could it just appear so suddenly? Thinking this, Jun Sung felt that if he let this continue, all of Bon's clothes would be burned away. The scorching flame had now started to burn her entire body. He recalled a time before, at the Red Dragon Guild's territory, when Bon had just returned and was being scolded. She stood in front of the guild master's room for a long time without leaving. She felt that because of her own clumsiness, she had caused huge losses and there were even deaths. Seeing Bon's sorrowful figure from behind, someone couldn't help but console her. Young miss, no, Vice President, please don't blame yourself too much. Who would have known the 4 calamities would appear there? Another person agreed. That's right. A hunter's life and death ultimately depend on their own strength. Although it's regrettable, those people were just too weak, that's why it happened. Hearing this didn't lessen Bon's self-blame at all. She sighed and said, even so, it's my responsibility. With that, she turned and left. The 2 subordinates could only watch her go, helplessly whispering, "She doesn't need to think like that." I didn't know the vice president was so hard on herself. The person next to him also spoke up worriedly. "Yeah, the young miss has been upset for 24 hours straight. I'm worried she'll blame herself too much." Meanwhile, Bon was on her way back to her room. Along the way, she kept sighing, full of self-blame. The loss was her responsibility, and she had to make up for it. But how? Thinking of this, Bon suddenly thought of Jun Sung. He possessed such immense power, comparable to a continent-level figure. She thought that if he joined the Red Dragon Guild, it would be great. Thinking of this possibility, she smiled in satisfaction. All right, let's use that method. Bon was determined to have Jun Sung marry into her guild. If she could pull him into the guild, she could make up for this recent loss. Bon felt this was the right decision, her eyes filled with determination. However, when she realized she was clenching her fists, she paused. It's unclear what Bon was thinking, but after a long moment, she sighed and told herself, "All right, in any case, this is for the good of the guild." And so, Bon started to take action right after that. From the day she made her decision, she studied languages and changed her style of dress to be more feminine. She kept this up for 2 consecutive weeks before deciding to visit him. Bon suddenly felt that this was no different from a hunt. If she remained calm, she could do it. But right now, Bon was not calm at all. Her emotions were fluctuating wildly and uncontrollably, and the flames burned even brighter. Just then, Jun Sung reached for the nearby table, grabbing the flower vase that Seo Ku had arranged before leaving. Without a moment's hesitation, he splashed the water from the vase onto Bon. Seeing the water, Bon's expression softened, and the flames began to die down. However, even though the fire was extinguished, the energy continued to burn. At that moment, Jun Sung reached out again, then casually struck a few pressure points on her body, of Bon's. In an instant, Bon's eyes widened in shock. Her mind had finally calmed down. Bon let out a sigh of relief, then looked up, wanting to thank Jun Sung. Unfortunately, before she could even get the words out, he covered her mouth. Bon stared at him blankly. What did this mean? She saw Jun Sung signal for her to be quiet, and she frowned in confusion. Why did she have to be quiet? It was then that Bon realized all of her clothes had been burned away. It was just that Jun Sung's hand touching her body made her even more embarrassed. Her cheeks, which had just cooled down, started to blush again. Seeing this, Jun Sung sighed helplessly and then reminded her, "I know, calm down." Seeing his actions, Bon finally understood. If she screamed here, everyone would rush over, and they would see her in her current state. Realizing this, Bon sensibly kept her mouth shut. Seeing that she was no longer struggling, Jun Sung let out a sigh of relief, thinking she had finally calmed down. Right after that, he looked under the hospital bed for a spare gown. Sure enough, Jun Sung quickly found one. He didn't dare to turn around, simply handing it to her. "Here, put this on." Bon took it, thanking him gratefully. As she put on the gown, she lamented, "Oh my God, why did I have to show such an embarrassing side of myself? He must be so disappointed." Thinking this, Bon couldn't help but let out a sigh. A moment later, she finally finished putting on the gown. Feeling too embarrassed to stay, Bon stood up to leave. "Well then, I'll be going." But at that moment, Jun Sung suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute," making her freeze in surprise. He sat there, looking at her intently, but on the surface, he didn't seem to have any ulterior motives, so it was probably fine. With that thought, Jun Sung slowly opened his mouth. "Would you like to have a meal with me?" Since he spoke in Korean, Bon didn't understand. So Jun Sung switched to English and repeated his offer. Upon hearing his words, Bon's cheeks immediately flushed red. As if seizing a golden opportunity, she agreed right away, afraid that if she delayed for even a second, Jun Sung would change his mind. And so, after that, Bon drove Jun Sung away from the hospital. Jun Sung sat in the passenger seat, his face turning pale as he watched her drive. Is she some kind of speed demon? Before long, Bon's car stopped in an empty lot. Bon skillfully turned the steering wheel, while Jun Sung, sitting beside her, cowered in fear. The car executed a beautiful drift and parked perfectly in a parking spot. Bon quickly got out of the car and announced, "We're here." Jun Sung had also just exited the terrifying vehicle by then. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Bon asked, slightly confused, "Is something wrong?" Jun Sung shook his head and replied, "Nothing." In reality, he was marveling to himself. Just how hard does this girl floor it when she's driving in the city? With that thought, Jun Sung looked up at the surroundings. In front of him was a large estate. Bon glanced at Jun Sung and said, "This is the headquarters of the Red Dragon Society." Hearing this, Jun Sung was astonished. They had clearly driven through the city center, so how could there be such a large estate here? Besides, she had only mentioned getting lunch. Jun Exung couldn't understand why Bon would bring him to the Red Dragon Society just for lunch. Filled with suspicion, he followed Bon deeper inside. Before long, Jun Sung saw a group of people practicing martial arts in an inner courtyard. After passing through that courtyard, they entered another secluded area. Jun Sung remained silent, observing everything as he walked. He couldn't help but marvel at the truly massive scale of the place. So this was the Red Dragon Society. A moment later, Bon led Jun Sung to a hallway. She glanced at him and said, "Well then, I'm going to change my clothes for a bit." Jun Sung nodded slightly, replying, "Yes, all right." At that moment, only the guide and Jun Sung were left, and the person led him to a large dining room, then told him that his master would arrive later before leaving. Leaving Jun Sung alone in the room, he went to pull out a chair, intending to sit down. But just then, a shout suddenly rang out, "That's not your seat." Jun Sung was slightly startled and frowned. The presence in that voice was truly powerful. He thought it was Gui Bai arriving. While Jun Sung was confused, a deep voice spoke up again. "You're younger than I thought, aren't you?" "Very young." The newcomer was an old man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, a face Jun Sung didn't recognize. He frowned at the man and commented, "Your Korean is really good." The old man nodded and replied with a smile, "I've traveled to many countries to handle the most trivial matters before returning here." He is Jang Dong-chan, the guild master of the Red Dragon Guild. Jun Sung was a bit surprised by his identity, but he still greeted him politely. "Yes, hello, I'm Oh Jun Sung." Dong-chan observed him for a long while before speaking. "All right, anyway, you're quite interesting." With that, he suddenly reached out to touch Jun Sung's body. Jun Sung paid it no mind, casually looking at the hand, extending towards him. Seeing him so calm, Dong-chan was a little surprised. At this moment, Jun Sung finally spoke. "Sorry, but I'll have to refuse." "Oh, is that so?" Dong-chan said nonchalantly, but inwardly, he was impressed. Even though his hand was moving so quickly, the boy still disregarded it so casually. Jun Sung replied awkwardly, "Yes, there are a lot of people who want to touch me, so." Before he could finish, Dong-chan burst out laughing. "Haha, so that's how it is? That must be it." Seeing a body with such an aura and talent, everyone must be quite surprised. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at the man before him. Gui Bai didn't seem like a martial artist, but this man was a genuine master. While he was thinking, Dong-chan spoke again. "Very well. All right, if you don't like something, you should know how to say so, but actually, I have something I want to ask." Hearing this, Jun Sung was a bit bewildered. Dong-chan ignored his reaction and continued, saying, "That's right. What are your impressions of this place?" Jun Sung answered without a second thought. "It's truly amazing, truly magnificent. Recalling what I saw earlier, the grand scale of this mansion and the disciples here, it all has meaning." After thinking, Jun Sung spoke again. "I also wanted to see for myself the headquarters of a top-tier hunting organization on the continent." After hearing this, Dong-chan showed no expression and asked casually, "And so, what are your thoughts?" Jun Sung thought for a long moment before speaking. "Let's see. I'm still not entirely sure. The hunter's capital, the facilities, like the hospital, all of these facilities are excellent. But to Jun, that's all there is to it. He feels that there are quite a few loose elements. Therefore, the only thing one can gain here as a hunter is the work history, in a country called China, and nothing else." As soon as these words were spoken, Dong-chan fell silent. After a long while, he spoke in a stern voice. "So this is what you really wanted to say? Huh. It's worse than I expected. That's just an empty resolve." Jun Sung shook his head slightly and replied, "I wasn't trying to be that forceful." Dong-chan snorted coldly and said, "But you don't deny it either." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura instantly changed. An oppressive heat quickly enveloped the area, filled the entire room. Just then, someone else entered from outside. It was Bayon, and seeing the tense atmosphere before her, she couldn't help but call out, "Father." The atmosphere immediately softened, and Dong-chan's aura receded. Just then, he suddenly laughed and said, "Unfilled rice cakes. Did you say unfilled rice cakes?" Jun Shang was stunned and didn't understand. Dong-chan smiled again and spoke, "You're not wrong to say that." Bayon was baffled by this sudden change in the situation. "What do you mean I'm not wrong?" At that moment, Dong-chan glanced at her and asked, "You're here?" Bayon was slightly startled, and quickly replied, "Yes, father." Jun Sung also glanced at her and couldn't help but remark, "That outfit is truly splendid." While he was lost in thought, Dong-chan suggested, "All right, then let's have a meal with Mr. Jun Sung." As soon as he finished speaking, people brought out all sorts of delicacies and placed them on the dining table. The three of them also sat down. Dong Chan sat on the opposite side, looking at Jun Sung and Bayon sitting next to each other, and nodded with satisfaction. You two look quite good together. At the same time, Jun Sung was surprised by this situation. He didn't understand why they had arranged things this way. With that thought, he cleared his throat and said, I only suggested having a light meal with Miss Bayon. I don't quite understand the reason I'm here right now. Dong Chan heard this and explained, that was my doing. I called my daughter and told her to bring you here. Jun Sung frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, why would you do that? Dong Chan glanced at Bayan and said in a low voice, my daughter said she suggested meeting you. Hearing her father mention her, Bayan said in a low voice, I'm sorry, father, it was just for the guild. But before she could finish, Dong Chan coldly cut her off. No more excuses. However, it's a coincidence that you and I were thinking the same thing. The fact that I told you to bring Mr. Jun Sung here is proof of that. With that, he glanced towards Jun Sung and called out, hey, young man. He looked up at him, waiting for his next words. Dong Chan hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask, can't you become my son-in-law? These words plunged the dining room into silence. Bayan looked awkwardly towards Jun Sung. Her father had been too abrupt, and she hadn't told Jun Sung about it yet. Just then, Jun Sung finally spoke. That's quite surprising. How could you say something like that? Hearing this, Dong Chan snorted coldly. You weren't saying that a moment ago. You're right. Jun Sung was stunned after hearing that. Dong Chan didn't wait for him to understand and continued to ask. The explanation is quite simple. Let me ask you something. What kind of person do you think I am? Jun Sung calmly replied, I think you're not an ordinary person. Dong Chan nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right, not ordinary. Both my current appearance and my Red Dragon Guild. He asked him, isn't the headquarters of this Red Dragon Guild magnificent enough? A person like him doesn't fit in a place like this. Jun Sung frowned slightly, asking in confusion, what do you mean by that? Dong Chan replied lightly, considering our ages, it's unimaginable that we would be treated and saved by you like this. Suddenly, monsters appeared in the world. For such powerful monsters to invade the Earth, it's truly an absurd story. Even so, the people of Earth still have to face the monsters, especially those who practice martial arts. When monsters appear, they use the skills they have to confront and fight them. Regardless of the difficulties that may arise, they still have to face them. But that being said, if you can hunt monsters, you can also obtain immense wealth. When controlled by the mafia or private organizations, martial artists live a completely different life. A few centuries ago, even during what was called the Age of Martial Artists, they probably couldn't have received such good treatment like this. At this point, Dong Chan paused for a moment, then after a while, he continued, this level of wealth, this level of power. However, to be precise, these are not things we martial artists receive. After hearing this, Jun Sung asked doubtfully, is it because we're hunters? Nodding indifferently, Dong Chan casually replied, that's right, you understand correctly. That we, in our role as hunters, have to work, hunting monsters to protect people. From a small dojo like that, they suddenly became the largest hunter organization in Shanghai. That being said, looking at this development, this exceptional growth has lost its essence. After hearing this, Jun Sung frowned and asked, did you say essence? Dong Chan squinted at him and, after a long moment, replied, the strong survive. When Bon heard this, she seemed to understand what he meant. At this moment, Dong Chan spoke again indifferently. The essence of a martial artist, the ultimate thing we pursue, is to be the strongest, and at the same time, for the strong, there is respect and envy. He asked him if he understood what he was saying. Because he always strives so hard to improve his abilities, Jun Sung frowned slightly, remaining silent. Dong Chan paid him no mind and continued speaking. My Red Dragon Society has become powerful. However, to be honest, there is no one with real skill as young as. Collapsing from exhaustion while facing Kyung Ki this time proved that, and yet we're the top hunting organization in Shanghai. Isn't that a joke? Hearing this, Bon cried out in alarm, Father, that. But before she could finish, Dong Chan cut her off coldly. A failure is a failure. I told you not to make excuses. Seeing her father's attitude, Bon's expression turned grim, and she lowered her head and replied, yes. Dong Chan then turned to Jun Sung and said, anyway, that's why you should become my son-in-law. Jun Sung refused without hesitation. Do I have a reason to do that? Hearing this, Dong Chan looked at Bon and said, this child cannot maintain the Red Dragon Society. Jun Sung was a bit startled and said in confusion, how can that be? With Miss Jiang, Bon's abilities, I think she is also a person of considerable skill. Skill? Dong Chan snorted coldly and said, are you kidding me? The fact that she was defeated by you in one move is also skill. I just said it earlier. The strong survive. That is the essence of the strong. You must have that kind of fighting spirit to earn envy and to be able to attract those around you. Dong Chan believed Bon lacked fighting spirit and couldn't maintain the society. As for Jun, he had investigated all of his achievements in the country. Through that, Dong Chan learned that in his country, Jun was known as the organization's bomb. He was both an object of desire for all his peers and, at the same time, a stimulant for growth. His Red Dragon Society needs exactly that. Jun Sung frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "I already said it. I have no reason to do that." Hearing this, Dong Chan wasn't in a hurry and calmly continued, "All right, I admit it seems Tens has spent a large sum, indeed, because that guy's power is greater than mine." Jun couldn't help but be surprised, and he asked doubtfully, "You know the leader of Tens?" Smiling faintly, Dong Chan replied indifferently, "Not only. You see, he and I have known each other for a very long time, which is why I've decided to make such a huge offer." He said, "You just need to leave your name." Jun Sung was stunned when he heard this. The successor to a massive organization like the Red Dragon Society could be my future son-in-law. Does that mean you're handing the entire organization over to me? Are you really going this big? Thinking this, he hesitated and asked, "Isn't this an overly generous offer?" Shaking his head indifferently, Dong Chan calmly replied, "Not at all. I've already made up my mind. I will leave the Red Dragon Society to someone who carries half of my bloodline. As for all the assets and power of the Red Dragon Society, they will be donated. He will leave a portion of it for his daughter. However, even before stepping down, Dong Chan will leave you with more than half of what it was at its peak." Bon was shocked to hear this and cried out in alarm, "Father." Before she could finish, Dong Chan cut her off coolly. "That's right, I will transfer my internal energy to you, Jun Sung. With your current power, if you add mine to it, you could become even stronger than QB. If you inherit the Red Dragon Society, you will become even more powerful. The Red Dragon Society will also grow stronger with you at its center." He raised an eyebrow at Jun Sung and asked, "So, what do you think of my offer?" Jun Sung didn't answer right away. He silently muttered, surpassing even QB. With a soft chuckle, Dong Chan said confidently, "That's right, no one else on this continent could possibly give you such things. I guarantee it." Bon sat beside them, not daring to interfere. She thought that with her father making such an offer, there was no way Jun Egzang would refuse. This way, according to her plan, she could pull him into the society. However, why did she feel so uncomfortable instead? She couldn't understand this feeling. Just then, Jun Sung suddenly spoke up, "I refuse." His words made Bon whip her head around to look at him in shock. Dong Chan also asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Jun Sung wasn't afraid, calmly speaking up, "Chairman Dong Chon, it seems you've misunderstood something. Everything you've just offered me, I have absolutely no interest in." At that same moment, a terrified scream suddenly rang out from outside. Because an intense heat had appeared in front of the dining hall, causing the people outside to panic, they felt as if they were standing on a furnace, an extremely uncomfortable burning sensation. Just then, someone approached and shouted, "It's dangerous. Everyone get back." A disciple of the Red Dragon Society immediately glanced at the newcomer and asked worriedly, "Chief Steward, what on earth is this?" But the Chief Steward didn't wait for them to finish and commanded, "All non-martial artists fall back immediately." Right after, those people quickly left the area. The Chief Steward narrowed his eyes at the dining hall, a sense of unease rising within him. As expected, this is the leader's aura. The fiery aura that the leader of the Red Dragon Society, from the Jiang family, occasionally emits, is powerful but also dangerous. But why would Dong Chan release such an aura? What in the world happened inside? If he's angry, then something big is really happening. If he were to truly unleash his power, this place would be reduced to a pile of ashes. At the same time, inside the room, cracks had formed beneath Dong Chan's feet, and Bon was shielding Jun Sung. She hurriedly tried to persuade him, "Father, please calm down, I'm begging you." Jung Sung, on the other hand, said nothing, just standing there in silence. Just then, Dong Chan spoke, "Very well, try saying that one more time." His face was now filled with fiery rage, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Dong Chan's voice seemed as if only Run Sung could hear it, making him flinch slightly. "Is this sound transmission? Transmitting sound without even opening your mouth. It's a secret technique from China. So, such a technique really exists in China." With that thought, Run Sung replied, "What should I say?" Zhang Chan spoke coldly, "Those words you just said, repeat them." Meanwhile, Bon was very worried, but she couldn't hear their conversation at all. Run Sung was still standing behind her, marveling to himself. "Truly a miraculous technique. Is the voice linked directly to my ear?" This technique feels quite sophisticated to him, As expected of the leader of the Red Dragon Society that controls Shanghai, Jiang Dongchan ranked second among the top 10. Receiving no answer, Dongchan urged him, "Speak, hurry up." Hearing this, Runsung felt a bit helpless. If I give an answer he doesn't like, he'll turn me to dust, won't he? That's very possible. People with aura really have that kind of spirit. Although he thought so, he wasn't afraid and spoke calmly. I won't give a different answer. I have absolutely no interest in the things you're offering me. Hearing these words, Bon looked at him worriedly. Oh, Runsung, those words. As expected, before she could finish her sentence, Zhang roared in anger. You bastard. The aura around him exploded once again. Bon frantically tried to withstand it but couldn't help but let out a soft groan. In contrast, Runsung was very calm, neither fawning nor fearful. Dongchan narrowed his eyes and looked at him, thinking to himself that no matter how talented he was, offering Runsung everything wasn't a pleasant thing to do anyway. And yet, he was rejected. He felt he was being looked down upon, but he had endured it to obtain something greater. But what about now? With that thought, he yelled again, "Useless, how dare you." At this moment, Runsung suddenly used sound transmission to speak to Zhang. "Can you hear me?" As he said that, he pointed a finger at his own ear, as if signaling something. This action made Dongchan's eyes widen in astonishment. Runsung paid it no mind and spoke calmly. "Although I don't fully understand the principle, it seems simpler than I thought." Hearing this, Dongchan was once again surprised. Sound transmission is being called simple, but then he suddenly felt a thread transmitting into his ear. He didn't know when it had appeared. Storing sound in a thread isn't difficult. However, transmitting the sound through a thread to the opponent's ears so quickly is not easy at all. Even Bon, who has been gifted since childhood, is still only in the training phase. Regardless of Zhangchan's suspicion, Runsung transmitted his voice again, because I'm already familiar with a principle similar to this technique. As he said that, a ring of energy appeared in his hand. He slowly continued. It's a technique called parasitic bee. I applied that, and sure enough, it worked. Dongchan stared blankly at the thing in Runsung's hand, speechless. Runsung then continued his words, "As a junior, I'm telling you this. However, the one who threatened me first was Leader Jiang. And if I'm threatened, I will also act at any time." Hearing these words, Zhangchan's sharp eyebrows immediately furrowed into a single line, and the atmosphere quickly fell into silence. At this moment, Zhangchan couldn't help but feel impressed. He's really strong. Second, his experience and talent allowed him to grasp the principle in such a short time. In this situation, the first thing is to focus on the technique. After a long silence, I finally spoke. "I guess I'll have to stop holding back and show you everything I've got. You really don't know how to read the situation. You're more suited to be a martial artist than a hunter." Hearing this, Junsung let out a small scoff, as it clearly wasn't a compliment. Because he had his own reasons for refusing the offer, the man's words were no compliment to him. Zhangchan was confused, and asked, "What does that mean?" Junsung slowly explained, "It's nothing. It's just that even if I told you, you probably wouldn't understand, so I won't say any more about it." Zhangchan scoffed and said coldly, "Is that so? If there's nothing more to say, then there's only one thing left to do." As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled energy into his leg and stomped down. The ground cracked once again. He spoke coldly, "Since we're both confident in our abilities, you know what needs to be done, right?" Junsung knew what this meant, but he shook his head and refused. "No, I refuse to fight." Zhangchun was taken aback and asked doubtfully, "What? Are you scared? It's not a fight to the death." Junsung slowly replied, "If I fight, someone will die." Zhangchan was immediately shocked. "What do you mean by that?" Junsung didn't know how to explain, as he couldn't talk about the automatic hunting system. He sighed helplessly and said, "How should I put this? It's very difficult to explain to you." After hesitating for a long while, Junsung slowly said, "Just like with that secret sound transmission technique earlier, if we continue to fight, then I will learn all of your techniques, leader." Junsung continued, "If Zhangchan doesn't mind me taking all of the Red Dragon Guild's techniques and using them out in the world, then I'd be happy to oblige." With that, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Well, do you want to give it a try?" The atmosphere suddenly grew incredibly tense. The two were at a complete standoff. Bon watched his actions, a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Even Zhangchan was equally astonished. "You dare to provoke me?" he thought, lowering his center of gravity into a fighting stance. But at that very moment, the ground suddenly began to shake, startling Zhangchan. Junsung felt it too, and his eyes widened in horror. Both of them looked towards the door at the same time, but Junsung was faster, quickly dashing away. Bon watched in alarm. "What's going on?" At that moment, Junsung reached the window, but right in front of him was a rift. His eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "A rift has appeared." At the same time, on the outskirts of the city, monsters emerging from the rift had begun to attack people. The citizens were terrified and forced to flee. The monster chasing them was a black-handed saint. Just then, a sudden shout rang out, causing them to look back in surprise, only to see someone rushing in from a distance. He was carrying a weapon, charging straight toward the black-handed saint. Without any hesitation, the man stabbed it in the head. His arm was shaking uncontrollably, and the weapon in his hand was bent out of shape. Seeing him, the civilians immediately cheered, "It's a hunter! We're saved! We're going to live!" At that moment, the black-handed saint glared at the man. The person who had arrived was a member of the Dragon-Slaying Guild's combat team. He looked at his weapon with a grim expression. Too weak, just as I'd expect from a poorly made weapon. At the same time, another person ran up, shouting, "It's dangerous here. Everyone get back." Very quickly, the civilians evacuated the area, leaving only the two members of the Dragon-Slaying Guild behind. The newcomer glanced at the person beside him and said, "Damn it, it's our day off, so why did a Black Hand Saint suddenly appear? And it's a level 7 monster?" At that moment, the Black Hand Saint was already baring its fangs and claws at the two of them. The expression of the dragon-slaying gang member immediately turned grim, saying it must have come from the observation rift, and wondering what those guys at the observation post were even doing. The person next to him sighed and said, "It appeared so suddenly, it must have been unpredictable. One moment it's clear skies, the next a raging storm, the entire city is in chaos. What about our emergency communication network?" The other person shook his head and replied, "There are no directives from the dragon-slaying gang headquarters at all, just a notice to gather at the assembly point. They're not responding to any calls from this side." Hearing this, the man in blue could only say helplessly, "Talking about this won't do us any good. Right now, survival is what's important." Because before them was a level 7 monster, but even knowing the difficulty, the two of them still took an attack stance. At the same time, the Black Hand Saint also opened its massive maw towards them. With no other choice, the two had to charge forward. Meanwhile, in the Red Dragon Guild's territory, Jun Sung and Bon had already put on their armor. As Jun Sung walked out, he asked, "What's the situation now?" Bon replied with a grave expression, "It's serious. The entire city is in chaos, and information from other areas is still restricted." Jun Sung nodded, then looked at her and said, "Miss Bon." Bon immediately stopped in her tracks, waiting for him to continue. Jun Sung hesitated for a moment before speaking, "I have a favor to ask." He wanted her to help bring Guku, who was in the hospital, here. The entire city was in chaos because of the unannounced rift, and since Bon was a skilled driver, she could quickly pick up his secretary. After hearing this, Bon frowned and asked, "Shouldn't I be hunting the monster that escaped the rift with you?" Letting out a soft chuckle, Jun Sung said teasingly, "That's why you shouldn't be back too late." Bon frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Jun Sung slowly explained, "Right now, that's more urgent than hunting the monster. I'm asking you because it's an emergency." Hearing this, Bon was even more conflicted. Picking someone up is more urgent than hunting a monster? Are you kidding me? She didn't dare to make the decision herself, so she glanced at Zhang Chan behind her, waiting for his command. Zhang Chan hesitated for a long time before nodding, "Do as he asks." Bon looked at him in surprise, but he just said calmly, "You must be planning to show me something, aren't you?" After saying that, Zhang Chan looked at Bon and said, "The Red Dragon Guild and the general manager are enough to deal with this monster." Bon had no other choice but to nod and accept the order. "I understand, father." Then she got into the car. She gave Jun Sung a meaningful glance, and he met her gaze, with a firm nod. Seeing his confidence, Bon gripped the steering wheel tightly, then stepped on the gas and drove off. The car sped forward like a bullet, leaving Jung Sung and Zhang Chan behind. Only then did Jung Sung speak up, "Well then, I'll get to it as well." Zhang Chan nodded nonchalantly, "All right, I understand. I don't know what you plan to show me, but let's see what you're capable of." With a soft chuckle, Jun Sung said casually, "I don't know if you'll be satisfied, but I will do my best in my role as a hunter. Excuse me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Zhang Chan stood there in silence. How could he not be satisfied? In the end, the boy was still a mystery. Meanwhile, after saying his goodbyes, Jun Sung took off running. A moment later, he tried to connect to his combat suit's communication device and called COQ. Fortunately, it was successful, and as soon as she picked up, she urgently asked, "Where are you right now?" The unpredicted rift just. But before she could finish, Jun Sung cut her off. "I know, I'm running into the rift now." Hearing this, COQ nodded in understanding. Jun Sung continued speaking, "I have something to ask you. Is there a hotline for the control center? a hotline that all hunters can contact in an emergency. Seok hesitated for a long time before answering. There's nothing like that. Jung Sung wasn't too surprised, as he had already expected this. It made no sense for something like that to exist in a place where every hunter competes with each other. Just then, Seok asked doubtfully, "But why are you asking that?" Jun Sung frowned, about to answer, but then he saw the Black Hand Saint Beast up ahead. It was only lightly injured and still not dead. In contrast, the members of the dragon-slaying gang were quite heavily injured, and their weapons were also completely destroyed. As expected, you can't use shoddily made weapons. Just then, one of them suddenly shouted, "Wait, that's..." They looked into the distance and saw Jun Sung rushing towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran towards the Black Hand Saint Beast. Seeing Jun Sung, it opened its large mouth, wanting to tear him apart immediately. But Jun Sung wasn't afraid. He calmly took out his weapon, which was a sword mounted on his wrist. Jun Sung channeled energy into the sword, his eyes now extremely determined. He held the sword firmly in his hand, zipping past the Black Hand Saint Beast like the wind. Fresh blood began to pour out like rain, while Jun Sung was completely unharmed. The two members of the dragon-slaying gang froze as they watched this scene. This technique was too unbelievable. It was a legendary technique. Meanwhile, Jun Sung didn't care what they were thinking. From midair, he landed on the ground, and the body of the Black Hand Saint Beast fell at his feet. The two members of the dragon-slaying gang watched him from a distance, their eyes filled with admiration. Jun Sung was just too strong. The two of them realized he was the one who hunted one of the four great evils. His reputation was truly well-deserved. At the same time, the call between Jun Sung and Seok was still active. Seok, noticing he had been silent for a while and hadn't answered, asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" He shook his head slightly and replied with a smile, "It's nothing major. Compared to that, I have an order for you." Immediately after, Jun Sung began to relay his instructions to Seok on the other end of the line. A moment later, Jung Sung concluded, "That's all. Just get it done." Seok complained with some dissatisfaction. "How can you be so unreasonable? Wait." But Jun Sung didn't listen and directly disconnected the call. Then he glanced towards the two people behind him. Caught by his gaze, the two members of the dragon-slaying gang immediately flinched and trembled. The two of them quickly glanced at each other, as if asking what to do now. After a moment of hesitation, they decided they should leave this place. If they wanted to hunt the monsters pouring in from all over, they had to split up. With that thought, one of them waved his hand to say goodbye. "Hey man, thanks for saving us. We'll be going now." However, Jun Sung, who was opposite them, didn't reply, leaving the other two bewildered. They thought it was because he didn't understand Chinese, but just then, Jun Sung suddenly lifted his feet and ran forward. This sudden action startled the two men opposite him. They cried out in shock, "Hey man, what are you doing?" Jun Sung didn't care and just kept charging forward. The two members of the dragon-slaying guild were utterly bewildered, having no idea what he was planning. Meanwhile, Bon's car was currently on the road. As Jun Sung had instructed, Bon had picked up Seok. Seok sat in the passenger seat, her attitude one of extreme dissatisfaction. She grumbled non-stop, unable to understand. Hearing this, Bon glanced at her. Seok still looked annoyed and he said to get in Captain Bon's car and immediately come to the location where I sent the signal. What's that about? Why did she have to go all the way to where Jun Sung was? In this emergency, he should need someone strong like Bon more than someone weak and useless like Seok. The moment she finished speaking, Bon suddenly yanked the steering wheel, startling Seok into silence. The car executed a perfect drift on the road. Bon then slammed on the gas again, speeding down the empty street. Inside the car, Seok was terrified by Bon's driving. Bon glanced at her, raising an eyebrow and asking, "So?" Seok looked at her cold expression and quickly shook her head. "Nothing. I won't say anything else." She figured it was better to just keep her mouth shut. This person's driving is no joke. Bon glanced at her and said coolly, "Right now, the roads leading to the city are all gridlocked. Because everyone is busy fleeing, the road to the city center, where Jun Sung sent the signal, isn't blocked yet. Even if we tried to contact the central control room, the information network is completely paralyzed." Hearing this, Seok sighed. The chaos in the city is only going to get worse. Monsters appearing from an unpredicted rift. This is unprecedented. A hotline between hunters, if something like that existed, it wouldn't be this chaotic. Even so, why on earth did Jun Sung call for Seok? The only thing she can do is interpret. While she was lost in thought, Bon suddenly cried out. Startled, Seok turned her head and asked, "What is it?" But as soon as the words left her mouth, she saw something up ahead and also let out a cry of shock. What surprised them was a mountain of corpses belonging to the Dark Saints, with fresh blood staining the entire road red. After a moment of stunned silence, Seo-ku exclaimed in shock. Did Jun-sung do that? Bon, her jaw dropped, also spoke, as expected. It's incredible. Soon after, Bon drove to the base of the building. They walked while observing their surroundings and couldn't help but feel awed that he had hunted so many monsters in such a short time. At that moment, Seo-ku took out her phone to contact Jun-sung. He texted her, telling her to enter the hotel in front of them. At the same time, on the hotel's rooftop, a lone figure was standing. A moment later, Bon and Seo-ku made their way up. The moment she stepped out, Seo-ku was stunned because she saw Jun-sung standing imposingly by the rooftop railing. He didn't turn around, speaking casually. You're here? Seo-ku questioned in a low voice. What are you doing? Calling me here without giving any reason. Just then, Jun-sung turned to look at them, a trace of blood visible at the corner of his mouth. Seo-ku cried out in alarm. Wait, why do you look like that? What on earth happened? Jun-sung didn't answer, only raising a hand to signal her to stop. He spoke in a deep voice. It's nothing. I've now memorized the layout of the city. Hearing this, Seo-ku frowned. The layout of the city? Why? But this isn't the time to ask that. Asking would just be a waste of time. With that thought, she immediately spoke up. I understand. So what do I have to do? Seeing her cooperate like that, Jun-sung was very pleased and smiled. Then he suggested, First, take this. Seo asked blankly, What is it? Jun-sung didn't say much. He just reached out and took her hand. Immediately, a stream of energy transferred from his hand to Seo. In just a blink of an eye, that energy flow transformed into threads of small energy that spread out everywhere. Sue frowned slightly. She recognized it as an aura thread. It could connect to any place no matter where it went. Right now, there were over 20 threads, meaning it had connected to 20 districts. Bon also seemed to realize something. She exclaimed in astonishment, Mr. Jun, if I'm not mistaken. Before she could finish, Jun spoke first. That's right. This is something I created by applying the sound transmission technique your father used. Bon's eyes widened in shock. Sound transmission? So also hesitated and mumbled. So this really is. Jun-sung knew what she was about to say and spoke calmly. I have linked all the hunters I've met in the city. You now hold the link created by the aura threads. Hearing these words, Seo was shocked. A mass communication linking over 20 people? What kind of absurdity is this? Even Bon thought it was impossible. What kind of terrifying technique is this? While the two were stunned, Jun-sung continued, I'm not telling you to fight. You can contact the other hunters through the aura threads, receive situation reports, make judgments, and then issue directives. It's like a temporary hotline here, which also means So will become the command center. If you are the representative of T, you must accept and follow all controls. Talking isn't a difficult skill. Jun-sung told Sue to go. She asked awkwardly, but what should I say? Damn, Max shook his head. Jun-sung calmly reassured her, don't worry about that, I'll show you the rules of command. It's not difficult, you'll get used to it quickly. The more Sue listened, the more terrified her expression became, telling her to command all the hunters in Shanghai. Huh. Is that even possible? This person, why on earth does he want me to do that? Jun-sung didn't ask for Sue's opinion, calmly explaining to her what to pay attention to. After a while, he raised an eyebrow and asked, do you roughly understand the explanation? Then I'll now show you how to command. Meanwhile, in another part of Shanghai, the dark sacred beast was still frantically attacking the city. The hunters of the dragon-slaying guild were trying to fight it. The leader of the hunter team on this side was a man in his middle ages, and his expression was grim. In front of them wasn't just one beast, but many. Seeing this scene, someone cried out in panic. There are too many monsters. We have to retreat first. But the man snorted coldly and said, ridiculous. If this place falls, everyone's shelter will be exposed. As soon as these words were spoken, the person who had just spoken hesitated, wanting to persuade him. But the man was extremely firm and yelled, reinforcements will arrive. I swear on the honor of the dragon-slaying guild that we will fight to the death here. Understand? Just then, the dark sacred beasts slowly moved towards them. The leading man couldn't help but frown and curse inwardly. They were indeed still short on manpower. They had to survive until the reinforcements arrived. He had heard the transmission as such. But there was one thing that puzzled the man. Although it was the manager of tens, it was the voice of a young girl. This was quite hard to understand, but there was no other way. We have no choice but to hold our ground here. Not just because of those telepathic messages, but also for the honor of the dragon slayers. Just then, the man suddenly saw something. A brilliant flame suddenly appeared on the head of one of the black holy hands. In the blink of an eye, the fire engulfed its entire body. The searing pain made it roar in agony. Seeing this, the leader of the dragon slayers was horrified. While he was in a state of confusion, a voice suddenly came from behind. It said, "This is quite a tough battle, isn't it?" The man immediately turned his head and saw someone approaching. Behind him were several others wearing the armor of the Red Dragon Society. The leader spoke in a serious tone. "Hunter Bongde of the Red Dragon Society is here to support the Dragon Slayers, by order of the Vice Captain." Hearing the name Red Dragon Society, the leader of the Dragon Slayers was stunned. He never would have dreamed that people from the Red Dragon Society would come to their aid. But Bongde didn't care what they thought. He had already charged forward. The blade in his hand plunged straight into the body of a black holy hand. At the same time, the tip of his blade carried flames, and in an instant, the black holy hand's body was engulfed in flames again. Seeing Bongde's aggressive attack, the leader of the Dragon Slayers cracked a smile. Immediately after, he looked at his men and shouted, "What are you all doing? Are you going to let the Red Dragon Society take all the credit? Hurry up and clean this mess up." These words reached Bongde's ears, making him unable to resist glancing over. The other man didn't back down, raising an eyebrow in response to his gaze. This was the first time the two most powerful guilds in Shanghai had hunted together, all thanks to Run Sung. But no matter what, destroying the Black Holy Hands was the most important thing. Just then, a Black Holy Hand opened its massive mouth and attacked them. By this point, they were no longer afraid and began to attack with all their might. Shanghai was witnessing an unprecedented scene today. A communication network spread everywhere, helping the hunters in the city gather and join forces to eliminate the monsters. And the person responsible for relaying the information was Xoku. Even she felt that this was absolutely incredible. The chaos in the city was resolved in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Run Sung was also speeding towards the place where the monsters appeared. As he ran, he continuously received reports from Saku. He nodded in satisfaction. "Good. The most dangerous area has been contained." Soku on the other end immediately replied, "Yes, we can breathe a sigh of relief for now." She also hadn't expected it to be resolved so quickly. Earlier, Run Sung had taken out a map and taught her how to command. Shanghai was divided into a total of 15 sectors. The Central Rift area was 1, and emergency situations were numbered from 1 to 15. In the future, if any area reached a critical emergency level, elite hunter teams were to be dispatched there. This way, they could save civilians who couldn't evacuate in time and hunt the beasts. Soku stared intently at the points on the map and didn't answer for a long time. Noticing her strange expression, Run Sung asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Soku thought for a long time before daring to ask, "Did you really just come up with this plan?" The moment the rift opened, chuckling softly, Run Sung said casually, "How could that be? I just applied the team operation methods I learned in Korea. Even though you work solo, you were once part of a hunter team before." Back to the present, after finishing her report, Soku had asked suspiciously, "But where are you going now?" Jun Sung didn't answer. He just smiled and said, "We're here." Seoku was a bit confused, and Jun Sung didn't elaborate because right in front of him was the rift. Below, a horde of Black Hand adepts was constantly moving, searching for targets to attack, their numbers unbelievably large. Jun Sung watched them indifferently, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. "Great, we've reached the center of the rift." Hearing this, Seoku cried out in disbelief, "Wait, the center of the rift? Are you going there alone now?" Jun Sung casually hummed, as if to confirm it. At the center of the rift, there were countless monsters, and on top of that, a commander-class monster was wrapped tightly around a skyscraper near the rift. Seoku knew how dangerous it would be, and she cried out worriedly, "Are you crazy? There are hundreds of beasts there, and you're going alone." Hearing this, Jun Sung didn't bother to explain, simply stating flatly, "Phase 3 is coming soon, the unannounced rift progression phase." Seoku was stunned. Jun Sung continued to explain, "Phase 1 is the monster invasion, Phase 2 is attacking to slow the monsters' advance, and Phase 3 is when the monsters invade again, overwhelming Phase 2. Although we're holding on for now, we won't survive Phase 3. I have to go to buy more time, don't I?" After hearing this, Seoku's expression turned grim. Jun Sung silently continued, "If we can buy some time, we can attack the center. You said you understood the whole situation, so what do you think will happen if Phase 3 starts now?" But the idea of Jun Sung facing hundreds of monsters alone still felt wrong. Besides, there's that leader-class monster that's incredibly hard to deal with. Although Seoku was extremely worried, she gritted her teeth and said, "I understand." Jun Sung let out a soft chuckle and replied, "Then let's begin." But at that moment, Seoku suddenly called out in a low voice, "Hey," making Jun Sung a bit dazed. After a long hesitation, she said seriously, "Don't you dare go and get yourself killed." Jun Sung was a little surprised by her words, but he quickly broke into a smile and said, "You're pretty nice, you know." At that point, the conversation between the two disconnected. Jun Sung began to warm up, thinking to himself, Seoku is pretty cute, huh? But putting that aside, he had a job to do now. Now was the time to hunt. With that thought, Jun Sung immediately leaped down from the building. Two black-handed adepts saw him and opened their mouths to tear him apart, but at that very moment, two sharp swords appeared in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Sung slashed down, and the heads of the two black-hand adepts were severed from their necks. Jun Sung smiled in satisfaction, but he didn't rest for a single moment, immediately rushing towards his next prey. A short while later, a helicopter appeared in the skies over Shanghai. Just then, the helicopter door slid open. A group of people appeared inside, clad in armor, likely hunters. The man in the lead spoke in a somber voice. It only took 2 hours to get here using the emergency transport route. I can't believe it was this fast. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the city center seems to have suffered less damage than I expected. This man was Diok, in one of the top 10 on the Chinese hunter rankings. Hearing this, the person next to him couldn't help but ask doubtfully, "Is that so?" Diok, nonchalantly nodded. "That's right. I don't know the details, but they should have taken heavy damage from being caught off guard. If you want to call it luck, then it's a real stroke of luck." Although he said that, he thought to himself that the Shanghai hunters were more competent than he had imagined. I'll know as soon as I go down and see for myself. With that thought, Duck-in looked at the person next to him and asked, "Besides me, are the others in the top 10 also coming?" The person beside him quickly replied, "Yes, 3 people have arrived so far, however. To get to the center of the rift it might take a while." But before he could finish, Duck-in nodded in understanding, just as he expected. He then ordered his men to form a raid team and close the rift. He made it sound noble, but Duck-in just wanted to monopolize the rewards for himself. Immediately after, he shouted loudly, "All right, let's break into the center of the rift now." As soon as he finished speaking, Duck-in stepped forward. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned over and jumped down. Duck-in's teammates quickly followed. A moment later, they finally landed. Duck-in glanced around, counting his people. Hai Long nodded. "Okay, everyone's here. The monsters will swarm the central area any second now." He told everyone to be on guard. Immediately, they headed inside. Duck-in thought that no matter what kind of monster appeared, it would be no match for him. But just then, the person in front suddenly stopped in their tracks. Duck-in frowned in confusion. What's going on? But before he could get an answer, his eyes widened in horror, because in front of them was a pile of black-handed saint corpses. Everyone's expression instantly turned grim. Duck-in exclaimed in disbelief, "Are these monster corpses? Moreover, they're not intact, their body parts are scattered everywhere." The members of Duck-in's team quickly went to investigate, their eyes filled with disbelief. The black-handed saints were all slaughtered here. How could this happen? Their shock was understandable. The scene here was truly gruesome. Furthermore, over there was the head of the black-handed saint leader, which they of course recognized as a level 7 monster. Duck-in scanned the area and frowned thoughtfully, muttering after a long moment, "What happened in this rift?" At that moment, everyone looked up at the rift in the sky. It felt frighteningly quiet, and no more monsters were appearing. But Duck-in didn't think this was a good sign. With that thought, he suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps one of the 4 perils has appeared and devoured all the smaller monsters." As soon as he said this, the people behind him immediately panicked, but Duck-in just grinned with excitement. "Excellent. This is interesting." As he finished speaking, he drew the sword from his back. This is the Purple Haze Sword, a blade forged from volcanic lava. Seeing it, the people around him began to murmur in awe. Duck-in smirked. "If the opponent is one of the 4 perils, then I have to use this. I can't let anyone else steal the kill." He didn't know where it was hiding, but he was sure that it definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his sword. Just then, a sudden movement came from behind the black-handed saint's head. With a loud bang, it suddenly exploded. A figure appeared within the cloud of dust and smoke. The moment Duck-in saw it, he assumed it was a monster. Without any hesitation, he charged forward with his sword. Duck-in's gaze was extremely determined. He had to take it down at all costs. Very quickly, he swung his sword at the thing that had just appeared. However, the dark figure seemed to have dodged it and then vanished without a trace. Duck-in froze as he watched this. How did it dodge? When he took a closer look, he realized it was a person, not a monster. Duck-in frowned in silence. "Avoid the path of the purple mist sword." Who on earth is this guy? That person was, of course, Jun Sung. Since the crack appeared, he was the only one to reach the center of the crack. Yang Yin looked at Jun Sung's appearance and was certain he wasn't someone with ordinary strength. He asked in a low voice, "What organization are you from? What's this situation?" Unfortunately, Jun Sung didn't understand a single word, a language barrier. He was wondering what to do. If talking doesn't work, the only way is to use body language. So he pointed into the distance, then pointed up at the crack. Yang In's group immediately looked confused. Yang In thought Jun Sung was telling him to quickly grab the barrier and go up. Sure enough, the others thought the same. The bald guy angrily cursed. "That arrogant punk, what are you pointing at?" Yang In gestured for him to be quiet, then he looked at Jun Sung and introduced himself. "I am Ha Yang In of Hua-san. You know my name, right?" He thought Jun Sung seemed to be a person of strength. It would be great if he helped them close the crack. If he cooperated, he would share some of the spoils with him. Yang In was very confident in his offer. Getting to hunt with a top 10 hunter was an amazing opportunity for some nameless hunter. But Jun Sung didn't answer a single word. He quickly turned to leave. His actions angered the group again. The bald guy aggressively yelled, "Hey you, are you ignoring us?" Hearing this, Jun Sung immediately turned and glared at them. That gaze was terrifying, making Yang In panic. At that moment, Jun Sung seemed to growl out each word. "There's something to do up there." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared before their eyes. Yang In's group didn't understand what Jun Sung said, but they knew he had just spoken Korean and wanted to catch him. Yang In shook his head, refusing. "No need. Let's go. Closing the crack is more urgent." He said that because he knew who Jun Sung was, the one who hunted the Kyung-ki, having a little talent and already daring to look down on him, a top 10 hunter. After killing all the monsters that came out of the crack, Yang In would teach him a lesson. Right after that, they entered the crack. But as soon as they stepped inside, their eyes widened, because the inside was also filled with the corpses of the Black Holy Hands. The bald guy saw this scene and couldn't help but cry out in shock. "Oh my god, the monsters inside the crack have all been wiped out too." Yang In finally understood what Jun Sung had said. He was telling us to finish up quickly and go back. There's nothing left to do up there. Thinking of this possibility, he couldn't believe it and muttered, "That guy hunted all of this alone." It had been 4 days since the Shanghai crisis. An unpredicted crack had appeared in the center of the city of 20 million people. The sorrow from this tragedy also affected the entire world. On the other hand, according to a statement from TENS, at the site of this incident, Jun Sung played a major role, though the exact details have not yet been verified. Soon, the special envoy will provide detailed news about his activities. Jun Sung was currently sitting on the stairs, resting, when suddenly someone approached, startling him. It turned out to be Shu. She walked over and said in a low voice, "It's time." Jun Sung glanced at her, sighed, and said, "All right, is break time over already?" The place where Jun Sung was now was a ruined area of Shanghai, with many workers cleaning up. These workers were doing their jobs when they suddenly witnessed a strange sight. Jun Sung was actually carrying rocks to help them. He didn't care about the others' stares, placing a large boulder in an empty lot. Jun Sung glanced looking at COQ beside him. He asked, seriously, "So all I have to do is clean up this debris?" COQ nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." After getting his answer, Jun Sung immediately started to move. As his assistant, COQ followed closely by his side. Seeing him work, the workers started whispering among themselves. They didn't understand why a hunter like him was here. At that moment, COQ, walking behind Jun Sung, suddenly called out, "Hey." She asked why he came to the northern site. Jun Sung frowned slightly and asked back, "Why did I come here?" Nodding nonchalantly, COQ voiced her confusion. It's clear that hunters are supposed to help the northern district in an emergency. However, it's all still Shanghai, isn't it? Hearing this, Jun Sung suddenly fell silent. When he didn't answer, COQ continued, "You don't need to do this kind of work here. There are no TV cameras now, and no one will know about it. You might even be seen as weird." Just as she said, the workers watched their backs, thinking it was quite useless, because in their eyes, hunters couldn't do this kind of work. But Jun Sung said indifferently, "I don't care how they see me." His words startled COQ. He slowly explained, "Isn't doing what you want, without caring about what others think the style here. I've said it many times, this is just something I want to do. Compared to just lying flat in a hospital bed, it's better to get some exercise." COQ paused when she heard that. After a long hesitation, she opened her mouth. "Even so, there's no one by your side right now." But she didn't finish her sentence and stopped talking, because she felt it was useless. Jun Sung wouldn't care about her words and would just do as he pleased anyway. He hoisted another large rock onto his shoulder, then began clearing the rubble under the doubtful gazes of the workers. After the official statement from TENS, rumors spread throughout Shanghai about how Jun Sung was in the area around the rift center, and how skilled he was, demonstrating a miraculous sound transmission technique to all the hunters. Through that technique, he commanded the hunters to rescue civilians and repel the monsters, but the claim that he single-handedly hunted all the monsters in the rift's central area was deemed baseless. During the tragedy, when everyone was in a panic, Jun Sung had summoned the hunters. through a mysterious technique and had the greatest achievement in stopping the tragedy. But Jun Sung didn't care much about these things. Despite that, Tens was extremely despicable, declaring that he was only a supporter from the beginning and that no one had sought him out. To be honest, it was thanks to Jun Sung that casualties were minimized to such an extent. And yet now, the only person by his side was Seok. Because he was a foreigner, Seok felt that Tens was being extremely negligent about this. Even she lived an anonymous life and would die unknown. But Jun Sung was different. Not only did he directly minimize the casualties for Shanghai, but he was now also helping with the cleanup. Meanwhile, Jun Sung was still cleaning up when he suddenly felt Seok's gaze on him, so he turned to look at her. Seok hesitated for a long time. Before speaking up, "I will demand full compensation for you. I will find all the documentary evidence from the black boxes of the surveillance cameras and demand your rights." Jun Sung nodded indifferently and replied, "All right, I trust you." It seemed like that was the end of it, but Seok suddenly offered, "And I'll help you too." Her words confused Jun Sung. "This is... What do you mean?" Seok said shyly. "Well, there's nothing to do. And I'm a hunter too. Let's do it together, boss." Jun Sung stared at her blankly, but he quickly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seok was immediately displeased and questioned, "Why are you laughing?" Jun Sung scratched his nose, pouting as he said with a smile, "With such a serious face, calling me boss." Immediately, Seok became flustered and angry, her eyes turning red as she glared at him. Sensing her anger, Jun Sung quietly turned his head away. "Are you about to blow a fuse or something?" But then again, who would have thought this prideful girl would suddenly say something like that? At that moment, footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Jun Sung and Seok both looked over and saw Bon arriving with her people. Jun Sung waved and greeted her. "What brings you here?" Bon didn't answer. She suddenly clasped her hands into a fist. The members of the Red Dragon Society behind her did the same, clasping their fists and bowing. To Jun Sung, they shouted in unison, "Greetings, great hero, O Jun Sung." He stared at them blankly and said awkwardly, "Why are you greeting me like this? Why so suddenly?" Bon respectfully explained, "Great hero, you have bestowed a great favor upon Shanghai." Jun Sung felt even more embarrassed after hearing this. He scratched his head and asked, "Did a new rift open up because of this?" Bon shook her head slightly and replied, "No, sir. The leader ordered us to come and help you." Jun Sung couldn't help but be surprised. Dong Chun told them to come help. Normally, the hunters of the Red Dragon Society don't do this kind of work, but seeing Jun Sung's situation, they couldn't just sit idly by. Although it was the leader's order, many people also volunteered to come. The news that Jun Sung was helping with the reconstruction had spread throughout all of Shanghai. Soon after, members of the Dragon Slayers Guild also came to lend a hand. Not just them, other hunters came to help as well. They kept cleaning up, until two hunters who were lifting a boulder discovered something. They immediately shouted, "There are people here. A woman and a child are trapped underground." Right after that, they quickly rescued the survivors from beneath the boulder. Fortunately, they were still alive, a true miracle. Everyone was overjoyed by this. Doing a good deed and saving lives, who wouldn't be happy? At this moment, Bon walked up to Jun Sung and said, "I think you were very disappointed when you came here, but even so, if you earn respect, people will follow. That's an unwritten rule around here." Then she suggested, "Well then, I'll go check on another area." Jun Sung nodded slightly and replied, "As one person leaves, another arrives." From behind them came the sound of Seok's excited laughter. "See that? This is the potential of China." She had also taken off her outer jacket. Her face was smudged with dirt, but she still had a smile on her lips. Jun Sung glanced at her and asked in return, "Is that so?" Seok pouted and said, "Don't be so serious. Honestly, even if I think about it, there's a lot to say about it." Jun Sung just chuckled softly without replying. Seok looked up at him. She actually wanted to say something else. She wanted to say that the scene before them was a miracle that Jun had created. The work continued nonstop through the night. A job that should have taken 10 days was completed in just over 1 day. It was truly a miracle, and Jun's reputation had reached a new level. A few days later, at the hotel where Jun Sung was resting, his physical condition had improved a lot, which was why he was able to recover so well. Now, he had to prepare for today's schedule. Just then, a knock came from outside. Run Sung went over suspiciously, asking as he opened the door, "Who is it?" Seeing the person outside, Run Sung's eyes widened in shock. The man smirked and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Junior. I am Lee Himan." This was the 4th-ranked individual, the head of the Wim group, and also the one who had attacked Run Sung. Run Sung stared at the man, his face filled with vigilance. Just then, Himan smiled and said, Actually, I have a few things I want to discuss with you. You had an outstanding performance in Shanghai. Runsung slightly furrowed his brows in confusion. Things to discuss? Himin nodded slightly and replied, as of today, you're about to enter the top 10. Congratulations, Junior. Hearing this, Runsung became even more suspicious. The top 10? While he was feeling doubtful, Himin suggested, shall we talk for a bit? Runsung didn't see a problem and nonchalantly nodded, all right, then. But just then, another hand suddenly blocked the door. Runsung was pulled back and looked up at the person. The newcomer was Jupin, who was glaring at him. Runsung didn't back down either. Is this guy crazy? Why is he blocking someone's door? Seeing his attitude, Jupin scoffed and scolded. As expected, you're just as arrogant as you were back then. How dare you speak to Senior Lee Himin like that? But in 6 days, he wouldn't let him continue this arrogance. The more Runsung listened, the less he understood. He raised an eyebrow and asked, more importantly, who are you? His words startled Jupin. Runsung didn't care, pouting as he continued, stop acting like we know each other. Have we even met before? Jupin was enraged by his words, gritting his teeth as he cursed, you little brat, you dare look down on me. Before Jupin could unleash his anger, a surge of energy appeared in Runsung's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw a punch at Jupin. He was caught off guard and thus was hit. Afterward, Runsung slammed the door shut. After regaining his senses, Jupin frantically pounded on the door and yelled, open up. Hearing this, Runsung sighed, at a loss for words. Which hospital let this guy out? But just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him, startling him. You have a hotter temper than I thought. Runsung glanced back and saw Himin sitting casually on the sofa, speaking calmly. Very good. After all, in 6 days, there will be no need to talk. Runsung looked at him in alarm. When did you? I clearly closed the door properly when I came in. Before he could get over his confusion, strange black smoke began to appear in the room. Runsung covered his nose with his hand. Why does it smell burnt in here? But he quickly realized something, raising an eyebrow and muttering, it's sorcery. Himin was a bit surprised, then praised him. Not bad, you recognize my ability, but you remain unfazed, still so calm. I am a sorcerer. When Runsung heard the word sorcerer, he frowned in silence. Inside the body, mana is operated in particle form to be used like a skill tool. The use of mana as fuel to operate this mechanism is called the system of sorcery. Therefore, sorcery is different from skills, able to transcend physical phenomena and wield mystical power. However, only a very small number of people can use sorcery. Himin was one of them. At that moment, Himin spoke again. It's just as you think. This scent is what activates the technique, or more precisely, it's the trace. Hearing this, Junsung was even more surprised. Could he read his thoughts? With that in mind, he asked doubtfully, is this some kind of ancient sorcery? Chuckling softly, Himin replied nonchalantly, this is just inductive reasoning. Although right now, you appear indifferent. Your breathing has already hitched. Next, your pupils are going to constrict a little. Junsung's body was sending him so many signals. From his pupils to his complexion, his lips, and his limbs, everything indicated that he was extremely tense. So, reading someone's thoughts isn't difficult at all. Right now, Junsung was exactly in the state Himin described, with 2 thoughts running through his mind. First, would breaking the hotel's security alert the guards? Second, did Himin really get in here before him? Junsung didn't answer, listening as the man continued. Did I enter before you closed the door, or did I use a technique to deceive your vision and step inside in an instant? Is that it? The more Junsung listened, the darker his expression became. Himin continued with a smile. Humans are so simple. If given an advantageous path, I would probably take it. Being able to read people's thoughts is a necessary method for sorcerers like me to survive. Junsung, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. You're quite the talker. Himin was slightly surprised, but he quickly composed himself and replied with a laugh. Indeed, it's been a while since I've come across such an interesting topic. But earlier, when the keyword top 10 was mentioned, your reaction wasn't interesting at all. With a cold smirk, Junsung raised an eyebrow and asked, then how did I react? Himin's voice lowered. Hearing that, didn't you feel honored? Absolutely not. Junsung denied it without hesitation, unable to believe anything right away. Even if it were true, changing a member in just 1 day was highly improbable. Himin frowned at him and said in a low voice, you underestimate the reputation of the top 10. Junsung nonchalantly replied that his low opinion was well-deserved. Himin slowly explained, actually, when you took down one of the 4 fiends, you were already qualified. You are the only foreigner to receive invitations from all over, which is why I treated you so casually. But now, It's different. Now, Jun Sung has become the hero of Shanghai. Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but ask in astonishment, a hero. Giving a slight nod, Him Min replied flatly, "That's right, a hero. In fact, 6 months ago, I recommended you to an acquaintance of mine. He was a junior I had been grooming for a very long time. He was also the one to whom I had passed on the martial arts of Manhwa, a young hunter perfect to inherit the Manhwa legacy. And that was supposed to happen in 6 days, but Jun Sung appeared on just 2 hunts and completely turned the tables, becoming a hero of Shanghai." Jun Sung was a bit surprised by this. He spoke nonchalantly, "So you came here just to call me out for those 2 times I made things difficult for you?" Him Min stood up from his chair and said in a cold voice, "That's right, let's count them, shall we? The golden pills that were so hard to obtain were handed over to you. My prized disciple is now imprisoned in South Korea, so the potential child who could have inherited the Mount Hua legacy was lost because of you. At the very least, Jun Sung has hindered him 3 times now." While he was speaking, Jun Sung he secretly observed his surroundings and noticed the black smoke was getting thicker and thicker. Jun Sung's eyes narrowed instinctively, and he immediately switched to attack mode. But it was too late when he realized something was wrong. Himin, on the other side, flashed a triumphant smile, and in the blink of an eye, Jun Sung's body collapsed to the ground. A look of panic crossed his face, his body had gone completely numb. Himin walked over and squatted down in front of Jun Sung, saying with a cold laugh, "Do you get it now? You look pretty miserable." His senses were in disarray. He wanted to move, but his body was sluggish, as if they weren't connected at all, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Immediately, Dukin burst through the door from outside. Himin grabbed Jun Sung by the collar. He lifted him into the air. Himin asked with a cold laugh, "So, shall we get to the main point now? The choice." He wanted Jun Sung to become a citizen and join his ranks, or else Himin would crush him right here and now. He told him to choose one of the two. Just then, Dukin walked over and glared at Jun Sung. Himin spoke again. "This time you got too carried away. You've become the hero of Shanghai, haven't you?" Jun Sung said nothing, just glancing at the two of them. Himin ignored his expression and continued with a smile. "How can someone who gets in my way possibly become one of the top 10? What a disgrace. To be honest, I just want to get rid of you right now." As soon as he finished, he waved his hand. Dukin, understanding perfectly, tightened his grip on Jun Sung's neck. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. Himin was still talking, but eliminating a newly famous hero would be a pity, wouldn't it? He said it wouldn't matter if he returned to his country and became one of the top 10. The general consensus of the top 10 would also be gathered, so Himin would approach and persuade them directly. Normally, that would be a job for that old man, Anson of Tens. That old geezer wouldn't care about this at all. He'd just toss you aside like a piece of trash. Himin isn't the only one who knows Quake's intentions. With that, he again offered Jun Sung the choice to return to his country and work under me as one of the top 10. While Himin was talking, he didn't notice that Jun Sung had already made a move. His arm was starting to tremble, a sign that he could move again. Himin, unaware of this, continued arrogantly, "Or else, stay here and become the target of my revenge, groveling obediently at my feet." But this time, before he could finish, a shocking scene unfolded. Jun Sung, at some point, had broken free from Dukin's grasp and sent him sprawling to the ground with a single punch. Jun Sung, now free, created some distance from Himin. Caught off guard by the blow, Dukin's nose started to bleed. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You dare!" With that, Dukin lunged forward to attack. His fist appeared before him in an instant, but Jun Sung's speed was far greater. He dodged it and conveniently landed a punch to his gut. A wave of pain hit him instantly, causing Dukin to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood as his entire body slammed into the wall behind him. Only then did Jun Sung retract his fist. Himin was completely stunned watching this unfold. After dealing with the minion, Jun Sung prepared to target the old man. Himin's expression was absolutely foul, as if he'd just stepped in dog crap. He never expected this. "You could actually neutralize my technique." The atmosphere instantly fell silent. No one dared to make a move. Hai Min bit his lip fiercely. How did it turn out like this? He had clearly underestimated Jun Sung, and even if he wanted to move, his body wouldn't obey him. Could it be that you've neutralized that? If that was the case, Hai Min felt he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. This hotel was now under his management, and this room was completely inviolable, a separate world of its own. However, using such a large amount of aura would weaken the body's defenses. That's why Hai Min brought Jiup in along to protect himself. Who would have thought he would be taken down so easily? While the old man was lost in thought, Jun Sung beckoned to him with his hand as if calling a dog. His mouth also curled up into a sinister curve. In the eyes of Jun Sung now was a look full of provocation. As expected, Hyman saw this and gritted his teeth in fury. His aura instantly flared up, but Jun Sung just stood there calmly, without a hint of fear. At this moment, Hyman realized something was not quite right. Thinking it over, it was strange. Was Jun Sung telling him to attack first? A skill is the choice to use a state of full-body aura, whereas a technique only uses a portion of aura energy. Aura is different from the body's energy. Like a machine needing oil, this is a technique. Therefore, using a technique causes a significant drain. However, during that period of weakness, even though Jupin was down, Jun Sung didn't charge forward but instead provoked Hyman. Thinking of this, the old man broke into a smile. This was the signal. He was sure of it. Right now, Jun Sung couldn't move, and even if he could, he would need time. The old man believed Jun Sung hadn't neutralized the technique. The one that distracts and distorts a person's senses was his strongest personal technique. Theoretically, it can be broken if one understands all the sensory limits. However, that was just a theory. There was no way Jun Sung had that ability. Thinking this, Hai Min reached his hand into his pocket and took out a talisman. He said with a smug smile, "Fine. Just as you wish. I'll make my move, shall I?" Furthermore, the image of Hai Min that Jun Sung was seeing was an illusion. He couldn't see where the old man was truly standing. Immediately after, Hai Min snapped his fingers, and the talisman instantly burst into flames. He thought he had to make this a quick fight. In an instant, a flame suddenly appeared in the room, engulfing Hai Min's body. After that, a celestial guardian appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man charged towards Jun Sung. Hai Min laughed smugly. "It's time to end this now." At the same time, the celestial guardian also threw a punch at Jun Sung, but he just stood there, showing no sign of moving. Seeing this, Hai Min became even more smug. He had calculated everything. Could Jun Sung even move? While Jun Sung was focused on looking ahead, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the celestial guardian, who had somehow gotten behind him. The Hai Min that Jun Sung saw in front of him and the celestial guardian were closing in. He wouldn't be able to avoid it and would just collapse. But if the old man looked closely, in the eyes of Jun Sung now was a glint of excitement. The moment they both approached him, he broke into a smile. In just an instant, Jun Sung turned his head to look back. This shocked Hai Min to his core. Did he really see his real body? Indeed, Jun Sung was charging towards his real body. The sudden turn of events caught Hai Min completely off guard. I hurriedly shouted, "Heavenly Guardian, protect me." Following my shout, the Heavenly Guardian quickly appeared, blocking the old man. Unfortunately, Jun Sung wasn't about to let him go. Him Min viciously bit his lip, his expression extremely ugly. But Jun Sung didn't care at all. Quick as a flash, he zipped past the Heavenly Guardian and charged toward the back, landing a solid punch on him Min's face. The old man's face was now swollen like a pig's head, causing him to grit his teeth and curse silently. How did this guy manage to do that? Jun Sung, on the other side, glared back at him, his eyes filled with anger. Him Min's entire body staggered and fell to the ground. Jun Sung then retracted his fist, but when he looked at his own hand, he felt a bit frustrated. The sensation in his hand had lessened, meaning he was just a little short. At that very moment, Him Min started to get up. He roared in anger, "You bastard." The old man's expression was incredibly foul. Him Min gritted his teeth and demanded, "How did you know where I was standing? Answer me." Hearing this, Jun Sung fell silent for a moment, but he quickly broke into a smug smile. Flashing back to before the attack, during that quiet moment, Jun Sung had been secretly observing Him Min and he discovered that the old man's current appearance was clearly a fake. So, Jun Sung began searching for his real body. If he couldn't find it, he wouldn't be able to win. He briefly thought that Him Min might be outside the room, but he quickly dismissed that idea. The old man himself had said that the caster of the technique is the one who emits the smell. The source of the smell was clearly inside this room. That meant Him Min was hiding his true body somewhere within this very room. So, Jun Sung decided to test his theory. First, he would draw his opponent's attention by provoking him, which was the whole purpose of his taunts toward Him Min. And just as he planned, he succeeded. The old man's attention was diverted by his anger. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Sung spread out his energy threads. In just an instant, the entire room was enveloped by them. Every nook and cranny was searched by those aura tendrils. Even the ceiling was no exception. Until an aura tendril reached a corner of the wall, it discovered the faint silhouette of Him Min hiding there. Jun Sung immediately broke into a triumphant smile. "Found you." After hearing about Jun Sung's method, Him Min's expression grew even more grave. He never would have dreamed that Jun Sung's provocations weren't just to stall for time, but were actually a ploy to find his location. Thus, Himmin had been completely tricked by Jung Sung. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. Himmin gritted his teeth and said, "Well done, youngster. You've made me change my mind about you. You truly are a talented and clever kid." Hearing this, Jun Sung scoffed lightly and said coldly, "I don't care what you think of me. First, you need to take responsibility for this whole mess, don't you?" These words enraged him Min even more. He said in a low voice, "You're telling me to take responsibility?" Jun Sung glared at him and replied calmly, "Of course. If you start a fight, you have to pay the price." Hearing this, Him Min sneered again. "I get it. Of course, I won't forgive anyone who dares to get in my way. I have to eliminate you right here." As soon as he finished speaking, another talisman appeared in his hand. When Jun Sung saw it, his eyes filled with vigilance. Him Min narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "I will definitely do it." The moment he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared, quickly setting the talisman in Him Min's hand ablaze. Jun Sung stood there, watching from afar. He seemed to realize something. Sure enough, Him Min's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing right in front of Jukin. The old man glanced at Jun Sung and said, "I'm leaving first. I won't participate in a fight where the odds of winning aren't high." He knew that leaving Jukin behind would be evidence that he had fought with Jun Sung, so he had to take him along to escape. Jun Sung also realized Him Min's intention and immediately rushed forward. Him Min paid him no mind, raising an eyebrow and sneering. "Well then, farewell." With that, he snapped his fingers, preparing to escape. Jun Sung bit his lip fiercely. He must be stopped. Without any hesitation, he quickly unleashed a palm strike. In the blink of an eye, the energy blast shot forward. Seeing what was rushing towards him, Him Min was instantly alarmed. He realized Jun Sung was trying to disrupt the focal point of his technique, and if that happened, Him Min would be finished. With no other choice, he decided to use the technique to escape alone. With a loud bang, Jun Sung's energy beam slammed into the wall. Jun Sung looked up ahead, and Jun Sung smiled. He left him behind. Then he squinted at the person leaning against the wall. Jukin had finally become a sacrificial lamb for Him Min. Meanwhile, on the hotel rooftop, Him Min had escaped. His expression was extremely grim. He threw his head back and screamed, "Ha Jukin, I left him behind. That damn brat." In an instant, the rooftop echoed with Him Min's furious screams. At that moment, Seoku burst through the door, shouting, "Boss, are you okay?" But as soon as she finished her sentence, she suddenly froze. She saw Jukin lying on the ground, while Jun Sung was sitting not far away. Seeing her, he waved a greeting. "Oh, you're here?" Seoku stared blankly at the man and stammered, "The unconscious person next to you is Ha Juk-in. Don't tell me you were ambushed." Jun Sung casually nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Hearing this, Seoku immediately flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth and cursed, "This idiot." As soon as she said it, she walked over to stand in front of Jukin. She stood there silently, staring at him for a long moment, but after just 3 seconds, she suddenly broke into a smile. Even more surprisingly, Seoku punched Juk-in straight in the stomach, the pain jolting him awake. Jun Sung watched from the side, completely stunned, but Seoku wasn't finished. She grabbed Jukin by the shoulders and started chewing him out, saying he learned a few pathetic martial arts tricks from Him Min and already got a big head. "Who do you think you're messing with?" Jun Sung was a bit speechless watching this. This girl is still as hot-headed as ever, huh? Just like the first time they met. With that thought, he glanced at Seoku and asked, "Is this guy well known under Him Min?" Seoku immediately stopped her tirade and said resentfully, "Everyone knows it. Master Wantong of the Maoshan sect is an arrogant jerk, and that Master Wantong's attitude is beyond just annoying." Saying that, she raised her hand again to slap Jukin and snorted coldly, "If you're awake, open your eyes, or I'll beat you until you can't open them ever again." Jukin was scared, witless, and hurriedly opened his eyes, mumbling something nonstop. Afraid she would strike again, Jun Sung spoke up, "Wait, let him go for now. He just fought me, so his body is already in terrible shape. He can't run away." "I know." Seoku nodded slightly and lowered her hand. Jukin's face was covered in a cold sweat as he coughed hoarsely. Run Sung stood there looking at him. Just when the two of them thought In wouldn't say anything, he suddenly looked up and said in a low voice, "You're one of old man Jin Guibake's underlings, aren't you? What bad luck." As soon as he said this, Sok's temper flared, and she gritted her teeth, cursing, "What, you bastard, you dare." But before she could finish, Run Sung stopped her. "Wait." Being stopped by him, Sok said with dissatisfaction, "What is it? If we just make this guy wish he were dead, he'll become obedient right away." Run Sung calmly said, I'm not stopping you. I just have something I want to ask him. Sok frowned in surprise, asking doubtfully. Something you want to ask? Nodding coolly. Run Sung casually replied, Tens doesn't know I was attacked yet, right? That's right, they still. Sok hesitated for a moment, but she quickly spoke with conviction. Anyway, don't worry about it. This guy was caught red-handed attacking the boss, so we can demand a huge amount in damages. But Run Sung shook his head and refused. No, that's not necessary. With that, he sat down across from In. This action left the man a bit bewildered. After a long moment, Run Sung finally spoke. There's no need to report this to the authorities or Tens. If we can reach an agreement with the party involved, wouldn't that be enough? As soon as he said this, In was in disbelief, and Sok was just as surprised. Ignoring their suspicion, Run Sung spoke again. Of course, this guy has to be able to meet our demands for this to be possible. Hearing this, In snorted coldly and asked, What do you want? Letting out a soft chuckle, Run Sung raised an eyebrow and said, Can you give me the secret techniques of the Manhwa sect? The next day, at the territory of the Red Dragon Society, by a turquoise lake in the garden, Dong Cheon was leisurely fishing by the lake. Just then, Run Sung approached from behind. Dong Cheon knew who it was without turning around and spoke casually. So you've come. Care to fish with me? Run Sung just stood behind him without moving forward, replying nonchalantly, My father loved fish, so since I was a child, my mother taught me not to touch a fishing rod. Hearing this, Dong Cheon couldn't help but smile, raising an eyebrow as he asked, Is that so? Anyway, the way you're dressed now is much more respectable than before. If you keep dressing like this, you'll probably be misunderstood less often. Run Sung looked down at the suit he was wearing and, after a moment, said, Is that so? Dong Cheon gave a cool nod. Dong Cheon chuckled and said, Yes, it looks very sharp. I heard from the general manager that you were coming to ask for my help with something. Run Sung did indeed have a favor to ask. He took out his phone, showed it to the older man, and then explained, This is the manual recording the secret techniques of the Manhwa sect. He wanted to ask Dong Cheon to analyze the terminology inside, especially the techniques related to breathing methods. Hearing this, Dong Cheon couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Breathing methods? Nodding coolly, Run Sung slowly began to speak. I had an older brother figure who taught me how to control my ki. He said that when he joined a task force with some Chinese hunters in the past, something left a deep impression on him. Sang-guk said that although their raw power was clearly inferior, their use of skills was incredibly rich and varied. Normally, if you use such a wide variety of techniques simultaneously, you would tire out very quickly. But that person didn't at all. So he concluded that the Chinese hunters must have some training method unknown to outsiders. At this point, Run Sung sighed and said, When I met the Chinese hunters, I noticed only one commonality. They all place great importance on their breathing, and with each breath, the power of their skills increases. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the breathing technique is the primary method for cultivating meridians? Hearing this nearly perfect deduction, Dong Cheon couldn't help but be impressed. Indeed, to be able to figure that much out, you're no ordinary person. At this point, he suddenly paused, speaking again after a long moment. However, you said you got that breathing method from that young punk named Ha Gyok-in of the Manhwa sect. So, what was his expression when you took it from him? Jun Sung recalled the scene from that day and replied with a disgruntled tone. He had an expression that said, You really think you can learn this just by taking it? Hearing this, Dong Cheon let out a cold laugh. Is that right? Just as I thought. What you got is the purple mist divine art of the Manhwa sect. On this continent, every sect's breathing method is unique and beyond compare, but that's just in theory. If you could learn it, you would naturally become stronger. But the purple mist divine art you have is just a discarded, incomplete manual, and even Master Man Tong failed in his attempt to cultivate it. There's no way you could possibly learn it just by analyzing the manual. Besides, why should Dong Cheon agree to help Jun Sung? It's not like they were close. The last time they met, they almost came to blows. Jun Sung wasn't flustered and replied calmly, While our personal relationship is like that, my relationship with the Red Dragon Society is a different story. This statement left Dong Cheon a little stunned. Jun Sung slowly explained, During the last war, the Red Dragon Society and I joined forces and fought together. You know how much the Red Dragon Society benefited from that joint operation, so you could say that the society and I have a mutually beneficial relationship, wouldn't you? This made Dong Cheon chuckle a bit, but Jun Sung paid it no mind, bowing his head sincerely as he continued. In the future, I want to become a good ally to the Red Dragon Society, so I hope that you, Dong Cheon, can help me. Dong Cheon narrowed his eyes at him, replying after a long pause, You've got a silver tongue, twisting it so it sounds like we're indebted to you. Those aren't the words of a true martial artist. However, When Jun Sung said he wanted to be a good ally to the Red Dragon Society, he was quite pleased. For a hunter, building relationships is a good thing. With that, Dong Chon nodded in agreement. All right, I'll teach you. In fact, I've been preparing ever since I heard you were coming. Hearing this, Jun Sung looked at him gratefully. But just then, Dong Cheon suddenly raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "Who said I was going to teach you personally?" While Jun Sung was still confused, someone approached from behind. Dong Cheon spoke in a low voice. "You're finally here." Jun Sung turned his head in surprise, and at that moment Dong Cheon spoke again. "Go on and greet her. She's your master." The person who arrived was Bon. She looked a little embarrassed. After a moment, she spoke in a low voice. Please take care of me." The Red Dragon Society had a building called the Red Dragon Building. It was built for the purpose of martial arts research. This was also the place that housed countless volumes of martial arts research from the leaders of the Red Dragon Society over hundreds of years. The building was a private place, where only the society's leader and their designated heirs were permitted to enter. But this time, an exception was made, and Jun Sung was welcomed into the Red Dragon Building. As a client, he came here to be taught the breathing technique, and Bon was responsible for translating into Korean for Jun. He stood to one side observing, and after a while, couldn't help but remark, "Is it over already?" Bon chuckled and said, "The content of this document wasn't very long to begin with. First, I'll explain what the breathing technique is. In other words, I'll give you a brief explanation of what the respiration technique is." Jun Sung, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Being alone with a woman in a room for the first time made him feel a little flustered, but when the topic turned to martial arts, that feeling disappeared. While Jun was still dazed, Bon spoke up. "First, there's something I need to tell you. The respiration technique doesn't strengthen your meridians. Training meridians here is the same as in Korea, where qi flows continuously, causing its intensity to increase over time." Jun Sung heard this and asked doubtfully, "Then what is the role of the breathing technique?" Bon didn't answer, instead taking something out to show him. She asked in a low voice, "Do you know what this is?" Jung Sung observed it for a moment before replying, "This is the top used when the body emits aura during training, right?" Dan Mac nodded, and Bon slowly began to speak. "That's right, this can only be used during training. The mechanism that makes this top move is that the body must emit some aura, but simply releasing aura isn't enough to make it move." With that, Bon began to concentrate. After a moment, she suddenly smirked, and in the blink of an eye, the top quickly started to spin. Immediately after, the top string made a full circle, wrapping directly around Bon's hand. Jun Sung, who was on the side, watched this scene, his eyes widening in shock. He had clearly sensed an extremely small amount of aura, and with just one breath, she could make it react like that. At that thought, Jun Sung nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. The respiration technique is the way to train the meridians. It's the very technique for controlling qi. Hearing this, Bon nodded and explained, "That's right, you've got the correct answer. The respiration technique can help you maximize the efficiency of your qi." Jun Sung said that he understood. Bon then handed him a piece of paper and said, "Also, this is the translation of the Purple Mist Divine Art that was just completed. Please read through it once." Jun Sung reached out to take it and was just about to look over the methods of the Purple Mist Divine Art when he heard Bon let out a sigh. Jun Sung glanced at her for a moment, then after a while, looked down at the paper. His eyes widened in shock. What was written here was just too unbelievable. The Purple Mist Divine Art, this was clearly the result of a cultivation method from hundreds of years ago in the history of the Haotian sect. Jun Sung trembled and muttered, "This has recorded the necessary positions of the meridians for operating the divine art." But before he could finish, Bon chuckled and said, "You're oversimplifying things, comparing a so-called divine art to a respiration technique." Dan Mac nodded, and Jun Sung said seriously, "To be serious, it's like the standard for soccer. In addition, there's yin and yang, the physical and the spiritual. It's not just some kind of experiment." Bon also felt the same. She calmly began to speak. "It has always been this way. All the original secret manuals from the history of the various sects are like this. All of the so-called divine arts are written in such a metaphorical way. The methods and details are all expressed through a short essay or a song, which must then be memorized. All the books in this study are research materials on the Red Dragon, Divine Art, and the Red Dragon Society from the past few hundred years. In other words, there's a lot of essential research here." Jun Sung nodded in agreement, figuring as much. Bon continued, "Honestly, I don't recommend that you cultivate the Purple Mist Divine Art, Jun Sung. Even if you were to train using the original text, it's still extremely dangerous." Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but frown and ask doubtfully, "Dangerous?" Bon nodded. She slowly said, "That's right, but as you've seen, the cultivation methods here are quite simple. Obviously, If this art had a training method like the ones here, it would be a different story. According to the records, to cultivate this divine art, one must find the correct meridian among the tens of thousands of meridians in the body. But let's say Jun Sung circulates his energy through the wrong meridian, even by a hair's breadth, it will cause his body to go into ki deviation, which is incredibly serious. As she said this, Bon reached out and took Jun Sung's hand. She earnestly advised, "So please, stop, right here. It's too dangerous." But as soon as the words left her mouth, Bon realized she was holding Jun Sung's hand. Her cheeks immediately flushed red with embarrassment. Bon hastily let go of his hand, saying apologetically, "I'm sorry. I just grabbed your hand without thinking." She didn't even know why she'd done that. It was so embarrassing. Seeing her expression, Jun Sung couldn't help but smile. She must be a sensitive person, which is why she gets embarrassed so easily. In any case, even though his body was ravaged, this research isn't the kind of thing that ends in just a day or two. That guy Himan definitely won't retreat so easily. To silence Jun Sung, he'll definitely attack again, whether it's now or in the near future. It's clear that man's strength is far greater than his right now, so he has no choice but to master the breathing technique. But how is he supposed to do it? As Jun Sung was hesitating, he suddenly saw something. The auto-hunting system suddenly appeared. Jun Sung couldn't help but frown. Why now? His survival instincts aren't being threatened at all. Could it be that to learn the divine art, I have to press this button? With that thought, Jun Sung reached out and pressed the button on the system. Instantly, the system responded to him. As long as he doesn't give up, he must bear all hardships with patience. If he can endure it, Jun Sung will be able to obtain everything. At that moment, the auto-hunting system turned red. In the blink of an eye, Jun Sung's body also began to change. Seeing this, a shocked Bon called out his name, Jun Sung. But when there was no reply, her expression showed a hint of panic. Could it be? A moment later, Dong Chan entered the Red Dragon Pavilion from outside. He glanced at Bong Dae and asked, "Did she call for me urgently?" Bong Dae quickly replied, "Yes, Guild Master." Dong Chan frowned slightly, muttering in confusion, "What in the world happened?" Filled with doubt, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to see Jun Sung sitting cross-legged on the floor, with Bon standing guard nearby. Dong Chan frowned at her and asked, "Daughter, what on earth is going on?" Bon immediately replied. Jun Sung suddenly started cultivating the purple mist divine art. A layer of energy now enveloped Jun Sung. Bon said urgently, "He might be going into ki deviation right now. He's having a chi deviation. Father, please help him." Hearing this, Dong Chan frowned and observed. Jun Sung's face at that moment was covered in sweat. After a long while, Dong Chan suddenly broke into a smile. He scoffed coldly, "That arrogant brat, he can just deal with what he brought upon himself." Bon grew even more anxious. Dong Chan glanced at her, reminding her, "This is absurd, don't you know that?" As he spoke, he moved closer to Jun Sung. By now, the boy's expression had improved a bit, and the energy surrounding him was growing increasingly dense. Witnessing this, Bon exclaimed in astonishment, "This energy is..." Before she could finish, Dong Chan explained in a deep voice, "That's right, the legendary cultivation method is circulating the purple mist divine art. He's forging a new path to open up entirely new meridians, completely different from his original ones." What a reckless kid. Hearing this, Bong Dae was stunned. He exclaimed in shock, "Good heavens, all of his meridians? Is that even possible?" Nodding calmly, Dong Chan answered seriously, "Of course it is. This is now unfolding right before our very eyes." At this point, he couldn't help but praise, "Truly brilliant. After he finishes cultivating the purple mist divine art, we will witness what a whole new realm looks like." He truly had high hopes for Jun Sung. Just then, he slowly opened his eyes. The next morning, at the Red Dragon Tower, Jun Sung had been cultivating all night long. The three of them were still watching him. Bon, however, was still a bit worried, fearing something might happen to Jun Sung. But then, a few minutes later, Dong Chan suddenly let out a wistful smile. He's finally done. Seemingly at the same moment, in the air, streams of energy appeared, gathering and flowing towards Jun Sung. The atmosphere fluctuated in an instant, affecting the three of them as well. Bon frowned slightly, sensing a faint fragrance in the air. When she sniffed more carefully, she discovered it was the scent of plum blossoms. A moment later, Jun Sung slowly rose to his feet. Dong Chan saw this and walked over. He smiled. "Congratulations. It took a full day and night, but you've succeeded. Congratulations on your achievement." In contrast to his composure, Bon and Bong Dae behind him stared wide-eyed in astonishment. How can that be? In less than a day and a night, he learned the purple mist divine art. Hearing Dong Chan's praise, Jun Sung simply smiled as a way of thanking him. He then bowed to them and spoke sincerely. It's all thanks to Leader Bon and the brothers of the Red Dragon Guild. Seeing his attitude, Dong Chan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. I appreciate the sentiment, but you're being too modest. However, as soon as he said that, his tone suddenly shifted. He asked seriously, have you thought of a name for the new martial art you've learned? This question stunned Bon even more. What do you mean? Didn't Jun Sung just learn the Purple Mist divine art? Jun Sung was slightly surprised that he had figured it out and asked, how did you know? A small smile appeared on Dong Chan's face as he chuckled. I could tell from your complexion. The signature of the Purple Mist divine art is in a bluish-purple hue. Even though I've only read about it in books, I know its characteristics. He had guessed that Jun Sung had awakened his ability to restore his martial arts. Since he was found out, Jun Sung didn't hide it anymore, honestly stating that it was something like that. While examining the meridians to master the Purple Mist divine art, I realized that while it's a powerful technique, I wish there was a way for it to be more compatible with me. So, he modified it into a martial art that suited his body, creating something entirely new. Upon hearing this, the look in Bon was filled with disbelief. So it wasn't the Purple Mist divine art, but some other martial art? How could that be possible? Just then, Dong Chan suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. His smile made Bon even more astonished. What could this mean? At that moment, Dong Chan looked at Jun Sung and said with a smile, is that so? Is that really the case? Jun Sung, being very perceptive, sincerely spoke up, I truly owe Leader Gang and Khan a favor. In the future, I will definitely. But before he could finish, Dong Chan raised his hand to stop him. Jun Sung was a bit bewildered. What do you mean by this? Dong Chan glanced at him and said in a deep voice, hey, are you really planning to just leave like that? While Jun Sung was completely confused, someone from outside entered and announced, Leader, the item you requested has been brought. Hearing this, Bon immediately looked outside. When she saw the item, she was instantly alarmed. The thing they brought was the Red Dragon twin blades. Bon wondered, asking, Leader, don't tell me. Dong Chan didn't wait for her to finish, cutting her off with a smile. I'm in a very good mood today because I've met a worthy opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked over, took the twin blades, and without any hesitation, pointed them at Jun Sung. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at the approaching blades, but there was no trace of fear in them. At this moment, Dong Chan spoke again, we haven't finished our previous duel. Let's settle it now. As soon as these words were spoken, Bon was immediately shocked. Father, are you really going to fight Jun Sung? Nodding nonchalantly, Dong Chan calmly replied, yes, I want to have a match with him. Jun Sung stared at him intently and asked hesitantly, I don't know what your reason is. Before, I already said, I. But before he could finish, Dong Chan cut him off coldly. You're a hunter, aren't you? But I, Gang Dong Chan, am not a hunter. I am a martial artist, so even if you don't understand, you should learn the meaning of strength. Hearing this, Jun Sung was stunned. However, Dong Chan remained very resolute. He raised an eyebrow and continued, don't you want to test the level of the martial art you just learned? Besides, it's not like you don't enjoy these kinds of contests of strength. These words made Jun Sung's pupils involuntarily constrict. After a long moment, he finally nodded and said with a smile, that's right, that's exactly it. So, without further hesitation, he directly agreed to a match with Dong Chan. Immediately after, the two went down to the training ground, with Dong Chan holding the Red Dragon twin blades, while Jun Sung, on the other hand, carried no weapon at all. The two stood facing each other, neither making a move yet. Down below, Bon watched this scene in alarm. Her father was already old. How could he? On the training ground, Dong Chon glanced at her, and seeing the worry in her eyes, he couldn't help but scoff. The girl seems very worried about you. Jun Sung, not understanding what he meant, heard Dong Chan add with a laugh, she's worried you'll get seriously injured this time, so you should pay some attention to her. Hearing this, Jun Sung also nodded and replied, since Miss Bon is so worried, I suppose I should say a few words, shouldn't I? Dong Chan was angered by his words, grumbling, good grief, are you serious? He felt that his daughter was in for some hardship in the future. Besides, if we're talking about getting injured, he could get injured too. Thinking this, Dong Chan immediately announced, then let's begin. But at that moment, Jun Sung suddenly spoke up. Before we start, may I ask one thing? Dong Chan frowned slightly in confusion. What is it? Jun Sung slowly opened his mouth. I heard that you, leader. The leader who ranks second among the top 10 strongest. Dong Chan was a bit confused but still nodded and replied, that's right. Letting out a soft chuckle, Jun Sung continued to ask, so how much stronger is Jin Gui Bai than you? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Chan's face immediately froze solid. The members of the Red Dragon Guild below also began to angrily curse Jun Exung for his insolence. As expected, the anger in Zhang Chan erupted instantly. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "You want to know about that?" With that said, Zhang Chan pointed his energy-infused blade towards the sky. He glared at him, a sinister curve forming on his lips. His feet also took a step back, preparing an attack stance. Jun Sung didn't dare to be careless, quickly activating the auto-hunt system. Instantly, the auto-hunt was activated, and at the same time, Zhang Chan's figure began to charge forward. Jun Sung couldn't help but be startled. This speed was just too fast. He hurriedly dodged, and where he had just been standing, a large crack appeared. Jun Sung looked down from above, unable to help but sigh in admiration. However, Zhang Chan didn't give him any time to rest, charging at him again with his dual blades. He gave a triumphant smile and looked at him. "Let's test it with our strength." Jun also narrowed his eyes at him, then after a moment, exclaimed excitedly, "This is how it should be." In just a flash, the two of them clashed, and many cracks appeared on the ground. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Red Dragon Guild members began to show worry. Bon watched her father intently, a look of anxiety in her eyes. At this moment, Zhang Chan was charging towards Jun. Jun wasn't flustered, calmly dodging. But it wasn't long before his eyes suddenly widened in terror. Because Zhang Chan was stabbing down with his blade from above, Jun Sung frantically dodged his move. He frowned and thought, too fast, there's almost no preparation time between attacks. Zhang Chan's face at this moment was filled with killing intent. Not giving Jun Sung a chance to rest, he thrust his blade forward again. His actions were quite fast, causing Jun Sung to panic. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted in the training ground. But Jun Sung had already quickly escaped. He landed on the ground from midair. At the same time, Zhang Chan once again prepared an attack stance. He dashed off again as fast as lightning. The two blades in his hands were now like deadly weapons. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chan thrust towards Jun Sung again. His eyes widened at this scene, and not daring to be careless, he quickly retreated. The two blades almost touched Jun's body. He had to retreat further back, creating distance from Zhang Chan. At this moment, Zhang Chan wore a triumphant smile. On his side, Jun Sung also began to take an offensive stance. Below, the members of the Red Dragon Guild were still intently watching this match. After a while, Bong Dae exclaimed in awe, "Wow, that's terrifying. The strength of Oh Jun Sung is only at that level." Bon, beside him, also nodded and murmured, "That's right, very strong." Thinking she was worried for her father, Bong Dae immediately reassured her, "Don't be too tense. The leader knows how to adjust his power." But Bon shook her head and denied it. "It's not that, don't you know, uncle. Right now, my father isn't holding back against Jun Exung at all." Hearing these words, Bong Dae immediately exclaimed in surprise, "If that's the case, wait, if that's true, then what Bon is saying means that right now Zhang Chan doesn't see Jun Sung as a junior or a subordinate at all. He's treating him as a true enemy, and if so, he will definitely use that thing." At the same time, on the training ground above, Jun and Zhang Chan were still facing each other. Jung Sung was secretly feeling, parrying the opponent's attacks. Each strike is sharp and powerful, truly strong indeed. The thrusts and slashes are very natural, a relentless assault with no room to breathe. If I want to create some space, I'll have to use my footwork. Dodging is also very difficult. Just then, Dong Chan sneered and said, "You're pretty good at dodging, aren't you? But let me ask, what are you doing? Why don't you fight back? If you were really Jun Sung, you would have already exploited those openings to attack." Jun Sung felt that he wasn't wrong. If I activate Auto Hunt, it's not impossible to fight back. I could use a weapon with a long reach to exploit the gaps. But if I don't control it well, Auto Hunt will definitely not stop. And then, the inevitable would happen. While Jun Sung was hesitating, Dong Chan sneered again. "So, you're testing me, are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, his aura changed. A flame appeared around Dong Chan's body, an initial adjustment state, simultaneously regulating both his flame and technique, which could be sustained until emergency measures were required. The radiating heat was proof of this. To counterattack and confront that assault would be reckless. That's why Jun Sung remained still, biding his time. Just then, Dong Chan spoke coldly. "Even if you continue to dodge, it's no concern of mine. But can you keep it up?" Jun Sung didn't answer right away. He was quietly observing. At that moment, he seemed to spot something in the distance. Jun Sung's eyes darted around. It seemed he already had a plan. While he was thinking, Dong Chan spoke up once more. "All right, here I come." As soon as he finished, his foot stomped on the ground, causing it to crack. Dong Chan dashed in front of Jun Sung as fast as lightning. This speed was quite fast. Jun Sung was a little surprised. Not daring to be careless, he quickly dodged. He ran straight up the ancient tree behind him, and in the blink of an eye, Jun Sung had leaped to the top of the tall tree. Dong Chan looked up at him, unable to help but praise him. Indeed, your footwork is good, very impressive. Then let me show you the true red dragon blades. Immediately after, the dual blades in Dong Chan's hands began to gather energy. Jun Sung looked down, a look of disbelief in his eyes. In just an instant, that ancient tree was engulfed in flames. The fire rose higher and higher, nearly reaching Jun Sung's position. The ancient tree he was standing on was completely ablaze. At the same time, Jun Sung landed from mid-air, his face showing some surprise. This was just too absurd. Dong Chan also seemed to notice that Jun Sung was now standing behind him. He turned to look at him, raising an eyebrow and saying, "These are the true Red Dragon dual blades, capable of freely using a weapon that absorbs heat. It's like awakening two Red Dragons. As the leader of the Red Dragon Society, you have to be at least this capable to be acknowledged." At this point, Dong Chan suddenly paused, then continued after a long moment. "The heat absorption is complete, so let's end this fight with these blades." As he finished speaking, he gave Jun Sung a provocative smile. Dong Chan's aura grew stronger and stronger. The flames around him continued to burn relentlessly. He glared at him, snorting coldly, "Let's end this." As soon as he finished, Dong Chan shot forward like the wind, the flames moving with him. Seeing this, Bong Dae, who was watching from below, couldn't help but exclaim, "How terrifying." This was the first time in 10 years he had seen Dong Chan like this. His power was even greater than before, here too. Bon, standing beside him, also nodded in awe. Yes, Father has gotten much stronger than before. His power has far surpassed hers by 1.5 times. Thinking this, Bon couldn't help but glance over at Jun Sung on the training ground. At this point, she just hoped he wouldn't get hurt. At that moment, Dong Chan spoke up again. "Well then, here I come." With that, he flashed a smug smile. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, Dong Chan appeared right in front of Jun Sung. The boy couldn't help but be startled. This speed was just too fast. Even Bong Di, watching from below, was equally astonished. Bon was also incredibly surprised by her father's speed. That footwork could get even faster. At that moment, Dong Chan was wielding his dual blades as he charged forward. He wanted to see if Jun Sung could withstand the ultimate technique of the Red Dragon clan. The flame was now burning intensely on the tips of his blades, ready to incinerate everything in the world. Twin Red Dragons strike. Instantly, the two blades slashed toward Jun Sung. This time, he didn't dodge, but met the attack head-on. At that very moment, something strange happened. The flames suddenly split in two and flowed backward. Bong Dae thought that Jun Sung had been incinerated. It's all over. Bon, on the other hand, was extremely worried about Jun Sung, hoping he wasn't seriously injured. But just then, strange plum blossom petals suddenly appeared in the air. This caused Dong Chan to startle and frown. He tried to catch the scent drifting on the wind. Very quickly, Dong Chan recognized it as plum blossoms. At that moment, Jun Sung's cold snort suddenly echoed from within the flames, making Dong Chan unable to hide his astonishment. When he looked closer, he saw that both blades had been stopped by Jun Sung. The boy finally let out a sigh of relief. He had successfully blocked Dong Chan's technique. Seeing this, the members of the Red Dragon clan looked on in horror. Watching the plum blossom petals drift down onto his hand, Bong Dae exclaimed in shock, "What in the world is this?" Bon also cried out in amazement, "Plum blossoms, could it be?" But Jun Sung paid no mind to their reactions. He calmly deflected Dong Chan's dual blades. Dong Chan's expression instantly soured, but before he could even recover his senses, Jun Sung charged forward. His speed was incredible, reaching Dong Chan in an instant. This only made the older man even angrier, and he immediately counterattacked. The flames, which had been split in two, suddenly merged back into one, but Jun Sung's energy was nothing to scoff at, slashing forward like a bolt of lightning. The air vibrated violently in an instant, and Jun Sung flashed past Dong Chan's side like lightning. His gaze was incredibly resolute, while Dong Chan, on the other hand, stood frozen in place. But upon closer inspection, a cut had appeared on his waist. Dong Chan's body couldn't help but stagger. He glanced at Jun Sung and asked in a low voice, "How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? Your technique?" Jun Sung didn't answer. He just let out a long breath. At that moment, Jun Sung realized something. According to what Bon said, the internal energy cultivation technique wasn't just about strengthening one's meridians. It didn't just increase efficiency, but also had to change their physical properties, similar to the flame, yet a completely different concept. Although Jun Sung still couldn't sense ki distinctly yet, it was enough to suppress the heat from Dong Chan's Red Dragon Divine Art. The divine art allowed him to transform and utilize primary energy. It was a new divine art created from the purple mist divine art. Although it was still incomplete, if Jun Sung uses this. With that thought, Jun Sung glanced over to the other side, where Dong Chon was standing. Sensing his gaze, the man was a bit surprised. At that moment, Jun Sung quickly rushed forward. In his hand, he also unleashed his energy, forming a sharp blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward Dong Chon. As long as he had this new technique, he could win. Seeing Jun Sung charge at him, Dong Chon exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, excellent." In the blink of an eye, their blade and palm strike collided. At the same time, below them, Bon and Bong Dae were still watching the fight. They were waiting to see who would be the victor in this battle. In the midst of the fight, Dong Chon frantically thrust his blade toward Jun Sung. As usual, the tip of the blade carried a brilliant flame. He raised an eyebrow, taunting him again. Come on. Jun Sung wasn't afraid either, using the energy in his hand to block this blade from Dong Chon. In an instant, the two were locked in a stalemate again. Down below, Bong Dae couldn't help but exclaim, incredible. Jun Sung can actually go toe-to-toe with the leader. Bon just gave a faint nod after hearing that. Bong Dae glanced at her and asked doubtfully, Vice Leader, what are you worried about? Bon shook her head slightly and replied, It's nothing. Although she said that, she felt it was very strange. Just coming into contact with the heat radiating from the red dragon, twin blades was enough to make an opponent unable to bear it. Blocking that heat was impossible. There had never been an exception, yet Jun Sung could block it. Even though Dong Chon attacked like a storm, Jun Sung was always able to parry. This made him feel very strange. How could Jun Sung block his twin blades? Even with training in the purple mist divine art, this should be impossible. How on earth is he doing it? Alongside Dong Chon's flames, plum blossom petals appeared in the air. They could touch the flames, but not only did they not burn, they could even push the flames back. When Dong Chon saw this, he was a bit horrified. The plum blossom petals were diminishing his flames. This caused him extreme confusion, but it didn't stop Dong Chon from continuing his attack on Jun Sung. He hastily took a step back, then dodged his attack. He clenched his fists, his gaze extremely determined. The two of them, in a flash, were locked in a stalemate again. Dong Chon stared at this scene in amazement. What was that just now? To be able to block the heat from the red dragon twin blades with just aura, but Jun Sung did it. This truly astonished Dong Chon. But not only did he block it, he even neutralized his flames. Is that the power of the purple mist divine art? But Dong Chon felt he couldn't jump to that conclusion just yet. Thinking this, he couldn't help but smirk. How interesting. Although he said that, his hands had already tightened their grip on the twin blades. Immediately after, flames appeared on the blades again. He charged forward while asking, What kind of technique is that anyway? I'll find out if I try a few more times. As soon as he finished speaking, the twin dragon blades thrust toward Jun Sung's position. This action startled him, and not daring to be careless, the energy in his hand once again formed a blade. An aura blade quickly appeared in Jun Sung's hand, and in an instant, one of fire and one of aura quickly clashed with each other. Seeing this, the expressions on Bon and Bong Dae's faces immediately turned grim. Above the training ground, the two powerful energies were still locked in a struggle, with neither side willing to yield. The longer it dragged on, the grimmer Dong Chon's expression became. Panicked. Plum blossom petals appeared in the air once again. The petals, as if sentient, fluttered down onto the flames of the red dragon blade. Sure enough, the flames began to dissipate right after. Dong Chon's eyes instinctively narrowed. This can't be happening. But while he was stunned, Jun Sung knocked the red dragon blade out of Dong Chon's hand. The red dragon blade stuck straight into the ground, its flames completely extinguished. Dong Chon's eyes widened in horror. That blade of ki was meticulously crafted to resemble a flower petal, yet it could neutralize his heat energy. That meant all those petals were created by Jun Sung. How careless of me. At the same time, Jun Sung was also quietly observing Dong Chon, but right after that, he immediately rushed in to attack. It was only then that Dong Chon realized he had let his guard down during the fight. Just a brief moment of probing and Jun Sung was already in front of him. Dong Chon finally snapped out of it, hastily raising his blade to defend. The Kai blade in Jun Sung's hand quickly clashed with the tip of the blade. Down in the training yard, the members of the Red Dragon clan saw this scene and cried out in alarm. What's happening? Oh my god, the leader's flames. Even Bon was just as astonished. She also didn't expect Jun Sung to be able to extinguish her father's flames. At the same time, Jun Sung was relentlessly attacking Dong Chon, his momentum extremely fierce, forcing Dong Chon onto the defensive. But he was no pushover either, noticing an opening in Jun Sung's stance and turning the tables to attack. However, Jun Sung dodged as quick as lightning, and at that very moment, the plum blossom petals once again fell before Dong Chan. They fell in increasing numbers, and a faint fragrance spread through the air. Dong Chan's flames quickly dissipated again. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Sung appeared behind him. His gaze was extremely determined, as if he intended to take Dong Chan down with this single move. At this moment, Dong Chan's red dragon blade erupted in flames once more. Jun Sung was a bit surprised. He still has time to create flames, and right after that, Dong Chan raised his blade to block his key blade. This was quite unexpected, and Jun Sung immediately took 2 steps back. Dong Chan took this chance to narrow his eyes at Jun Sung, muttering in disbelief. This kid, could it be? At this point, he suddenly stopped talking, then started to roar and charge forward. The blazing flames on the red dragon blade began to burn fiercely. Dong Chan's aura flared up once again. Dong Chan looked at Jun Sung and said in a deep voice, "I've pretty much figured out what your technique is, so from now on, I'm going to attack even harder and more fiercely." Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Dong Chan took a step back to gain momentum, then shot forward like the wind. Jun Sung didn't dare to be careless, first dodging the tip of the blade. But Dong Chan didn't give him any time to think, attacking relentlessly. Under the barrage of attacks, Jun Sung was forced onto the defensive, but Dong Chan's speed was very fast, his stabbing and slashing techniques extremely precise, and eventually a wound appeared on Jun Sung's arm, and his thigh was also slashed with a small cut. But it wasn't over yet. A brilliant flame struck out again. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at this flame, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, the members of the Red Dragon clan immediately cheered. The leader is the only one attacking. A moment ago, when the flames died down, they were unsure of the outcome. But now that Dong Chan was attacking overwhelmingly, it seemed he had already secured victory. While they were talking, they didn't notice that the air had begun to heat up. Their faces were drenched in sweat. They began to wonder and discuss the reason, but only Bon Day knew that it wasn't being radiated, but rather dispersed. Bon also realized this. Dong Chan's flame chi was gradually being dispersed, and she had figured out Jun's intention. At the same time, Jun had turned the tables, switching from defense to offense. The cherry blossom petals continued to support him, causing Dong Chan's flames to continuously dissipate. After this happened several times, Dong Chan couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh loudly. He plunged his twin blades into the ground, staring intently at Jun Sung. This action from Dong Chan confused Jun Sung. What could this mean? Even Bon was very surprised by her father's actions. While they were bewildered and confused, Dong Chan spoke in a low voice. "That's right. If you are truly a real hunter, then I must also fight with everything I have, right?" The battle between the two had not yet ended, as both sides were still locked in a stalemate. Jun Sung stood opposite him, not understanding what Dong Chan was trying to say. Meanwhile, Dong Chan was silently reflecting. He thought that no opponent could match the power of the flame flowing in the blood of the Kang family, including the Red Dragon, Divine Art, a technique that awakens the body's maximum potential. Even a divine weapon like the Red Dragon Twin Blades, which could absorb modern techniques and monsters completely. The dominance of the Red Dragon Society was built on this trinity. However, that still wasn't perfect. With that thought, Dong Chan seriously praised Jun Sung. "You are truly a skilled hunter." Hearing this, Bon was immediately stunned. This was the first time she had ever heard her father acknowledge someone. Dong Chan had only just realized something. This wasn't a fight between martial artists, but a battle between a hunter and a martial artist. With that thought, he spoke again in a low voice. "From now on, with what I used to fight you, I will no longer carry the title of the Red Dragon Society's leader, but will fight simply as the individual, Kang Dong Chan." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed. Immediately after, the twin blades in Dong Chan's hands began to dance through the air, carrying a dense killing intent as they slashed towards Jun. But he didn't panic, calmly creating sword chi to defend himself. However, this time the power in Dong Chan's blades was greater than usual, causing Jun Sung's sword chi to tremble slightly. This unexpected situation startled him. In an instant, the blades and the sword chi collided, and the air suddenly fluctuated. Seeing this scene, the members of the Red Dragon Society immediately panicked. Bon Day cried out in alarm, "The malevolent chi is gone. The leader's breathing has been disrupted." In the midst of the battle, Jun Sung created another stream of sword chi to counter. Once again, the Red Dragon blades and the sword chi clashed. Bon, watching from below, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her father had changed his fighting style. Could that be something other than the Red Dragon Society's martial arts? Just then, Dong Chan started to move again. Bon immediately realized the issue. Her earlier suspicion was correct. Dong Chan was now incredibly frenzied, relentlessly attacking June with his blades, and June also didn't dare to let his guard down. He quickly created two parallel streams of sword ki to fight back. At the same time, he was also observing the way Dong Chan attacked. The chi was gone, his movements were different, and he seemed completely overwhelming, making it more difficult. Just then, Dong Chan laughed triumphantly, and immediately after, a barrage of invisible daggers came flying towards Jun. His eyes widened in shock as he tried to defend himself, but he was still hit. At the same time, Bong Dae, who was below, watched this scene, shocked and confused, muttering, "Vice leader, what in the world is that?" Bong slowly shook her head and replied, "I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen father like this, breaking away from the martial arts techniques of the Red Dragon Society, simply attacking based on instinct. I don't know why he's suddenly doing this." But on the other hand, Jun Sung felt that the attack wasn't just pure instinct. Just looking at it, he could see there were no openings. The experience from years of fighting, the natural movements honed by battlefield experience, were the hardest thing for the auto-hunting system to deal with. While Jun Sung was thinking, Dong Chan attacked once again. He was simply attacking based on his will, yet it contained the essence of a lifetime of martial arts training. At this moment, Dong Chan unleashed a brilliant flame. His entire body was enveloped in fire. Seeing this, a disciple of the Red Dragon Society widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "He can release flames at will?" On the training ground, Dong Chan was pointing the tip of his blade towards June. He thought to himself that if it were the him from a few minutes ago, he would probably look at his current self and laugh at how pathetic he was. His performance was at its peak, but his energy was being wastefully consumed by the flames. However, efficiency, the Red Dragon Society, pride, reputation, it didn't matter if he could leave it all behind. What Dong Chan needed to care about now was his own path. With that thought, he charged forward once again. Seeing the brilliant flame rushing towards him, Jun Sung couldn't help but be startled. He quickly slashed out a wave of sword aura to block it, then jumped back to dodge. A few drops of sweat fell from Jun Sung's face to the ground. They showed he was struggling. Dong Chan's movements were unpredictable, and then there was this heat. It was unbelievably powerful. The brilliant flame on Dong Chan's blade continued to burn fiercely. The air was now filled with a scorching heat. Everyone felt as if it could cook their skin. Bong De glanced at Bon and said, "The heat is terrifying. Vice leader, if this continues." Before he could finish, Bon sighed and replied, "Yes, the heat surrounding father right now is pressuring Jun Sung. It will gradually drain his stamina if they keep fighting like this." Perhaps at this point, she suddenly stopped and looked towards the training ground, which was engulfed in fiery heat. Jun Sung stood nearby, the burning sensation becoming more and more unbearable. At this moment, Dong Chan laughed triumphantly and said, "Victory in this fight will be mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Chan raised his dual blades once more, the flames still blazing in the air, not diminishing at all, and in an instant, it spread to cover the entire training ground. The sweltering heat hit instantly, and Bon exclaimed in shock, "The heat is incredible." At the same time, Jun Sung was still silently observing Chan's technique. In contrast, Dong Chan was wearing a smug smile. If Jun Sung took this hit, he would be cornered by the vortex of heat. Even if he managed to dodge, the heat radiating from the dual blades in the air would also drain his stamina. That was his victory. Jun Sung, on the opposite side, carefully watched Dong Chan's every move, but just then, he suddenly smirked mysteriously and unexpectedly charged forward. Seeing this, Bon was horrified, exclaimed, "Charging in?" On the training ground, Dong Chan didn't care if Jun Sung charged or dodged. He slashed down with his blade, and at the same time, Jun Sung also unleashed his sword aura. Instantly, the sword aura and the red dragon blade clashed, creating a massive explosion. The spectators below were also affected, forced to take a few steps back. Meanwhile, at the center of the battle, Dong Chan was utterly astonished. He never expected Jun Sung to be able to block his blade. If that's the case, then the heat energy is just. Before he could finish his thought, he saw something even more shocking. He saw that the sword aura from Jun Sung had vanished, now replaced by plum blossom petals. At the same time, Jun Sung also flashed past him. Dong Chan's eyes widened in horror. How did it disappear? Wait. Only then did Dong Chan belatedly realize something. The plum blossom petals falling through the air now began to disperse his flames. Not only that, but this time the plum blossom petals were engulfed in the flames. By the time the fire was completely extinguished, the petals had transformed into sharp sword auras. In the blink of an eye, they shot towards Dong Chan as if they had a mind of their own. This scene fell into Dong Chan's view, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. To think that each small petal was forming an illusionary sword, he never would have dreamed of this. Meanwhile, below, Bon was just as panicked. She could feel the heat radiating from her father gradually being eliminated. Dong-chan wasn't ready to give up either. He snorted coldly to himself. Very good. Even if the illusionary swords of Jun Zhang can eliminate his heat energy, the power of his martial arts won't change. Thinking this, Dong-chan charged forward manically again. Jun Sung saw this and wasn't flustered. He recalled the illusionary swords, making them gather in front of him. His hand began to concentrate and form a sword aura, Jun Sung's eyes incredibly determined. The sword aura quickly appeared. This was the strongest, most highly concentrated blade he had created, a purely offensive form. Immediately after, Jun Sung carefully watched Dong Chan's every move from the opposite side, as the sword aura also formed an offensive stance. Dong Chan, for his part, was not afraid and continued to charge straight ahead. Jun Sung didn't back down in the slightest. He also rushed forward. On one side was the red dragon blade with its brilliant flames, and on the other was the powerful sword aura, and in an instant, they collided. But this time, it was no longer a stalemate. Dong Chan's red dragon blade had been severed. One of Dong Chan's arms was also cut, blood gushing out like rain, while Jun Sung remained standing tall. The sharp clang of metal rang out as the red dragon blade fell, coincidentally landing next to the severed arm of Dong Chan. Seeing this, the expressions on Bon and Bong Dae's faces immediately turned ugly. Bong Dae trembled and muttered, "The leader. Lost." Bon couldn't accept this reality either. It was just too unbelievable. The members of the Red Dragon Society were the same. They never imagined the battle would end like this. No matter how much they disbelieved it, the winner and loser had been decided. Jun Zhang had truly won. His face was now covered in sweat, but every drop was worth it. While he was catching his breath, Dong Chan approached from a distance. Jun Sung thought he wanted to continue fighting and immediately took a defensive stance. His gaze didn't relax in the slightest. However, Dong Chan just stood there silently, looking at the hilt of the blade in his hand. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "All right, you're very good." Although Dong Chan was unwilling to accept it, he also admitted his own defeat. The red dragon blade was broken, his arm was gone, he had no choice but to accept it. But Dong Chan also wasn't too upset, he was even satisfied and thanked Jun. Bon also didn't expect her father to admit defeat so easily. She thought he would continue fighting until his last breath. Hearing Dong Chan's words, Jun Sung secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately reached out to turn off the auto-hunting system. Almost at the same time, Jun Sung's body staggered and fell down. He ended up sprawled out on the ground. Seeing this, Bon worriedly ran over. Dong Chan, on the other hand, was a bit helpless. He sighed and muttered, "Good grief, the winner passed out first." And so, the battle ended with the victory belonging to Jun. Elsewhere, in a skyscraper in Shanghai, on the top floor, a lone figure was standing here. It was Lee Himin. A moment later, her secretary came in from outside to report, "Director, I've just sent the letter of recommendation to TENS." Hearing this, Himin nodded in satisfaction. "All right, then let's start preparing too. This is going to be a high-class performance. Let's see. How will that Jun Sung respond? In any case, it doesn't matter either way. This time, I'll let him finish you." Thinking this, Himin let out a malicious smile. 3 days after the duel, at the Red Dragon Society's training hall, Jun Sung was here, seemingly looking for something. Just then, Dong Chan walked in from outside and asked doubtfully, "So you're here? You're about to head back, so why are you still here?" Jun Sung glanced at him and replied calmly, "There's something I need to look into a bit more." Hearing this, Dong Chan chuckled softly and said, "Is that so? It seems your body has recovered well. 3 days ago, you were still completely covered in bandages from the burns." Jun Sung gave a helpless smile and said, "It's all thanks to the Red Dragon Society's dedicated treatment." Dong Chan didn't pay it much mind, laughing as he replied, "All right, no need for that." While they were talking, Jun Sung accidentally looked at Dong Chan's left arm. He had just realized that he was the one who had severed the man's arm that day. Knowing what he was thinking, Dong Chan spoke up to reassure him, "Don't overthink it." He said that if Jun Sung hadn't cut off his arm back then, his own head would have probably been separated from his neck. They had a proper duel, so Dong Chan was very satisfied with that match. He asked, "Don't you think so?" Jun Sung hesitated for a long time before nodding and replying, "Yes." But at that moment, Dong Chan grumbled in dissatisfaction, "However, I'm the father who got injured, yet my daughter was only worried about you. I guess raising children really doesn't pay off." Jun Sung just smiled without replying. Dong Chan narrowed his eyes at him and, after a while, spoke again, "I asked you earlier, is there something worth seeing here? As far as I know, you're not the sentimental type to come here just to reminisce. That's not it." Jun Sung replied, shaking his head slightly. He just found it a bit hard to explain why the auto hunt button was lighting up. Something was strange. Jun Sung thought there was something here. So, Jun Sung activated the auto hunting mode and started searching. Sure enough, he discovered something odd. On the bookshelf, when he stopped next to this one book, the auto hunt button lit up again. Jun Sung thought for a moment, then reached out to grab that book. What on earth could this book be? A few days later, at the hotel where Jun Sung was staying, he was now looking for Sue. Jun Sung hadn't contacted her for 3 days straight. She must be furious. Even so, it was his fault this time, so he had to apologize properly. But just as pushing the door open, Jun Sung stopped in his tracks, because he saw Seo Koo sitting there bolt upright, her face as dark as a thundercloud. As soon as she saw him, she spoke in a low voice. "So you're back, boss?" Her eyes were now dark and sunken, just like a panda's. Jun Sung trembled at the sight. Had she really stayed awake for 3 whole days and nights? Thinking of this possibility, Jun Sung immediately apologized. "I'm truly sorry. I was unreachable for the past 3 days. I went to take care of some personal business, because something urgent came up that I couldn't ignore. If you need an explanation, I'll..." But before he could finish, Seo Koo cut him off coldly. "No, there's no need for an explanation. Whatever the boss needs to do is surely important." Hearing this, Jun Sung breathed a sigh of relief. It went more smoothly than he'd expected. While he was lost in thought, Seo Koo suddenly hesitated and said, "Actually, there's something I need to tell you." Jun Sung frowned slightly, asking skeptically, "What is it?" Seo Koo slowly began to speak. "The div plan for you is ready, boss." Hearing this, Jun Sung was instantly shocked. He asked in confusion, "That's the infiltration and reconnaissance mission inside the rift, right?" Seo Koo nodded nonchalantly and calmly replied, "Yes." But the proposal came from the Wim Company. Jun Sung knew this was the company that Guy Lai Himan had mentioned. Seo Koo continued in a low voice, "According to the contract, the boss signed with TENS. TENS has the authority to decide on collaborations with outside companies, right? And the boss is obligated to undertake this mission without the right to refuse." She wasn't wrong. Jun Sung had indeed signed such a contract. He nodded and said, "All right, that's correct. So what are TENS's intentions?" At this, Seo Koo seemed at a loss for words. Seeing her hesitation, Jun Sung understood the situation and said calmly, "I get it, they're telling me to go, right? No problem." His words made Seo Koo jump to her feet in shock, but Jun Sung paid her no mind and continued nonchalantly, "I'll go. Relay the message that I'll head to the Wim Company." Seo Koo froze, then hurriedly tried to persuade him. This is clearly Lai Himan's scheme to drive the boss to his death. It's outrageous. This is no different than tying both of your hands and feet. The mission is fraught with danger. You have to infiltrate the world of beasts through the hideout of a minority dwarf tribe. This is a trap that Lai Himan has set. You're bound to face danger. Seo Koo tried her best to persuade Jun Sung to refuse. However, he was still determined to go, seeing no problem with it at all. His firm resolve left Seo Koo astonished. Jun Sung, in contrast, was extremely calm, even wearing a smile on his face. Then he leaned in close to her, and after a long moment, he said, "I'm just going. I have to honor the contract. There's no reason to refuse." So Jun Sung told Seo Koo not to worry so much, that no matter where he had to go, he had already signed a contract with TENS. "There's no reason for me to break my word halfway through." His words left Seo Koo stunned right where she stood. Seeing her lack of response, Jun Sung continued, "Let's just settle it then. I'm going to go rest now." Seeing that he was about to leave, Seo Koo finally snapped out of it. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait, do you even understand the situation? This could be life-threatening." A faint smile appeared on his face as Jun Sung replied casually, "I know worse things could happen, but what can you do? To get what you want, you just have to dive in. Besides, I'm the type of person who hates backstabbers." With that, Jun Sung opened the door and left. The sound of Seo Koo's nagging immediately erupted from behind him. He could only helplessly cover his held back. Ignoring Sue's warnings, he tried to tune them out and think about the upcoming trip. As he thought about this, he seemed to remember something. Flashing back to 3 days ago, in the library of the Red Dragon Society, Jun Sung held the book that the auto-hunting system had reacted to in his hands. Zhang Chan had asked if he was interested in it, but he didn't answer, instead asking him what kind of book it was. Zhang Chan slowly explained that this book was more than just a martial arts manual. It was the method for regulating internal energy that the Red Dragon Society had passed down for generations. Among the previous leaders of the Red Dragon Society, there was a pair of brothers named Yu Liang and Yu Jin. According to the usual rules, the eldest son, Yu Liang, was supposed to succeed as the leader. However, he had no aptitude for Diem, so the leadership position was passed to the second son, Yu Jin. This Yu Liang was deeply distressed because he couldn't practice DM, so he found a strange method. The path of the immortals usually follows the order of yin-yang and the five elements or heretical paths of demons, secret arts from the classic of mountains and seas, strange flora and fauna, and other esoteric methods. He cultivated all of those things that had changed his destiny. Yu Liang said that once he achieved results, he would be the true leader of the Red Dragon Society. Afterward, leader Yu Liang passed this book down to the disciples of the Red Dragon Society. Jung Sung frowned after hearing the story. Now that he had this book, there would surely be a major change. At that moment, the auto-hunting system indeed popped up. A few empty slots appeared in front of Jun Sung. Jun Sung looked at the text that said materials synthesized and the empty slots on the screen, frowning. So this book is one of the things that creates the auto-hunt? There's a new skill worth using. Now, back to the present. It was clear that Lee Himan was plotting something, but he would definitely go and also repay his debt to the man. Last time, Heman had hindered him, so this time he had to make the old man pay the price. Thinking this, Jun Sung's eyes filled with killing intent. A few days later, at a large building in the city center, a press conference was being held on the top floor. A large crowd of reporters had already gathered. Bond stood outside and sighed with a bit of resignation. This day had finally come. She came alone today, so she could only observe quietly. Right now, she was focused on 4 people in the distance. She recognized all 4 of them, starting with Heman, the one who organized today's press conference. Standing next to him was a recent newcomer, ranked in the top 10 Hauk In of the Mount Hua sect. The old man in the suit next to them was the man who shared control of Shanghai with the Red Dragon Society, the Dragon Slayer Guild Master, Jin Trung. The last person was the hunter ranked in the top 6, Wyung Tron. They were all Lee Himan's accomplices. They planned to invite Jun Sung to go with them. Bon had heard that before coming to China, Himan and Jun had a bad relationship, so this must be their scheme to push him into danger. Jun Sung's body still hadn't fully recovered. Bon hoped he wouldn't come here. Just then, Himan's voice suddenly rang out. What a pity, truly. Hearing the sound, Bon immediately snapped out of her thoughts. She frowned and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Himan shook his head slightly and replied, "Pardon my rudeness. No, I was talking about great hero Azun. I really wanted to fight alongside him just once. But how heartbreaking. It seems he has no intention of participating." Bon frowned at him and asked in a low voice, "Why are you telling me this?" Chuckling softly, Himan casually replied, "Deputy Leader, didn't you once fight alongside Great Hero O at this city? Thanks to that, the relationship between the Great Hero O and the Red Dragon Society has become extremely close." These words made Bond's expression darken. This guy still talks so obnoxiously. Just then, Kung Chan also approached from a distance. He spoke up. "I'm also very much looking forward to meeting the Great Hero O Junung. If I could fight alongside Bond just once, I would be more than satisfied." He asked what she thought. Would she like to have dinner with him after today's event? Bond felt it was very troublesome, but she didn't want to make a scene. She just responded nonchalantly, "It would be my honor, but I have plans tonight." Hearing this, Kung Chan wasn't bothered. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "After all, for a beauty as lovely as you, Miss Bond, there must be many suitors around, right? I'm always free, you just have to say the word." "Okay." Bond just nodded casually, but she was sure she'd rather die than have dinner with him. He was absolutely disgusting. However, with the reporters in front of them, Bond could only suppress her disgust and shake hands with Kung Chan. Not even 3 seconds passed before she pulled her hand back, asking doubtfully, "But why are there so many reporters today? I thought this was supposed to be conducted in secret." Chuckling softly, Heman replied casually, "That's usually the case, but this is a special expedition." Bond became even more confused and asked, "Special, in what way, sir?" But Heman didn't answer, turning to leave and muttering, "The Great Hero O isn't coming. What a shame. Well then, let's begin the ceremony." He then walked step by step to the high platform. Heman stood before the microphone and announced clearly, "I am Lei Heman, the commander-in-chief for this operation." Bom watched him from below, thinking to herself, "This is indeed a trap. There's no way Jun Sung would come. So what's the reason they're putting on this show?" Heman was still continuing to speak. "Participating in this expedition is my duty, and at the same time, I will take it as an honor and will not tolerate any mistakes." At this point, he suddenly paused, then spoke in a low voice, "Why do I consider it an honor? The disaster that befell Shanghai this time was truly catastrophic. Countless citizens lost their lives. A rift suddenly appeared without warning. We must find the cause of that rift." Heman said that he and the Wim Company would definitely investigate this matter so that such disasters do not happen again. Furthermore, it's worth noting that he asked everyone to trust that he could overcome this disaster. On this expedition, Heman and the Wim Company will do their utmost. Hearing this, the reporters below began taking pictures and notes, and there was a buzz of discussion all around. This scene made Hyman very satisfied. He declared forcefully, "To prevent this tragedy from happening again, we will definitely step up and stop it." Below, Bond frowned, looking at the hypocrite on the high platform. Those words weren't wrong. This is what's necessary for those who have suffered in this incident. But is he really that simple? As expected, at this moment, Hyman leaned into the microphone and continued. This time, his tone had shifted to one of regret. "However, I invited the 3 most skilled hunters in Shanghai. Fortunately, 2 of the 3 standing here have decided to participate without hesitation." These words immediately put Bond on alert. What was that bastard Hyman ultimately trying to say? Not disappointing her expectations, Hyman sighed and continued. "The one with the highest expectations did not participate. It's truly a shame. As everyone already knows, it's the person who played a key role in directing this disaster, the foreign hunter," he said. "I was very sincere in wanting that person to join as a member of DIV this time, but I received the news. I couldn't get in touch with him. To be unreachable during such an important event is truly a shame." Right then, a reporter who knew who he was talking about raised his hand and asked, "The foreign hunter is Mr. Jun Sung, right? So why didn't he participate?" Hyman put on a fake act, shaking his head regretfully and said, "I'm not sure. I can't just make wild guesses. Perhaps he didn't even know about this important event." Although he said that, Hyman's words were all criticizing Jun Sung for not fulfilling his contract and not participating in the mission of another nation. As expected, the clueless reporters below didn't realize his intentions and started gossiping about Jun Sung. And this was exactly the bastard Hyman's goal. He wanted to use public opinion to morally pressure Jun Sung. What a dirty trick. At the same time, Bayan also realized this, and her expression turned extremely sour. Hyman, on the other hand, was full of smug satisfaction. In the game he had set up, it was fine if Jun Sung participated, Hyman would finish him, but if he refused, it was no problem, he would still benefit. The reporters below, who would blow things out of proportion, were enough to drown Jun Sung with public opinion. Down below, Bayan grew angrier the more she listened. So this bastard Hyman had exploited Jun Sung's weakness of being a foreigner to sway public opinion. This was also his purpose for calling the reporters here, not to be the hero of Shanghai but to become the most despicable coward. Hyman thought that before teaching Jun Sung a lesson, he needed to brainwash the public first, and before finishing him off, he had to completely ruin his reputation. After Bayan realized Hyman's intentions, she became extremely worried. At this rate, Jun Sung's reputation would be ruined. However, if she stepped in, the situation might get even worse. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Seeing that person, Hyman's facial expression immediately changed. Even Bayan's eyes widened in surprise. The person who arrived was none other than the target of criticism from just moments ago, Jun Sung. Hyman frowned slightly. Why would he appear at this moment? Did he intentionally arrive late to ruin all of his efforts? Jun Sung didn't care what he thought and walked straight inside. Hyman, of course, wouldn't give him that opportunity. He had to stop him and throw him out. With that thought, he glanced towards Duck-in, who was standing below. Immediately, Duck-in assumed an attack stance. He charged forward without hesitation, appearing in front of Jun Sung in the blink of an eye. This time, Duck-in was determined to pay back the previous beating with interest. Unfortunately, Duck-in's fist was as slow as a crawling turtle in Jun Sung's eyes. He snorted in contempt, slow. As soon as the word left his mouth, Jun Sung's figure vanished. Duck-in simply punched the air. Duck-in stared blankly at this scene, somewhat speechless. In the room, a sudden gust of wind blew past everyone, and moreover, plum blossom petals appeared in the air, drifting down. By the time Jun Sung reappeared, he was already on the speaker's podium. Seeing this, the reporters immediately panicked. They had no idea what was happening. Who was this person who had suddenly appeared? Jun Sung basically didn't care what they thought. He had already approached Hyman. The old man's face was now as black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes filled with disbelief. He hadn't been able to see Jun Sung's last movement at all. While Hyman was thinking, Jun Sung reached his hand out to the old man, leaving him completely bewildered. He narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly to Hyman. Bayan, watching from below, saw how overpowering he was, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Just then, Jun Sung grabbed the microphone and then spoke clearly. "Hello, everyone. I am Hunter, Jun Sung." Jun Sung spoke in Korean, which made the crowd of reporters below a bit confused, but some recognized him and guessed who he was. Jun Sung looked at their expressions, and then remembered he needed an interpreter. At the same time, Hyman felt like it was all over. The old man completely didn't see his earlier movement, only a few flying plum blossom petals. Thinking of this, Hyman suddenly remembered something. Could it be a technique from the Manhwa sect? While the old man was lost in thought, Jun Sung called out, "Hey, Lee Hemin." This made the old man shout in annoyance. "What? Shut up." Only after yelling did he realize his gaffe. Below, there was still a crowd of reporters filming. The company employees were also bewildered, asking, "Director, what did you just say?" Hemin finally snapped out of it and quickly said with a laugh, "It's nothing. My apologies, Mr. Oh Jun. I was just lost in thought. But what is it?" Jun Sung frowned at the old man and said, "Excuse me, could you interpret for me? There's no one else here who knows Korean." This left Hemin utterly stunned, but very quickly, the old man nodded in agreement. "I understand. I'll interpret for you." Although he said that, inside, Hemin was cursing Jun Sung's entire lineage for 18 generations. This brat dared to order him around. Since they were in front of reporters, the old man couldn't refuse. With that thought, Hemin suggested, "Then let's begin." At that moment, Jun Sung started to speak. Hemin interpreted beside him, "Hello, I am Oh Jun Sung." As soon as the name was spoken, the reporters below immediately were startled, then started filming and taking pictures of Jun Sung. Ignoring their reactions, Jun Sung continued, "I apologize for not responding to the invitation 2 days ago due to personal reasons. I heard the news while I was engrossed in training, so I came here immediately." Hemin, interpreting beside him, thought to himself, "Go on and keep bragging. While I'm interpreting, I'll cleverly twist your words." Hemin guessed that Jun Sung was trying to provoke him by asking him to be the interpreter. He would make the boy regret that decision. However, while Hemin was gloating internally, Jun Sung suddenly stopped, then looked at the old man and said, "Thank you for interpreting." This action made Hemin freeze up, but Jun Sung didn't care. He continued, "That was the longest part, so I'll speak for myself from now on." As soon as he finished, Jun took 2 steps forward, still holding the microphone firmly. Jun Sung boldly declared, "To get straight to the conclusion, I will participate in the raid." This time he spoke in Chinese, leaving the reporters below stunned. Hemin also didn't expect this. He actually spoke Chinese. Kyung Tron, listening from below, couldn't help but praise him. Even though his pronunciation wasn't perfect, it was still quite good. Then Jun Sung said seriously, "This raid, I think it's a good opportunity. When this hunt is over, everyone will know that among all of us, I am the best pisser." These words immediately wiped the smile off Kyung Tron's face, his expression freezing instantly. Jun Sung didn't care. He was extremely confident in his statement. But the others were not happy at all. Jin Chung cursed in dissatisfaction. "What an arrogant bastard, this arrogance." Kyung Tron, after composing himself, smirked maliciously and said, "This guy sure knows how to talk." Bon was also stunned by his words. Even though she had witnessed Jun Sung's power just a few days ago, it wasn't just them. The reporters were also displeased, and they started criticizing Jun Sung for being arrogant and disrespectful. Jun Sung treated their words like the barking of dogs, not letting a single word get to him. He smirked, then cryptically spoke up, "I have nothing to say about that, but I'm not afraid of anyone or anything. So whether I participate or not, Director Lee Min, you decide." This made Min so angry he gritted his teeth. He resentfully cursed Jun Sung for being so slippery, having planned to make him look like a coward only to have his plan ruined. While Min was thinking, the crowd below grew restless and started shouting. After a long moment, Min slowly spoke up. "Because he suddenly appeared here, I was also surprised." He said that as the person in charge of this operation, he had always wanted Jun Sung to participate. But at that moment, a shout suddenly interrupted, "No way. I object." Min immediately froze. The one who spoke was Dukin. He aggressively criticized, "As a participant in this operation, I have an opinion. That guy showed up late without notice. He can't be allowed to join." This infuriated Min, who cursed Duke In and his entire family line. All the media outlets from China were recording, and yet he said such things. What an idiot. However, in contrast, Jun Sung broke into a smile and said, "Just as I expected." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward, appearing in front of Dukin in the blink of an eye. His action surprised Dukin, but he still stubbornly snorted. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at him and said in a cold voice, "If you have a problem with me, prove it with your skills. Don't make excuses about your hand being hurt." These words surprised Dukin, but he quickly reacted, saying angrily, "Fine, I get it." At that moment, the reporters started raising their cameras, preparing to record the battle between the two. The situation suddenly shifted, catching Min off guard. But the foolish Dukin had no idea what he was about to cause. He aggressively snatched his sword from a nearby guard, snorted, and said, "Let me teach you the true martial arts of the Mount Hue sect." As soon as he finished, he drew the sword from its sheath, the cold blade quickly pointing at Sung. At the same time, a strange phenomenon occurred as plum blossom petals suddenly appeared, fluttering down from the air. Jun Sung, standing opposite him, was extremely calm. At that moment, Duckin shouted and charged forward. He gripped the sword tightly, and a series of small, red phantom swords rushed forward, but unfortunately for him, Jun Sung wasn't afraid and remained standing calmly. Seeing this, the reporters outside exclaimed in shock, "Is that an energy technique that looks like plum blossoms?" Duck-in thought he had victory in his grasp because his sword could strike from 6 directions at once. Duck-in wasn't going to kill Jun Sung, but he would laugh in his face instead. However, at that moment, Jun Sung suddenly snorted in contempt. As soon as he did, in his hand, streaks of sword energy appeared, and plum blossom petals also began to form. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a sword strike. This was called the plum blossom blood rain. In an instant, the petals transformed into phantom swords and shot forward. They rushed as fast as the wind, appearing right in front of Duckin. Seeing this, Duckin's expression turned grim, but the phantom swords were too fast, and he couldn't dodge in time. He was struck by all the phantom swords, his body collapsing to the ground a few meters away from Jun Sung. This scene caused everyone in the hall to start whispering amongst themselves. "Oh my god, wasn't that technique the same as Ha Dukin's? There's no comparison at all." At the same time, Himin, who was standing on the podium, also had a frozen expression. As expected, that plum blossom technique was a martial art of the Manhwa sect, and he had no idea that Jun Sung had mastered the purple mist divine art. Just then, Jun Sung walked up to Duck-in. He raised an eyebrow and said, "There's no need for bloodshed, is there?" Hearing this, Duck-in looked down at his own body in a daze. Sure enough, the spots where the phantom swords had struck showed no blood. Seeing his expression, Jun Sung couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Then he spoke again. "So, is it clear enough now? Whose skills are superior?" Hearing this, Duck-in snorted coldly, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Himin's eyes widened in shock. That was clearly a martial art of the Manhwa sect. How could he possibly know it? Even the reporters began to question the similar techniques used by the two. They whispered amongst themselves. The Wim Company had announced that only Ha Dukin knew that lost martial art, and yet Jun's technique was actually more powerful than Ha Dukin's. Hearing this, Himin's expression soured. Before during their fight, Jun Sung hadn't used the Manhwa sect's martial arts. Could it be that he has even surpassed the level of the purple mist divine art that was lost? But he still felt something was wrong. Only a few weeks had passed, and even he couldn't fully analyze the purple mist divine art. While Himin was lost in thought, Jun Sung approached him and said, "Let me borrow the microphone." Himin snorted coldly but still handed him the microphone. Then Jun Sung took the microphone and took 2 steps forward. His sudden action stunned the reporters, and even Kyung Chan and Jin Chung were waiting to see what he was going to say. A moment later, Jun Sung began to speak. "Well then, I believe I have sufficiently demonstrated to everyone here that I am the true successor of Manhwa." He paused, looking at everyone with confident eyes. Bon, who was in the audience, couldn't help but smile. And in an instant, the hall erupted. The reporters relentlessly took pictures and tried to interview Jun Sung. He calmly faced the barrage of camera flashes aimed at him and said nothing more. Himin, on the other hand, was furious. How could this be? Not only had he failed to ruin Jun Sung's reputation, he had actually helped boost it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes filled with killing intent. A short while later, the press conference finally ended. Jun Sung pushed open the door and stepped out. At the same time, Bon followed behind him. She asked in a low voice, "Why did you leave before exposing Lee Himin?" Hearing her voice, Jun Sung turned to look back at her. The two walked side by side down the hallway. Bon spoke as they walked. "You really startled me when you showed up earlier. You made me sad that you left without saying goodbye." Hearing this, Jun Sung said apologetically, "I'm sorry if I startled you, but even so, was it a good show?" Chuckling softly, Bon replied happily, "Yes, especially the look on Lee Himin's face." Jun Sung breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you were pleased." At that moment, Bon suddenly asked, "But you're planning something, aren't you, right?" This left Jun Sung a bit stunned. She chuckled and said, "Ever since you suddenly appeared and announced that you would be joining the expedition in Chinese, do you have any idea what the public reaction on the internet has been like since that live broadcast?" Jun Sung frowned and asked, "What's it like?" Bon winked playfully and said with a smile, "It's been explosive, to the point that it's unbelievable." She then read some of the comments to Jun Sung. There were a few negative ones, but they were mostly praising him. After listening, Jun Sung sighed and said, "So it turned out just as I planned, but I didn't expect it to be this big." Bon had only been guessing, but hearing him confirm it made her eyes widen in shock. Jun Sung slowly explained. In China, compared to being modest, it's sometimes better to appear arrogant and then prove yourself, so I tried to act that part. Luckily, it seems to have worked out. Hearing this, Bon exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my god, you actually calculated all of that." Jun Sung calmly admitted, "Well, I also anticipated that guy Lee Heeman would try to set a trap for me by showing up in the middle of things, so I blocked his scheme and presented a completely opposite image of myself compared to him. At the same time, by showing a challenging attitude towards the other top 10 members, the onlookers would also become curious about what would happen next. That would make it harder for Lee Heeman to cause trouble for me before the expedition." The more Bon listened, the more she admired him, her eyes sparkling like stars as she looked at him. Jun Sung saw her expression and explained a bit sheepishly, "Ah, but it's not like I planned everything out. I didn't expect to provoke Ha Jupin. That was just a lucky break." Bon, still full of admiration, said, "Even so, you're really amazing. I never thought you could calculate things to that extent." But June said seriously, "However, it's not time to relax yet. Lee Heeman clearly had his own calculations when he became the leader of the expedition, so I have something to propose to you." Bon looked puzzled after hearing this, and June quickly spoke up, "For this expedition, I need your help. Are you going to team up with me?" Bon nodded without hesitation. "Of course. We'll fight side by side, right? I'm counting on you." Jung Sung replied with satisfaction, "Thank you. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them." "Ah, conditions, huh?" Bon raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment, but for some reason, her cheeks suddenly turned red. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly opened her mouth. "My condition is, I was wondering if after this expedition is over, could we go on a date?" As she said this, Bon's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Jun. Her words left him stunned and speechless. That evening, at the hotel where Jun Sung was staying, he finally returned to his room. Jun Sung took off his outer jacket and placed it on the table. Remembering what Bon had said earlier, he sighed helplessly. Saying something like that so suddenly really took me by surprise, for her to ask me out on a date out of nowhere. Actually, he felt it was okay, there was nothing wrong with it. However, right now, Jun Sung had to focus on the upcoming expedition. With that thought, he opened the auto-hunting system to take a look. At this point, the empty slots were almost completely filled with all the materials that Jun Sung needed. He had asked Gaku to buy them for him earlier. With that, he immediately pressed the craft button. In an instant, 4 words popped up on the system. "Synthesis complete." Jun Sung silently watched the light emanating from his system. A few minutes later, a gauntlet of destruction appeared before him. Jung Sung nodded in satisfaction. As expected, he could synthesize equipment of at least rank 5. Materials. If he could synthesize them according to the formula he knew, maybe he could create some kind of equipment. There must be the necessary materials to create the technique from the book Yin wrote, which is the Red Dragon's footwork. On this trip, Jun Sung would gather materials, making that the purpose of his journey. While he was lost in thought, Cook suddenly opened the door and came in. He glanced at her and asked, "What is it?" Cook stood at the door, her face showing a troubled expression. After a long moment, she spoke in a low voice, Actually, that person has arrived." Jun Sung looked at her demeanor and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is this girl scared? With that thought, he asked, "Who's here?" Before Cook could even answer, a smarmy laugh rang out. "Oh ho, I didn't know you were interested in handicrafts," this voice made Jun Sung freeze. Immediately after, Gui Bitch entered from outside. He raised an eyebrow at him and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Jun Sung." Jun Sung frowned slightly at Gui Bitch. Instantly, a flicker of sword chi appeared in his hand. At the same time, he activated the auto-hunting system. Jun Sung intended to strike Gui Bitch before he could be attacked. Seeing this, Gui Bitch couldn't help but let out a smirk because he saw plum blossom petals appearing before him, drifting down. Gui Bitch exclaimed in admiration, "How magnificent!" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of energy also appeared in his hand. The very moment Jun Sung's sword chi struck, Gui Bitch dodged to the side, then launched a palm strike towards Jun Sung. His speed was incredibly fast, and Jun Sung took the full force of that palm strike. His body flipped in a full circle in midair, while Cook was also knocked to the ground by the impact. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at her. Immediately after, he didn't give up and pulled out a handgun. He fired a shot at Gui Bitch without hesitation. Seeing the bullet of energy rushing towards him, Gui Bitch remained unfazed, standing there calmly. He waited until it was just a few millimeters away before tilting his head to the side, successfully dodging the bullet. At the same time, Jun Sung landed safely a short distance away. But he didn't stop. taking a step back to gain momentum and charge forward. Conversely, Gubish didn't yield at all, also launching a palm strike. He laughed triumphantly. Try dodging this one. Jun Sung was slightly startled and quickly used a skill. The instant Guibich palm strike landed, Jun Sung's figure had vanished. All that could be seen in the room were continuous flashes of energy, darting around like lightning, so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow them. These were all Jun Sung's afterimages. By the time he reappeared, he was already behind Guibich. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at him, a layer of killing intent appearing on his face. Guibich had also sensed his movement, excitedly, exclaiming with interest. But just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly rushed over. Jun Sung's eyes involuntarily narrowed, because Seo Ok was now standing in front of Guibich. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for Jun Sung's fist to land. Jun Sung saw this, and thought she was crazy, so he quickly pulled back his fist, but his leg still unconsciously kicked her. Her waist took a painful kick. She bit her lip, trying to endure the pain. Unfortunately, Seo Ok was still sent flying by the kick. From the corner of her mouth, a trickle of blood appeared. Jung Sung also landed from the air, looking at Seo Ok with concern. Since he was her direct manager, he still had to protect her. But the biggest problem was still here. At that moment, Guibich spoke coldly again. I was having so much fun. This is truly astonishing. The killing intent in his eyes was terrifying at this moment. Jun Sung couldn't help but frown. If he hadn't kicked the car earlier, she would have been a goner for sure. While he was thinking, Guibich had already walked up to Seok. He spoke coldly. Is this a place for someone like you to interfere? Seeing the steady footsteps in front of her, Seok was instantly terrified. She trembled and mumbled, I'm sorry. Guibich narrowed his eyes at her and said coldly, It's fine. You can act as you wish, but you should pay the price for ruining my fun. As soon as these words were spoken, Seok closed her eyes, awaiting her impending death. Guibich, of course, showed no mercy. He raised his hand to land a single strike on her head, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Consequences for saving your own boss's life? These words made Guibich glance over, his hand freezing in midair. Siu Kaiyu also looked over in a daze. Jun Sung was somehow already sitting in a chair, crossing his legs in a very relaxed manner. He raised an eyebrow and said, How ridiculous. Guibich stared at him blankly, not understanding what he meant by that. Jun Sung spoke slowly. I don't know if you're some kind of boss or a sect leader, but how can I not laugh when your subordinate risks her own life to save you and instead of being lenient, you get angry? Suddenly questioned by him, Guibich was at a loss for words. Seeing his expression, Jun Sung continued, She ran to help you because you couldn't trust her as a boss. Honestly, it's quite pathetic to see you taking your anger out on her. You know. Hearing this, Seok immediately panicked. What on earth are you talking about? Jun Sung was spouting nonsense in front of Guibich, which made her fear he would get angry. However, up to this point, Guibich hadn't made any move at all. Moreover, the corners of his lips were turning up, and right after, Guibich threw his head back and laughed loudly. This scene made Seok's eyes widen in astonishment, but Guibich was still there, roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha, this is a masterpiece. Jun Sung was a bit speechless. Is this guy going to laugh himself to death? Just when he thought Guibich would keep laughing, the man suddenly spoke. It seems you've run into some trouble here. Since you clearly know how to handle the people of this country, you even diverted my attention. Shrugging nonchalantly, Jun Sung pouted and said, Well, things turned out this way anyway. Although he said that, he was also very surprised that this crazy old man didn't retract his killing intent so easily. At the same time, Seok was watching the two of them from behind. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Is this a dream? What am I seeing? At this moment, Jun Sung spoke again. So, on what occasion did you decide to suddenly barge in? With a soft chuckle, Guibich replied casually, Of course, it's because I have business with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a box. Jun Sung saw it and immediately frowned. Seeing his reaction, Guibich chuckled softly. That's right, this is the result of making a deal with me. Elsewhere, in South Korea, at Kim Sun-guk's building, outside in the hallway, a pair of hurried footsteps were approaching, accompanied by a curse. You crazy bastard, what are you doing now? This person was Jang Hoon. He hurriedly opened the door to Kim Sun-guk's place and shouted, Hey, Kim Sun-guk, wait, done. But as soon as he finished speaking, the scene before him left him speechless. He saw Sang-guk lying exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat. Seeing Trang Hun, Sang-guk raised a hand in greeting, You're here? Trang Hun quickly regained his composure and immediately scolded him. You crazy bastard, you lunatic. If you want to die, then just die. Is dying in the bathroom at home a good look? Hearing this, Sang-guk just chuckled and replied, "Don't be so dramatic." Trang Hun snorted coldly, annoyed. "Shut up and just bear with it. You're dying to die, aren't you? Why go through all this trouble?" Hearing his constant nagging, Sang-guk gave a bitter smile. "Don't be so harsh. If the pain lasts all day like this, it'll probably be over." Trang Hun grumbled in dissatisfaction as he examined his wounds. "Why on earth do you keep doing crazy things like this? You already made up your mind. You were going to become an elite instructor at the academy, so why?" Hearing this, Sang-guk suddenly froze, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. "I made a promise to him." Trang Hun frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, "To Jun?" Sang-guk nodded in reply, "That's right." After hearing this, Trang Hun clenched his fists, thinking about treating the blocked meridians from 4 years ago. He and Sang-guk had tried their best to find that method. Sang-guk knew best how slim the chances were. With that thought, Trang Hun said in a low voice, "It's not that I don't trust June, but besides that treatment, you can still train your body to its breaking point." Sang-guk knew what he was thinking and sighed in response. "I've tried that enough, but I can't even manage simple exercise. You're saying Jun-sung is suffering like this too?" Hearing this, Trang Hun knew that Sang-guk had seen the news about Jun-sung in China. At that moment, Sang-guk slowly got up from the ground and said seriously, "It's clear that he is also struggling under special care in China. Even so, he looks incredibly cool. He also knows that Jun-sung stood out during the Shanghai disaster, so he can't just keep slacking off." Trang Hun didn't know how to react after hearing that. Could this be called stubbornness? After hesitating for a long time, he asked in a low voice, "So that's why you did something like this?" What he was referring to was the bathroom wall. Even the ceiling was cracked by Sang-guk's energy. Sang-guk said with extreme joy, "That's right, I've completed it." Hearing this, Trang Hun frowned and asked doubtfully, "The thing I heard about last time? You completed it with a body like this?" Sang-guk nodded slightly in reply, "Yeah, that's right." Receiving the confirmation, Trang Hun couldn't help but curse, "You're a real madman." But Sang-guk didn't seem to mind. He beamed and said, "Thank you." Trang Hun didn't say anything else. At that moment, he really wanted to look up and cry out to the heavens. No, he wanted to cry out to Jun-sung, hoping he could treat this fool in front of him. Please, create a miracle. Meanwhile, in China, the conversation between Gui Bai and Jun was still ongoing. Jun-sung looked up at the box in his hand. It was the golden elixir he had used before. Gui Bai spoke nonchalantly. "This is what I promised for hunting 5 times. You still remember our deal, right?" Jun-sung nodded slightly and replied, "I remember. I've already cleared out Shanghai once." Guy B had no objections, he said casually. "All right, if things were normal, I wouldn't be dragging this out a long time. But the situation has changed now." Hearing this, Jun-sung frowned and asked doubtfully, "The situation has changed?" Damn Mac nodded, and Kwai Bitch explained awkwardly, "I couldn't have predicted this either, but that guy from the Maoshan sect will probably invite you over for a meal." He said, "There's something there I need your help with." Jun-sung narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low voice, "And if I do?" Kwai Bitch knew he was stating his terms and said calmly, "I will pay you back 5 times, and that thing will also be yours? Or should I say, it belongs to that young man?" As soon as he said this, Jun-sung fell silent for a moment. He asked hesitantly, "Does this involve someone's life?" "Indirectly, no." Kwai Bitch shook his head, denying it. "Let me correct myself. As hunters, we all swear to do whatever it takes." Jun-sung thought for a moment, then nodded and replied, "I understand. I'll accept the offer. What do I have to do?" Kwai Bitch smiled unconsciously and began to state his purpose. After hearing it, Jun-sung's eyes widened in horror. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you out of your mind?" Chuckling and shaking his head, Kwai Bitch raised an eyebrow and asked, "So you won't do it?" Jun-sung squinted at him, and after a long pause, he spoke, "I'll do it." Hearing this, Kwai Bitch was immediately pleased. "Good, very good. I knew it." Then he asked if he had decided on a day to leave, adding that he'd need his help then, and if he needed anything, he could just tell the driver. With that said, Kwai Bitch started walking towards the door, but just before leaving, his body suddenly released a wave of killing intent. In an instant, it spread throughout Jun-sung's room. And of course, he felt it. His eyes instinctively narrowed, and Jun-sung became alert. Without a moment's hesitation, he generated his sword energy. He lunged forward swiftly, but Kwai Bitch seemed to be on guard. Not only was he unafraid, but he even wore a smile of interest. It was only then that Jun-sung realized the one who had released the killing intent was Kwai Bitch, his business partner. The tip of his sword energy stopped in an instant, just a few millimeters from Kwai Bitch's face. Looking at the plum blossom petals surrounding the sword energy, Quidbitch couldn't help but speak. My, it's been a long time since I've seen plum blossoms so clearly. You truly are more talented than I thought. With that, Quibitch raised an eyebrow and looked at Jun Sung with admiration. You sensed my killing intent and reacted instantly? Truly outstanding. Jun Sung retracted his sword energy, scoffing coldly. You really are out of your mind. With a soft chuckle, Quibitch raised a hand to wipe away the blood on his cheek, saying casually, It's because I trust you, you know. We haven't seen each other in a while, and yet blood has been drawn. This might be the last time in this city. Oh right, have you met the people from the Red Dragon Society yet? Hearing this, Jun Sheng retorted sarcastically. If you hadn't released your killing intent, there wouldn't be any bloodshed. Damn, Mac nodded, and Quibitch said cheerfully, I knew you wouldn't attack me directly. You could be proud of that. Not just anyone can be my opponent, not even the Jiang family can compare. Jun Sung was truly speechless hearing this self-praise. He didn't reply, and Quibitch turned to leave again. Well then, see you later, and don't lean too far to this side. Hunter Jun Sung. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut, and Jun Sung watched him go, thinking with annoyance that he felt irritated every time they met. But if he thought back on everything that had happened, from the disaster in Shanghai to the duel with Trong Tron, perhaps Jun Sung had already gotten used to this place. Quibitch had made an unbelievable offer, but it was the kind of thing that made others envious. Finally, the time has come. COQ was on her way to Jun Sung's room, wondering what would happen to her after this raid was over. She had displeased the cult leader, so she would surely face punishment. Someone like her had no value anymore. She might even be kicked out of Tensu. Her mind wandered like this until she stood before Jun Sung's door, and she quickly shook her head, telling herself to focus. The most important thing now was the success of the raid. Taking a deep breath, COQ dared to push the door open and enter. Boss, it's the day of the raid. I wonder if you're ready? But as soon as she stepped inside, her eyes widened in astonishment because she saw Jun Sung wearing the Queen Ant's armor, looking incredibly majestic. Hearing the sound, Jun Sung immediately turned his head, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, You're here? Come on in. COQ silently observed Jun Sung's armor. There was also a computer on his desk. After a long moment, she finally spoke. This is your gear, right? It suits you very well. Nodding nonchalantly, Jun Sung said cheerfully, Is that so? I haven't worn it in a while, so it feels a bit nostalgic. How are you feeling? You really should have stayed in the hospital for a few days. COQ gently shook her head and replied, I'm fine. Hearing this, Jun Sung wasn't surprised and said with a laugh, That's right. The moment I made you stay in the hospital, you started making a fuss, saying that an important matter was at hand and you couldn't abandon your duties. As he was speaking, COQ suddenly asked suspiciously, Hey, why are you using formal language with me? Chuckling softly, Jun Sung said casually, I didn't really plan on it. If I fight with all my might in this raid, then today might be my last day. You're about to tell me not to carry too much of a burden on my shoulders, right? Because I'm still young. Speaking informally to you doesn't seem quite right for my character. After hearing this, COQ was a bit stunned and asked back, Is that so? Nodding nonchalantly, Jun Sung continued, That's right. Even if the cult leader's words are true, I've been too caught up in having fun in this country. It was at this moment that COQ realized this was Jun Sung's true personality. From the first time she met him to his attitude when confronting Lai Himan, all of it was just the image of a hero that he was playing while in China. His behavior towards COQ had been noticed by Gui Bai, and she almost didn't realize it herself. While she was still thinking, Jun Sung spoke up again. From now on, everything I need to do is inside the rift. The raid was just a few hours away. He said he wanted to ask COQ to handle the final detailed procedures. COQ was slightly startled, then agreed and sat down in the chair. Jun Sung had already prepared a spot for her. These were things that he could have handled himself even without her. By intentionally asking her to do these things, Jun Sung was trying to say, I acknowledge your role. Everything COQ had done up to this point was learned from a teacher, so she thought of herself as nothing more than a failure. COQ had also been disrespectful to Gui Bai and had heard criticisms about how useless she was, but Jun Sung didn't just sympathize with her, he acknowledged her. This moved her to tears. At that moment, Jun Sung spoke again. You've worked hard all this time. These words snapped COQ back to reality, and her eyes once again turned red as tears streamed down her face. COQ quickly turned her head to look, but there was no one else in the room. She covered her face and cried loudly. That fool! She was the one who should have been bidding Jun Sung farewell. She should have thanked him, told him it was an honor, because she got to be by his side. But now that he's gone, all she could do was focus on finishing the last task. With that thought, she quickly opened the list of tasks June wanted her to do. However, she noticed a file named README. Curiously, she clicked on it to see what was inside. It was a message from Junsung for XQ. She quietly read the playful words on the screen, and then she couldn't help but break into a smile. That really caught her off guard. Meanwhile, at the departure point, Hymin sat on a bench, his voice low as he spoke. The outcome isn't going to change. After the match is over, you will reclaim the benefits you were meant to receive. Sitting across from him was Duckin. Naturally, these words were also meant for him. Hymin let out a helpless sigh. It's useless. There's nothing to be done. Those who are driven by ambition are all the same, aren't they? They give up everything after failing just once. With that thought, Hymin spoke again. If you don't want to be a teammate, it would be good for your own sake to assist with the handover with all your strength. The moment he said this, Dukin's expression grew even darker. But Hymin didn't care, he just continued. You don't want to spend the rest of your life kneeling at someone else's feet, do you? Immediately, Dukin dropped to the ground and kowtowed, begging. I'll do as you say, I'm begging you. Hymin glanced at him and snorted with contempt. Dukin just remained kneeling there, pathetically bowing his head. Just then, Kyung-chan couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. I get it, so just be quiet for a bit, my friend. Even though this cabin is soundproof, there are countless people outside with their eyes on us. This made Ducking shut his mouth, swallowing nervously. Outside, there were indeed tons of reporters, and they were all filming. What's more, a rift had appeared in the sky nearby. Inside the vehicle, Kyung-chan continued. We're about to go. We're going to see everyone. Are you really planning to go out with that look on your face? Isn't that disrespectful to the public and your fans? No, that's not it. Duckin heard him and frantically shook his head, but just as the words left his mouth, something grazed his face. The sharp pain instantly made Duckin recoil. It was Kyung-chan who had struck him. He warned coldly, I told you to shut your mouth. Duckin covered the wound on his face, thinking to himself in awe. He hadn't seen a thing. When did Kyung-chan even attack? So this was the prestige and power of a top 6 world ranker. Seeing this, Hymin stepped in to mediate. That's enough. You too, Mr. Ha Duckin. That's quite enough. He reminded everyone not to forget who their real prey was. Hearing this, Kyung-chan sneered. Well, since the director has spoken, I'll stop. As long as that Hadouken guy can keep the prey occupied, our Huishin sect won't have to do any extra work. The moment he said this, Jin Chung, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but snort coldly. Hymin glanced at Kyung-chan. This guy's personality is a problem, but to be that ruthless, his power must be terrifying. The rank of that guy is at the very top of the top 10. Reaching that peak is the greatest achievement among all the assets Hymin has invested in. At this thought, he broke into a self-satisfied smile and gave the order, all right, let's go. Immediately, the 4 of them grabbed their weapons and headed out. Hymin sneered to himself. He had already prepared the stepping stones, so it was time to meet the prey. Instantly, they stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing them, a barrage of cameras pointed in this direction. At the same time, June also noticed them, and Bayan was with him. Hymin now walked up to June, smiled politely, and said, Have you been waiting? Sorry, it took us a while to prepare, so we'll be in your care today. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his hand to shake Jun's. Jun narrowed his eyes at the hand in front of him, not returning the gesture for a long moment. Meanwhile, Hymin grew increasingly excited. The moment Jun took this hand would be when it all began, and June would become his prey. However, after a long wait, June still didn't extend his hand. He just stood there silently, without saying a word or making a move. At the same time, from behind, Kung Chan was also observing everything. He couldn't help but remark, You have a really nice suit of armor. If he kills you, that means the armor will be his. Hymin had said they would attack the moment June shook his hand. Going back a few days, in a meeting room at the Wim Company, Hymin sat at the head of the table, with Kang Chan and 2 others sitting on the sides. Jin Chung was the first to speak after hearing Hymin's plan. Are we really going to do that? Hymin nodded indifferently. Hymin calmly replied, That's right. Hearing this, Kang Chan couldn't help but scoff. In contrast, Jin Chung hesitantly said, No way, that's way too hasty. A lot of reporters will be there too. Hymin wasn't rushed, calmly replying, That's precisely the reason. You've seen it before, that guy is very cunning, so I can't give Jun a chance. He probably wouldn't imagine being attacked right then and there. His footwork is not simple. The moment the fight starts, we might lose him. Jin Chung still felt this tactic wasn't right and spoke up hesitantly. But the reporters will see it too. Chuckling softly, Hymin said seriously, As for that, we can just do this. As soon as he finished speaking, another Himin appeared behind Jin Chung. He exclaimed in surprise, "Where did that come from? You're really skilled." He even applauded in praise. Jin Chung's tone carried a hint of flattery. "The director's technique is truly as legendary as they say, so you mean we'll deceive the reporter's senses?" Himin nodded indifferently. He then spoke casually, "That's right, so don't worry about what other people see. The opportunity will come when I extend my hand to shake Jun's. Attack him then." Back to the present. Kung Chan couldn't help but scoff. The director said so, but do we really have to do it like that? It seems no one else saw Jun's movements when he appeared on stage back then, but it couldn't escape my eyes. Thinking this, Kung Chan smiled confidently. If he had been holding this bow back then, he would have finished Jun with a single arrow. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Riftland was a bit tense. The reporters worked in silence, not a word was spoken. From a distance, Himin observed everything. He smiled smugly. Everything was ready. Right now, through the camera lens, it looked as if they were preparing to enter the rift. Himin eagerly awaited the moment Jun would shake his hand. He would finish him off instantly. He had to see how Jun managed to learn the purple mist divine art. However, on the empty patch of land, Jun, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. As expected, his cryptic words confused Himin. Chuckling softly, Jun scoffed. He sneered. Just as I thought, his intentions were written all over his face, radiating such intense killing intent, and he still suggests shaking hands. These guys are a real joke. With that thought, Run Sung said nonchalantly, "Actually, I have something I want to show you." The moment he finished speaking, a talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing it, Himin's face twisted as if he'd just stepped in dog crap. He cried out in alarm, "That's my talisman." "How did you get it?" Run Sung replied calmly. "Well, I got it from the person you abandoned before." As soon as he said that, everyone unconsciously looked towards Dukin. Dukin's expression turned grim as well. Himin remembered stuffing the talisman onto an unconscious Dukin to make his escape, but now Run Sung had found it. He had totally shot himself in the foot. At that moment, Running Sung chuckled and said, "Which means I also know how to use this." The moment he said that, Himin cried out in panic, "Don't!" Unfortunately, it was too late. Run Sung had already made his move. At the same time, Bon appeared beside him. Run Sung's finger instantly erupted into flames. The talisman was thus incinerated, and in the blink of an eye, the figures of the two of them vanished. Kyung-chan looked up at the sky in alarm and yelled, "Damn it." Above them, Himin's group also looked up. Himin gritted his teeth in anger, cursing that bastard, "Oh, run." While they were looking up, Run Sung and Bon were already very close to the rift. Just one more step, and the two of them could touch it. At that moment, Himin's face turned pale. "No, he's getting away." Kyung-chan snorted coldly. "Are you just going to let him escape?" As soon as he spoke, he drew an arrow. Without a moment's hesitation, Kyung-chan readied his bow. A powerful energy quickly gathered around the arrowhead. Kyung-chan's entire body was now overflowing with energy. Seeing this, Dukin couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. The arrow Kyung-chan was using was the 9-net Asura. Each one was crafted from 3 types of silver threads and the livers of 6 different giant beasts. It was the most powerful arrow on the continent. He could wield the arrow, which weighed several tons, with ease. Right then, Kyung-chan aimed his bow towards the rift. Then, he drew the bowstring taut. Dukin couldn't help but cover his ears. Just drawing the bow created a shockwave of that magnitude. Even the reporters in the distance were no exception. His arrow now pulsed with an immense amount of energy. Kyung-chan looked up at the sky and began to roar, "Go to hell." In an instant, the arrow flew. The sound of it slicing through the air rapidly approached the rift. Run Sung sensed it, and his eyes widened in shock. By the time he got a clear look, he realized the arrow was heading straight for him. Bon also screamed in panic, "Run, Sung." On the ground, Duck-in thought it was a success and shouted with glee, "A direct hit." "It's finally over." But Kyung-chan coldly snapped, "Shut your mouth." Duck-in looked over, bewildered, and saw a drop of blood at his feet, surrounded by scattered plum blossom petals. Kyung-chan's face was as dark as a thundercloud. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Oh, Run Sung, you damn brat." At the same time, up in the sky, Run Sung let out a sigh of relief. That was a dangerous toy. If I'd been a little careless, I would have been hit. Kyung-chan stared up at the sky, unable to accept the outcome. He couldn't understand why it missed. Could it be that just as he fired the arrow, those petals had interfered? Meanwhile, Run Sung was also suspicious. As he flew into the rift, he had sensed a powerful killing intent, energy. Even though the automatic defense activated, this arrow still managed to get this far. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel impressed. You really are powerful. The nickname Demon Archer must suit you well. The more Kai Ung Tron thought about it, the more resentful he became. He threw his head back and screamed at the sky, "Run Sung, you damn bastard." No matter how much he cursed, Run Sung didn't care. He glanced at Bon and said, "Well, shall we get going?" Bon nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah." At that moment, Run Sung tossed the arrow in his hand down, then entered the rift. Seeing this, Lee Him Min panicked. "It's over." He got away. At the same time, the arrow Run Sung had thrown was falling, and in just a moment it embedded itself into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground erupted with a deafening sound, startling the reporters over here. At the same time, a reporter noticed what was happening on the other side. Lee Him Min's group didn't know the reporters could now see them. Lee Him Min spoke up again. "That guy has entered the rift. We have to hurry if we want to pursue him." But a sudden shout startled the old man. Immediately after, dozens of reporters ran towards this side. Urgent voices began to question Lee Him Min. "Director Lee, please wait. What was that arrow just now? Where is Mr. Run Sung, who was with you earlier?" The crowd was in chaos. Lee Him Min tried to calm them down. "Everyone, please calm down." For a moment, the sound from earlier had ruined his plan. But there was no other choice. He had to deal with the reporters first. "Mr. Run Sung has already entered the rift ahead of us. Haha." Yoon Jun, standing nearby, watched the chaotic scene and cursed in frustration. Seriously, why did it turn out like this? Meanwhile, Kai Ung Tron was still fuming over what had just happened. How could Run Sung have dodged his arrow? On top of that, he even dared to insult him. As he thought about this, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had to catch him at all costs. At the same time, inside the rift, Run Sung and Bon were running frantically forward. Run Sung spoke as he ran. "We've run this far, we probably won't be pursued anymore. There's a forest this way, let's try running in there." And so, the two of them really did head deep into the forest. Not far away, Bon had been running for a long time, her face drenched in sweat. Just then, Run Sung handed her a bottle of water. He smiled and said, "It's a spare water bottle. We've been running for over 2 hours, so I'm sure you'll need it." Bon slightly nodded and said thanks, then took the water bottle. She tilted her head back and took a long drink, then couldn't help but let out a refreshing sigh. After Bon finished drinking, Run Sung spoke up. "For now, it seems we've lost them, but we shouldn't let our guard down." Bon watched from behind, silently admiring him. "He's really amazing. He's been running just like me. But he's not exhausted at all, and his breathing is completely stable. As expected, his base stamina is excellent. I need to get my act together. I can't let it show like this." While Bon was lost in thought, Run Sung suddenly called her name, which startled her. Her cheeks flushed red because of it. Run Sung didn't seem to notice her embarrassment. He said seriously, "Actually, there's something I need to ask you." Hearing this, Bon immediately panicked. But what she noticed was that Run Sung had moved very close to her. Plus, there was no one else around, just him and Bon. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Besides, what on earth could Run Sung want to ask her to do? Run Sung stared at her intently, hesitating for a moment. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Could I take a look at the camera on your clothes?" His words left Bon a bit bewildered. June knew he was being abrupt, so he quickly explained, "The cameras attached to our clothes to record the expedition. The ones that the WM company installed. If Lee Hem intentionally installed them, they needed to be removed immediately." Hearing this, Bon understood the issue. Just then, Jun Sung noticed her strange expression and asked doubtfully, "Are you not feeling well?" Bon quickly shook her head and replied, "I'm fine." Since she said that, he didn't press the matter and continued speaking. "Of course, if we remove these cameras, WM will keep it a secret, but will question why we remove the equipment used to record the raid. A foreigner like you will be fine, but Bon and the Red Dragon Guild might get into trouble." After hearing this, Bon shook her head and replied, "It's okay, really." Jun Sung spoke firmly, then took out a few small cameras and handed them to her. "These are what I prepared. If we record with these, there won't be any problem." Then he suggested that she turn around for a moment. "This has to be attached from the back." Bon was a little surprised to hear this, but then she still turned around to let Jun attach the camera for her. The feeling of Jun's touch, even through her armor, still made Bon feel embarrassed. Jun, however, wasn't paying much attention to such things. He was observing where to place them, from the right shoulder to the 2 elbows, and then the left knee, right in front. Feeling Jun Sung's gaze, scanning her body, Bon's cheeks grew redder and redder. At that moment, Jun Sung touched her left shoulder, making her jump in surprise, almost letting out a cry. Jun Sung was a bit bewildered. What's wrong now? Bon knew she had overreacted and quickly explained, "It's nothing, you can continue." Hearing that, Jun Sung didn't think much of it and continued attaching the cameras to her. Bon took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, telling herself, "Get a grip. He's just attaching some equipment. I can't get all flustered like I did at the hospital. I have to focus." However, from behind, Jun Sung could clearly see steam rising from her head. Although he was puzzled, he continued to focus on attaching the cameras. Time passed, and after a while, Jun Sung was finally done. Bon finally dared to let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't notice. Also, when she was putting the equipment on Jun Sung, it felt like she was putting on a tie for her lover in the movies. Any longer and I would have started naming our children. At the same time, Jun also let out a sigh of relief. Good thing she didn't find out. The heat radiating from Bon's body had transferred from his fingertips to his own body this whole time. He thought she wasn't feeling well, but she seemed so happy. Putting that aside, Jun Sung spoke seriously. "Back then, I asked you to be my ally, but there's something I need to amend." Bon frowned slightly, asking doubtfully, "Amend?" Nodding calmly, Jun Sung slowly explained, "After all, during this raid, it will be difficult for us to operate together continuously." These words made Bon even more alarmed. "What do you mean?" Jun Sung looked at her intently, and after a long moment, he spoke, "I plan to stay inside the rift and not come out, even if it's past the scheduled time." The more Bon listened, the more panicked she became. She spoke in confusion, "No, what are you talking about? Why on earth?" Jun Sung sighed helplessly and said, "Of course, I want to help you to the very end, Miss Bon, and see you safely to the exit, but that's a big problem." Bon shook her head slightly. Pursing her lips, she said, "No, that's not what I'm worried about right now." Her words confused Jun Sung. What did she mean? Bon stepped right up to him and said firmly, "What I'm worried about is that you're planning to do something dangerous, Jun Sung. Why would you do something so reckless?" Hearing this, Jun Hegzong was a bit at a loss, not knowing what to say. He could have just told Bon how to get out, but he couldn't explain how he knew. Flashing back to before, on the night of the meeting between Guai Bai and Jun, Guai Bai had asked him this, whether he had heard about those rumors yet. Jun Sung didn't understand at all and asked back doubtfully, "What are you talking about?" Guai Bai slowly explained, "There's a fissure between the world we live in and the other world, and as for why what humans know about that world is next to nothing, isn't that the case?" Hearing this, Jun Sung became even more confused and asked what he was trying to say. Guai Bai shook his head and chuckled softly. On TV, an orphan boy was loudly proclaiming during a commemorative speech that we know nothing about that other world. Only then did Jun Sung remember that he hadn't listened to the speech and had left in the middle of it. While he was thinking, Guai Bai spoke again. "But isn't that a ridiculous story? In human history, has any unexplored land ever been discovered in just 20 years? Furthermore, in the entire world, the number of people with experience going there is no more than 3 digits. It's almost as if everyone who wants to know is as curious as a thief. Not like this era is facing some kind of urgency." After hearing this, Jun Egzung frowned and only spoke after a long pause. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not." Guai Bai narrowed his eyes at him and said slowly, "That's right. Even 400 years ago, the desire to set foot in that world was much greater." Jun Sung's expression became a little solemn, and he chose to remain silent. Seeing his expression, Guai Bai couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, what's this? Surprisingly, you're not surprised at all, are you?" Hearing this, Jun Sung replied awkwardly, "I don't know how I'm supposed to react right now. That's right, the Kraken appeared in this world several decades ago, but the truth was that it had been known for centuries. The book he obtained from the Red Dragon Society clearly detailed this content. It wrote about the world beyond the crack." The first time he read it, Jun Sung was so surprised he was practically petrified. Just then, Guai Bai spoke again. "Well then, let me try to explain. It's a very simple matter. The appearance of the gate is a recent event, but it's not like there was nothing beyond it before. He didn't know since when, but that world has been called by many different names. From the Yang world, the Peach Blossom Spring, the Kunlun and Penglai Mountains, the Buddhist land, the abode of immortals, and even the 3 God Mountains. Even if Jun Sung wasn't from this country, he had surely heard of them." Jun Sung frowned and muttered, "I didn't think those pills would be so cheap. So, to prove those unbelievable things, you invested in it." Guai Bai frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "It's not unbelievable. It's an existing reality." With that, he took out a USB drive and said, "There is sufficient evidence and motivation to do this. All you have to do is find the location I require. That is my request." Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at the USB drive in his hand and only nodded in agreement after a long moment. Receiving his answer, Guai Bai was finally satisfied. But at that moment, Jun Sung, he sighed again and said, "Seriously, This can't be finished in a day. This is a job that could take over 30 hours. Guibai calmly replied, "It's good that you've realized that quickly." Jun thought for a long time before hesitantly saying, "The largest-scale hunt commissioned by the head of China's #1 hunter group, that means I'm the one who can handle the risk. The dimension appears for 30 hours, and if you miss the window when the exit opens, you'll be trapped inside. Therefore, by convention, that person is considered dead until they escape the rift." Guibi calmly said, "Someone capable of a long-duration expedition, a foreigner whose disappearance wouldn't cause any harm. And even in a place where the government allows entry, you fit all the conditions." Usually, Guibai would go on the hunt 4 times and then be sent after his skills were honed. But isn't everything great this time? Excellent, he will give you a bonus. Hearing this, Jun Sung no longer hesitated, standing up to take the USB drive. But just then, Guibai spoke up again. "Of course, this is just a what-if, but if you get scared halfway through." Jun Sung frowned upon hearing this. The man watched him intently and said sincerely, "Then try to get to the rift's exit. The farther the better, there won't be any problem. This pill is also very valuable, so it would be a shame to miss out on it." Jun Sung couldn't help but be shocked. Was he trying to read his mind? With that thought, he spoke in a low voice. "With you being like this, I don't think you're the type of person to watch your business take a loss." Shrugging indifferently, Guibai casually replied, "So what?" Jun Sung raised an eyebrow and watched him explain, "What I'll bring back is countless times more valuable than this pill. You're not thinking I'll take that thing and run, maybe even surpass you, are you?" With a soft chuckle, Guibai calmly replied, "Yes, one could think that. Isn't that a natural thought? Those who seem to have nothing but their pride ultimately have a dark side within." Jun Sung looked at Guibai, a little surprised, seeing an expression that seemed different from his usual self. While he was thinking, Guibai continued, "But you're not that kind of person." Jun Sung was stunned by these words. Guibai spoke confidently, "I don't think you're the type to have such ideas. And of course, I don't think you're some righteous guy either, but didn't you say it yourself? You're a hunter, right?" At this point, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows smugly, as if everything he said was correct. Jun Sung grew more suspicious and muttered, "So what if I'm a hunter?" With a soft laugh, Guibai said cheerfully, "Yes, that's exactly it." Jun Sung was astonished. Was that why he believed he wouldn't stab him in the back? How strange. Just then, Guibai tossed the USB drive towards him. Jun Sung reached out and caught it. Guibai raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Then I'll leave it to you. I'm counting on you." A hunter. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at the USB in his hand and didn't speak for a long time. Snapping out of the memory of that day, Jun Sung sighed helplessly. It was inexplicable. In that case, there was only one way. With that thought, he spoke sternly, "Why do I have to explain that to Miss Jiang Ban?" As soon as these words were out, a flash of panic appeared on Ban's face. Jun Sung maintained his serious expression, and he coldly continued, "Isn't that right? No matter where we are, both you, Miss Ban, and I are business people. My job is also. I have secrets. Why should I have to spell them out for you?" Ban was a bit flustered. She stammered, "Well, it's true that it is, but if I knew, maybe I could help." "Help, you say?" Scoffing lightly, Run Zung coldly spoke up, "Miss Ban, as an expert, you should know. This is my business, so I'll be the one to mitigate the danger. But why does Miss Ban want to interfere in something that doesn't concern her? Don't tell me it's because we've been working together for so long that you've developed personal feelings, but bringing emotions into our work isn't professional at all. That's not, I mean." Constantly questioned by him, Ban was truly at a loss for words. She clenched her hands into fists, as if trying to suppress her emotions. Run Sung knew this, but there was no other way. If he didn't draw a clear line here, Ban would be in danger. Unlike him, she was a member of the Red Dragon Society, so even if it was cruel, he had to do it. Just then, Ban suddenly spoke up. "In that case, your promise to help me still stands, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Run Sung, but he didn't understand what she was trying to say. Ban looked firmly at Run Zung and said clearly, "You said you would help me get to the exit safely, so for the duration of the mission, we will be partners and carry out the mission together. There's no problem with that, right?" Run Sung was stunned by her words, but he quickly recovered. That was indeed the case, but it was also a dangerous course of action. But Ban was extremely determined. "I don't care what you're doing, Run Sung. My mission is to get to the exit, and until I do, let's work together. Or are you planning to go back on that professional promise of yours?" Run Zung stared at her blankly. He never thought she would say something like that. With no other choice, he could only sigh and agree. "All right, I get it. In that case, please lend me your support, but only for the duration of our partnership. Hearing him agree, Bon immediately cheered up. She turned around and started walking, saying, "Then shall we set off right away? You've already pinpointed the target's location, haven't you?" Runsung nodded slightly, then followed behind her, all the while thinking to himself that no matter how stubborn he was, he could never win an argument against her. But so what? It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. And so, right after that, the two of them ventured deeper into the forest, where they soon encountered a pack of beasts. Bon confronted them without a shred of fear. She charged straight ahead. Seeing her, the pack of monsters also began their attack. Bon didn't panic, calmly summoning her flame. The fire quickly enveloped her entire body. Along with her flame came the red dragon blade, and Bon slashed down relentlessly, wiping out the entire pack in an instant. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Runzung's voice suddenly rang out, "You're really strong." This startled Bon, who turned to look as Runzung slowly approached her, smiling in praise. "Your skills seem to have improved a lot." His words made Bon blush with embarrassment. She waved her hand and said, "Not at all. My father says I'm still a long way from being on your level." Seeing her being modest, Runzung continued his praise. "Your footwork is incredible." Bon knew what he was referring to and nodded with a smile, replying, "Ah, this is my family's martial art, passed down through my family. What I'm using is the flame technique, a legacy of the Jang clan. It's a footwork style that emits fire from within the body, allowing for godlike speed. In Dongchuan, it's considered one of the fastest. However, its weakness is that although no matter how fast you are, you can't change direction as freely as Jun can." Jun wasn't surprised to hear this. He seemed to have predicted it, as he had also struggled immensely back then. While Jun Sung was thinking, Bon spoke up again. "Even though I can't compare to you and my father, my strength has also increased a lot compared to before, so please let me help you hunt." Jun Sung flatly refused without a moment's hesitation. "No." Bon was rejected again and pouted, pleading, but he just shook his head firmly. "Pouting won't work either. We already made a promise earlier. Jun's hunting is something he'll do on his own, and he'll only accompany you for a certain amount of time. That's it. You promised him." Hearing this, Bon could only sigh helplessly. "Yes, I know." With that, she turned and walked away, her back looking a little lonely. Jun Sung watched her leave and sighed in resignation. This girl was unbelievably stubborn, so he needed to be cold and draw a clear line. Meanwhile, in another corner of the rift, Hin's group was gathered. Keong Tron was talking to Jin Chung. "Guildmaster Jin, have you made up your mind?" Jin Chung nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I agree with your opinion. I have to make a decision." Hearing this, Keong Tron was immediately pleased, as expected of Guildmaster Jin, so decisive and brave. "Thank you for your cooperation." After saying that, he glanced into the distance where Duckin was standing guard while Hin rested. It had been 2 hours since they entered the rift, yet Hmin was still dawdling and refused to move. Keung Tron wanted to quickly go after Jun Sung, and he didn't know what that old man was planning. From now on, he didn't need to follow Hmin's every decision. With that thought, he started walking towards Hmin, but before he could get close, he was blocked by Duckin. Keung Tron glared at him, sneering, "You bastard, you dare block my way? Get lost." Duckin didn't back down an inch. He stood his ground and stubbornly said, "I have to protect Director Lai." Just then, Hmin suddenly gave an order. "Ha, Duckin, that's enough. Step aside." With the old man's command, Duckin finally moved out of the way. Keung Tron slowly approached and suggested, "Let's talk." Director Lai Hmin opened his eyes, looked at him coldly, and asked, "What is it?" With a soft chuckle, Keung Tron said casually, "You don't need to look at me like that. I didn't say anything wrong." He announced that from now on, he would be acting independently of Hmin. Hearing this, Hmin frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" Shrugging indifferently, Keung Tron replied nonchalantly, "What is there to do here? We have to hunt and scout. The original contract didn't say we came here just for this." He mentioned that he had already spoken with Jin Chung. The two groups would scout separately and then regroup at the exit. However, Hmin refused. "I have another plan. That plan requires you and Guildmaster Jin. I can't let you go." Hearing this, Keung Tron couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Ha, that's crazy. Are you kidding me, Director Lai? Fine, I'll be blunt. So, if we follow your plan, what will be the final result?" It's embarrassing to be led around by the nose by Jun Sung. Hmin narrowed his eyes at him but didn't answer for a long time. Seeing this, Keung Tron started criticizing again. "The fact that I lent you my time and reputation was because I wanted to. However, in the end, what good would that do?" He said he would hunt down Jun Sung, who had caught his arrow, and the man who dared to humiliate him would be made to pay the price. In short, Kyung-chan wanted to act alone with only the bow and arrow in his hands. As he said this, he shot a meaningful glance. Looking at Hee-min, he said, "So, Director Lee, you should take a good look at yourself too." At this, Hee-min let out a cold snort, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense, with neither side willing to back down. Ha Ju-in, who was standing nearby, was also frightened by the tension. Yeon-jung was a bit calmer, simply standing by leisurely to see how things would turn out. A moment later, Hee-min finally spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. "All right, I'll do as you wish," he agreed so easily, which took Kyung-chan by surprise. Hee-min snorted softly and coldly repeated, "Didn't you hear me? Go ahead and do as you please." Kyung-chan found it hard to believe, as he had expected a much tougher argument. Hearing Hee-min's words, Ha Ju-in sighed in resignation, but at that moment, the old man spoke up again. "However, don't you need one more person?" This left Kyung-chan a bit confused. Hee-min slowly explained, "My skills will always guarantee our safety, so there's no need to scout ahead right now, but actively scouting would be good experience for Ha Ju-in. Besides, this place is an otherworld, so who knows what might happen. After all, the two of you might encounter some unexpected situation." Kyung-chan narrowed his eyes at the old man and asked coldly, "What are you getting at?" "Ah, never mind. It's settled. We'll be heading out first." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Hee-min didn't have much of a reaction. He just pursed his lips into a smirk and said, "Is that so? Well, can't be helped then. How brave of you." Kyung-chan didn't know what his true intentions were, but now wasn't the time for a battle of wits with him. For now, Kyung-chan was free, so he would start hunting Jun-sung. Meanwhile, Jun-sung and his companion were still in the forest. As he walked, Jun-sung thought to himself that it had been 2 days since they set out, and they must have reached the location mentioned in Yoo-jin's book. They just had to cross the forest to the north to arrive. The two of them pressed on through the forest, and before long, they came upon a cliff. Jun-sung stood at the edge of the cliff, frowning in deep thought. Below was the place where that creature lived, and right at that moment, he could already feel it, that sensation of the terrifying presence that the creature was emitting from directly below. It was the being known in legends as the Ninth Dragon, the supreme man-eating predator among all monsters, the Ngao-ngu beast. Beneath the cliff, the monster's blood-red eyes were slowly beginning to open. At the same time, a light breeze started to blow up above. Jun-sung and Bon remained standing there. Bon shivered from the sudden gusts of wind, but only Jun-sung knew that the thing making them feel cold wasn't this chilly breeze, but something else entirely. The heart-stopping, goosebump-inducing sensation was clearly the monster's innate killing intent. He could feel it was down below. With that thought, he glanced at Bon and announced, "From now on, I'm hunting alone." However, Bon just stood there silently without a word. After hesitating for a long moment, she finally stammered, "I want to help too. Please, let me hunt with you." Jun-sung looked at her trembling shoulders and sighed helplessly. She could also feel the killing intent radiating from below the cliff, yet she still said that. But he couldn't let her come along, so he coldly said, "This is dangerous." Bon shook her head slightly, saying with determination, "I'll be fine." However, just as the words left her mouth, Bon realized something was different about her body. Jun-sung had struck her pressure points, and because of that, her body was paralyzed. Jun-sung paid no mind, reaching out to support her, then carried her back into the forest. Bon glanced at him, not understanding why he was doing this. A moment later, Jun-sung set her down next to an ancient tree. Bon narrowed her eyes at him and asked with a trembling voice, "Why are you doing this?" Jun-sung spoke coldly, "From now on, hunting is my job, not something you should interfere with." He told Bon to listen carefully, explaining that the pressure points would release after some time. After that, she should leave this place. With the remaining time, she should go scout and find out when the rift opens, then head back. But Bon was stubborn, a look of sheer determination in her eyes. The more Jun-sung looked, the more helpless he felt. He pressed his lips together and spoke, his expression still calm. "I'll say this one more time, and I'll be brief." He said he hated her, tagging along. Did she understand? Honestly, whether Bon was there or not, the result would be the same. To put it bluntly, if she didn't leave, she would just get in the way and hold Jun-sung back. Hearing these words, Bon's expression froze. She mumbled something about it, but couldn't form a complete sentence. She could only let out a sorrowful sigh. But Jun-sung didn't care. He coldly turned his back and walked away. The cruel words kept coming. "Don't get in my way anymore. Go back. We have no reason to see each other again. Got it?" Bon had no choice but to watch his retreating figure as he left. But her eyes were filled with sadness. Jun-sung paid no attention to this, single-mindedly running forward. He had to do this. It was a bit cruel, but he needed to cut ties now. If he didn't, Bong would be in danger. The target Jun Sung had to hunt now was even stronger than Gong Chi. But when he reached the cliff, the place had an unusual phenomenon that horrified him. A massive shadow blotted out the entire sky. The Ngaon Gu beneath the cliff had awakened at some unknown time. Its body was unbelievably huge, with blood-red eyes and sharp claws. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at it, filled with confusion. When did it come out? Is this really the Ngaon Gu? There was absolutely no sign of it. There was no sensation or sound at all. It just suddenly appeared like a phantom from the dark abyss below. Jun Sung suspected it had been tracking their every move, and at the same time, the system warned Jun Sung to run. Was the Ngaon Gu a monster beyond his control skills? If anyone else saw him preparing to fight this thing, they would think he was insane. That's right, but what could he do? Jun Sung liked that. With that thought, he immediately equipped his weapon, scoffed, and said, "Fine, let's try being insane." At the same time, the Ngaon Gu also looked towards him. Jun Sung paid it no mind and charged forward. He ran straight along the monster's body, running upwards, and in the blink of an eye, Jun Sung had leaped onto its head. As soon as it saw him, the Ngaon Gu opened its massive mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Jun Sung wasn't flustered. He suddenly dodged and ran in another direction. Seeing this move, the Ngaon Gu's eyes widened in surprise. Meanwhile, Jun Sung was already running along the cliff face. He used spin and slit to push his speed to the max, running back towards the abyss to confuse the monster. But the Ngaon Gu didn't react. It just stood there watching Jun Sung run. He kept glancing back as he ran ahead. But at this moment, the colossal figure of Ngaon Gu was nowhere to be seen. Jun Sung had run up to the cliff. He was astonished and frowned. Where did it go? While he was pondering, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked. Jun Sung stopped in his tracks, a flash of panic in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and hastily leaped into the air. At the same time, the crack in the ground grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, Ngaon Gu burst up from the earth. Its massive mouth was wide open, aiming for the direction Jun Sung was heading. He widened his eyes in horror. Was it trying to swallow him whole? Just then, plum blossom petals suddenly appeared beneath Jun Sung's feet, forming a circle. And so, he quickly changed direction. Ngaon Gu only snapped at empty air. Jun Sung secretly let out a sigh of relief, glad that he had escaped. But his joy was short-lived as he was once again taken by surprise, because now, Ngaon Gu was spewing fire towards him. Jun Sung cried out in terror. Fire from its mouth, could it be? But before he could finish the thought, the flames from Ngaon Gu's mouth had already shot out. In an instant, the air was engulfed by the inferno. Jun Sung was truly going from one surprise to another, and he hurriedly dodged. The fire from Ngaon Gu's mouth shot straight up into the sky. The flames grew larger and larger, seemingly wanting to burn Jun Sung to a crisp. The fire, spewed by Ngaon Gu, was heating up the air, while Jun Sung was hovering in midair. Luckily, he had managed to evade its flames. He let out a sigh of relief. It was truly too dangerous. The moment he saw Ngaon Gu's eyes, Jun Sung realized it was about to breathe fire. He had activated the stain skill using the plum blossom petals to move, but it still couldn't change Jun Sung's direction, so he jumped down. If he had been a step slower, Jun Sung would have surely been engulfed by Ngaon Gu's pillar of fire. He never expected it to be a monster stronger than what was written in the books. It was on a completely different level compared to the monsters he had fought until now. Ngaon Gu had a massive body, but its movements were incredibly fast, a truly fearsome existence. And those flames, the power of its breath, also far surpassed what Jun Sung had imagined. A terrifying amount of heat was enough to incinerate everything around it. As expected, hunting Ngaon Gu head-on in a battle of strength was impossible. It was certainly a monster stronger than what Jun Sung had read in the books, but not stronger than what he had anticipated. As long as he stuck to the plan, he could take it down. With that thought, Jun Sung created another foothold using the plum blossom petals. In the blink of an eye, a solid platform formed under Jun Sung's feet. He spun around and landed powerfully, just as the Ngaon Gu spotted him. Jun Sung wasn't flustered, calmly, stating, "Now, the hunt is mine." Ngaon Gu narrowed its eyes at him, wanting to see what trick he would pull. Just then, Jun Sung dashed forward like a flash of lightning. He used the stain skill to create footholds in midair. Putting thought into action, footholds made of plum blossoms began to appear in the air. Then, Jun Sung used spin and slit to distract the monster. As expected, the Ngaon Gu took notice of his movements. Without any hesitation, it opened its massive mouth once more, then spewed a torrent of fire toward Jun Sung. At this moment, he just needed to combine the two techniques he had just used. In the blink of an eye, the flames rushed toward Jun Sung, but this time, things didn't go as smoothly as last time, stunning the Aon-gu, because Jun Sung had dodged its pillar of fire in an instant, and in front of it, another one of his clones appeared. This was a new technique of Jun Sung's, creating a clone with high movement speed. In the Aon-gu's eyes now were two figures of Jun Sung, and it simply couldn't tell which one was real and which was the clone. At the same time, Jun Sung paused for a moment to think before attacking, while the Aon-gu was opening its massive mouth towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, it snapped forward, trying to swallow Jun Sung whole, but unfortunately, it was a step too slow. Right after, Jun Sung's figure appeared before it, and he chuckled, saying, "Here I come." As soon as he finished speaking, a spark of energy appeared around Jun Sung. He was using his technique again, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. All that could be seen were several footholds made of plum blossom petals appearing in the air. The Aon-gu stared blankly at these things, and then another surprise occurred. Jun Sung's numbers went from just 2 to over a dozen. He had surrounded the Aon-gu. Jun Sung was extremely satisfied, wanting to see how it would tell them apart. At this moment, the Aon-gu once again attacked with fire. This time, Jun Sung didn't dodge but charged straight in. Its vision was its only weakness. Therefore, he had to lure it to its weak spot, checking its status and weaknesses in the book Yin wrote, just as planned. Its eyes were said to possess the purest harmony, incomparable to anything on Earth, but Jun Sung was going to stab right into those eyes of the Aon-gu. Of course, Jun Sung knew it would be difficult to deal with dozens of clones one by one. Meanwhile, the Aon-gu attacked with fire again, the brilliant flames shooting forward rapidly. But the only things it could burn were Jun Sung's clones. The Aon-gu kept looking straight ahead, because in front of it there were still more of Jun Sung's clones. Its attention was always on the clones, but they were just an illusion. The real one had been on top of its head from the beginning, and just as planned, Jun Sung now drew a sword hidden in his wrist guard. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove down from above. Seemingly sensing the killing intent, the Aon-gu glanced up at him, but by the time it realized, it was too late. Jun Sung was faster. He was going to use the sword in his hand to stab its eye. His speed was immense. The Aon-gu couldn't dodge in time. It could only stand there frozen, waiting for the sword tip to strike. However, at that moment, something shot out from nowhere, blocking Jun Sung's sword tip. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the object. It was an arrow. Where did it come from? While he was distracted, another person had appeared on the cliff, holding a bow and arrow. Who else could this be but Kong Tron? He flashed a triumphant smile at Jun Sung. "So you were here." He had finally found him. Jun Sung glared at Kong Tron, cursing his entire family line in his mind. Kong Tron drew his bowstring again, snorted coldly, and said, "Go to hell." He immediately fired an arrow. The sound of it tearing through the air rang out instantly as the arrow shot forward like lightning. Jun Sung frowned when he saw it. The previous arrow had knocked his blade off course. While Jun Sung was distracted, the Aon-gu had moved behind him, and a flame was already forming in its mouth. Jun Sung sensed the killing intent and turned his head, thinking in horror, "It's over, it's about to breathe fire again." Jun Sung's current predicament was that, on his left, he had to face the arrow of the scumbag Ki-ung-tron, while on the right was the all-consuming flame of Aon-gu. The situation was extremely dire. Jun Sung hurriedly mobilized the energy in his body. Fortunately, he was just in time, as Ki-ung-tron's arrow shot straight into the stream of fire from Aon-gu, while Jun Sung was left hovering in midair. He let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Then, he used his plum blossom foothold to steady himself. Jun Sung frowned in deep thought, his expression turning serious. Now, in front of him was Aon-gu. Not only that, but when he glanced down below, the scumbag Ki-ung-tron was still aiming to shoot him, completely trapped between a rock and a hard place. But the confusing part was that Jun Sung had gotten so far ahead that they shouldn't have been able to track him. How on earth did he find him? At the same time, Ki-ung-tron down below was filled with smug satisfaction. He smirked, thinking to himself, "Jun Sung is so screwed." With that thought, he shouted loudly, "Jun Sung, you must be wondering how I found you, right? So how did Ki-ung-tron find Jun Sung?" Rewinding to a few hours earlier, the two had split up to search for Jun Sung. Jin Chung was walking and talking. In this world, judging direction isn't easy. Trying to find someone who fled hours ago is like finding a needle in a haystack. But Ki-ung-tron just raised an eyebrow smugly and said, "It's possible, Just leave the job of finding that guy to it." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a box by his feet, revealing a fox inside. Ki-ung-tron asked cheerfully, "I wonder if you've ever heard of the 1,000-mile fox." Jin Chung exclaimed in shock. "Is that the creature that only exists in legends?" The one that can sniff out and track prey from 100 miles away. Jin Chung nodded, and Ki Ung Tron slowly explained, "That's right, it's a 1,000-mile fox. The Wind Company experimented by crossbreeding it with a blade-tongued fox to create the legendary 1,000-mile fox from the legends. However, it was a failure. Its lifespan is short and it's too ferocious, making it impossible to tame. It's just that Ki Ung Tron still chooses to bring a few along when he hunts, saying that he took out a vial and let the 1,000-mile fox sniff it." Jin Chung, who was watching from the side, saw this and asked doubtfully, "The scent of a 1,000-mile fox? Why that?" Ki Ung Tron chuckled darkly and explained, "I'm a rather careful person, so I left a bit of its scent on my arrow. Back then, Jun Sung directly caught the arrow that I shot." Hearing this, Jin Chung understood and nodded, so that scent must have lingered on Jun Sung. Ki Ung Tron replied with a soft laugh, "That's right." While the two were talking, the 1,000-mile fox prototype suddenly opened its mouth and let out a roar. Ki Ung Tron nodded in satisfaction. "You see it. Good, you found the enemy's scent. Now, let's go after him." Back in the present, Ki Ung Tron was extremely pleased with his own cleverness. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. "What now? Huh, Jun Sung." Up above, Jun Sung didn't answer. He was silently thinking. It was clear that the power of Ki Ung Tron's arrow was immense, but it seemed he wasn't going to shoot again just yet. If that's the case, it could mean he can't fire continuously, meaning he only shoots at decisive moments. Thinking of this, Jun Sung seemed to have a plan. Immediately after, he charged towards Aon Yu. In the blink of an eye, a clone once again appeared in front of it, leaving it standing there bewildered. Jun Sung thought that this way, he could make Ki Ung Tron shoot a clone, and all he'd have to do is dodge. Keeping an eye on him while also dealing with Aongu wouldn't be a problem. But down below, Ki Ung Tron seemed to have realized Jun Sung's intention. He scoffed contemptuously. His footwork is fast enough to create an afterimage. "Ah, really? You're one lucky guy. But that's as far as your luck goes." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his bowstring again. Kyung Chan could see through Jun Sung's movements, so this next arrow was aimed directly at his real body. Seeing the arrow flying towards him, Jun Sung immediately panicked. There was no more time to dodge, so he decided to raise his hand to block it. Only after the arrow fell did Jun Sung have time to wonder why the arrow hadn't been aimed at his clone but had struck him accurately. That was too dangerous. He had to brace himself before the next arrow was fired. But Jun Sung was mistaken. This time, the thing attacking him was an axe. Jun Sung couldn't defend in time and was struck, a look of shock appearing in his eyes. The one who attacked was, of course, Kyung Chan's accomplice. Jin Chung said with a cold laugh, having thrown the axe in the same direction the arrow was fired. Kyung Chan was indeed thorough. He had landed a hit. But it wasn't over yet. Kyung Chan drew his bowstring once more. He raised an eyebrow and smirked. Time to end this. He immediately released his hand, and the arrow flew towards Jun Sung again. This time, Jun Sung couldn't dodge in time, and the arrow struck him. His helmet fell off as a result. Seeing this from a distance, Kyung Chan immediately laughed triumphantly. "So satisfying, he's been hit." The more he laughed, the more smug he became. He had finally killed Jun Sung. At the same time, Jun Sung fell from the sky to the ground, lying motionless where he landed, his expression not looking very good. Kyung Chan and Jin Chung quickly ran over. Kyung Chan said with a cheerful laugh, "Go check his body quickly, Guildmaster Jin." Jin Chung snorted coldly and replied, "That's not a problem, but I am your partner, not your subordinate. Don't give me orders." "Yes, of course. Haha." Hearing this, Kyung Chan was a bit startled, then he quickly nodded and laughed. "He's arrogant and has too much pride, isn't he?" At that moment, Jin Chung continued, "However, checking his body can wait. Don't you see what we should be concerned with over there?" What he was referring to was the AO fish in the distance. Without Jung Sung, its target was now the two of them. Hearing Jin Chung's words, Kyung Chan finally looked towards it and spoke. "Aha! I was so focused on that Jun A Shun guy that I forgot to notice. Looking closely, that's a really massive beast." Indifferently nodding, Jin Chung said cheerfully, "That's right, this one must be extraordinary. Its shape looks like a dragon from the legends. If we can hunt it, he'll clearly have a chance to make a comeback." Recalling a time before, he had once dueled with Kyung Chan. During that fight, Mr. Jin Chung had wanted to settle the score, but Kyung Chan was extremely dismissive of him. He thought it was a completely pointless matter, and then casually pushed Jin Chung's axe away. Suddenly pushed back, Jin Chung was a bit startled, but he quickly regained his composure and charged forward to attack. But before he could do anything, he saw Kyung Chan raise a hand to stop him. He spoke calmly. "That's enough. Guildmaster Jin, there's no reason for us to fight here." After that, Kyung-chan had yielded the right to the first hunt in this rift to the dragon-slaying guild. He also said that they had just run into each other by chance, and there was no need to slaughter each other, and no reason to shed blood. These words left Jin Chung completely stunned. He hadn't even had a chance to speak. Jong Chan had already started to lead his men away. Jin Chung, extremely dissatisfied, spoke up. "Wait a minute. Who gave you the authority to just call it quits?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was stopped by Jong Chan's murderous glare. He snorted coldly and asked, "So, you really want to fight?" These words made Jin Chung tremble, not daring to step forward. Only then did Jong Chan flash a satisfied smile. Then, he led the men of the Red Dragon Guild away, leaving a stunned Jin Chung staring after him. The old man clenched his fists in anger. Jong Chan was still a cut above him. Although it was said that the hunter consortiums dominating Shanghai were the Red Dragon Guild and the Dragon-slaying clan, Jong Chan was known throughout the continent as the second in command of the 10 Faces. Jin Chung knew all of Shanghai gossiped about how inferior he was. Even though he was also number 2 in Shanghai and controlled a powerful faction, his actual strength was ultimately no match for Jong Chan's. Unable to bear such criticism, Jin Chung had sought out the Red Dragon Guild to challenge Jong Chan to a duel. However, he had refused, not even considering the old man an enemy. At the time, Jin Chung was furious about why Jong Chan wouldn't fight him. However, now he had his chance. If he could hunt this AOU before him, everything would change. Jin Chung would be honored as the first dragon hunter in history. If so, his achievements would far surpass Jong Chan's. With that thought, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, Jong Chan was no different. He was drawing his bow, aiming straight at the AOU. Jong Chan felt his luck was incredible today, having just killed Run Sung and now getting to hunt a dragon. He thought he needed Jin Chung's support. Although the old man was arrogant, his strength was respectable. Jin Chung and Jong Chan were known as the strongest hunters in Shanghai. With just one swing of his axe, everything around his opponent would be destroyed. And if Jong Chan just provided cover with his arrows from behind, there wasn't a single beast they couldn't hunt. Therefore, he was extremely confident. At this moment, the AOU beast turned its attention towards them. Almost simultaneously, Jin Chung took off running. He scaled the massive body of the AOU, charging upwards. Seeing this, Jong Chan was incredibly pleased. He had hunted many large-scale beasts like this before, and felt no fear. With that thought, he fired an arrow at the AOU, the projectile tearing through the air. Jong Chan, feeling victory was in his grasp, laughed heartily. "Your body is so huge. You're slow and can't dodge. Your size is your only weakness. You're as good as dead." However, the very instant the arrow reached the AOU, it simply tilted its head to the side and effortlessly dodged it. This sight wiped the smile right off Jong Chan's face. At the same time, Jin Chung charged forward with his axe. He landed on the AOU's head, certain that it couldn't possibly dodge his axe, so he would just smash its head in. Thinking this, Jin Chung channeled energy into his weapon. Just then, the AOU's eyes suddenly turned golden. Its body was also enveloped in a golden energy. Almost simultaneously, Jin Chung's axe came crashing down. Unexpectedly, the air was suddenly filled with falling shards of metal. This scene made Jin Chung freeze in shock. His axe had begun to crack. He could have never dreamed that this would happen. Jin Chung cried out in disbelief. "Impossible! How did it break?" At the same time, the AOU's vicious eyes stared down the two men before it. Jong Chan could no longer hide his look of utter shock, terrified. He trembled and muttered, "Oh my god, don't tell me this beast uses energy." Just as he thought, the AOU really could use energy. As Jin Chung realized this, his face turned pale. The hand holding his axe also began to tremble uncontrollably. He pursed his lips and muttered, "This beast." Immediately after, Jin Chung leaped off the AOU's head and, without a moment's hesitation, turned tail and fled. If it used mana, there was no way his attacks would have any effect. Jin Chung could never kill it alone, so he had to run. He thought that he'd need other hunters, otherwise, it would be impossible to take it down. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, and Jin Chung bolted forward without looking back. But how could the AONU let him escape? In the blink of an eye, it was right behind him. Jin Chung grew even more frantic, trying to run faster. He absolutely didn't want to die, and he endlessly regretted confronting the AONU. Jin Chung only wanted to defeat Kyung Chan, which is why he decided to hunt this beast. However, did he really want to fight him? This so-called desire to fight. The Red Dragon Guild was always the top organization in Shanghai, so Jin Chung only wanted to fight for his own standing. He didn't truly want to fight Kyung Chan. However, that man read him like an open book. By the time he realized he'd been found out, Jin Chung was already on the verge of being killed by this monster. Cold sweat broke out on Jin Chung's face. There was no sound or sign of the beast's movement at all. At that very moment, the AO News claw slammed down on Jin Chung, sending him to meet his maker. The Anzugu looked down from the air at the blood-soaked corpse, and then it threw its head back and roared at the sky. Kyung Chan, watching from a distance, felt his blood run cold. This monster was like a phantom, completely undetectable, and it had killed Jin Chung with incredible speed. It wasn't that the beast was slow, but there were moments it had to pause, so Kyung Chan could take advantage of that opportunity. With that thought, he immediately drew his bowstring taut. Since it had come to this, he would imitate Run Sung. Kyung Chan aimed for the Aongu's eye, guessing that this was its weak spot. For a hunter, attacking a weak point like the eye was a vicious tactic, especially the spot right between the prey's eyes. When Kyung Chan was learning to hunt, that was the first thing his father taught him. Back then, he was still just a child. His father had asked, "Has that man named Lai Himan left yet?" He didn't understand why his father said that, but later, he explained that Himan was a dangerous person and told Kyung Chan not to get close to him. Kyung Chan, however, was very stubborn. He questioned his father, saying it was better than chasing some random beast to this place. Even though his father warned that Himan was dangerous and was using him, he already knew all of that. But the world had changed. Kyung Chan asked if his father still didn't care. If you could hunt monsters, you could earn so much money. If he was being used, then he would use Himan in return. He refused to live in poverty like his father and wouldn't let the world laugh in his face. Hearing these words, Kyung Chan's father sighed with a hint of resignation. "Kyung Chan, be careful." That was all he said before leaving. But Kyung Chan didn't listen. And yet, he succeeded after that. He climbed to the 6th position in the rankings, reaching the same level as Lee Himan. You used him. All the power Kyung Chan had cultivated until now was now in this arrow. He couldn't die here. With that thought, Kyung Chan used all his strength to pull the bowstring and let it fly. The arrow tore through the air, aiming straight for Aonu's eye. It couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the arrow. Seeing this, Kyung Chan was immediately overjoyed. A direct hit. But his happiness was short-lived when he saw his arrow engulfed in flames. Kyung Chan froze solid, his eyes filled with disbelief. The arrow containing all of his power was being melted down. How could this be? Realizing he couldn't win, Kyung Chan immediately turned and fled. He couldn't kill this thing. He had to run now. Just get to the cover of that forest over there. He thought he could escape. Unlike Jin Chung, the distance between Kyung Chan and Ao Ingu was now sufficient enough for him to get away. At the same time, fire began to form in Ao Nu's mouth. Instantly, it spat out a massive beam of fire. The ground where Kyung Chan had just been standing was obliterated by the blast. Kyung Chan swallowed hard as he ran, his eyes now filled with terror. Only now did he remember his father's words. But perhaps it was already too late, as he was sent flying by Ao Nu's fiery blast. Ao Nu's vicious eyes still stared forward, and right after, it tilted its head back and roared at the sky. The sound of its roar snapped Jun Sung awake. He tried to move his body, guessing he'd been hit by Kyung Chan's arrow and passed out, and was also paralyzed from the attack. At the same time, Ao Nu seemed to notice Jun Sung lying on the ground. Sensing that he was still breathing, it decided not to let him off the hook. A flame appeared in its mouth once again. Jun Sung tried to move but failed. The auto-hunt system had appeared before him, but he couldn't press it. As he struggled, Aongu let out a roar. Jun Sung immediately panicked. No, at this rate, I'll take the full force of its fire. But the flame instantly erupted into the air. At that exact moment, Bon suddenly ran out from the forest. She reached her hand out toward him, shouting, "Jun Sung." Jun Sung was startled, freezing when he saw her. As Bon rushed toward Jun Sung, the flame in Ao Nu's mouth grew larger and larger, quickly closing in on the two of them. Seeing this, the expressions on both their faces turned grim. Bon quickly scooped up Jun Sung and ran, using the flame energy in her body. Her fire wasn't as big as Ao Nu's, but luckily, it was enough to save them in the nick of time. Aongu looked down from above, only to see that no one was in its flames. Bon had carried Jun Sung to the side of a cliff. She let out a sigh of relief, thankful they had dodged in time. Although her body was still injured, her calf was scorched by Ao Nu's fire. Seeing the wound, Bon let out a slightly helpless sigh. Even though she had used the dragon capture footwork to save Jun Sung in an instant, her leg was now injured, making it difficult to even move. But she had no time to worry about it. She looked at Jun Sung in her arms and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He coughed twice and replied that he was all right, but looking at his body, Bon knew he was badly hurt, yet he wanted to get up. So she helped Jun Sung sit up. But as she moved, a sharp pain shot through Bon's leg. Still, she endured the pain to help Jun Sung. A moment later, the two of them finally managed to sit up. Bon asked again with concern, "How are you, Jun Sung?" He squinted at her and replied calmly, "Thanks to you. I survived. Thank you. But why did you help me?" "I told you to go back." Bon frowned slightly, pursing her lips, and said, "Yes, you did." Jun Sung, a bit surprised, asked, "So what's this about?" Seeing the look on his face, Bon thought he was angry and quickly apologized. "It's not that I intentionally ignored what you said." Jun Sung shook his head slightly. "I'm not blaming you. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been done for. I'm just curious." Hearing this, Bon happily said, "I don't know why, but I just couldn't leave." This made Jun Sung even more confused. Bon then slowly explained, "After unblocking my pressure points and getting out of the forest, the moment I saw you passed out next to that monster, I decided I had to save you, Jun Sung. That was the only thought in my mind, so I just acted without thinking." Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but be stunned. Why did this girl care about him so much? Besides, he had been so harsh to her before. Wasn't she hurt at all? While the two were talking, the Aeonju approached from a distance. Jun Sung was startled, and his expression quickly turned to panic. Because his hands were still paralyzed, he just needed to press the button on the auto-hunting system. But could his hand even move? However, at that moment, Bon's hand touched Jun Sung's. He flinched slightly and glanced at her, only to see a radiant smile on her lips as she said cheerfully, "I figured it out. Whenever you fight, you always put your hand out in front of you like this, right?" As she spoke, she took Jun Sung's hand and pointed it forward. Even though she couldn't see the system, she could still help Jun Sung press the activation button. Immediately, the auto-hunting system responded to him. Plum blossom petals began to appear and flutter down from the air. Seeing this scene, the Aonju was stunned, utterly confused by what was happening. At the same time, Jun Sung could move again. He stood up to face the Aonju. Seeing this, Bon worried that he would aggravate his injuries by moving like that. But before she could finish speaking, Jun Sung reassured her, "Don't worry, Bon, I'm fine now." He even gave her a small smile. Just then, the Aonju became enraged as the plum blossom petals landed on it. It roared incessantly. Hearing that piercing sound, Bon couldn't help but flinch. At that moment, Jun Sung walked over and picked up Bon's crimson dragon blade. He smiled casually and said, "Mind if I borrow this? The blade I prepared already broke." Bon didn't hesitate to nod in agreement. "Of course, you can." "Ah, but if you're feeling okay, maybe we should run." Jun Sung shook his head, declining. "You're injured right now, so running would be difficult. Besides, I haven't fully recovered either. Plus, I'm more than enough to kill the Aeon by myself, so don't worry. Just wait over there." Bon heard this and nodded, feeling reassured. Jun Sung gave her another comforting smile, then immediately turned his head to look towards the Aeon. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Sung started running, the crimson dragon blade in his hand, as the bloodshot eyes of the Aeon stared him down. At the same time, down below, Bon watched Jun Sung with worry. The Aeon observed the human rushing towards it. After hundreds of years, it felt fear for the first time, so it hastily attacked with a blast of fire. Only this time, Jun Sung was prepared and easily dodged it. A swarm of Jun Sung's clones appeared in front of the Aeon, and not wanting him to get any closer, it raised its claws to strike down. But Jun Sung's speed was faster, he was more than capable, was unable to dodge it. Ngaongu grew more and more terrified as it watched Jun Sung rush towards it, feeling that he was small but so agile that he was very difficult to catch. It cursed inwardly, thinking he was planning to attack it just like before, but that it would be useless this time. Immediately after, a protective barrier materialized, blocking Jun Sung's incoming blade. This development astonished Jun Sung. He muttered in alarm, "This amount of mana is also fire energy." Gaongu was currently thinking that when hit by its flames, nothing could avoid melting, and any creature that dared to attack it would be reduced to ash. However, at that very moment, Jun Sung was smiling, because everything was going according to his plan. The red dragon blade in Jun Sung's hand was beginning to dissolve Ngaongu's fire energy. In the blink of an eye, the fire energy grew weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Ngaongu's bloodshot eyes immediately widened in shock. Jun Sung, on the other hand, said with a smug smile, "This red dragon blade is a bit special. It can absorb fire energy, can it?" As if on cue, the fire energy completely shattered the very moment he finished speaking. Seizing this opportunity, Jun Sung charged forward once again. The red dragon blade plunged deep into Gaozu's eye, causing it to scream in pain as it threw its head back. Jun Sung smiled triumphantly. "This is it. He stood there, gripping the blade tightly. Everything up to this point had been perfect. And now for the finishing blow, Jun Sung would complete the Queen's Embrace set. This red dragon blade in his hand, and even in Gao Enju's eye, he would fuse them, and finally combine them with another piece of equipment. At that moment, an energy erupted from Ngao Enju's eye. It was roaring ceaselessly in agony. However, Jun Sung held the blade firmly, refusing to let go. Back in his room before the raid, Jun Sung had researched Ngao No and the equipment he had obtained. After a long while, he concluded that Ngao No's weak point, as written in the book left by Yin, was its eyes. Its eyes could control pure fire energy, which meant Ngao Enju had to have the ability to use the energy of fire. Although the energy could be pierced by attacking with a mirror, what happened afterward was the real problem. Even if he could get past the mana, Jun Sung still needed a much more powerful method to have any chance of destroying its eye. So, he would have to absorb the maximum amount of fire energy from the mana into his weapon and take it down. The only way to do that was with the combination skill, just like the one Jun Sung had used to make his armor before. Then, could he test the application potential of the combination skill? According to his experiment, in the current situation, Jun Sung possessed a catalyst that was even superior to the red dragon blade. Therefore, combining Yeongu's eye with its own mana was possible. Thinking this, Jun Sung let out a loud shout, and a large amount of mana shot into the air. At the same time, Ngao Nu's roars grew even louder. Down below, Ban watched the scene, completely stunned, while Jun Sung remained focused on combining the gear, ignoring the energy enveloping his body. After only a short time, the red dragon blade in his hand began to transform, and finally, Jun Sung's armor also changed its form. It turned from silver to red, proving that the combination was a success. Seeing his new gear, Ban couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing." While she was engrossed in watching Jun Sung, she didn't notice the danger lurking behind her. On Jun Sung's side of the battlefield, Ngao Ngu was completely stunned and overwhelmed by agony when it lost its eyes. In fact, even the immense amount of heat that had been stored in Ao Nu's eyes for so long had been completely stolen by Jun Sung. This was the first time in its life that Ao Nu had ever tasted fear. Its instincts screamed at it to run away immediately. At that moment, Jun Sung sighed and said, "I'm pretty tired too, but this opportunity can't be missed." With that, he tightened his grip on the red dragon blade, and without a moment's hesitation, stabbed into the eye of Ao Nu, and fresh blood began to pour out like rain. The pain struck once more, and Ao Nu's body thrashed relentlessly in the air, while Jun Sung seized the opportunity to slip inside, quickly making his way deep into its body. Jun Sung quickly moved around to observe, and before long, he saw a strange purple object. This must be Ao Nu's heart. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes to observe it for a moment, and at the same time, Ao Nu sensed that he had gone deep into its body and became enraged. It would not forgive him. A glint of killing intent appeared in its remaining eye. A surge of heat now erupted within Ao Nu's body. It shot straight towards Jun Sung, but he wasn't panicked at all, calmly watching it rush towards him. The moment it got close, Jun Sung immediately shifted his gaze and then created a layer of energy to envelop his body. Ao Nu's heat wave was stopped in its tracks. Seeing this, Jun Sung raised an eyebrow smugly. Perfect. The mana from the eyes combined with the armor could make it stop breathing. Sure enough, outside, Ao Nu began to scream in agony again. Its heart was pounding relentlessly. Just as Jun Sung had expected, it was struggling to the death, and it would probably be difficult to pierce its defenses now. However, it wasn't like he was out of options. With that thought, Jun Sung immediately moved forward. Ao Nu's heart was still relentlessly convulsing, and in the blink of an eye, Jun Sung unleashed his parasitic bee technique. Thousands of energy beams shot into the heart, causing Ao Enju so much pain it almost passed out. But that wasn't all. Those energy beams also pierced through its entire body and shot out the other side. Ao Enju's body thrashed uncontrollably in the air, and its heart had stopped surging with heat. At this point, Jun Sung was half-kneeling, panting heavily, but thankfully, it was finished. Before long, Ao Enju's heart shattered, and fresh blood began to gush out. Ao Enju thrashed in desperation, but its death was now certain. Soon after, Ao Enju fell limply. It fell directly onto the cliff where it was born. The moment it landed, the cliff face began to close. In just a short time, the opening had shrunk to only a small crack. Just then, a sound suddenly came from below the cliff, and immediately after, a hand from below appeared. It was Jun Sung. He had escaped from Ao Enju's body and was climbing up. He quickly scrambled onto the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Success. Jun Sung was pretty lucky. His energy was completely depleted. If he hadn't been able to use the parasitic bee technique, he probably would have been a goner. But Jun Sung succeeded. Just as the original hunting plan intended, He had defeated that terrifying monster. Oh no. Now to get back to Bon, he would put everything back to square one. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed across the clearing. That was an impressive move, startling Jun Sung. When he looked over, he saw that Hai Min had appeared there at some point, and he even had that hunting dog in helping him. Himin raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "An elaborate finishing blow. You really pulled it off, didn't you?" Jun Sung paid no attention to the old man. What he cared about was the unconscious Bon lying behind him. He frowned slightly, remaining silent. It was this damn old bastard again. While Jun Sung was lost in thought, Himin spoke again with a smile. "I sincerely congratulate you on this victory." "Oh, Jun Sung." Jun Sung still stood there silently, not saying a word. He kept his eyes fixed on Bon, who was lying on the ground. He guessed that she had been knocked out by Himin. Just as one battle had ended, another was about to begin on the cliff. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes, looking at and standing next to Himin. If he could just find an opening between them, he could save Bon. Just then, a sudden shout rang out. "Damn it, you bastard, Lee Himin." Jun Sung was slightly startled. The voice sounded familiar. Himin also looked toward the source of the sound. The one who had just cursed was Kyung Chan. He wasn't dead after all. He was now aggressively questioning him. "You dare use me?" Shrugging indifferently, Himin casually replied with a smile. "I only pushed you because you wanted it. All I did was keep an eye on you." Kyung Chan wasn't the only one in this world who understood what it meant to be meticulous. The old man also had his own precautions, having secretly placed a talisman on his equipment. Looking at Kyung Chan's furious expression, Himin casually said with a smile, "It seems you're angry with me, aren't you? But if I hadn't activated that talisman, how would you have had the chance to speak with Lord Jin in the underworld?" Hearing this, Kyung Chan angrily cursed, "Shut up." But Himin continued, "And isn't there something more important to discuss, right in front of that person?" Hearing this, Kyung Chan finally shut his mouth. He looked towards Jun Sung, who was standing on the other side, and said through gritted teeth, "All right, we'll deal with that matter after we've taken good care of." Oh, Jun Sung. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Bon, who was lying on the ground, and then pressed down hard with his foot. Kyung Chan raised an eyebrow, looking smugly at Jun Sung as he warned, "The rules are simple. If you take just one step closer, I'll crush this girl." Seeing this, Jun Sung was internally seething with rage, cursing that bastard Kyung Chan. Seeing the look in his eyes, Himin said smugly, "Mr. Oh Sung, it would be best for you to just give up." The old man said Jun Sung surely understood that it would be very difficult to close the distance instantly with just the speed of his legs. And as you've already seen, the true power of the demon archer Kyung Chan lies in his sharp gaze. Even if Jun Sung were to use a cloning technique or distract him in any way, he would never be able to escape Kyung Chan's eyes. Even if you try your best to move in some ridiculous way, unfortunately, it would only take a gentle press for this bond to be gone. Jun Sung narrowed his eyes at the old man and cursed Lee Himin through gritted teeth, "You." But before he could finish, the old man stated their conditions. "What we ask for is very simple. The armor you're wearing, the one that just got an upgrade, and the remaining eye of the red dragon. You must have that with you as well, right?" If Jun Sung hands over those two items, Himin guaranteed that Bon would return safely. But as for him, the old man couldn't make any promises. Hearing this, Jun Sung snorted in contempt. "Nonsense." Himin wasn't in a hurry and said calmly with a smile, "This could be considered a good deal. Just look at the position you're in. So how about this?" The old man suggested they put aside everything that had happened between them. Sighed. If Jun Sung joined his side, the lives of both Bon and him would be guaranteed. This statement left Jun Sung a bit stunned. Trying to recruit him at a time like this, is he insane? Even Kyung Tron couldn't believe it, and he frantically questioned Himin. "What the hell did you just say? Stop." Himin scolded in annoyance. "I'm speaking, so shut your mouth." Kyung Tron. These words startled Kyung Tron, and he trembled as he shut his mouth. Himin paid him no mind, turning his gaze to Jun Jung and continued, "You seem surprised. You must have thought about this 100 times, so why not try it now?" Of course, he also went crazy every time he thought about the things the boy had done, but he had also considered it very carefully, very carefully. Jun Seung frowned slightly, asking back doubtfully, "Considered it carefully?" The old man nodded indifferently, and Himin slowly began to explain. "That's right. After I let you slip away in the other world, that thought suddenly occurred to me. It seems your ability to increase your power progresses quite quickly." The reason all of Himin's plans to eliminate Jun Seung had failed was because his skills always improved to a level the old man never expected. He had wondered how the boy possessed such an incredible rate of growth, and after investigating it, Himin had discovered a few special things about Jun Seung himself, things that couldn't be explained by concepts like talisman techniques or simple thoughts. After hearing this, Jun Sung frowned pensively. He thought, is he talking about the auto-hunting system? Just then, Hyman spoke again. Your secret. I want to know about it. It seems to be related to the very thing I've spent my entire life pursuing. Hearing this, Jun Sung asked with some curiosity, spent your whole life pursuing? The old man nodded indifferently, and Hyman replied with a smirk. That's right. About this world? The world inside the cliff. How can such a mysterious world even exist? It may not seem like it, but I am a scholar. I have conducted all sorts of experiments just to uncover that secret, and that led Hyman to think that perhaps the path to the answer was held by his most despicable rival. He asked Jun Sung if he wasn't curious. Jun Sung didn't answer. Hyman continued to speak about the uniqueness and mystery of the world inside the cliff. Jun Sung didn't care about what the old man was saying. He knew nothing about him. While Jun Sung was lost in thought, Hyman spoke again. I am still continuing to research that mystery, doing everything I can. I learned the military arts of the ancient empire by observing Goi Bai. I also discovered one-of-a-kind geniuses like Ju's In and Kyung Tron and continued to research them. Hyman had built Kyung Tron up from an unknown hunter into a notorious chosen one, just as he had turned Ju's In from a mediocre military strategist into one of them. Hyman confidently stated that all of those things happened thanks to him. He analyzed their abilities, researched the truth for them, and guided them. Otherwise, no one could have achieved such feats. Hearing this, Jun Sung couldn't help but be surprised. Hyman didn't know what he was thinking, but still made his offer. If you want to hone your abilities further, come and join me. He wanted to create a new beginning with Jun Sung. He was certain the boy would be interested as well. However, Jun Sung bluntly refused. No, that's not quite it. This response made Hyman freeze in his tracks. Jun Sung then spoke coldly. I have no interest in secrets or anything of the sort. Hyman asked in disbelief. What did you just say? Shrugging indifferently, he replied coldly. The truth and mysteries, those two things have nothing to do with me. What's more important is what I want to do and will do as a true hunter. At this point, Jun Sung suddenly recalled the words Seo Kilu used to nag about. A moment later, he snorted coldly and said, Join your side, you say? I don't want a swindler like you as a companion. With that, he flashed a provocative smile. As expected, Hin's face darkened completely. The old man ground his teeth and cursed. What the hell did you just say? But before he could finish, another shout cut him off. Fine then, go and die. The moment the words were spoken, something grazed past Jun Sung's face. It was an arrow from Kyung Chon. He had made a sneak attack on him. He sneered and said, For the first time, you said something I agree with. Your life will become my prize. Immediately after, he drew his bowstring taut and 3 arrows shot towards Jun Sung simultaneously. Jun Sung quickly dashed to the side to dodge. Seeing this, Hin scoffed inwardly. What an idiot. He had wanted to spare the boy's life, but in the end, he chose the path of death. He believed that Jun Sung's strength was already depleted. If he kept moving like that, both his power and his stamina would drop to 0. If Him Min just let things be, he believed the boy would die here, unable to escape. At that moment, Kyung Chan sneered again. Quite the dancer, aren't you? How long can you keep dodging my arrows with that exhausted body of yours? 3 minutes? Or maybe 5. With that, he fired several more arrows at Jun. His expression turned a bit grim. Just as Him Min had said, he couldn't close the distance with his skills alone, nor could he escape Kyung Chan's sight. But that was only when Jun used those skills. What if he used his foot techniques? It was the fastest technique in the world. The flame skill had been integrated with his new armor. Using this, Jun Sung could utilize the foot techniques of both Bon and the Red Dragon. Without a second thought, Jun Sung focused on summoning Inferno. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Kyung Chan immediately froze. By the time Jun Sung reappeared, he was already right beside him. He clenched his fist, ready to strike, and roared fiercely. Who do you think you've been messing with? Kyung Chan had no time to defend himself, and took the full force of Jun Sung's punch. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Kyung Chan stumbled back a few steps, staring wide-eyed at Jun Sung. He couldn't understand how the boy had vanished from his sight. Moreover, Kyung Chan needed to create distance between himself and Jun Sung. He had to get away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Jun Sung had already slammed a fist into Kyung Chan's stomach. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, but it wasn't over yet. Jun Sung struck again. This time, it was Kyung Chan's chin. He was hit so hard that his mouth filled with blood. Even now, he couldn't believe he was being defeated so easily, but Kyung Chan had to consider who he was facing. It was Jun Sung, the one who had just defeated the legendary merman, so what were his dirty tricks in comparison? Regardless, whether Kyung Chan believed it or not, he had been defeated. Jun Sung looked at the man lying in the distance and let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Jupin exclaimed in disbelief, "There's no way Ki could be defeated this easily." Even Jun himself was quite surprised by this, not caring what they thought. He was checking Bon's pulse, her face still had color, and her pulse and breathing were normal. Only then did Jun Sung let out a sigh of relief, and immediately after, he glanced over at the other two. Jun Sung rose from the ground, causing a frightened Juk-in to shield Himin. A dense, murderous aura now radiated from Jun Sung. He spoke coldly. "So now, it's just you two left." In an instant, Himin's expression immediately darkened. Jun Sung's aura was so intimidating that it made Himin and his companion retreat. But Jun Sung wasn't going to let them go today. He had unleashed his own energy. Juk-in was now sweating in fear. "It's clearly over, so why isn't he retreating?" As if reading his mind, Jun Sung said in a low voice, "Let me tell you something, retreating is useless." These words left Juk-in stunned. Jun Sung raised his hand, pointing to the camera on his shoulder, and slowly explained, "After I entered the other world, I switched out the camera. Everything you said to me and done to me has been recorded. If Jun Sung goes through the crack and uses that as evidence, your careers as hunters will be over." At these words, all the blood drained from Ji-Yukin's face. In contrast, Himin threw his head back and laughed loudly, even clapping in praise. "I see. Brilliant. Just as expected." "Jun Sung didn't disappoint my expectations this time either," Himin said. "What can I expect from you next time?" Jun Sung snorted coldly and said with contempt, Next time? There won't be one. The end for all of you will be behind bars, and that's after I deal with you, starting right now." As soon as he said this, Juk-in panicked. But Himin remained very calm, even admiring the situation. "This suffocating feeling, it seems I've been put in checkmate." He said he didn't want to run or fight him, but he supposed there was no other choice now. As soon as he finished speaking, Himin took out a talisman, which instantly multiplied into 4. Then, a wooden puppet appeared. He shouted fiercely, "A direct confrontation isn't my preference, but give it your all." Now, hearing this, Juk-in's confidence surged. If he could just kill Jun Sung, it would all be over. Just then, Jun Sung suddenly spoke. "A fight? No, that's not it." His words left both Juk-in and Himin utterly confused. Jun Sung spoke again in a cold voice. "What I'm about to do isn't a fight. From this moment on, I will be hunting men." The moment he finished speaking, Jun Sung's figure vanished. Juk-in immediately panicked and yelled. He disappeared. Himin quickly tried to calm him. "Don't panic." While they weren't paying attention, the ground suddenly cracked. It wasn't just one. Numerous cracks appeared on the ground. Himin seemed to realize something and immediately shouted, "Below! He's underground, watch your feet." He also reminded him that if Jun Sung popped up, they could catch him with Himin's talismans and Gyukin's blade, so there was no need to panic. However, just as he finished his sentence, a hand shot out and grabbed Gyukin's leg. He instantly panicked. "Is he trying to drag me down?" Gyukin's face grew paler and paler, and he began frantically hacking at the ground with his sword, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. But seeing this, Himin cursed under his breath. "This idiot." He thought to himself that Juk-in had definitely lost his mind. "I see." And he also figured out that Run Sung had used a decoy and someone was hunting him from behind. Thinking of this, Himin immediately focused on controlling the wooden golem. In an instant, feeling someone approaching from behind, he let out a smug smile. And then, the wooden golem reached out and crushed the thing that was rushing towards it. But the truth left Himin completely stunned, because that thing was just a rock, not Run Sung. Meanwhile, Run Sung was now using both hands to pull on Young-in's leg. His hands gripped his ankle tightly. The pain shot through him instantly, making In scream uncontrollably. Himin watched this scene in shock. He never expected Run Sung to use his smokescreen twice. Run Sung didn't care if he figured it out or not, as he had already burst up from the ground. Young-in's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at him, but it was too late for him to dodge. And what was bound to happen, happened. A fist flew straight into In's face. He was sent flying, and Run Sung pulled his hand back, scoffing coldly, another one down. Young-in had been knocked unconscious by him, and was even foaming at the mouth. At this moment, he glanced at Himin and said in a cold voice, "Now you're the only one left." Run Sung was not wrong. 4 of them had entered the rift. Jin Chung was killed by the Aeong-gu, and the troll from before had been taken down by Run Sung. He narrowed his eyes at the old man. Finally, it was the ringleader's turn. By now, Himin's expression was no longer relaxed. After a long silence, he spoke in a low voice. "You withstood In's attack with that reinforced armor and even broke his leg." Run Sung had once again exceeded his expectations, and now he had truly become a monster that Himin couldn't handle. If this continued, he would be defeated by Run Sung. But the fact that he exceeded his expectations was also anticipated. There was still another way. Thinking of this, Hyman glanced at Bayon lying on the ground. The two of them were now in a stalemate, neither willing to back down. After a while, Run Sung broke the silence. Well then, I guess we should end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. The wooden golem saw Run Sung and also clenched its fist. The moment he appeared in front of it, it punched down. However, Run Sung's figure vanished, its fist only hitting empty air. And at the same time, the ground once again showed cracks. Hyman clicked his tongue and remarked, "The same trick again?" As soon as he said that, he reached out and took out a few talismans, then threw them into the air, his hands forming a seal. Hyman was about to unleash all the knowledge and spells he had gathered so far. In the blink of an eye, the wooden golem was enveloped by a surge of energy, its body gradually growing gigantic. At that moment, Hyman shouted, "Destroy everything beneath the ground I'm standing on, take him down." The wooden golem received his command and then began furiously punching the ground. In an instant, the ground was destroyed by it, dust and debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Hyman's expression turned grave. This won't be enough. Run Sung's armor was much more durable than he thought. It would be very difficult, even if he put all his effort into attacking. But this way, Hyman could distract Run Sung and hide his true purpose. Thinking of this, another talisman appeared in his hand, the last Sakuchi talisman, but Hyman couldn't just run away like this. As long as he still had the video, he would be doomed. Therefore, Hyman had only one target left, the unconscious Bayan. If he used her as a hostage, I can win. Right after that, Hyman burned the talisman, and in the blink of an eye, appeared next to Bayan. He flashed a triumphant smile. It's over. But things didn't go as planned. A low voice suddenly rang in Hyman's ear. I knew you'd do that. He frantically turned his head and saw Jun Sung standing right beside him, then kicked him hard. Hyman was sent flying, crashing into a boulder before falling to the ground. Jun Sung retracted his leg and said coldly, "From the very beginning, your target wasn't me, but Bayon." Hyman knelt trembling on the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his face. Jun Sung cracked his knuckles, his tone full of mockery. Figuring out the habits and patterns of your prey, and predicting its every move is the most basic skill for a hunter. And of course, Jun Sung had mastered that. Only then did Hyman realize something, and he gritted his teeth, cursing in frustration. Damn it, I've failed. Jun Sung paid no mind to his words, simply standing there and observing. Just then, from behind him, a voice called out, Jun Sung. Jun Sung glanced back, and seeing Bayon approach, he asked in a low voice, You're awake? Bayon nodded slightly and replied, Yes. Seeing that she was all right, Jun Sung suggested, It's almost over, you should just rest. But just as he finished speaking, Bayon placed a hand on his shoulder. Across from them, Hyman, who was watching, was not afraid but was actually smiling triumphantly. There was something strange in Bayon's eyes as she said in a deep voice, Let me fight alongside you, okay? But the moment she finished speaking, something shocking happened. Jun Sung suddenly attacked Bayon, landing a powerful punch to her stomach. Bayon's eyes widened in horror, and she cried out in disbelief, Why me? Jun Sung snorted coldly, saying with contempt, I already told you, you must always anticipate your prey's every move. The Bayon in front of him was a fake. After transforming back, Hyman's clone stood there trembling and clutching its stomach, but less than 3 seconds later, it collapsed to the ground. Across from them, Hyman's eyes widened in disbelief, and he demanded in confusion, How did you know it was a fake? With a soft chuckle, Jun Sung sneered, Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You've even deceived the boss, your own ally. From the very beginning, Hyman had set everything up, using a perception-altering talisman to swap Bayon with this fake creature, so the real Bayon was hidden behind a distant cliff. Furthermore, Jun Sung let Hyman in on something else. Today, Bayon had injured her leg during the last hunt, so for her to suddenly walk over to me like that, isn't that highly suspicious? At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle. I almost believed it, but you gave yourself away with that small detail. You trickster. Hearing Jun Sung's explanation, Hyman's expression immediately froze. There was no way to win against Jun Sung. He had unraveled the final plan that he'd hidden until the very end just by instantly spotting a single flaw. While Hyman was lost in thought, Jun Sung spoke up again. Well then, prepare yourself. Hyman got up from the ground, still in disbelief. He couldn't accept being so thoroughly defeated. As if knowing Hyman's thoughts, Jun Sung spoke coldly. It's obvious when you consider everything you've done up to now. Predicting the prey's actions is a basic principle written in the Chinese hunter's manual. Of course, Hyman isn't a hunter, so there's no way he would know that. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Sung unleashed his energy. Hyman saw it. He immediately calmed down. This wasn't the time to panic. He had to say something to buy some time. With that thought, Hymin immediately spoke up. Hey Jun-sung, listen to what I'm about to say. Shut up, Jun-sung coldly uttered a single word, then rushed like the wind to get in front of Hymin. He didn't hesitate to raise his leg and kick down. The kick was as precise as a Ronaldo penalty kick, landing directly on Hymin's calf. Excruciating pain immediately washed over him, and Hymin's face turned pale, drained of all color. His leg was broken. But Jun-sung didn't seem to care much. He just snorted coldly and said, enough with the nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, he started punching furiously. Hymin couldn't dodge in time at all, so he took a continuous barrage of punches from Jun-sung. His glasses were even knocked to the ground and shattered. Finally, Hymin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then collapsed to the ground in pain. However, he couldn't hold on for long and just fell face down, unconscious. The last one was finally down. His accomplice Kung Chan was also unconscious and hadn't woken up. But surprisingly, Jiupin was awake. It's just that his leg was broken, and he couldn't move. Jun-sung then spoke up. I'm a hunter, so I don't intend to finish you off with my own hands, but I'm not so kind as to save people who try to kill me and touched someone I care about. As he thought this, Jun-sung glanced over at Bon, lying on the other side. The last part was about. Pausing for a moment, Jun-sung continued, if I get out of here, the first thing I'll do is tell them about your crimes. But until then, while you're all injured and isolated in the middle of a world full of monsters, whether you live or die is none of my business. Hearing this, Jiupin immediately panicked. But what could they do? Everyone had been taken down, even the strongest one, Hymin, was unconscious. What other choice did they have? And so, on the empty patch of land, only the three of them remained. One unconscious, the others injured, their fates left to the heavens. A short while later, Bon was brought outside. After being unconscious for a while, she finally started to groggily wake up. When she opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Jun-sung, who was talking to someone. Bon immediately sat up, her eyes filled with confusion. She was wondering where she was, but as soon as she moved, the wounds on her body throbbed with pain, making her frown. Jun-sung noticed her movement and hurried over to check on her. You're awake? Bon looked at him blankly and asked, where is this? But before Jun-sung could answer, she saw a group of people walking around. Just then, Jun-sung slowly opened his mouth. We're outside the rift, it's safe here. The T-rescue team that I contacted was waiting here. It's best if you lie down and don't overexert yourself. But Bon shook her head, saying, it's okay, my condition is fine. Then she looked up and asked, more importantly, are you going to take on another request? Does that mean what? Don't tell me. Before she could finish, Jun-sung admitted, it's exactly as you heard, the request I received from Jane Quick of Tens isn't finished yet. Hearing this, Bon immediately exclaimed in alarm, that's too reckless. You must be extremely exhausted. But seeing that he wouldn't listen, she turned to the person standing next to him and demanded, Mister, if you're a hunter too, you know how reckless that is, right? Stop him right now. The other person was suddenly put in an awkward position by Bon's words, not knowing how to respond. It was Jun-sung who spoke up. First, this is my job as a hunter. After saying this, his eyes were filled with determination, as if no one could persuade him. Bon stared at him intently, her eyes filled with sorrow. In the end, she could only sigh in resignation. There was no way this guy would give up. Seeing her expression, Jun-sung didn't want to say anything more, just gave a simple instruction. Miss Bon, the Tens hunters here will guarantee your safety. Please return safely. I'll be sure to repay you for everything someday. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to leave. But after just a few steps, Bon called out to him, wait. Jun-sung paused in his tracks, but he didn't turn around. At that moment, Bon spoke seriously. If you really think you owe me, then you have to promise to keep your word. Hearing this, Jun-sung couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked in confusion, what promise? Bon hesitated for a long moment before shyly continuing. Promise that you'll come back and go on a date with me. You'll keep that promise we made before, right? These words left Jun-sung a bit stunned, but he quickly recovered, smirking as he said, is that so? But that was all. Jun-sung turned and walked away. Bon was a little saddened, as she still hadn't received a clear answer from him. But just then, Jun-sung suddenly raised his hand. His hand was clenched into a fist. Seeing this gesture, Bon's eyes lit up. She exclaimed happily, that's a promise. And just like that, Jun-sung stayed in the rift, leaving behind a promise to return. 6 months after Jun-sung disappeared into the rift, in the Mapo district of Seoul, monsters had now poured out and were attacking humanity. Hunters tried their best to eliminate them. Energy bullets were fired relentlessly at the monsters. But there were too many of them, and the hunters fighting back couldn't hold on any longer, so they turned and fled to find reinforcements. The world had changed. Recently, rifts had been appearing more frequently. Now, countless rifts had opened, causing so many monsters to suddenly attack that there was a severe shortage of defending hunters. Even though hunters had to go on 2 or 3 raids, they still felt exhausted when facing the massive number of monsters. And right at this moment, the hunter holding the line over here couldn't take it anymore. He was attacked, his leg was injured, and he could no longer walk. And of course, the monsters had chased this hunter here. They had surrounded him. The hunter's expression was grim. Is the world about to end? If only that person were here. The person he was referring to was Jun Sung, the one said to be the only person who remained in the rift until the very end. He was so amazing that this hunter also wanted to become a great hunter like him, but his own abilities weren't up to par, and now he was surrounded by a horde of monsters. The hunter closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. There are more of them than I thought, huh? This sound made the hunter suddenly open his eyes, and what he saw was a tall figure in red armor. The monsters also saw this person and abruptly stopped. The hunter now seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Really? He's back." The newcomer didn't answer. Instead, a blue system window appeared in front of him. This was Jun Sung's auto-hunting system. Of course, the person who arrived was none other than Jun Sung, but the scruffy beard from not shaving for many days made him look much older.